This work is in the public domain. Copy freely. The Babylonian Talmud. Translated by Michael L. Rodkinson. Volumes 1 to 10. Table of Contents. Volume 1, Volume 6. Volume 2, Volume 7. Volume 3, Volume 8. Volume 4, Volume 9. Volume 5, Volume 10. The Babylonian Talmud. Translated by Michael L. Rodkinson. Book 1. 1903. Track Sabbath. Volume I. Title page. Explanatory remarks. Dedication. Contents. Preface to the second edition. Editor's preface. Brief general introduction to the Babylonian Talmud. Introduction to Track Sabbath. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Regulations regarding transfer on Sabbath. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the Sabbath and Hanukkah light. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning stoves, hearths, and ovens. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning victuals, where they may or may not be deposited to retain their heat for the Sabbath. Chapter V. Regulations concerning what may and may not be worn by animals on the Sabbath. Chapter 6. Regulations concerning what garments women may go out with on the Sabbath. Chapter 7. The general rule concerning the principal acts of labor on Sabbath. Chapter 8. Regulations concerning the prescribed quantities of victuals and beverages which must not be carried about on the Sabbath. Chapter 9. Rabbi Akiba's regulations on different subjects. Chapter X. Further regulations concerning the prescribed quantity of things to be stored. Volume 2. Title page. Explanatory remarks. Contents. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 2. Track Sabbath. Chapter 11. Regulations concerning throwing from one ground into another. Chapter 12. Regulations concerning building, plowing, etc., on the Sabbath. Chapter 13. Regulations concerning weaving, tearing, hunting, etc., on the Sabbath. Chapter 14. Regulations concerning the catching of reptiles, animals, and birds. Chapter 15. Regulations concerning the tying and untying of knots on the Sabbath. Chapter 16. Regulations concerning articles which may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath. Chapter 17. Regulations concerning handling of utensils and furniture on the Sabbath. Chapter 18. Regulations regarding the clearing off of required space, the assistance to be given cattle when giving birth to their young and to women about to be confined. Chapter 19. Regulations ordained by R. Eliezer concerning circumcision on the Sabbath. Chapter XX. Regulations concerning certain acts of labor which must be performed differently on a Sabbath and on a festival. Chapter XXI. Regulations concerning the pouring out of wine from vessels covered with a stone, and the clearing off of crumbs, etc. From the table. Chapter XXII. Regulations concerning preparation of food and beverages. Chapter XXIII. Borrowing, casting lots, waiting for the close of the Sabbath, and attending to a corpse. Chapter XXVI. Regulations concerning a man who is overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath while traveling, and concerning feeding of cattle. The prayer at the conclusion of a tract appendix. Index. Next. P.I. New edition of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text edited, corrected, formulated, and translated into English by Michael L. Rodkinson. First edition revised and corrected by the Rev. Dr. Isaac M. Wise, President, Hebrew Union College, Cincinnati, O. Volume I. Track Sabbath. Second edition, re-edited, revised and enlarged. Boston New Talmud Publishing Company. 100 Boylston Street. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, January-February 2003. J.B. Hare Redactor. This text is in the public domain. This file may be used for any non-commercial purpose, provided this attribution is left intact. Next, explanatory remarks. Index previous. Next. P2. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boraitha, Itmarit was taught. 2 questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3 When in the original there occur 2 statements separated by the phrase, Lisna Akrina, or Wabayathema or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4 As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5 Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Copyright, 1903, by Michael L. Rodkinson. Next, dedication. Index previous next. P3. 2. Edwin R. A. Seligman, Ph.D. Professor of Political Science at Columbia University. In recognition of his warm interest and valuable services in promoting the study of literature, and his great instrumentality in assisting young men and women to broaden their minds, and reach a higher social plane, and for his many works for the communal welfare, especially those in behalf of the Educational Alliance. This volume is most respectfully dedicated by the editor and translator, Michael L. Rodkinson. June 15, 1901. New York City. Next, Contents. Index previous next. PV. Contents. Page. Preface to the second edition 7. Editor's Preface 9. Brief general introduction to the Babylonian Talmud 15. Introduction to Tract Sabbath XXI. Synopsis of subjects of Volume I Tract Sabbath XXIX. Chapter I. Regulations concerning transfer on Sabbath 1. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the Sabbath and Hanukkah Light 31. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning stoves, hearths, and ovens 63. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the depositing of victuals on the Sabbath 83. Chapter V. Regulations concerning gear which may and may not be worn by animals on the Sabbath 91. Chapter 6. Regulations concerning what garments women may go out with on the Sabbath. 107. P7. Page. Chapter 7. The general rule concerning the principal acts of labor on Sabbath 127. Chapter 8. Regulations concerning the prescribed quantity of victuals and beverages which must not be carried about on the Sabbath. 143. Chapter 9. Rabbi Akiba's regulations on different subjects 154. Chapter X. Further regulations concerning the prescribed quantity of things to be stored 171. Next, Preface to the second edition. Index previous next. P7. Preface to the second edition. The translator of the Talmud, who has now reached the 13th volume of his task, covering 21 tracts of this great work, certainly cannot point with any great pride to the fact that this is the second edition of his translation which first appeared in 1896, for he believes that the opening and bringing to light of a book so long withheld from the gaze of the curious, and even the learned, should have attracted more attention and deserved greater consideration than it has received. However, he is glad to see that thousands of readers have at last taken advantage of the opportunity of looking into the sealed book, and to such an extent that second editions have become necessary, both of this volume and of the tract Rosh Hashanah of the fourth volume, which he has re-edited and enlarged upon, adding many historical facts and legends, so that they now appear as practically new works. This is certainly an encouragement to him to continue his work, with the hope that in time it will gain the proper recognition and proper attention which he thinks this great work of the 6th century should receive at the hands of all scholars and even laymen. In revising this volume the translator had in mind the many criticisms which have been passed upon his effort and which have appeared in various papers throughout different countries, but he gave his attention to those only which were not prompted by animosity and jealousy. He begs to call the attention of all critics to the dictum of the Talmud, Kal had halath kashath, for, bearing this in mind, they would no doubt have been more moderate. p8. The translator will be very grateful to critics who will call his attention to any mistakes made in the translation of the original text. However, he will positively ignore criticisms of the kind described above. The translator further hopes that this and the succeeding volumes will meet with the favor and approval of the public, which will be sufficient reward to repay him for his efforts. MLR. New York, June, 1901. Next, Editor's Preface. Index Previous Next. p9. Editor's Preface. The Hebrew edition of Rosh Hashanah contains an elaborate introduction in 3 chapters, the translation of which does not appear as yet. Its contents include many important rules which we have followed in the entire work, but we do not feel called upon at this time to engross the time of the English reader by reciting them. We, however, deem it a duty to say a few words, so that the reader may understand our position and the reason why we have undertaken a work which will probably be productive of much adverse criticism in certain quarters. The fate of the Talmud has been the fate of the Jews. As soon as the Hebrew was born, he was surrounded by enemies. His whole history has been one of struggle against persecution and attack. Defamation and deformation have been his lot. So too, has it been with the Talmud. At the beginning of its formative period, viz., the development of the Mishnah, it was beset by such enemies as the Sadducees, the Boethusians, and other sects, not to mention the Roman government. 2. When its canon was fixed, the Karaites tried to destroy or belittle its influence, and since that time it has been subjected to an experience of unvarying difficulty. Yet, with remarkable truth, the words of Isaiah may be applied to both. When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon thee. There is, however, one point concerning which the simile is not true. The Jew has advanced, the Talmud has remained stationary. Since the time of Moses Mendelssohn, the Jew has made vast strides forward. There is today no branch of human activity in px which his influence is not felt. Interesting himself in the affairs of the world, he has been enabled to bring a degree of intelligence and industry to bear upon modern life that has challenged the admiration of the world. But with the Talmud it is not so. That vast encyclopedia of Jewish lore remains as it was. No improvement has been possible, no progress has been made with it. Issue after issue has appeared, but it has always been called the Talmud Bibli, as chaotic as it was when its canon was originally appointed. One commentary upon commentary has appeared. Every issue of the Talmud contains new glosses from prominent scholars, proposing textual changes, yet the text of the Talmud has not received that heroic treatment that will alone enable us to say that the Talmud has been improved. Few books have ever received more attention than this vast storehouse of Jewish knowledge. Friends and enemies it has had. Attack after attack has been made upon it, and defense after defense made for it, yet whether its enemies or its defenders have done it more harm it would be hard to tell. Not, forsooth, that we do not willingly recognize that there have been many learned and earnest spirits who have labored faithfully in its behalf, but for the most part, if the Talmud could speak, it would say, God save me from my friends. For the friends have, generally, defended without due knowledge of that stupendous monument of rabbinical lore, and the enemies have usually attacked it by using single phrases or epigrams disconnected from their context, by which method anything could be proven. In both cases ignorance has been fatal. For, how many have read the whole Talmud through and are thus competent to judge of its merits? Is it right to attack or defend without sufficient information? Is it not a proof of ignorance and unfairness to find fault with that of which we are not able to give proper testimony? Let us take the case of those persons in particular who attacked the Talmud and made it the object of their venomous vituperation. Is it possible that they could have believed it a work capable of teaching the monstrous doctrines so frequently attributed to it, when that work says, among other things, when one asks for food, no questions shall be asked as to who he is, but he must immediately be given either food or money. Could a work be accused of frivolity and pettiness that defines wickedness to be? P. 11. The action of a rich man who, hearing that a poor man is about to buy a piece of property, secretly overbids him. Could there be a higher sense of true charity than that conveyed by the following incident? Mar Uqba used to support a poor man by sending him on the eve of each day of atonement 400 zuz. When the rabbi's son took the money on one occasion, he heard the poor man's wife say, "Which wine shall I put on the table? Which perfume shall I sprinkle around the room?" The son, on hearing these remarks, returned with the money to his father and told him of what he had heard. Said Mar Uqba, "Was that poor man raised so daintily that he requires such luxuries? Go back to him and give him double the sum." This is not recorded by the Talmud as an exception, but it is the Talmudical estimate of charity. The Talmud is free from the narrowness and bigotry with which it is usually charged, and if phrases used out of their context, and in a sense the very reverse from that which their author intended, are quoted against it, we may be sure that those phrases never existed in the original Talmud, but are the later additions of its enemies and such as never studied it. When it is remembered that before the canon of the Talmud was finished, in the 6th century, it had been growing for more than 600 years, and that afterward it existed in fragmentary manuscripts for 8 centuries until the first printed edition appeared, that during the whole of that time it was beset by ignorant, unrelenting, and bitter foes, that marginal notes were easily added and in after years easily embodied in the text by unintelligent copyists and printers, such a theory as here advanced seems not at all improbable. The attacks on the Talmud have not been made by the enemies of the Jews alone. Large numbers of Jews themselves repudiate it, denying that they are Talmud Jews, or that they have any sympathy with it. Yet there are only the few Karaites in Russia and Austria, and the still fewer Samaritans in Palestine, who are really not Talmud Jews. Radical and Reform, Conservative and Orthodox, not only find their exact counterparts in the Talmud, but also follow in many important particulars the practices instituted through the Talmud, example New Year's Day, Pentecost, the Kaddish, etc. The modern Jew is the product of the Talmud. P. 12. Which we shall find is a work of the greatest sympathies, the most liberal impulses, and the widest humanitarianism. Even the Jewish defenders have played into the enemy's hands by their weak defenses, of which such expressions as "remember the age in which it was written," or "Christians are not meant by Gentiles, but only the Romans, or the people of Asia Minor," etc., may be taken as a type. Amid its bitter enemies and weak friends the Talmud has suffered a martyrdom. Its eventful history is too well known to require detailing here. We feel that every attack on it is an attack upon the Jew. We feel that defense by the mere citation of phrases is useless and at the best weak. To answer the attacks made upon it through ludicrous and garbled quotations were idle. There is only one defense that can be made in behalf of the Talmud. Let it plead its own cause in a modern language. What is this Talmud of which we have said so much? What is that work on which so many essays and sketches, articles, and books, have been written? The best reply will be an answer in negative form. The Talmud is not a commentary on the Bible, nor should the vein of satire or humor that runs through it be taken for sober earnestness. Nor is the Talmud a legal code, for it clearly states that one must not derive a law for practical application from any halakhic statement, nor even from a precedent, unless in either case it be expressly said that the law or statement is intended as a practical rule. Further, R. Issi asked of R. Johanan, "What shall we do if you pronounce a law to be a halakha?" To which R. Johanan replied, "Do not act in accordance with it until you have heard from me, go and practice." Neither is the Talmud a compilation of fixed regulations, although the Shulchan Aruch would make it appear so. Yet, even when the Shulchan Aruch will be forgotten, the Talmud will receive the respect and honor of all who love liberty, both mental and religious. It lives and will live, because of its adaptability to the necessities of every age, and if any proof were needed to show that it is not dead, the attacks that are with remarkable frequency made on it in Germany might be given as the strongest evidence. In its day the Talmud received, not the decisions, but the debates of the leaders of the people. It was an independent critic, as it were, adapting itself to the spirit of the times, adding where necessary to the teachings of former p. 13 days, and abrogating also what had become valueless in its day. In other words, the Talmud was the embodiment of the spirit of the people, recording its words and thoughts, its hopes and aims, and its opinions on every branch of thought and action. Religion and ethics, education, law, history, geography, medicine, mathematics, etc., were all discussed. It dealt with living issues in the liveliest manner, and, therefore, it is living, and in reading it we live over again the lives of its characters. Nothing could be more unfair, nothing more unfortunate than to adopt the prevailing false notions about this ancient encyclopedia. Do not imagine it is the bigoted, immoral, narrow work that its enemies have portrayed it to be. On the very contrary, in its statements it is as free as the wind. It permits no shackles, no fetters to be placed upon it. It knows no authority but conscience and reason. It is the bitterest enemy of all superstition and all fanaticism. But why speak for it? Let it open its mouth and speak in its own defense. How can it be done? The Talmud must be translated into the modern tongues and urge its own plea. All that we have said for it would become apparent, if it were only read. Translation. That is the sole secret of defense. In translating it, however, we find our path bristling with difficulties. To reproduce it as it is in the original is in our judgment an impossible task. Men like Pinner and Rawiz have tried to do so with single tracts, and have only succeeded in, at the best, giving translations to the world which are not only not correct but also not readable. If it were translated from the original text one would not see the forest through the trees. For, as we have said above, throughout the ages there have been added to the text marginal notes, explanatory words, and whole phrases and sentences inserted in malice or ignorance, by its enemies and its friends. One as it stands in the original it is, therefore, a tangled mass-defying reproduction in a modern tongue. It has consequently occurred to us that, in order to enable the Talmud to open its mouth, the text must be carefully edited. A modern book, constructed on a supposed scientific plan, we cannot make of it, for that would not be the Talmud, but a readable, intelligible work, it can be made. We have, therefore, carefully punctuated the Hebrew text with modern punctuation marks, and have re-edited it by omitting all such irrelevant matter as interrupted. p. 14. The clear and orderly arrangement of the various arguments. We have also omitted repetitions, for frequently the same thing is found repeated in many tracts, while in this translation each statement is to be found only once, and in the proper place for it. In this way there disappear those unnecessary debates within debates, which only serve to confuse and never to enlighten on the question debated. Thus consecutiveness has been gained, but never at the expense of the Talmud, for in no case have we omitted one single statement that was necessary or of any importance. In other words, we have merely removed from the text those accretions that were added from outside sources, which have proven so fruitful a source of misunderstanding and misrepresentation. We continue our labors in the full and certain hope that he who comes to purify receives divine help, and that in our task of removing the additions made by the enemies of the Talmud we shall be purifying it from the most fruitful source of the attacks made on it, and thereunto we hope for the help of heaven. As we have already said, we feel that this work will not be received everywhere with equal favor. We could not expect that it would. Jewish works of importance have most usually been given amid lightning and thunder, and this is not likely to prove an exception. We are always ready to accept criticism, so long as it is objective, and we shall gladly avail ourselves of suggestions given to us, but we shall continue to disregard all personal criticism directed not against our work but against its author. This may serve as a reply to a so-called review that appeared in one of our Western weeklies. At the same time we deem it our duty to render to Dr. Isaac H. Wise, the venerable president of the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati, our heartfelt thanks for the several evenings spent in revising this volume, and for many courtesies extended to us in general. The Editor. Cincinnati, May, 1896. Footnotes. 9:1 Vitae Genesis, Slyin. 32. 9:2 In our forthcoming history of the Talmud the reader will find all details of the persecution, until the present time, in 20 chapters. X1 Vitae Brief Introduction. 11:1 According to others, in the 8th century. Cr. History of the Talmud. 12:1 Cr. Article, What is the Talmud? In the prospectus. 13:1 In others of our works we have named some of these interpolators. Next, brief general introduction to the Babylonian Talmud. Index previous next. P15. Brief general introduction to the Babylonian Talmud. On this, the appearance of our latest literary undertaking, we deem a few explanatory remarks necessary. The brief outline of the origin of the Talmud that follows may suggest the thought that we have departed from the usual manner of dealing with the questions here discussed, the more so since we have, for the sake of brevity, refrained from citing the authorities on which our statements are based. We wish, therefore, to declare here that we do not venture to make a single statement without the support of authorities well known in Hebrew literature. Our method is to select such views as seem to us the best authenticated in the historical progress of Judaism. As we have taken our choice from the numerous works on our subject, the student is entitled to adopt or to reject the views that we represent. Most of the Mishnayot date from a very early period, and originated with the students of the Jewish academies which existed since the days of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. The rabbinical students of ancient times noted the essence of the academical teachings in brief form, and, as a rule, in the idiom in which it was spoken to them, so that they could afterward easily commit it to memory. They have sometimes, however, added comments and extensive explanations in the form of notes, so that the mass of their learning, embraced in course of time, according to some authorities, as many as 600 divisions. The source of the Mishnayot was the customs and regulations. P16. Practiced by the authorities in their administration of religious and civil affairs, such as the Sabbath, prayers, cleanliness, permitted and forbidden foods, and controversies arising concerning slavery. Indebtedness and corporal punishment are subjects of academical discussion, conducted with the aim of perfecting them into national statutes enforceable in all Jewish communities alike. In course of time, however, when those Mishnayot were noted down from earlier existing copies, many additions were made. Finally Rabbi Jehuda the Prince, generally called Rabbi, concluded to collect all the Mishnayot in his college for proper arrangement. From these he selected 6 divisions, called according to the subject they deal with, viz., seeds, feasts, women, damages, sacrifices, and purifications, and he proclaimed them holy for all Israel. Of the Mishnayot so treated by Rabbi some were left entirely intact, and were reproduced in their original form. To others he parenthetically added brief comments of his own, and there are still others that he changed in form completely, because already in his day old customs had changed and taken new forms. Such of them as he desired to make final and indisputable national laws he incorporated into the Mishnah without mentioning the names of their authors. Where, however, he could formulate no definite decision himself, or where they were well known to the public, he gave full information of their authors as well as the names of those opposed to their conclusions, without any decision on his part. In still others he mentioned no names, but contented himself with saying a harem, i.e., anonymous teachers say, not wishing to specify their authority for certain reasons. Rabbi did not seek the compliance and agreement of all his contemporaries in his arrangement of the Mishnah, and many differed from his conclusions and even arranged Mishnayot in accordance with their own views. Being, however, a man of great prominence, influence, and wealth, Rabbi succeeded in quelling opposition and in making his conclusions as acceptable as the Mosaic law itself, and his great pupils, seeing that his intentions p. 17 were only to prevent dissensions and his only aim the public will, supported him nobly, until his teachings were accepted as the law of the nation. Many Mishnayot were rejected and destroyed by Rabbi, but, not being in possession of all those he wished to destroy, he went in search of them to colleges outside of his jurisdiction. There, however, he met with great opposition. Some of the Mishnayot were hidden beyond his reach, others were secretly preserved and arranged within the very limits of his domain and promptly brought to light after his death. But Rabbi's pupils did not dignify them with the name Mishnah, implying next to Mosaic law, one but called them Toseftot, meaning additions of a later period, or merely additional, not principal, matter. Some of them were also named Boridot, i.e., secondary, not academical matter. They spread, however, very rapidly after Rabbi's death, and to such an extent as to threaten the Mishnayot of Rabbi with entire extinction. Such would actually have been the result, had not the pupils of Rabbi organized again colleges whose aim was to perpetuate the Mishnayot of Rabbi, which they also accomplished. Colleges of that character were those of Rabbi and Samuel in Babylon and Rabbi Janna and Rabbi Johanan in Palestine. These colleges made strenuous efforts to explain and harmonize the Mishnayot of Rabbi with the teachings of the Boridot, generally regarded as those of Rabbi Haya and Rabbi Oshia, who were greatly admired by the public. At times the Mishnah of Rabbi was abbreviated and replenished with the text of the Boridot, or explained with an opposing opinion, so as to harmonize it with the latter or suit the new conditions and consequent changes of the custom that originally caused the conclusion of the Mishnah. Where, however, they found no other way to suit their purpose, they inserted a new Mishnah of their own composition into the text of Rabbi. 2. p. 18. The teachers mentioned in the Mishnah of Rabbi or in the Boridot and Tosefta were called Tanim, signifying instructors, professors. The teachings of the colleges, covering a period of some centuries, which also found adherents and became the traditional law, were called Gemara, signifying conclusion. The intention was to harmonize Mishnah and Boridot, and, in most cases, to arrive at a final decision as to the theory of the law. These Gemara teachers were called Amoraim, i.e., they interpreted to the public the difficult passages in the Mishnah. Being classified as interpreters only, they had no authority to deviate from the spirit of the Mishnah unless supported by another Tana opposing the Mishnah, in which case they could follow the opinion of the Tana with whom they agreed. Rabbina and Ashi, who lived at the end of the 5th century, began to arrange the Gemara, but without success, and commenced a second time to arrange it. Unfortunately they died before accomplishing their task, and the Gemara had to undergo the chances of transmission from hand to hand until the appearance upon the scene of Rabbana Jose, president of the last Sabaraic college in Pumaditha, who foresaw that his college was destined to be the last, owing to the growing persecution of the Jews from the days of Phares. He also feared that the Amoraic manuscripts would be lost in the coming dark days or materially altered, so he summoned all his contemporary associates and hastily closed up the Talmud, prohibiting any further additions. This enforced haste caused not only an improper arrangement and many numerous repetitions and additions, but also led to the Talmudizing of articles directly traceable to bitter and relentless opponents of the Talmud. The time being too short for a proper and critical review of p. 19. Each and every subject, many theories were surreptitiously added by its enemies, with the purpose of making it detestable to its adherents. Of such character is the expression, that of Ashi is a fabrication, which is repeated numerous times throughout the Talmud and which could by no means have originated with the Amoraim, which as a rule were very guarded in their expressions and would never have dreamed of applying it or similar expressions to such Talmudical authorities as Ashi and Mar, his son, much less to the patriarchs or the prophets. This closing up of the Talmud did not, however, prevent the importation of foreign matter into it, and many such have crept in through the agency of the Rabbanan Sabarai and the Jayanim of every later generation. the chief aim of the authors of the Gemara being to perpetuate the Mishnah as the sole source of the Jewish religious and civil code after the Mosaic laws themselves, they not only directed all their energy to the discussion and perfecting of its deductions, but treated its very words and letters as inspired and as holy as the Bible itself, forming at times conclusions from a superfluous word or letter. Oftentimes, when they found the Mishnah differing with an established custom in their days, they resorted to subtle inquiry and minute discussion, until they succeeded in establishing harmony between the differing points. All these efforts were directed to refute and disprove the assertions of the different sects who opposed the oral law and who were inclined to adhere to the written law solely. Therefore the rabbis of the Gemara said Minalan, or Minohan Mili, in the treatment of a subject not plainly specified in the Bible, and also the exclamatory remark Peshita, as regards subjects plainly enumerated in the scriptures which do not admit of any other interpretation. Of the same origin is the question Lime I Hilketha, with reference to an obsolete custom. So much for the general history of the Talmud. Footnotes 17:1 See Mielzeiner's Introduction to the Talmud, page 6. 17:2 This was done by Rabbi and R. Johanan, the heads of the colleges in Babylon and Palestine, and in many passages of the Talmud the latter exclaims, this P18 Mishnah was taught in the time of Rabbi. Which means that Rabbi himself was not aware of it. See Weiss Traditions of the Oral Law, under the head Mishnah and Rabbi. Next, Introduction to Tract Sabbath. Index Previous Next. PXXI. Introduction to Tract Sabbath. With this tract we commence the translation of the section of the Talmud called Mode, containing the following tracts: Sabbath, Arubin, Rosh Hashanah, Yuma, Shekalim, Sukkot, Megillah, Tanith, Pesachim, Betzah, Haggadah, and Mode Katan. All these tracts are entirely devoted to precepts pertaining to the observance of the festivals and Sabbath, such as the performance of the different ritual ceremonies on feast days, the manner of sanctifying the Sabbath, and the ordinances relating to mourning for the dead both on Sabbath and weekdays. The commandments on which these precepts are founded, or from which they are derived, are contained in various portions of the Pentateuch. The fourth commandment of the Decalogue enacts, the seventh day shall ye keep holy. In various other parts of the Pentateuch the due observance of the Sabbath is repeatedly ordained, in some instances merely mentioning the day as one to be kept inviolate and holy, and in others employing greater emphasis, referring to the history of creation, and establishing the observance as a sign of the covenant between the Lord and Israel. Such texts are Exodus 13, 12, 16, 15, XXXI, 13-17, Thirsiv, 21, XXXV, 1-3, Leviticus 19, 29, XXIII, 32, number 15, 9, etc. While the general principle is thus frequently inculcated, its special application, however, and specific enactments as to what constitutes a violation of the Sabbath, are nowhere fully carried out in the Pentateuch, and thus but few texts of the scriptures serve as a direct basis for the minute and numerous enactments of the rabbinical law. The Mishnah enumerates 39 abhat or principal acts. PXXII. Of labor, the performance of any one of which constitutes a violation of the Sabbath. Every other kind of work becomes illegal only if it can be classified under one or any of these principal acts of labor. Thus, for instance, under the principal act of plowing, every analogous kind of work, such as digging, delving, weeding, dunging, etc., must be classified. In addition to these 39 principal acts and their accessories and derivatives, there are other acts which are especially prohibited by the rabbinical law as tending to violate the Sabbath rest. For the violation itself various degrees of culpability are established, and various degrees of punishment awarded. All these subjects relating to the due observance of the Sabbath, and pointing out its violation in every possible way, form the contents of the treatise Sabbath. In order properly to understand the Mishnah, and to avoid tedious repetitions, it is necessary to commence with the explanation of certain general principles and technical expressions predominating in the text. Wherever throughout the Mishnah the expression guilty, culpable, or free is used, the meaning of the former is that the transgressor acting unintentionally must bring the sin offering prescribed in the law, of the second expression, that the accused is absolved from punishment. If through the performance of an unprohibited act some other occupation is inadvertently entered upon, it constitutes no offense, providing the latter is not done intentionally nor the lawful occupation entered upon with the covert purpose of making it serve as a subterfuge to do that which is prohibited. In the degrees of violation the nature of the occupation must be considered, as various kinds of labor may be required to perform and complete one act, and thus the offender may become amenable to several penalties. On the other hand, the rule is laid down that such occupations as only destroy, but do not serve an end in view, do not involve culpability, nor yet does work which is but imperfectly or incompletely performed involve culpability. The prohibition to carry or convey any object from one place pxxii to another, which in chap I.1 of this treatise is called Yetziath Shabbath and forms the 39th of the principal acts of labor, requires particular attention and explanation from the complexity of cases to which it gives rise. All space was by the Tannim divided into 4 distinct kinds of premises, explained in the Gemara of this chapter. When in the text of the Mishnah the question is about carrying and conveying from one place to another, it does not apply to the free place, as that is subject to no jurisdiction. Moreover, the open air above private property has no legal limitation, whereas that over public property or unclaimed ground only belongs thereto to the height of 10 spans. The carrying or conveying from one kind of premises to another does not constitute a complete or perfect act, unless the same person who takes a thing from the place it occupies deposits it in another place. The tracts Sabbath and Arubin will contain the laws for the observance of rest on Sabbath, and these laws can be divided into 2 separate parts. Firstly, the part prohibiting labor on the Sabbath day, at the same time defining what is to be termed labor and what does not constitute an act of labor, and secondly, the part ordaining how the day is to be sanctified and distinguished from a weekday in the manner of eating, drinking, dress, lighting of candles in honor of the Sabbath, and incidentally the lighting of candles in honor of the festival of Hanukkah. It has been proven that the 7th day kept holy by the Jews was also in ancient times the general day of rest among other nations, and was usually spent by the people of those days in much the same way as it is spent now, wherever local laws do not restrict buying and selling, namely, in the forenoon prayers were recited and the necessities of life for the day were bought, while pxxiv. The afternoon was devoted to pleasure-seeking, merrymaking, visiting, and so forth. The Jews, living prior to the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, and even during the latter's regime, were wont to spend the Sabbath in the same manner as their pagan neighbors. It was this fact that caused the sages of Nehemiah's time to fear that should the Jews, who were always in the minority as compared with other nations, continue this method of keeping the Sabbath and join in the merrymaking and pleasures of their neighbors, mingling freely with their sons and daughters, assimilation was almost inevitable, especially as the Jewish race was scattered over all the known world and was nowhere in very large numbers. The sages then devised means to keep the Jew from mingling with the Gentile and from participating in the pleasures and carousals of his neighbors. This can be seen from Nehemiah 13. 1-26, in those days saw I in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, etc. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab, etc. Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Thus we see that Nehemiah began by prohibiting traffic and the carrying of burdens on the Sabbath and ended by prohibiting intermarriage with foreign women. About this time also another prophet, the second Isaiah who, though not possessing the temporal power of Nehemiah, was gifted with that persuasive eloquence that appealed to the heart, preached against indulging in pleasures on the Sabbath day. He says, If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Lord, honorable, and shalt honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words. Then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. After the establishment of a permanent government among the Jews, however, it was found that the exhortations of the prophets after the manner of Isaiah were of no avail. The people still continued seeking pleasures on the Sabbath, after the manner of other nations, and were still wont to enjoy the pastimes of their neighbors. The enforcement of the prohibition of carrying burdens was then decided upon to act as a check upon the people by defining minutely the meaning of burdens, and the prohibition was interpreted to include not only heavy burdens, but all portable articles, such as money, trinkets, eatables, etc., while only necessary articles of clothing and apparel were permitted to be worn. To such an extent was the matter carried that even the wearing of rings, with the exception of such as had the name of the wearer engraved upon them, was not permitted. In fact, everything that could be converted into money was included in the definition of burdens. Beggars were not permitted to solicit alms on the Sabbath, contrary to the customs of other nations, so as not to afford anyone an excuse for carrying money on that day. The enforcement of such a law, however, was practically impossible in the case of people who remained in their houses, and certain modifications were made. These modifications were as follows: the laws were made to apply only on public grounds but were not valid on private grounds, so that in a private house a person was permitted to carry whatever was necessary. Private grounds were also established by the institution of a Ruben, i.e., where a street or a public place was inhabited by Jews alone, a small amount of meal was collected from each household. From the meal a cake was made and hung conspicuously in that locality. The point where the street inhabited by Jews alone commenced and the point where it ended were joined by a piece of twine, and thus definitely marked. Thus public grounds were turned into private grounds, from the fact that each household PXXVI contributing a share of meal made them all in a manner co-partners in one object. The walking of more than 2,000 ells outside of the city limits was also prohibited. Within the city limits, be the city ever so large, walking was permitted. The possibility of confinement in the house on the Sabbath becoming conducive to the performance of labor was offset by the establishment of a law prohibiting all the different modes of labor used in the construction of the tabernacle, besides all manner of agricultural labor. This again brought about the detailing of all the different modes of labor employed in the construction of the tabernacle and in agriculture, all of which is discussed in these treatises of Sabbath and Arubin. Naturally, the institution of laws carries with it provisions for the penalties attending their infraction, and these penalties were divided into three classes. First, the penalties for unintentional infractions. Secondly, for intentional infractions. Thirdly, for intentional violations where the violator had been previously forewarned of the penalty by two witnesses. The penalty for the first class of infractions was simply the sacrificing of a sin offering, which, however, involved a great many hardships, as the culprit had to bring the sin offering to the temple in Jerusalem in person, and was frequently compelled to travel quite a distance in order to do so, besides sustaining the loss of the value of the offering. For the second class, if two witnesses testified before the tribunal that the culprit had labored on the Sabbath, and the culprit admitted that he had done so intentionally, no penalty was inflicted by the tribunal, but the person was told that he would be punished by the heavenly power with the curse of Kerith. No penalty was inflicted, for the reason that, the culprit having made himself liable to severe punishment from superhuman sources, it served as an excuse to absolve him from human punishment. 1. PXXVII. For the third class, however, when the culprit openly defied the existing authority and in spite of forewarnings, persisted in violating the law, he was considered a traitor to the government, to be sentenced to death by stoning, as was the wood-gatherer. It is upon these laws that the discussions in the treatises Sabbath and Arubin are based, and in addition the reader will find many ethical laws, legends, and the enumeration of such enjoyments as are permitted on the Sabbath day and the festivals. In addition to the above, we would make the following citations from the text of the Talmud, as a necessary feature of the introduction. We find in the tract Sabbath, 61b and 96b, the story of the mysterious scroll which Rabbi claimed to have found in the house of his uncle, Arhiah. This scroll referred to the principal acts of labor prohibited on the Sabbath, which were 40 less 1. Rabbi discovered in this scroll the statement of R.I.C.B. Jehuda to the effect that although 39 principal acts of labor are enumerated, only one of them makes a man actually culpable. The Gemara then amends this statement and declares that it should read, one of the 39 does not involve culpability, but does not mention which one it is. Consequently, it remains doubtful which act it is that does not involve culpability, and where a doubt exists as to whether an act is prohibited or not, no punishment can be inflicted for its commission. From this, two things may be inferred: first, that these acts of labor were prohibited for political reasons, because the mystery was extant, and we find the term mystery applied to political cases only, and second, that the Gemara declares in the same passage that the carrying of an object from public ground into private ground is not one of the doubtful acts and a penalty is prescribed in the event of its being committed. Hence the object was to prevent the assimilation explained above. 2. We find in Yebamith, 90b, R. Eliezer b. Jacob said, I have heard that a man was found riding a horse on Sabbath in the time of the Greeks, and being brought before the tribunal for PXXVIII. The crime was stoned to death. This man was punished, not because his crime merited the penalty, but because the times made it necessary. The inference is therefore clearly established that the man was punished for political reasons, and that the violation of the Sabbath laws did not involve capital punishment. 3. In Yuma, 85b, it is written, R. Jonathan b. Joseph said, the Sabbath is holy unto you, implying that the Sabbath is handed over to you and not you to the Sabbath. 1. 4. R. Yohanan states elsewhere that in Palestine, where the Jews were together, no public ground existed. Michael L. Rodkinson. Cincinnati, March, 1896. Footnotes. XXIII1 in a table compiled by Reverend A. H. Lewis, Alfred Center, NY, 1884, in his work entitled Biblical Teachings, concerning the Sabbath and the Sunday. It is shown that among nearly all nations the Sunday is the first and the Sabbath the seventh day of the week. XXVI1 because it is a rule of rabbinical law that, of two punishments incurred by one act, the severer one is meted out qam la bidrabamina. XXVII1 This is taken from Mechilta, an authority older than the Talmud, and stands in no connection with the Halakha. Furthermore, the mystic scrolls may in some instances have had reference to political necessities of the day, but by no means in all cases. The revisor. Next, synopsis of subjects. Index previous next. PXXIX. Section MOED. Synopsis of subjects. Of. Volume I Tract Sabbath. Synopsis of subjects. Several requests have been received by the translator that an index should be made to the volumes of the Talmud, as is customary with all modern works. It would be an utter impossibility to give a complete index of everything contained in the Talmud. Were it like other scientific works, which treat each subject separately, this could easily be done, but with the Talmud it is different. On one page many different subjects may be discussed, and again a single subject may occupy several pages. The Talmud, therefore, has never had an index, not even the portions which have been translated. After careful examination of the volumes, page by page, it has been decided to make a synopsis, i.e., to give briefly the heads of the discussions and conversations upon each Mishnah, indicating the page where the Mishnah is to be found, and the Gemara of each one, which serves as a commentary. By this the reader should be able to refer to what he desires to know. A synopsis is therefore given of every Mishnah which discusses a single subject, with its accompanying Gemara, but when several short Mishnahs cover the same subject, a single synopsis is given of the whole, including the Gemara of each one, and where a chapter is short and has but one subject, a synopsis of the whole chapter is made, without dividing it into Mishnahs. This is the best that can be done, and it is hoped that readers will find it satisfactory. Chapter I. Mishnah I. Regulations concerning prohibited and permitted acts of transfer over the dividing line of adjoining premises and the area of such premises, the classification of premises, in which premises transfer is permitted, laws of transfer of labor, when committed by the joint efforts of two persons, transfer from and to doorsteps, 1-13. Mishnah 2. Whether work may be commenced at the approach of the time for afternoon prayer, what kind of work is referred to, how a man should pray, what he must wear, when he may eat his midday meal, the PXX. Informing of the bestowal of gifts, Sabbath as a valuable gift of God and its origin, various legends of Rabha Bar Mahasha in the name of Rabbite, 13-19. Mishnah 3. Tailors and other artisans are not permitted to go out with their tools on Friday near eventide. Treats also on whether one may read by lamplight on the Sabbath, the laws of visiting the sick, what prayers may be offered for the sick, 19-22. Mishnahs 4-6. How the 18 famous ordinances were instituted in the attic of Hananiah ben Hizkiah ben Gorion, and by whom the roll of fasts was written. Which acts of labor may be commenced on Friday eve, concerning labor which is accomplished without assistance of man on Sabbath, laws concerning labor which is accomplished without assistance of man on Sabbath, laws concerning work given to Gentiles. Narrative of R. Simeon ben Gamaliel concerning how his father's house dealt with Gentile clothes washers. On transmission of letters and journeying on ships on the Sabbath. Regulations pertaining to the roasting of meats and baking of bread before the Sabbath, the sacrifices at the temple on the Passover. Appendix to P8, 22-30. Chapter 2. Mishnahs I and 2. Permissible and non-permissible oils and wicks for lamps on the Sabbath and Hanukkah, the law of the Hanukkah lights, Hanukkah and the miracle, the duration of Hanukkah, benedictions to be said on that festival, the reward of those who keep the Sabbath light commandment, the reward of those who esteem scholarship. The second Mishnah treats on, what balsams may and may not be used both for light and for the person on the Sabbath, a narrative of a woman who hated her daughter-in-law, who may be called a rich man, 31-42. Mishnahs 3-v. What wicks made from parts of trees may be used, whether broken vessels may be used for fuel on a biblical feast clay, what may be done with the residue of oil left in a lamp, practical laws of eggshells and whether chairs may be dragged on the floor on Sabbath. The different opinions of R. Eliezer and R. Akiba concerning the defilement of a piece of cloth, and if it is allowed to make a wick of it. What happened with R. Jehuda in the hall of Beth Nitzah and with Abin of Zipporus, who committed certain acts which were not allowed, in the presence of the sages, 42-49. Mishnah 6. Whether a light may be extinguished on Sabbath either for fear of accident or to afford rest for the sick, the question asked R. Tanhum of Nav and his replying sermon, the soul being called the light of God, the intended concealment of the book of Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, the Shekinah not resting with a man except through his joy of having performed a good deed, Rabha's custom when commencing his lectures to his disciples. R. Gamaliel's sermon and answers to the disciple who derided him. The story of the three proselytes rejected by Shammai and accepted by Hillel. What is hateful to thee, do not unto thy neighbor, that is the law. All else is but a commentary. The 6 sections of the Mishnah are inferred from a biblical passage. The first thing asked of a man. PXXXI. When standing before the divine judgment is, hast thou traded in good faith? The fear of the Lord is the chief principle. The wicked fear death, although mentioning it every day, 48-53. Mishnah 7 and 8. The sins of women are passed upon when confined in childbirth, the sins of men while in danger. A good deed is committed through the agency of a meritorious person and a bad deed through the agency of the wicked. All who are about to die must repent of their sins. The defenders of man before divine judgment are repentance and good deeds. 1,000th part of one defender saves a man from the danger threatened him by 1,000 accusers. The penalties imposed upon man for hating without cause, for robbery, for perverting or procrastinating justice, for destroying the law, for murder, for adultery, for idolatry, for using obscene language. The story of R. Simeon ben Yohai, who remained in a cave for 12 years. The causes leading up to his concealment in the cave, his adventures after leaving the cave. The 3 things to be said by a man in his house on Friday Eve, how they are to be said, when twilight takes place, how many signals of the horn were blown to remind the people of the advent of the Sabbath. Is there a difference between a shofar and a fife? 53-62. Chapter 3. Mishnahs I and II. In which hearths or ovens victuals may be deposited on the Sabbath. The opinions of the school of Hillel and the school of Shammai concerning the same, the different opinions upon the teaching of the 2 schools. Victuals having once been taken out of an oven, would it be allowed to replace them? The law concerning a pot of victuals which had been forgotten and was thus cooked on the Sabbath. Usages of R. Hosea on his way to Zipporah, and of R. Jehudah Hanasi when traveling. A narrative of R. Ishai while in the presence of R. Hiah the Great. The difference in law between an oven and a hearth, also, difference arising from an oven or a hearth being heated with straw or with wood, etc., 63-67. Mishnahs 3-7. Customs of the people of Tiberias relative to the heating of a pitcher of cold water. Is it allowed to place a pitcher of cold water into one filled with hot water in order to heat the water, or, vice versa, in order to heat the water? May one wash his body in the warm water of the Tiberias springs or in water warmed on the Sabbath eve? May the entire body be washed at once or each member separately? Customs in a bath house. Are sweat baths permitted on the Sabbath? Incidents occurring in the bath house of the city of Bni Brak. Why sweat baths were prohibited? May one warm himself by a hearth fire? Is bathing oneself in a washtub and anointing oneself with oils permitted on the Sabbath? Usages of Rabbi Jehudah Hanasi in this matter. Is swimming in a lake permitted on the Sabbath? Incidents attending R. Zerah's witnessing R. Abohu swimming in a lake on a Sabbath. Concerning the permissibility of pouring cold water in a mulier or antiki, the fuel of which had been removed, or in a kettle, the hot water of which had been poured out, and the prescribed quantity of such water. Concerning the addition of spices to a pot of victuals. Concerning the permissibility of placing a vessel under a burning lamp to receive its dripping oil or falling pxxxii sparks, and the placing of a vessel under a hen to receive the egg. Ordinance relating to a corpse lying in the sun. If it is allowed to save a corpse from fire. Prayers to be offered on Sabbath over the dead. The accordance of permission to save a corpse from conflagration on the Sabbath, 67. 74. Mishnahs 8 and 9. Concerning the handling of new and old lamps on the Sabbath. Ordinances relative to a bed which had been designated for the purpose of holding money on the Sabbath. The permissibility of handling a burning Hanukkah lamp for fear of the Persians. The law of Mutzah. The ordinance relative to handling a lamp on Sabbath and the dictum of Resh Lakish in Zidon. The ordinance concerning the nuptial couch. Action of R. Machia while the guest of R. Simlai and R. Abohu at the house of R. Joshua ben Levi and R. Yohanan. The experience of R. Avia, who came to the house of Rabha and sat on Rabha's bed without removing his dirty shoes. Questions put to him by Rabha, and his replies. The law of a principal prohibited act. What R. Hananiah did with a folding bed that had become unfastened on a feast day, 74-82. Chapter 4. Mishnahs I-4. What substances may be used for the preserving of victuals? Rabbah's and R. Zerah's upbraiding of a slave of the exilarch, while sojourning in the latter's house. Concerning the replacing of feathers in a pillow. Concerning the opening of a bunghead in a barrel and the making of a neckband in a shirt. Concerning the permissibility of depositing victuals in cloth and shorn wool intended for market. The derivation of the 39 principal acts of labor on the Sabbath from the 39 times work is mentioned in the Pentateuch. The law concerning branches of trees which were bound together to be used for fuel and were subsequently intended for sitting upon. R. Hananiah ben Akabah's action in such a case. The ordinance relating to the use of soap powder and soap on the Sabbath. The necessity of washing one's hands and feet for the sake of the Creator. What is to be done with a pot that had not been covered on the eve of Sabbath? The decision of Ishmael in the matter in the presence of Rabbi. The mutual respect of the sages for one another. R. Naaman's statement to Don his servant, 83. 90. Chapter V. Mishnahs I to 3. What gear animals may go out in on the Sabbath? Levi the son of Arhunah bar Hiah and Rabbi the son of Arhunah, occurrence on the road. A bridle may be worn by an ass whose behavior is bad. A bridle is allowed as a guard but not as an ornament. An ass may go out with a rug, but what is the law concerning a saddle? Ordinances relative to a feed bag. The decision of Arioch of Babylon in the matter. Concerning bags tied around the udders of she-goats. The miracle that was wrought for a man whose wife died and left him a nursing child. The discussion of the rabbis about such a miracle. Narrative relating to a man whose wife was maimed. Concerning gear which may not be worn by animals on Sabbath. Peculiarities of the Hanun tree and where it may be found. Pxxxii. The wealth of R. Eliezer ben Azariah. Penalty for the failure to warn one's family against evil. The different signs on the foreheads of the righteous and the wicked. The seal of God. Derivation of the merits of the fathers. Is death possible without sin? Defense for Reuben and others who are mentioned in the Bible as sinners. Rabbi Hanassi's justification for David. Was David guilty of listening to slander? Consequences of David's sin. King Solomon's sin. The Archangel Gabriel's act at the time of King Solomon's marriage with Pharaoh's daughter. The most fervent penitence, 91 to 106. Chapter 6. Mishnahs I to 3. What garments a woman may go out in. Definition of Todafoth. Concerning the garb of slaves. May the rabbis wear their insignia of office on Sabbath. Effect of a sermon on the women of the city of Mehuzah concerning ornaments in the shape of a crown. Ordinances concerning nosebands, earrings, and finger rings. What garments a man must not go out in. Consequences of wearing iron-bound sandals. The law of majority. How shoes are to be put on. Why one when anointing himself should first anoint the head. Law concerning amulets, both tried and untried. Ordinances concerning hairpins and perfume bottles. Causes of poverty. The trees of Jerusalem, 107 to 117. Mishnahs 4 to 9. Concerning bows, swords, and shields. Are they considered ornaments or is the wearing of such things degrading? Interpretation of biblical passages. Are they to be taken literally or figuratively? Rewards emanating from the proper study of the law. Customs of scholars when discussing the law. God's blessing upon scholars who mutually instruct one another. Regarding a man who keeps a vicious dog about his premises. Why the children of Israel were in need of forgiveness upon their return from the war with the Midianites. What garments women, young girls, and boys may go out in on Sabbath. References to cripples and to children of princes. Concerning the danger of imitating the customs of the Amorites. Occurrence at the feast given by R. Akabah, 117 to 126. Chapter 7. Mishnahs I to 3. The principal rule concerning the Sabbath. Regulations regarding children in captivity among idolaters and converts. Remaining with idolaters. Rules concerning one who was ignorant as to what labor was prohibited on the Sabbath but was conscious of the Sabbath, and vice versa. Concerning a man who, while traveling in a desert, had forgotten which day was Sabbath. How labor may be distinguished. Different instances of forgetfulness regarding Sabbath and the performance of labor on the Sabbath. Instances of forgetfulness in dietary matters. Instances of intentional and unintentional performance of labor, and their distinction. Enumeration of the 40, less 1, acts of labor. Principal and incidental acts. The degree of guilt involved in learning magic arts. Condemnation of one who is able to acquire astronomical knowledge and neglects to do so. Another rule was laid down. Discussions concerning the carrying out of necessary things on the Sabbath and the limitation of quantity. Different kinds of food may be counted together, 127 to 142. P. Chapter 8. Mishnahs I to V. The prescribed quantities of wine, honey, and milk that may be carried out on Sabbath. The strength of different wines. Instances of stronger creatures fearing weaker ones. Why goats precede sheep in a flock? Why are she-goats not covered with a tail like sheep? Why has a camel a short tail? Why has an ox a long tail? Why are the feelers of a locust soft? What is the reason that the lower eyelids of a hen turn up? 3 creatures grow stronger, etc. The quantity of rope, paper from which writing has been erased, skins, parchment, bones, loam, etc., which may be carried out on the Sabbath. Honor of man supersedes a biblical commandment. What is magic? The explanation of the verse Isaiah, XXXV. 14, 143 to 153. Chapter 9. Mishnahs I to 7. Sayings and deductions of Ar Aqaba. The day of the week and the month on which the law was given to Israel. Assumption of authority by Moses and God's acquiescence. The name of the month on which the Israelites left Egypt, and was it an intercalary month? The compulsory acceptance of the law by the Israelites and their subsequent voluntary acceptance in the days of Xerxes of Persia. Israel's readiness to obey even before hearing. The publication of every word spoken by God in 70 languages. Comparison of the sayings of the Torah with the nobleman. The understanding of the law is healthful, its misinterpretation is poisonous. Every word leaving the mouth of the Lord filled the world with aromatic odors. Complaints of the angels upon the ascension of Moses to heaven. Moses' answer. Satan's search for the Torah. Concerning the bearing of a slave toward his master. Rabha's lecture upon the patriarchs and their answers to the complaints of God concerning the children of Israel. Isaac's defense of the children of Israel upon the Lord's telling him that they had sinned. The quantity of spices, dyes, metals, peddlers' boxes, and seeds which may be carried out on the Sabbath, 154 to 170. Chapter X. Mishnahs I to 8. Rules pertaining to one who carries out things valuable to him. The quantities in which they may be carried out. The quantities in which they may be carried out by one to whom they are not valuable. Concerning eatables which are carried out of the house and left on the doorstep, and things that are carried in the left hand, on the shoulder, on the head, or in the bosom. Concerning one who, while intending to carry a thing in front, accidentally carries it on his back, or vice versa. Concerning the case of 2 men carrying out a burden which one alone was not capable of carrying. The law in that case. Concerning the case of one who carries out eatables in quantities less than the limit in a vessel. Is he culpable for carrying the vessel or not? Concerning the permissibility of paring the fingernails of one hand by means of those of the other hand oil the Sabbath. The case of one tearing off flowers from a plant in an unperforated flower pot, 171 to 182. Next, Chapter I, Regulations regarding transfer on Sabbath. Index previous next. P1. Track Sabbath. Chapter I. Regulations regarding transfer on Sabbath. Mishnah I. There are 2 acts constituting transfer one of movable things. The 2 acts are, however, increased to 4 on the inside and to a like amount on the outside of the premises. How so? A mendicant stands outside and the master of a house inside. The mendicant passes his hand into the house and puts something into the hand of the master, or he takes something out of the master's hand and draws it back. In such a case the mendicant is guilty and the master of the house is free. If the master of the house passes his hand outside and puts a thing into the hand of the mendicant, or takes something out of the mendicant's hand and brings it into the house, the master of the house is culpable and the mendicant is free. 2. If the mendicant extends his hand into the house and the master takes something out of it, or puts something into it which is drawn to the outside by the mendicant, they are both free. If the master of the house extends his hand outside and the mendicant takes something out of it, or puts something into it which is drawn to the inside by the master, they are both free. Gemara, we were taught, the acts p2 of transfer on the Sabbath are 2, respectively 4. Why is this teaching here specified as 2 respectively 4 on the inside, and 2 respectively 4 on the outside, and there no such specification was made? Said our Papa, here the special subject of treatment is the Sabbath, and the Mishnah enumerated the cases which involve guilt and those which do not involve guilt, while there the principal subject of treatment is a different one, and he mentions only the cases that involve guilt, leaving the cases that do not involve guilt untouched. But the cases that involve guilt are those by which acts of transfer are committed, and such are only 2. Nay, there are 2 acts of transfer from within and 2 from without. But the Mishnah says, Yetziath. Said our Ashi, the Tana calls transfer from without by the same term. And for what reason? Because every act of removing a thing from its place is called Yetzia. Said Rabbina, the Mishnah also bears out this sense, for it speaks of Yetziath and immediately illustrates its remark by citing a case from without. This bears it out. Rab Ha, however, says, he speaks about divided premises, and in this case there are only 2. Said our Mathna to Abai, are there not 8, even 12? 1. And he rejoined, such transfers as involve the obligation of a sin offering are counted, but those that do not involve such an obligation are not counted. They are both free. Was not the act committed by both? Said our Hayabar Gamda, the act of removing the thing was committed by the joint efforts of both, and they said, it is written in the law, when a person did it to I.e., when one person commits the act he is culpable, but when an act is committed by the joint efforts of 2 persons, they are both free. Rabbi questioned Rabbi, if one were laden by his friend with eatables and beverages and carried them outside, how is the law? Is the removing of his body tantamount to the removing of a thing from its place, and therefore he is culpable, or is it not so? P3. Said Rabbi to him, he is culpable. And this case is not like the case of removing his hand. Why so? Because the hand was not at rest, while the body was entirely at rest. 1. Said Rabbi Haya to Rabbi, descendant of nobles. Did I not tell thee that when Rabbi is engaged with a certain tract, ask him not about a subject in another tract, for he may not have that subject in his mind? And if Rabbi were not a great man thou mightest cause him shame, for he would give thee an answer which might not be right. In this instance, however, he gave thee a correct answer, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, if one was laden with eatables and beverages while it was yet light on the eve of Sabbath, and he carried them outside after dark, he is culpable, for his case is not like that of removing the hand mentioned above. Abai said, from all that was said above it is certain to me that the hand of a man is not treated as public ground. 2. And I also see that his hand is not to be treated private ground. Would it be correct, then, to regard the hand as unclaimed ground? If so, would the penalty imposed by the rabbis in such a case, namely, that one should not move his hand back, apply in this case or not? Come and hear the following Boraitha, if a man has his hand filled with fruit and he extends it outside, one said he is not permitted to draw it back, and another Boraitha says he is allowed to do so. May we not assume that this is their point of dispute? The former holds that the hand is treated as unclaimed ground, and the latter thinks that it is not like unclaimed ground. Nay, it may be that both agree that the hand is like unclaimed ground, and yet it presents no difficulty. One of the Boraithas treats of a man who had extended his hand unintentionally, and the other one treats of a man who had put forth his hand intentionally. In the former case the rabbis did not p4 fine him, and in the latter case they did. And if you wish, it may be said that they both speak of a case when the act was done unintentionally, and their point of differing is as to the varying premises, whether the hand may be drawn back to the ground where the man stands, or to other ground that adjoins it. As Rab Ha questioned R.N. Ahman, if the hand of a man was filled with fruit, and he extended it outside, may he draw it back to the same ground where he stands? And he answered, he may. To other ground? Nay. And to the question, what is the distinction? He said, if thou wilt measure a whole cor of salt and present me with it, I shall tell thee the answer. In the former case his design was not accomplished, in the latter, however, his design was accomplished. R. Bibi Bar Abai questioned, if one has put bread into the oven, is he allowed to take it out before he becomes liable to bring a sin offering, or not? Said R. Aha Bar Abai to Rabbina, what does the questioner mean? Unintentionally and without remembering, then what does the expression allowed mean? To whom? He is still not aware of it. On the other hand, if he did it unintentionally and afterward he remembered of the Sabbath, how can he be liable to a sin offering? Did not a Mishnah state that the liability to bring such a sacrifice applies only when the failing was begun and accomplished unintentionally? Should it be understood that the act was done intentionally, then it would not involve the liability of a sin offering, but it would constitute a crime that involved capital punishment. 1. Said Rashi, say, then, it is a crime that involves capital punishment. Raha, the son of Rab Ha, taught so plainly. Bibi Bar Abai said, if one put bread into the oven, he is allowed to take it out before it may involve a case of capital punishment. The mendicant extended his hand, etc. Why is he culpable? There must be a transfer from a place that is 4L square and a depositing into a place of the same area, and such was not the case here. Said Rabbah, R. P5. Mishnah is in accordance with R. Akaba's opinion, who holds that as soon as the air of a place surrounds a thing it is equal to the thing being deposited in that place. But may it not be that depositing does not require 4Ls, for the reason stated above, but removing does? Said R. Joseph, the teaching of this paragraph agrees, but with that of Rabbi, as we have learned in the following Boraida. If one threw an object from one street into the other, and there was a private ground between them, Rabbi declared him culpable, and the sages freed him. Hereupon R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, Rabbi declared the man guilty of 2 offenses, one for having removed the thing from its place, and one for having deposited it in another place. Hence in both, the 4Ls in question are not required. But with reference to this it was taught that both Rabbi and Samuel said that Rabbi's declaration of culpability treated of a case where the private ground was roofed, for the assumption is that a house must be regarded as a solid object that fills out all the space it occupies, but not when it was unroofed. Therefore said Rab Ha, the hand of a man is considered as a piece of ground 4L square. And so, also, was declared by Rabin, when he came from Palestine, in the name of R. Yohanan. R. Abin in the name of R. Ilae, quoting R. Yohanan, said, if one threw a thing and it rested in the hands of another man, he is culpable. Why the repetition has not R. Yohanan declared above, already, that the hand of a man is considered as a space of 4L square? Lest one say that this is only when he intended to put it into his hand, but not otherwise. Therefore the repetition. The same said again in the name of the same authority, if one remains standing in his place when he receives a thing, he is culpable, but if he was moving away from his place when he received it, he is free. And so also we have learned in a Boraida in the name of the anonymous teachers. R. Yohanan asked the following question, if one threw a thing and then moved from his place and caught it, is he culpable or not? How is this question to be understood? Said R. Ada Bar Abba, the difficulty is concerning the exercise. p6. Of two forces by one man, and the question was thus, if two forces were exercised by one man, should both parts of the act be accounted to the same, so that he should be declared culpable, or should each part of the act be considered separately, as if there were two individuals concerned, and then he is free? This question is not decided. R. Abban in the name of R. Yohanan said, if one put his hand into the yard of his neighbor, got it full of rain water, and withdrew it, he is guilty. But to make one guilty of the act, it must consist of removing a thing from a place of 4 ells square, which is not the case here. Said Arhaya B. Arhuna, it means that he took the water as it was running down a slanting wall, as Rabbah taught elsewhere that removing a thing from a slanting wall made the man culpable. But Rabbah treated on the question of removing a book, which is a stationary thing. Is it analogous to removing water that can never become stationary? Therefore said Rabha, our case treats when he dipped the water out of a cavity in question. Is not this self-evident? Lest one say that water standing upon water is not considered stationary, he comes to teach us that it is. And this is in accordance with his theory, as follows: water standing upon water is considered stationary, a nut, however, lying upon the surface of water is not considered so. The same said again, in the name of the same authorities, one who was laden with eatables and beverages, entering and going out the whole day, he is not culpable until he rests. Said Abai, and even then only if he stops for the purpose of resting, but not when he stops merely to adjust his burden on his shoulders. Whence is this deduced? From what the master said, he stopped within the limit of 4 ells to rest, he is free, but if he stopped to adjust the load on his shoulders, he is culpable. Beyond 4 ells, if he stopped to rest he is culpable, but if he stopped to adjust the burden on his shoulder he is not culpable. What does this imply? It implies that one cannot be culpable unless his intention of removing was before he stopped. The rabbis taught, if one takes anything from his store into the market through the alleyway, he is culpable, it makes no difference whether he carries, throws, or pushes it with his arm. Ben Azai, however, p7, said, if he carries it in or out he is not culpable, but if he throws or pushes it in or out he is culpable. The same we have learned in another Boraitha. The rabbis taught, there are 4 kinds of premises as regards the Sabbath, viz., private ground, public ground, unclaimed ground, and ground that is under no jurisdiction. What is private ground? A ditch or hedge that is 10 spans deep or high and 4 spans wide, such are absolutely private grounds. What is public ground? A country road or a wide street, or lanes open at both ends, such are absolutely public grounds. A sea, a valley of fields, the front walk, and unclaimed ground are neither like public nor like private ground. The master said, such are absolutely private grounds. p8. What does he intend to exclude? To exclude that which our Jehuda taught about Arubin. These are absolutely public grounds. What does it mean to exclude? To exclude another instance of our Jehuda's teaching, concerning the enclosure of wells. Why does not the Boraitha count the desert also? For have we not learned in a Boraitha, public ground is constituted by public roads, wide streets, alleys that are open at both ends, and the desert? Said Abai, it presents no difficulty. There the law was expounded as it existed when Israel dwelt in the desert. Here, however, the law is taught as it prevails at the present time. The master said, if one has brought in or taken out a thing unintentionally, etc. Is not this self-evident? He means to say that if the culprit did it intentionally, he is liable to be cut off, etc. Also this is self-evident. He comes to teach, because of the following statement of Rabbi, who said, I found mysterious scrolls in the possession of my uncle, Arhaya, which read, Isi ben Jehuda says, there are 40 less 1 principal acts of labor. A man, however, cannot be guilty of performing but one. And to the question, how is this to be understood? The answer was, it should be corrected and read, there is one of those acts of labor for which a man is not guilty, and the Baraitha teaches that the labor mentioned is not one of the doubtful. Again, the Master said, a sea, a valley of fields, etc. Is that so? Have we not learned that a valley is, in summer time, to be regarded as private ground with reference to the Sabbath, and as public ground with reference to defilement? In the rainy season, however, it is private ground in all respects? Said Ullah, as a matter of fact it is unclaimed ground, but by calling it private ground the Baraitha only means to distinguish it from public ground. Rashi, however, said, he speaks of a valley in which there are partitions. 1. An unclaimed ground. Are not all the above mentioned unclaimed ground? When Ardimi came he said in the p9 name of Ar Yohanan, the mention of unclaimed ground in this case is required merely to imply a corner that adjoins public ground, for although at times many people are forced into this corner, it is considered as unclaimed ground, as the public use of it is not regarded with favor. He said also in the name of the same authority, the space between the pillars and the buildings is considered by the law as unclaimed ground. Why so? Because although many walk there, still, since one cannot make his way in such space freely, it is like unclaimed ground. R. Zerah in the name of Ar Jehuda said, the benches in front of pillars are regarded as unclaimed ground. The one who holds that the space between the pillars is considered as such, will so much the more agree that the benches in front of the pillars are considered such, but he who says that the benches are so considered, may hold that this is so because the encroachment upon them is not regarded with favor. The ground between the pillars, however, which is usually trodden by many people, is like public ground. Rabbi Sheila in the name of Arhisda said, if one throw or plaster thing against the side of a brick that is standing up in the street, he is culpable, but if he throw or plaster a thing on top of it, he is not. Abai and Rabha both said, provided the brick is 3 spans high, so that people do not step upon it, with bushes or briars, however, even if less than 3 spans high, one is not culpable. And Hayabar Rabbi said, even a bush or briar must be 3 spans high. 1. Rabbah, of the school of Ar-Sheila, said, when Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Ar Yohanan, no space can be considered unclaimed ground unless it has an area of 4 spans square, and Ar-Shizhate added that it holds good up to 10 spans square. What does it mean? Shall we assume that only if it has a partition of 10 spans it is unclaimed ground? Has not Ar-Gadel in the name of Ar-Hayabar Joseph, quoting p10 Rabbite, said, a house that is not 10 spans high, but which is raised to that height by the ceiling, one may handle on the roof over its entire area, inside of the house, however, only within 4 L square. Therefore we must say that the statement, it holds good up to 10 spans, implies that the law of unclaimed ground is valid when the height does not exceed 10 spans. As Samuel said to Ar Jehuda, ingenious scholar, treat not on laws of the Sabbath exceeding 10 spans in height. And to what does it apply? To private ground it could not apply, as it is known that private ground is so considered to the sky, hence it is only to unclaimed ground that above 10 spans does not exist, as the rabbis have invested unclaimed grounds with the lenient regulations pertaining to private ground, viz., if the place have an area of 4 spans square, it is unclaimed ground, if it has a lesser area, it is not subservient to any jurisdiction. And with the lenient regulations of public ground, viz., the place is regarded as unclaimed ground only to the height of 10 spans, beyond that it ceases to be unclaimed ground. The text says, in a house the inside of which is not 10 spans high, etc. Said Abai, if, however, one has cut in it an excavation 4 L square, so as to complete the height of 10 spans, one may handle things freely in the whole house. Why so? Because in such a case the entire space of the house would be considered like holes on private ground, and it has been taught that such holes are regarded the same as the private ground itself. As to holes on public ground, Abai said, they are like public ground. Rabha, however, says that they are not. Said Rabha to Abai, according to your theory, holes on public ground are to be considered the same as the ground itself. In which respect, then, does this case differ from what Ardimi said above in the name of Ar Yohanan? Let, according to thy opinion, such a corner be considered as a hole in public ground. Nay, the use of the corner is not considered favorable by people, while no one objects to the use of a hole in the street. R. Hista said, if a person erected a pole on private ground and threw something at it, if that thing rested on top of the pole, and be that pole 100 ells high, the person is culpable, for private ground is absolutely unlimited in height. Shall we assume that our Hista holds in accordance with Rabbi of the following Boraitha, if one threw a thing and it rested upon the smallest cornice one, according to Rabbi he is culpable, and the schoolmen say that he is not? Said Abai, in private ground all admit the decision of our Hista. The case, however, in which Rabbi and the sages differ was a tree that stands on private ground with its branches reaching out into public ground, and one threw a thing which rested on a branch. Rabbi holds that the branch is part and parcel of the root, but the sages opine that we need not assume such to be the case. Abai said, if one threw a beehive which was 10 spans high, but not 6 spans wide, into the street, he is culpable. If, however, the beehive was 6 spans wide, he is free. Rabha, however, said he is not, even if it be less than 6 spans wide. Why so? Because it is impossible for twined reed not to exceed the given height. 2. In case he threw the beehive 3 with its mouth down, even if the hive is a trifle over 7 spans high, he is culpable, but if it is 7.5 spans high, he is not. Ar-Ashi, however, said, he is, even if it is 7.5 spans high. Why so? Because the enclosing rim of the beehive is made for the purpose of containing something within, and not to be attached to the ground, hence it is not included in the lavud class. 4. Ullah said, a post 9 spans high, which stands in the street, and people use it to shoulder on, if one threw a thing and it rested on the top of it, he is culpable. Why so? Because a thing that is less than 3 spans high is stepped upon by many, a thing between 3 and 9 spans high is not used either to step or to shoulder a burden on, but if it is 9 spans high, it is surely used to shoulder burdens on. Abai questioned Ar Joseph, what is the law of a pit? Said he, the same. Rabbah. P12. However, said, a pit of similar depth is not governed by the same law. Why so? Because the use through compulsion is not called use. R. Adabar Mathna objected to Rabha from the following Boraitha, if one intended to keep the Sabbath on public ground and deposited his Arab in a pit less than 10 spans, his act is valid. If he deposited it more than 10 spans below the ground, his Arab is of no value. Let us see how was the case. If the pit was more than 10 spans deep, and by the saying he deposited it less than 10 spans below the ground is meant that he raised the Arab to a higher place, and by the saying more than 10 spans is meant on the bottom of the pit, then, at all events, the Arab could not be of any value, as he is in public ground, and his Arab is in private. Therefore we must say that the case was of a pit less than 10 spans deep, and nevertheless the Arab is valid. Hence we see that the use of a place through compulsion can at times be considered as customary use. The answer was that the Boraitha is according to Rabbi, who says that against things which are prohibited only rabbinically because of rest no precautionary measures are taken when they are to be done at twilight, and the prescribed time for depositing an Arab is twilight. Therefore, although the use of the pit which was less than 10 spans deep was compulsory, the Arab was nevertheless valid, because respecting twilight the rabbis are not particular. R. Jehuda said, if one moves a bundle of reeds by raising one end and throwing it over, then raising the other end and throwing it over, he is not culpable, unless he lifts the entire bundle off the ground. The master said, a man standing on the doorstep, etc. What is that step? If it is the step of the street, how may he take from the master of the house? Does he not transfer from private ground into public ground? If it is the step of the house, how may he take from the mendicant? Does he not transfer from public into private ground? And if it is unclaimed ground, how may he take and give intentionally, since a direct prohibition to that effect exists? Nay, the doorstep is a place concerning which the law has no provision, as, for instance, it is not 4 spans square. It is said elsewhere by Ardimi in the name of R. Yohanan that such a thing is not under the jurisdiction. p. 13. The master said, all 3 are not culpable. Would this not be an objection to Rabha, who said if one transfer an object from one to the other limit of 4 spans, even if he moves it over his head, he is culpable? In the above-mentioned case, however, he is not. Anonymous teachers say a doorstep, etc. Is such the case even if there is no side beam to it? Has not Arhama Bargorian in the name of Rabbite said that if it is inside the door, and not even 4 spans square, there must still be a side beam to make it a free place? Said Arjuda in the name of Rabbite, here the doorstep of an alley is treated of, the half of which is roofed, and the other half not roofed, and the roofing is toward the inside. In this case when the door is open it is considered like the inside, when it is closed it is like the outside. Ashi, however, said, the case was of a doorstep of a house, but the door was topped by 2 beams, each of which was less than 4 spans wide, and between them the space was less than 3 spans wide, the door itself being in the middle, so that the law of Lavut applies only when the door is open, and not when it is closed. Therefore when it is open the doorstep is considered as the inside, and when it is closed the doorstep is regarded as the outside. If the doorstep is 10 spans high, etc. This supports the theory of R. Isaac bar Abimi, who said that our mayor used to say, wherever thou findest 2 distinct grounds belonging to the same premises, like a post in private ground, that is 10 spans high and 4 wide, it is prohibited to shoulder on it. As a precautionary measure, for fear that the same would be done with the rock of the same size that may be found in the street, and it is biblically prohibited to shoulder upon it. Mishnah 2, one shall not sit down one before the hair cutter at the approach of the time for afternoon devotion, 2 before. p. 14. Reciting his prayers. Nor shall he enter a bathroom or a tannery, or sit down to eat, or start pleading a case. But if he has started, he need not be interrupted. One must quit his work to read Shema, but he need not stop working in order to pray. Gemara, what time of Minha does the Mishnah mean? Does it mean the high afternoon one? Time. Why should a man not be allowed, since the day is still young? Does it mean the lesser time, and still hold that he need not discontinue it? Shall this be taken as an objection to the opinion of our Joshua ben Levi, who said, when the time of afternoon prayer draws nigh, one must not partake of anything before performing his devotion? Nay, he speaks here of the high time, and yet one shall not begin cutting his hair, as a precaution against accidents, lest his scissors break, a bath to sweat, lest he grow exhausted, a tannery, lest he notice some damage to his wares and become confused, nor shall he sit down to eat lest the meal be protracted, pleading a case of justice, lest argument be advanced that overthrows all previous arguments, and until all this is settled the Minha prayer will be forgotten. From what moment does the act of hair cutting begin? Said R. Abin, from the moment the barber's cloth is spread over him. The act of bathing begins from the moment the coat is pulled off, tanning begins from the moment the working apron is tied around the shoulders, a meal begins from the moment the hands are washed, so said Rabbite, but R. Hanana said, from the moment one takes off his girdle. And they do not differ. Rabbite spoke of the custom of his country, and R. Hanana spoke of the custom of his country. Abai said, according to him who holds that the evening prayer is discretionary, our Babylon colleagues, as soon as they take off their girdle for the meal, they must not be troubled to pray before meal. However, according to him who holds that even this prayer is obligatory, they must be troubled. But is. p. 15. Not the afternoon prayer obligatory by all means, and nevertheless our Mishnah teaches that if he began he need not be interrupted, to which our Hanana said that the loosening of the girdle? In the case of the afternoon prayer, since the time for it is fixed, that the man will hasten and will not fail to pray in time, while for evening prayer, the time for which extends through the entire night, it is feared that he may not hasten, and neglect it. R. She's hate opposed, is it so much trouble to put on one's girdle? Furthermore, cannot one stand up and pray? Nay. As it is written, prepare thyself to meet thy God, O Israel. And as Rabbi Bar Huna used to put on stockings when he stood up to recite prayers, saying, it is written, prepare thyself, etc. Rabbi, however, used to throw off his mantle and fold his hands when he prayed, speaking as a slave before his master. Ashi said, I have observed our Kahana. In times of trouble he threw off his mantle and folded his hands when he prayed, speaking like a slave before his master. In times of peace he dressed and fitted himself up carefully, saying, it is written, prepare thyself to meet thy God, O Israel. Rabha noticed that our Hamnana spent much time at his prayers. Said he, thus they quit eternal life and busy themselves with transient life. One he, our Hamnana, however, thought that the time spent in prayer is a thing by itself, and the time devoted to study is also a thing by itself. Our Jeremiah was sitting our Zerah discussing a halakha. The day was breaking and time for prayer came, and our Jeremiah hastened for the purpose of praying. Said our Zerah to him, when one turneth away his ear so as not to listen to the law, even his prayer becometh an abomination. At what moment does the work of dispensing justice commence? Our Jeremiah and our Jonah one said, from the moment the judges put on their mantles, the other said, from the moment the litigants begin pleading. And they do not differ. The former speaks of the instance of opening court, the latter of the instance when the court was in session and the judges were engaged in deciding other cases. Up to what time should court be in session? Arshi's hate. P16. Said, up to mealtime. Said Arhama, from what scriptural passage have we this? From happy art thou, O land. When thy king is noble-spirited, and thy princes eat in proper time, for strengthening and not for gluttony. I.e., for the strength of the law and not for indulgence in wine. The rabbis taught, the first hour is the time the Lydians eat, in the second hour robbers eat, in the third hour heirs eat, the fourth hour is eating time for the people in general, in the fifth hour laborers eat, in the sixth hour scholars eat, from the last hour onward, eating is like throwing a stone into a barrel. Said Abai, this is the case only when one has tasted nothing in the morning, but if he did so, it does not matter. R. Ada Bar Abba said, one may say his prayers in a new bathroom, which has not been used. Our Hamnana said in the name of Allah, one is not permitted to call shalom to another man in a bathroom, for it is written, he called the eternal shalom. One if so, the saying of the word faith should also be prohibited, for it is written, the faithful God. And lest one say so it is, has not Rabha Bar Mahasiya said in the name of Arhama Bar Gorian, quoting Rabbite, that faith may be mentioned. In the latter case the name itself is not so designated, as it means as it is translated above. But in the former case it is a designation of the name itself. The same says again in the name of the same authority, if one bestows a gift on his friend, he should let him know it, as it is written, to know that I, the Eternal, made you holy. And there is a Boraitha which states as follows, the Holy One, blessed be he, said unto Moses, I have a good gift in my storehouse, its name is Sabbath, which I wish to bestow on Israel, go and announce it to them. From this our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, one who gives a child some bread should announce it to its mother. How shall he do this? Said Abai, he should put some ointment around its eyes and stain it with dye. Is this so? Has not our Hamabi? Hanana said, he who bestows a gift on his friend need not announce it to him, for it is written, Moses knew not, etc. This p. 17 presents no difficulty. The latter instance represents a thing that is to become known by itself, the former instance treats of a thing that cannot become known by itself. But was not the Sabbath a thing that was to become known? But the reward that attends it was not to be known. R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Yohai said, all the commands that the Holy One, blessed be He, gave unto Israel, were given with publicity, excepting the Sabbath, which was given in privacy, for it is written, between me and the children of Israel it is an everlasting sign. If such is the case, the idolaters need not be punished for its sake. The Sabbath was made known, but the additional soul which comes with the Sabbath was not made known to them. Thus R. Simeon b. Lachish said, the Holy One, blessed be He, bestows an additional soul on man on the eve of the Sabbath, and takes it back again when the Sabbath departs. 1. R. Hisda held in his hand 2 gifts, 2 from the flesh of an ox, and said, I will give this to the man who will tell me some new teaching in the name of Rabbite. Said Rabbi Mahasiah to him, thus taught Rabbite, he who bestows a gift on a friend should let him know it. And Hisda gave him the meat. Said the former again, art thou so fond of the teachings of Rabbite? I, he answered. Said he, this is like that which Rabbite said, a silk garment is precious to the wearer. Rejoined Hisda, did Rabbite indeed say so? This second thing is even better than the first, if I had other gifts I would bestow them too. Rabbi Mahasiah in the name of the same said again, one should never show preference for one child above his other children, as for the sake of 2 seahs weight of silk, which Jacob bestowed on Joseph in preference to his other sons, the brothers became jealous of Joseph, and the development brought about our ancestors' migration into Egypt. Again he continued, one should always endeavor to seek a dwelling in a city of recent settlement, for the settlement being recent, the sins are few. As it is written, behold, this city is p. 18. Near to flee thereunto, and it is little. What does it mean, it is near and small? Could not he see this himself? But it means its settlement is recent and therefore its sins are not many. The same said again, a city whose roofs are higher than that of the synagogue will ultimately be destroyed, as it is written, to raise high the house of our God, etc. However, this refers only to the roofs of the houses, but as to the tops of towers and palaces, it does not concern them. Said Ashi, I have prevented Matha Mahasiah from being destroyed. But was it not destroyed later? Yeah, but not for this sin. He also said, 1. It is better to be dependent on an Israelite than on an idolater than on a Persian Skolman 2 than on a scholar than on a widow or an orphan. He also said, rather any sickness than sickness of the bowels, rather any pain than pain of the heart, rather any disorder than a disorder in the head, rather any evil than a bad wife. Again he said, if all the seas were ink, if all the swamps were producing pens, if the whole expanse of the horizon were parchment, and all the men were scribes, the void of a ruler's heart could not be written in full. Whence is this deduced? Said Meshursiah. The heavens as to height and the earth as to depth, and the hearts of kings cannot be fathomed. To read Shema, etc. Was it not stated before that they need not be interrupted? This sentence applies to study, as we have learned in a Boraitha, scholars that are engaged in studying the law must stop for the reading of Shema, but they need not stop for prayer. Said Yohanan, such is the case with men like Simeon b. Yohai and his colleagues, for learning was their profession, but men like ourselves must stop for prayer also. But have we not learned in a Boraitha, as need not quit for prayer, so they need not stop them for Shema? This applies only to the study of p. 19. The establishment of leap year, as Ada b. Abba, and so also the sages of Hagrania in the name of Eleazar b. Zadok, declared, when we were engaged in fixing a leap year at Yabni, we did not quit either for Shema or for prayer. Mishnah 3, a tailor shall not go out with his needle when it is nearly dark on Friday, lest he forget and go out after dark, nor a scribe with his pen, nor shall one search for vermin in his garments or read before the lamplight. Of a verity it is said, an instructor may follow the children when they read, but he shall not read himself. In a similar manner it is said that one afflicted with gonorrhea should not eat from the same plate with a woman that has the same disease, lest they become accustomed to one another and come to sin. Gemara, a tailor shall not go out, etc. Does not the Mishnah mean when the needle is stuck in the garment? Nay, it treats of the case when holds it in his hand. Come and hear. A tailor shall not go out with the needle sticking in his garment. Does this not treat of the eve of the Sabbath? Nay, it treats of the Sabbath itself. But is there not another Boraitha, a tailor shall not go out with the needle sticking in his garment on Friday when it is nearly dark? This was taught according to our Jehuda, who holds that a laborer after the manner of his profession is culpable, as we have learned in the following Tosefta, a tailor shall not go out with his needle sticking in his garment, nor a carpenter with his ruler behind his ear, nor a cloth cleaner with the spanning cord behind his ear, nor a weaver with the stuffing cotton behind his ear, nor a dyer with samples around his neck, nor a money changer with the dinar in his ear. If, however, they did so, they are free, though they ought not to start it, so is the decree of our mayor. Our Jehuda, however, says, the laborer only after the manner of his profession is culpable, but not common men. In the school of our Ishmael it was taught, one may go out with the phylacteries on his head at twilight on the eve of Sabbath. Why so? As Rabbi Arhuna said, one must feel the phylacteries on his head at all times, and in consequence he will be reminded, through feeling the phylacteries, that he must remove them before the Sabbath. There is a Boraitha, a man must examine his garments on Friday evening, when it is getting dark, to see whether there is p20. anything in them that must not be carried about on the Sabbath. Said R. Joseph, this is an important ordinance concerning the Sabbath. One shall not search for vermin, etc. Does it mean one shall not search for vermin in the daytime lest he destroy any, and he shall not read before a lamplight lest he snuff, or are both ordinances connected with each other so as to make the ordinance prohibiting the snuffing of the wick binding? Come and hear. One shall not search for vermin nor read before the lamplight. What can we understand from this Boraitha better than from our Mishnah? Come and hear another Boraitha, one shall not search before the lamplight, also, one shall not read before it. These two ordinances are among the other established halakhas in the Attic of Hananiah b. Hizkiah b. Gorion. From this is to be inferred that both cases were prohibited for the same reason, that they may entail snuffing the wick. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, one must not try to distinguish even between his own and his wife's garments. Said Rabha, this is said only for the inhabitants of Mahoza, one but among the dwellers of rural places the garments can easily be distinguished. And even among the inhabitants of Mahoza, only the garments of old women cannot easily be distinguished from those of the men, but not of young women. The rabbis taught, one shall not search for vermin in the street out of self-respect. In the same wise, our Jehuda or our Nehemiah taught that one shall not vomit in the street out of self-respect. The rabbis taught, one who searches his garments and finds a louse shall not crack it, but simply rub it with his fingers and throw it away. Says Arhuna, this should also be done even on weekdays, out of self-respect. We have learned, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, one shall not kill vermin on the Sabbath. So said Beth Shammai, Beth Hillel, however, allowed this. Our Simeon b. Eleazar used also to say in the name of our Simeon b. Gamaliel, one is not allowed to negotiate marriage engagements for children, nor to engage teachers or artisan masters for children, nor to pay visits of condolence to mourners, nor to visit the sick on the Sabbath. Such is the decree of Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, allows all this. p21. The rabbis taught, if one comes to visit the sick on the Sabbath, he shall say, it is Sabbath and we are not to cry, but relief is drawing nigh. Our mayor said, one should say, the Sabbath may bring mercy. Rabbi Jehuda said, may the Omnipotent have mercy with thee and toward the sick of Israel. Our Jose said, may the Omnipotent bestow mercy on thee amongst the sick of Israel. Shebitna the Jerusalemite when he entered said, Shalom, on leaving he said, to cry. It is Sabbath, nevertheless, relief is nigh as his mercies are great, and rest ye in peace. According to whom is what our Hananiah said, he who has a sick person in the house should include him amongst the sick in Israel? It was in accordance with our Jose. Our Hananiah also said that it was with difficulty that the rabbis allowed visits of condolence to be paid to mourners and to visit the sick on a Sabbath. Rabbi B.B. Hannah said, when I accompanied our Eliezer while visiting the sick, I sometimes heard him say, may the Omnipotent mind thee in peace, and sometimes, may the Merciful remember thee in peace. How could he do this? Did not our Jehuda say, one should never pray for what he needs in the Aramaic language? And also our Yohanan, the angels of service do not listen to one's prayer in the Aramaic tongue, for they know not that language. The case of a sick person is different, as Shekinah itself is with him. One shall not read before the lamplight. Rabbah said, it is the same even if the lamp is placed 2 heights, even 2 stories high, or even if it is on top of 10 houses, one above the other. One shall not read, but 2 may. Have we not learned, neither 1 nor 2? Said our Eliezer, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah treats of 2 reading 1 subject, and there it treats of 2 reading different subjects. Said our Huna, around the hearth fire even 10 persons shall not read together. Rabbah, however, said, a prominent man may read, as he would not degrade himself by stirring the fire. An objection was raised from the following, one should not read before a lamplight, lest he snuff the wick. Said our Ishmael B. Elisha, I will read and not snuff it. Once he actually read and was tempted to snuff the wick. And he exclaimed. P. 22. How great is the saying of the sages, that one should not read before a lamplight. Our Nathan said, he actually snuffed the wick and noted in his diary, I, Ishmael B. Elisha, have read before the lamp on Sabbath, and have snuffed the wick. When the holy temple shall be rebuilt, I will bring a fat sin offering. Said our Abba, with our Ishmael B. Elisha it is different, for while studying the law he always considered himself common. There is one Boritha, a servant may examine cups and dishes, and another, that he may not. This presents no difficulty. The former treats of a servant in permanent engagement, one the latter of one who performs occasional service. And if you wish, it may be said that both Borithas apply to a permanent servant, the latter in the case of a lamp which is fed with oil, the former in the case where it is fed with naphtha. The schoolman propounded a question, may a servant that is not permanently engaged before a lamp fed with oil? Said Rabbi, the rule is laid down, but we do not practice it. Our Jeremiah B. Abba, however, said, so is the rule, and so we practice. Once our Jeremiah B. Abba took at the house of Arasi. His servant proceeded to examine before the lamp. Said the wife of Arasi, you, my master, do not approve of this. Let him be, answered Arasi, he acts according to the opinion of his master. Of a verity they said, an instructor, etc. Was it not said, he may see? For what purpose should he do this but to read? Nay, he should see in order to watch the sequence of paragraphs. So also said Rabbi B. Samuel, he may arrange the sequence of paragraphs. Consequently, may he not read the paragraphs through? Would this not oppose the statement of our Simeon B. Gamaliel, who said, children in their rabbi's house used to arrange their paragraphs and read before the lamplight? With children the case is different, out of fear for their master they will not be led to adjust. Mishnah 4, and these are some of the regulations. p. 23. Enacted in the attic of Hananiah b. Hizkiah b. Gorion, when the rabbis came to visit him. They called the roll and found that the disciples of Shammai were more numerous than those of Hillel, and they enforced 18 regulations on that day. Gemara, said Abai to R. Joseph, does the expression and these, etc., refer to the things that were mentioned, or is these used with reference to things to be mentioned farther on? Come and hear. One shall not search for vermin or red before a lamplight, and these are some of the regulations, etc. From this it is obvious that and these is the correct version. The rabbis taught, the roll of fasts was written by Hananiah b. Hizkiah and his company, for they thought with fondness of the troubles. Said R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, we also think with fondness of the troubles, but what shall we do? If we were to record we would never finish. It may also be said, a fool never feels trouble, or a dead member on a living body feels not the lancet. 1. Mishnah v. The Beth Shammai said, ink, dye material, or fodder shall not be put into water unless there is still time for them to soak through while it is day. The Beth Hillel, however, permits this. The Beth Shammai prohibits putting bundles of linen thread into the oven unless there is sufficient time left for them to become heated through while it is yet day, or wool into a dye kettle unless there is still time for it to be soaked through the same day. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai says, traps shall not be set for animals and birds, or nets for fishes, unless there is still time for them to be caught before sunset. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai says, one shall not sell anything to a Gentile or help him load his animal, or help him shoulder a burden unless he can reach the nearest place while it is yet day. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai, p. 24, says, hides shall not be given to a tanner nor clothes to a Gentile washer unless there is still sufficient time left for him to finish it while it is day. The performance of all these acts of labor heretofore mentioned was permitted by the Beth Hillel while the sun was still shining. Rabbi Simeon b. Gamaliel said, at my father's house it was the custom to give out white clothes to a Gentile washer 3 days before the Sabbath. Both schools, however, agree that the presses may be put on olives and grapes in the press pits. Gemara, who is the Tana that maintains that putting water on ink constitutes the final work on it? Said R. Joseph, and another one put water on it, the latter is culpable, so is the decree of Rabbi. R. Jose, however, says that one is not culpable until he needs it. The rabbis taught, at twilight on the eve of Sabbath one may make an opening in a spring, so that the water run into the garden the whole day. He may also put smoking incense underneath garments, so that they hold the fragrance the whole day. It is also allowed to put burning sulfur under enameled vessels, so that its smoke work on the paints the whole Sabbath day. It is also allowed for one to put a balm on the eye and a plaster on a wound, so that the healing process continue throughout the Sabbath. It is prohibited, however, to put grain into a watermill, unless there is yet enough daytime left for it to be ground. Why so? Said R. Joseph, because one is obliged to give rest even to tools on Sabbath. Now since it was said that the resting of tools is obligatory according to the decision of the Beth Hillel, why did they permit putting sulfur and incense to smoke, or linen thread to bleach during the Sabbath? Because no act was being done, and at rest. But do not traps set for animals, birds, and nets for fishes work? Why, then, did they allow these? Here, too, they treated only of fishers' rods and traps, which do no work. Now, as our Oshia has declared in the name of RSC, that only the Beth Shammai holds that there is a biblical obligation for the resting of tools, but not the Beth Hillel, all the acts enumerated above are permitted by the latter, even in the event of the tools performing work. p. 25. Who is the Tana of what the rabbis taught anonymously as follows, a woman shall not put dried lentils and peas into the oven on Friday when it is getting dark and leave them there, and if she needs them for after the Sabbath she shall not use them, unless she waits the length of time required to cook them afresh. In the same wise a baker shall not put a vessel with water in the oven on Friday when it is getting dark, and if he needs for after the Sabbath, he shall not use it unless he waits the length of time it would require to boil it afresh. Shall we assume that this is in accordance with the Beth Shammai, but not with Beth Hillel? It may also be in accordance with the Beth Hillel, as the prohibitions were made as precautionary measures lest one stir the coals. If such is the case, the burning of incense and sulfur should also be prohibited for the same reason. There is to be feared that the coals might be stirred, while here is no fear of that, as when the coals are stirred smoke may arise and injure the enamel or the garments. In the case of the linen thread also, no precautionary measure was necessary, because the draught caused by the admission of air into the oven would prove injurious to the thread, and therefore one would not open the oven to stir the fire. Then let the placing of wool into a kettle be prohibited as a precautionary measure? The Mishnah treats of a kettle that stands at some distance from the fire, so says Samuel. Still, the apprehension exists that he may stir the dye. Nay, we speak of a kettle whose cover is sealed with clay. Now that the master said that the prohibitions are only precautionary measures, to prevent one from stirring the coals, a cold pot may be put in the oven on Friday when it is getting dark. Why so? Because the victuals in it cannot be used the same evening, and he will never think of stirring the coals. One shall not sell a thing to a Gentile, etc. The rabbis taught, the Beth Shammai said, one shall not sell a thing to a Gentile, nor lend it to him, nor help him carry it, nor lend him nor present him with any money on Sabbath eve unless there is time enough for the recipient to reach his house before night comes on. The Beth Hillel said if there is time enough to reach his house at the wall of the city where he lives. Our Akiba, however, says, it is sufficient if there is time enough for the Gentile to leave the house of the Jew. P. 26. Said R. Jose B. Jehuda, R. Akiba contends that his teaching does not contradict that of the Beth Hillel, but merely explains the latter's real intent. The rabbis taught, one may put down eatables on his own grounds for a Gentile. If the latter takes the eatables and carries them off, he need not prevent him. The rabbis taught, one shall not hire out his tools to a Gentile on Friday, but he may do so on Wednesday or Thursday. In the same manner, it is prohibited to transmit a letter by a Gentile on Friday, but it may be sent on Wednesday or Thursday. It was said of R. Jose the priest, according to others the pious, that his handwriting was never found in the hands of a Gentile. The rabbis taught, one shall not send a letter by a Gentile on Friday unless he stipulated a certain sum for the delivery. If such a stipulation was not made, the Beth Shammai says it must not be delivered, unless the messenger has time to reach the house in which it is to be delivered. The Beth Hillel, however, maintains, he may do it if the messenger has time to reach the house nearest to the wall of the city where the letter is to be delivered. Was it not taught at first that one shall not send at all? This presents no difficulty. In the first part the case treats of a town which has no post office, in the latter part the Boraitha speaks of a town which has one. The rabbis taught, one shall not embark on a vessel less than 3 days before the Sabbath. This is the case if one goes on private business, but if he goes for a meritorious act, he may do so. He may make a stipulation with the owner of the boat that it shall rest on Sabbath, although he is aware that he will not do so, so is the decree of Rabbi R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, maintains that such a stipulation is not necessary. To travel from Tyre to Zidon one may embark even on Friday. The rabbis taught, siege shall not be laid to Gentile cities less than 3 days before the Sabbath, but when the siege is laid it need not be interrupted. So also Shammai used to say, it is written, until it is brought down, i.e., even on a Sabbath day. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, etc. There is a Boraitha. P. 27. R. Zadok said, it was the custom at the house of Rabban Gamaliel to give white clothes to the washer 3 days before the Sabbath, but colored clothes even on a Friday. From this we have learned that it is harder to wash white clothes than colored ones. Abai gave colored clothes to the washer and asked, "How much wilt thou take for washing them?" "As much as for white clothes," answered the washer. Said Abai, "The rabbis have preceded thee with their declaration. Both schools agree," etc. Why did the school of Shammai enforce precautionary measures in all the previous cases, but in the case of wine and oil presses they did not do so? They prohibited the performance of such labor as involves the obligation of a sin offering, if performed on the Sabbath, or on a Friday when approaching darkness, but for the putting of press beams on grapes or olives, which does not involve the obligation of a sin offering even if done on the Sabbath, the precautionary measure was not necessary. From this it may be inferred that work which continues by itself may well be started. One who is the Tana that holds so? Said Ar Jose, Ar Ishmael of the Mishnah. Garlic, unripe grapes, and green grain stalks which were crushed while yet day, may be put under pressure at sunset, so is the decree of Ar Ishmael. Ar Akaba, however, says, it must not be done. Ar Elazar, however, said that the Tana in question is Ar Elazar of the following Mishnah: honeycombs that were crushed on Friday shall not be put in the press, so that the honey run out by itself. Ar Elazar, however, permits it. Ar Jose b. Hanana has practiced in accordance with the theory of Ar Ishmael. The oil and the covers of the small oil presses Rabbi prohibits to handle on the Sabbath. Samuel, however, permits it. The same is the case with reed cloth, Rabbi prohibits, and Samuel permits. Covers that are used on board of a vessel to cover the deck Rabbi prohibits, and Samuel permits the handling of. R. N. Haman said, a goat that is kept for its milk, a sheep that is kept for its wool, a hen that is kept for its eggs, an ox. P. 28. That is kept for the plow, and dates that are put up for the market, are prohibited for use at a biblical feast, according to Rabbi. Samuel, however, said it was permitted. The point of their differing is the law of Mutzah, in which Ar Jehuda and Ar Simeon differ. A disciple in Harta of Argis one decided cases according to Ar Simeon's teaching, and Ar Hamnana put him under the ban. But have we not adopted the opinion of Ar Simeon? Yeah, but Harta was within the jurisdiction of Rabbi, and he should not have done as he did against Rabha's teaching. Mishnah 6, meats, onions, and eggs shall not be put to roasting on the eve of Sabbath, unless they can be done while it is yet day. Bread shall not be put in the oven or a cake upon live coals, unless the crust can be formed while it is yet day. Ar Elazar says it is enough if the bottom crust is formed. The Passover sacrifice may be turned around in the oven when it is getting dark. In the heating house of the fire was fed at eventide. The fires in the rural districts may be fed until the flames envelop the greatest part. Ar Judha says, where coals were already burning more fuel may be added, even when Sabbath is quite near at hand. Gemara, when should such victuals be considered done? Said Ar Elazar in the name of Rabbi. When they are done like the victuals of Bandrastai. 2. As we have learned in a Boraitha, Hananiah says all victuals that are done like the victuals of Bandrastai may be left upon the hearth, even if the fire in the hearth is not stirred up and full of ashes. Bread shall not be put, etc. The schoolman propounded a question: the crust that is formed near the wall of the oven, or the crust formed to the fire? Come and hear. Ar Elazar says, it is sufficient if the surface is crusted, which lies close to the wall of the oven. P. 29. The Passover sacrifice may be turned, etc. Why so? Because a company is very cautious. But if this were not the case, would it not be allowed? Has not the Master said, a kid may be used, well done, or not well done? Aye, but in that case it is cut in pieces, in our case it could not be cut in pieces. 1. The fire in the heating house, etc. Why so? Whence is this deduced? Said Arhuna, it is written, ye shall not kindle any fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. Your habitations excluded the sanctuary? Arhistah opposed, If it is so, then they may do so on Sabbath itself. Therefore he explains thus, the cited verse excludes only the parts of the members which are already upon the altar, and the reason of our Mishnah is because priests are very careful. In the rural districts, etc. What does the greatest part mean? According to Rabbi, the greatest part of each piece, and according to Samuel, until no more small wood is needed to make the heap burn. Our Haya taught the following Boraitha in support of our Samuel: the flame should continue rising by itself, and not by the assistance of anything else. And to only one log of wood, until the fire catches most of its thickness, and according to others, the most of its circumference, was the decision of Rabbi. Said our Papa, to comply with both views just mentioned, it is right that the fire should catch both, the most of its thickness and the greatest part of its circumference. However, regarding this law Tanam of the following Boraitha differ. Our Haya says, until it is so burned that it is unfit for any carpenter's work. Our Judah B. Bathura says, until the fire catches both sides. And although this cannot be substantiated by evidence, there is a hint of this, viz., both ends are consumed by the fire and the inside is scorched. Is it fit for any work? It was taught, our Kahana said, reads, if they are tied together, must to burn over half, if not tied together, less is sufficient. Granum must have enough time for the fire to catch their greater part. If they are put in a fire pot, they need not. Our Joseph taught 4 substances. P30. Need not the greater part, viz., pitch, sulfur, cheese, and running fats. In a Boraitha it was taught that straw and shavings belong to the same category. Our Yohanan said that the same is the case with fuel in Babylon. What does it mean? According to our Joseph Hast, and according to Rami B. Abba branches. Appendix. There is a Boraitha in addition to the last Mishnah of Chap. 9, Ibid, p. 226, as follows: more than this said our Jehuda, he who has 2 houses, one on each side of public ground, may add to each a beam or a side beam, and this allows him to carry things from one house into the other. To which the rabbis answered that such an Arab does not suffice for public ground. 1. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the Sabbath and Hanukkah light. Mishnah I. What shall and what shall not be used for lighting? The light shall not be made with cedar hast, raw flax, silk fiber, weeds growing upon the water, and ship moss. 1. Nor shall pitch, wax, cottonseed oil, oil of rejected heave offerings, 2. Fat from the tail of a sheep, and tallow be used. Nahum the Modate says melted tallow may be used for lighting. The Skolman, however, prohibit melted and raw tallow alike. Gemara, Rabban and Abai were sitting before Rab Anna and Nehemiah, the brother of the exilarch, and they saw that he was dressed in a mantle of ataxa. Said Rabban to Abai, this is called in our Mishnah klak. 3. And he answered, in our city it is called Shira Paranda. The same happened to be in the valley of Tamruratha, and they saw a kind of willow, and Rabban said to Abai, this is Eden mentioned in our Mishnah, and he rejoined, this is only common wood, how could a wick be made of it? He peeled off one of them and showed him a kind of woolly substance between the bark and the stem. P32. The rabbis taught, all that which was prohibited for the Sabbath lamp may be used in fires that are kept up for heat or even for constant light, whether upon the ground or in the hearth, as the materials are prohibited only for use as wicks for the Sabbath lamp. Rabbah said, the wicks which the rabbis forbade the use of in the Sabbath lamp are prohibited because they give a flickering light. The oily substances were prohibited because they do not adhere to the wick. Abai questioned Rabbah, would it be permitted to mix oil with these prohibited fats and then use them for the Sabbath lamp? Or is even that prohibited as a precaution lest one use those fats without the addition of oil? Rabbah answered, it is prohibited. Why so? Because they do not give a right light. Abai objected to him from the following, R. Simeon b. Gamaliel said, in my father's house they wound the wick around a nut and lighted it, hence you see that it may be lighted. Said Rabbah, instead of contradicting me with the saying of our Simeon b. Gamaliel, support my view with the decision of the first Tana. This would not do, as the record of an act is incontrovertible. Still the record of the master remains contradictory. The Mishnah is not complete, and should read thus: if one has wound a thing that may be used around a thing that may not be used, B is not permitted to light it. This is the case when the two are to serve the purpose of a wick, but if the prohibited substance is used merely to support the permissible is allowed, as so said our Simeon b. Gamaliel, in my father's house, etc. But, after all, it is not so. Did not our Barana teach in the name of Rabbite, to melted tallow or fish fat one may add some oil and use it for the Sabbath lamp? These substances adhere to the wick in themselves. But the rabbis had prohibited melted tallow or fish fat as a precaution, lest one use it raw also for light. Why did they not enact the prohibition to use these substances with the admixture of some oil as a precaution lest they be used without the admixture of oil? This itself is a precautionary measure. Shall we enact another as a safeguard to it? R. Huna said, the wicks and fats which the sages have prohibited for the Sabbath lamp cannot be used for the Hanukkah lamp either on the Sabbath night or on week nights. Said p. 33. Rabbah, the reason of Arhuna's theory is because he holds that if the is extinguished it must be relighted, and also that its light may be used to work by. Arhista, however, maintains that it can be fed on weeknights, but not on the Sabbath night. Because he holds that if it is extinguished, one is not in duty bound, and as long as it burns it may be used to work by. R. Zerah in the name of Armathna, according to others in the name of Rabbite, said, the wicks and fats which the sages prohibited for the Sabbath lamp may be used for the Hanukkah lamp, both during the week and on the Sabbath night. Said R. Jeremiah, the reason of Rabbite's decision is because he holds that if it is extinguished he need not relight it, and its light is prohibited to be used. The rabbis declared this before Abai, in the name of R. Jeremiah, and he would not accept it. When Rabban came from Palestine he declared the same before Abai in the name of R. Yohanan, and he accepted it and said, had I been worthy, I would have accepted this teaching before. It is said in the name of Rabbite, if it is extinguished, it is not needed to relight it. Is this not contradicted by the following: the proper ordinance is for to last from sunset until footsteps are no longer heard in the street? Does this not mean that if extinguished it must be relighted? Nay, the time appointed is only for the purpose of determining when the light is to be lit, or a light should be made which will last for the appointed time. Until footsteps are no longer heard, etc. Up to what time is this? Said Rabbi Bb. Hannah in the name of R. Yohanan, up to the time when the steps of the Talmudite too are heard no more. The rabbis taught, the law of Hanukkah demands that every man should light one lamp for himself and his household. Those who seek to fulfill it well have a lamp lit for every member of the household. Those who seek to fulfill the law in the best possible manner should light. According to Beth Shammai the first night 8 flames, and every following night 1 flame. p. 34. Less. And according to Beth Hillel the reverse, the first night 1 lamp, and be increased by 1 on each succeeding night. Said Rabbi Bb. Hannah in the name of R. Yohanan, there were 2 sages in Zidon, one did according to the decision of Shammai's school, and gave the reason that the Hanukkah lamp is to be lit in the same manner as the sacrifices of the feast were offered, one and the other according to the school of Hillel, with the reason that holy actions should show increase and not reduction. The rabbis taught, it is a merit to put the Hanukkah lamp on the outside door of the house, and he who lives in an attic puts it in a window that opens into the street. In time of danger, however, too it is sufficient if the lights are on the table. Said Rab Ha, in the latter case another light is required to work by, but if there is a hearth fire in the house, it is not necessary. However, if the man is of high standing he must have another lamp. What is Hanukkah? The rabbis taught, on the 25th day of Kislev Hanukkah commences and lasts 8 days, on which lamenting and fasting are prohibited. When the Hellenists entered the sanctuary, they defiled all the oil that was found there. When the government of the house of Asmoneans prevailed and conquered them, oil was sought and only one vial was found with the seal of the high priest intact. The vial contained sufficient oil for 1 day only, but a miracle occurred, and it fed the holy lamp 8 days in succession. These 8 days were the following year established as days of good cheer, on which psalms of praise and acknowledgement were to be recited. R. Kahana said, R. Nathan B. Menyamai in the name of R. Tanhum lectured, a Hanukkah lamp becomes disqualified if it is put higher than 20 ells, just like a sukkah and like the side beam of an alley. Rabbah said, the merit of the Hanukkah lamp is that it be put within a span of the house door. And on which side? R. Ahabi. Rabha said to the right, R. Samuel of Dipti said to P. 35. The left. And the halakha prevails that it should be placed to the left of the entrance, so that the Hanukkah light be on one side and the mezuzah one on the other side of the door. R. Jehuda in the name of Rasi said, it is not allowed to count money by the Hanukkah light. When this was cited before Samuel, he said, is there any holiness in the light? R. Joseph retorted, is there any holiness in the blood of an animal? And yet have we not learned in a Boritha, it is written, then shall pour out the blood, and cover it? From this we infer that he must cover it with the same hand it was shed with, but not with his foot, in order that the fulfillment of the commandment should not be treated with lack of reverence. In our case, too, the light must not be used for anything, in order that the compliance with an ordinance should not evince a lack of reverence. R. Joshua B. Levi was questioned, may the fruits, hung up in the sukkah for ornamentation, be used during the 7 days of the feast? He answered, even to the Hanukkah light a law was passed prohibiting the counting of money. Said R. Joseph, Lord of Abraham. Here he connected a law that was enacted with one that was not discussed by them. The law concerning the sukkah was biblical, that concerning Hanukkah was not biblical but rabbinical. Therefore said R. Joseph, the precedent of all these cases is the law concerning the blood. It was taught, Rabbi said, it is not allowed to light one Hanukkah light with the other, Samuel permits this. Rabbi prohibited tzitzith to be taken out of one garment and put into another, Samuel permits also this. He also said that the halakha does not prevail in accordance with our Simeon regarding dragging across the floor, and Samuel maintains it does. 2. Said Abai, my master followed the decisions of Rabbi in all questions except the 3 mentioned above, which he decided according to Samuel. P. 36. One of the rabbis in the presence of Rada B. Abba said, Rabbi's reason for prohibiting these acts was to prevent irreverence in the compliance with the law. Said Rada to the scholars present, hear him not, Rabbi's reason was to prevent stinginess in the fulfillment of laws. And what is the difference between the two? It is in the lighting of one Hanukkah lamp with another. He who says that irreverence was the reason cannot prohibit this, but he who holds stinginess to be the reason, prohibits even this rightfully. How is this question to be decided? Said Arhunabi R. Joshua, let us see whether the act of lighting the lamp constitutes merit, or whether it is the act of putting it in its proper place, this question having been already propounded by the schoolman. Come then and hear the following, R. Joshua B. Levi says, a lantern and kept burning the whole following day must, at the close of the Sabbath, be extinguished and then relighted. Now if we say that the lighting constitutes compliance with the commandment, this teaching is correct, but if we say that the placing of the lamp in its proper place constitutes the merit, it should be said, it should be extinguished, raised up, put in its proper place, and then lit. And also, since we pronounce the benediction, blessed art thou, etc., who hast commanded us to light the Hanukkah lamp, it becomes clearly apparent the lighting constitutes compliance. And so it is. Now that we come to the conclusion that the act of lighting constitutes the merit, it is understood that if this was done by a deaf-mute, an idiot, or a minor, the act is not valid. A woman, however, may surely light it, as are Joshua b. Levi said. Women are in duty bound to light the Hanukkah lamp, for they were included in miracle. R. Sheshate said, a guest is obliged to light the Hanukkah lamp. Said R. Zera, when I was studying at the school of Rabbite, I contributed my share towards maintaining and lighting the lamp with mine host. Since I am married, I say, I surely need not light it now. For it is lit for me at my house. R. Joshua b. Levi said, all fats are good for the Hanukkah lamp, but olive oil is the best. Abai said, my master always sought for poppy seed oil, because, said he, it burns slowly, but when he heard the saying of our Joshua b. Levi, he sought for olive oil, for that gives a clearer light. Hiya Ashi in the name of Rabbite said, he who lights the Hanukkah lamp must pronounce a benediction. R. Jeremiah said, he who perceives it must pronounce a benediction. R. Jehudah said, he who perceives a Hanukkah lamp on the first day must pronounce 2 benedictions, and the one that lights it on the first day, 3, one after the first day, the one that lights it must pronounce 2 benedictions and the one that perceives it 1. What benediction would he omit? The benediction of time. But why not omit the benediction of the miracle? Because the miracle was continued every day. And what is the benediction? Blessed be, etc., who hallowed us with his commands and ordained that we shall light the Hanukkah lamp. But where did he ordain this? Said R. Avia, thou shalt not depart, etc. R. Nehemiah, however, from the following said, ask thy father and he will tell thee, thine elders, and they will inform thee. R. Hunah said, a house that has 2 doors must have 2 lamps. Said Rabha, this is only in case when the 2 doors are in 2 different sides of the house, but if they both open on the same side it is not necessary. Why so? Because the townsman may pass by the side which has no lamp and suspect the owner of the house of not having lit any at all. And where is it taken from that one must endeavor to avoid suspicion? From a Tosefta in P. Chap. L, which states plainly that every one must do so. R. Isaac b. Redifa in the name of Arhunah said, a lamp with 2 mouths is sufficient for 2 men. Rabha said, if one has filled a dish with oil, put wicks all around the brim, and covered it with a vessel, it is sufficient for many persons, but if he has not covered it, he makes it appear as one flame of fire, and it is not valid, even for 1 person. The same said again, if one must choose between using this light for a house light one or a Hanukkah light, he should use it for a house light in order to preserve his domestic peace. If, again, his choice must be between the house light and of the holiness of Sabbath, the house light is to be preferred, and for the same reason, however, it is doubtful to me what must be chosen between the Hanukkah light and the goblet for Kiddush. When one cannot afford both, which must he prefer? Is the latter to be preferred because it is of regular occurrence? 2. Or is the Hanukkah light preferable, in order to proclaim the miracle? After deliberating he decided himself that the proclaiming of the miracle has the preference. R. Hunah said, he who makes a practice of lighting many lamps will be rewarded with scholarly sons. He who is particular about his mezuzah will be blessed with a fine dwelling. He who is particular about his show threads will be blessed with fine garments. He who is particular to pronounce the benediction of Sabbath over a goblet of wine shall live to have his cellar well stocked. R. Hunah was wont to pass by the house of R. Abin, the carpenter. He noticed that the latter lit a great many lamps on the Sabbath night. Said he, 2 great men will come forth from this house. And they were Arjidi and Arhiabi. Abin. R. Hisda was wont to pass by the house of the master of Ar-Shezbai, he noticed many lights every Sabbath. Said he, a great man will come forth from this house. This great man was Ar-Shezbai. The wife of Ar-Joseph was accustomed to light her lamp late. Said he unto her, there is a Boritha, it is written, the pillar of cloud did not depart by day nor the p. 39. Pillar of fire by night. From this we infer that the two pillars always closely followed each other. She then wanted to light up too early. Said a certain old man to her, there is another Boraitha, however, that should be done neither too early nor too late. Rabha said, he who loves scholars, will have sons that are scholars, he who respects them, will have scholarly sons-in-law, he who fears scholars, will become a scholar himself, and if he is not fit for this, his words will be respected like those of an ordained scholar. Oil of rejected heave offering, etc. What is that? Said Rabbah, it means oil of heave offering which became defiled. It is called oil for burning, because it must be destroyed in fire, and the Mishnah speaks here of a Friday that happens to fall on a feast day, and the prohibition to light with it is because consecrated things that have been defiled must not be burned on a feast day. Said Arhanana of Sara, this should be corrected in our Mishnah, why shall one not make a light with the defiled oil? Because defiled things must not be burned on a feast day. And so also we have learned in a Boraitha, all material which must not be used for lighting, on the Sabbath, may be lit on a feast day, save the oil for burning. The schoolman propounded a question, should the Hanukkah incident be mentioned in the benediction after meals? Shall we assume that because it is rabbinical it is unnecessary? Or, for the sake of the proclamation of the miracle, it should? Said Rabbah in the name of Sara, quoting Arhuna, it is not necessary, however, if one wishes to do it, he should incorporate it in the thanksgiving part. Huna b. Jehuda visited the house of Rabha. He was about to mention it in the one who builds up Jerusalem. Said Shishhate, nay, it should be mentioned in the thanksgiving part of the benediction after the meal, as it is mentioned in the same part in the prayer of the 18 benedictions. 1. The schoolman propounded a question, should the new moon day be mentioned in the benediction after meals? Shall we assume that the new moon day is more important than Hanukkah because its observation is enjoined in the scriptures? P. 40. Or need it not be mentioned because manual labor is not prohibited on that day? Rabbite maintains it may, Arhanana maintains it may not. Said Zerika, hold to Rabbita's opinion, for Oshia holds to the same, as Oshia taught, on the days on which additional sacrifices are offered in the sanctuary, like new moon days and the middle days of a feast, one must at evening, morning, and afternoon services recite the regular 18 benedictions and insert in the thanksgiving part of the day's service a passage referring to the subject of the day. And if he has failed to do so, he should be made to repeat them. However, no benediction over a goblet of wine, though a remembrance of their significance must be made in the prayer after meals. On days requiring no additional sacrifice, like the first Monday, Thursday, and Monday, fast days, and the days commoners, one must recite the 18 benedictions at evening, morning, and afternoon services, and insert a paragraph referring to the subject of the day in the prayer division, and if he forgot the latter he need not repeat them, nor any remembrance of them in the benediction after meals. The halakha, however, does not prevail with all that was said above. It remains as decreed by Joshua b. Levi, if the Day of Atonement happens to fall on a Sabbath day, mention of the Sabbath must be made even in the Nehila prayer. Why so? Because the Sabbath and the Day of Atonement are now one, and 4 prayers are indispensable to the services of the day. Mishnah 2, the lamp used on a feast night shall not be fed with oil of rejected heave offerings. Ishmael said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with tar, out of honor for the Sabbath. The sages, however, allow all fatty substances for this purpose, poppy seed oil, nut oil, fish oil, radish oil, wild gourd oil, tar, and naphtha. Tarfon said, it shall be lighted with nothing but olive oil. Gemara, Ishmael said, etc. Why so? Said Rabha, because it emits a bad odor as a precaution. P. 41. Lest one light it and leave the house. Said Abai, let him go. Rejoined Rabha, because I hold that the Sabbath light is a duty, as Rna Haman b Zabda or b. Rabha said in the name of Rabbite. The Sabbath light is an obligation. The washing of hands and feet in warm water toward evening is optional. And I say it is a meritorious act. Why so? Because Ar Jehuda said in the name of Rabbi, it was the custom of Ar Jehuda bar Ilai to bathe his face, hands, and feet in warm water, that was brought to him in a trough every Friday toward evening, after that he wrapped himself in a pallium with tzitzith. And thus assumed an angelic appearance. It is written, my soul was deprived of peace. What does this mean? Said Arabohu, it means lighting the Sabbath lamp. I forgot the good. What does this mean? Said Ar Jeremiah, this refers to a bath. Ar Yohanan, however, said, it refers to the washing of hands and feet with warm water. Ar Isaac of Naphha said, it refers to a good bed and comfortable bedding. Ar Abba said, it refers to an arranged bed and an elegantly robed wife for scholarly men. The rabbis taught, who may consider himself rich. One who enjoys his riches, is the opinion of Ar Meir. Ar Tarfon says, he who has 100 fields, 100 vineyards, and 100 slaves at work in them. Ar Akaba said, he who has a wife adorned with good virtues. Ar Jose said, he who has a place for man's necessity in his house. 1. We have learned in a Boraitha, Ar Simeon b. Eleazar said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with aromatic balsam. Why so? Rabbah said, because it yields a fine fragrance, it was feared lest one use it. Said Abai to him, why does not the master say because it is volatile? He means this and the other also, the balsam is prohibited because it is volatile, and also for fear lest it be used. There was a mother-in-law who hated her son's wife, and told her to perfume herself with aromatic oil. When the daughter-in-law had done this, she ordered her to go and light the candle. While complying with this order, she caught fire and was burned. The rabbis taught, a lamp shall not be fed with defiled. P. 42. Tabhel 1 even on weekdays, and the less so on the Sabbath. In a similar manner, white naphtha shall not be used to feed a lamp with on weekdays, much less on Sabbath, because it is volatile. In the Boraitha it was said that aromatic balsam shall not be used, so also did Ar Simeon b. Eleazar teach, aromatic balsam is nothing but resin, that comes forth from aromatic trees. Ar. Ishmael said, the lamp shall not be fed with anything that comes from the trunk of a tree. Ar Ishmael b. Barakah said, it shall be lighted only with such substances as come from fruit. Ar Tarfon, however, said, it shall be fed only with olive oil. Ar Yohanan b. Nuri then arose and said, what shall the people of Babylonia do, who have nothing but poppy seed oil? What shall the people of Media do, who have nothing but nut oil? What shall the people of Alexandria do, who have nothing but radish oil? And what shall the people of Cappadocia do, who have no oil of any kind, nothing but tar? Nay, we have no choice but to accept the decree of the masters as to substances which should not be used. Even fish oil and resin may be used. Ar Simeon Shezari said, oil of wild gourds and naphtha may be used. Simachos said, no animal fat save fish oil may be used. Mishnah 3, no substance that comes from a tree shall be used save flax. In like manner no substance that comes from a tree becomes defiled when serving as a tent save flax. Gemara, whence do we know that flax is called a tree? Said Marzutra, from what is written, she took them up to the roof, and hid them in the flax trees. No substance, etc., save flax. Whence is this deduced? Said Ar Eleazar, from the analogy of expressions tent, which is mentioned in the case of the tabernacle, and in the case of death. As the tent of the tabernacle was made only of flax, so also in our case, if a tent is made of flax only, it is also called a tent, and is liable to become defiled. Mishnah 4, a piece of cloth that was rolled together, but not singed, said Ar Eleazar, becomes defiled, and shall not be used for Sabbath. Ar Akaba, however, said, it remains pure and may be used. Gemara, what is the point of their differing? Said R. Elazar in the name of R. Oshia, and so also said R. Adabi. Abba, the piece of cloth in question is exactly 3 fingers square, and the lighting is to be done on a feast day, which happens on a Friday. All agree with the opinion of R. Jehuda, who said that fire may be made with good cloth, but not with such as have been spoiled. Again, all agree with the opinion of Ula, who said that the lighting must be on the largest part of the wick that protrudes from the lamp. Now R. Elazar holds that the rolling up does not improve the position, as soon as it is slightly burned it becomes spoiled material. Fire, being applied further, is naturally generated with spoiled material. R. Akaba, on the other hand, holds that folding does improve the condition and the cloth is no longer a vessel, hence he puts fire to a simple piece of wood. Rabha, however, said, the reason of R. Elazar's is that the Sabbath lamp is not allowed to be lighted with a wick or rag that has not been singed. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, fire may be made with vessels, but not with broken vessels. So is the decree of R. Jehuda. R. Simeon permits it. Fire may be made with dates, but after having eaten them fire is not to be fed with their granum. A fire may be made with nuts, but after having eaten the kernel one must not feed the fire with the shells. According to R. Jehuda, R. Simeon, however, permits both. The statement credited to Rabbi in the foregoing paragraph was not made by him plainly, but was merely implied from the following act. While in Palestine, one day Rabbi was eating dates and threw the pits into the fireplace, upon which Arhiah said to him, descendant of nobles, on a feast day this would be prohibited. Did Rabbi accept this or not? Come and hear. While in Babylonia, one feast day Rabbi was eating dates and threw the pits to some cattle. Must we not assume that these dates belong to the class known as Parsiasa, and if Rabbi fed cattle with the pits of this fruit, it was because p. 44. They may be used for fuel also, and thus the statement of Arhiah is contradicted? Nay, it may be the pits that fed the cattle by Rabbi were from dates known as Armiasa. The pits of this latter class of dates, in consequence of the meat still clinging to them, are regarded as dates themselves, and may be handled on the Sabbath. Hence it is obvious that they may also be fed to cattle, and Rabbi therefore does not contradict Arhiah. Mishnah v. One shall not pour a bowl in an egg shell, fill it with oil, and put it upon the lamp, so that the oil drip into it, and even if it was a clay one. R. Jehuda permits it. If, however, the potter had attached it to the lamp when he made it, it is allowed to do this, for it forms one vessel. A man shall not fill a dish with oil, put it beside the lamp, and dip the end of the wick into it, in order that it should draw. R. Jehuda permits also this. Gemara, if the potter had attached it, etc. A Boraitha in addition to it states, if he himself has attached it with mortar or clay, it is allowed. Does not our Mishnah say the potter? Nay, the potter means in the manner of the potter. We have learned in a Boraitha, R. Jehuda said, once we kept Sabbath in the attic of Beth Nitzah in Lydda. We procured an egg shell, filled it with oil, and placed it on the lamp. Our Tarfon and the aged scholars were there, and they made no objection to our action. They answered him, wilt thou prove by this? Beth Nitzah is quite a different case, for the men there were very careful. Abin of Zipporus dragged a chair in the marble hall in the presence of R. Itzhak b. Elazar. Said the latter, if I should be silent toward thee as the colleagues were silent toward R. Jehuda, my silence might be misconstrued. This is prohibited in the marble hall as a precautionary measure, lest one do it in any other hall. The head man of the assembly room of Bozrah dragged a chair in the presence of Jeremiah the Great. Said the latter to him, according to whose decision dost thou this? According to R. p. 45. Simeon. R. Simeon, however, allowed large things only if they could not be lifted, but we have never heard from him that he would allow this also with small ones. This teaching, however, differs with Ulla's theory, who says the dispute was only concerning small things, for as to large ones there was no objection from anyone. Mishnah 6, if one extinguishes a lamp because he is afraid of the officers of the government, 1 or of robbers, or of an evil spirit, 2 or in order that a sick person may be able to sleep, he is free. If he does this, however, to prevent damage to the lamp, or to save the oil or the wick, he is culpable. Our Jose declares the man free even in the latter cases, excepting, for in that case he caused a cinder to be formed. Gemara, from the fact that the second part of the Mishnah declares the man culpable, it is evident that this regulation was made by our Yehuda. 3. Now, how is the first part to be understood? If it speaks of a sick person, whose illness is dangerous, it should not say is free, but should say that he is allowed to do it. And if it speaks of one whose illness is not dangerous, ought to be declared in duty bound to bring a sin offering. Of a verity, the Tana speaks of a case of dangerous illness, and should have said it is allowed to do so, but he used the term free merely, because in the latter part the expression culpable was necessary, therefore he taught in the first part of the Mishnah, also free. But have we not learned, our Oshia said, that in order that a sick person may be able to sleep, one should not extinguish, and if he did so he is not held culpable, though it is not allowed. The teaching of our Oshia refers to sickness that is not dangerous, and is in accord with the opinion of our Simeon. The question, is it allowed to extinguish a lamp for the p46 sake of a sick person on the Sabbath? Was propounded to Tanhum of Navi. He began thus, 1 O thou Solomon! Where is thy wisdom? Where is thy folly? Thy words contradict not only the words of thy father, but also thine own utterance. Thy father David said, the dead do not praise God, and thou sayest, I praise the dead that died long ago, and then again, a living dog fareth better than a dead lion, he was answered forthwith. Now did not Solomon say, well, I praise the dead that have died long ago? In another way, the custom is, if a man of flesh and blood issues a decree, it is doubtful whether the people will comply with it or not. If they comply with it while he lives, they may disregard it after his death. Moses, our master, on the other hand, has issued many decrees and established many enactments, which stand unshaken forever, and now, did not Solomon say, well, I praise the dead, etc.? Another explanation to the above verse may refer to the following legend, which was told by our Yehuda in the name of Rabbi. It is written, display on me a sign for good, that those who hate me may see it, and be ashamed. So said David before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, forgive me the certain sin. And the Lord said, it is forgiven. He prayed again, display on me a sign to make it known. And the Lord said, this will not be done while you are alive, but it will be made known in the time of your son Solomon. After Solomon had built the temple and was about to enter the ark into the Holy of Holiness, the doors shut. Solomon had prayed 24 p47 prayers with song, and was not answered. He then began, be raised wide, and let the King of glory enter. The doors then ran after him and wanted to swallow him, saying, who is the King of glory? And he said, the Lord strong and mighty. He then said, and still was not answered. Then he said, O Lord God, remember the pious deeds of David thy servant. He was answered at once, and the faces of his enemies became as black as the outside of a pot, and Israel and all the people were then certain that the above-mentioned sin was forgiven to David. Hence did not Solomon say, well, I praise the dead, etc. And this is what is written, on the 8th day. And they went unto their tents joyful, etc. And as to the above question, 1 I say this, a lamp is called Na, and the soul of man is called Na. 2 Let rather the No which man has made be extinguished, than the No which belongs to the Holy One, blessed is he. It was said in the name of Rabbi, the sages wanted to conceal the book of Ecclesiastes because of its contradictory sayings. And it was not so done, because it begins with sound religious teachings and ends with similar teachings. It begins with the words, "What profit hath man by all his toil under the sun?" Whereupon the school of Arjana said, "Under the sun there is no profit, but there surely is beyond the sun." And it ends with the words, "The conclusion of the matter is, fear God and observe his commands, for this is all for man." What does it mean? Said R. Elazar, the whole world was created only for the sake of his fear of God. R. Abba B. Kahana said, the God-fearing man outweighs the whole world. Simeon B. Azai, others say B. Zoma, said, the whole world was created only to provide him with assistance. I praise mirth. This means the righteous man rejoices when he performs a meritorious act. And of joy, what doth this do? Alludes to rejoicing that comes not through a heaven-pleasing deed. This teaches that the divine presence comes not by sadness, by indolence. P. 48. By hilarity, by levity, by gossip, or by senseless talk, but through rejoicing in a meritorious deed, as it is written, "Now bring me a minstrel," and when the minstrel played, the power of the Lord was upon him. Rabbah said, the same in order to enjoy good dreams. R. Jehuda says, the same to predispose oneself for legislative work, as Rabbah did. Before commencing to expound a halakha he introduced it with a simile and caused the masters to become joyful. Afterward, he sat down in the fear of the Lord and began to expound the halakha. It was taught that in the same time they also wanted to conceal the book of Proverbs on account of its contradictory sayings. And it was not done, because, they said, have we not scrutinized the book of Ecclesiastes and found the meaning? Let us then search deeply here also. Which are the contradictory sayings? It says, answer not the fool according to his folly, and then again, answer the fool in his folly. Yet this is no contradiction, the latter refers to a subject of learning, the former saying to a subject of indifferent talk. How is the subject of learning here to be understood? In the following manner. R. Gamaliel lectured, in the future, woman will bear a child every day, for thus it is written, she conceived and gave birth at a time. A disciple laughed at this and said, there is no new thing under the sun. Said R. Gamaliel, come, I will show thee such a thing in the world, and he showed him a hen. The same rabbi lectured, in the future trees will bear every day, for it is written, it will produce branches and bear fruit. He asked, to whom does this passage refer? Hillel answered, to anyone, even if he would be David, the king of Israel. Then the proselyte made the following deduction, if the people of Israel, who are called the children of the Lord, so that out of love to them the Omnipotent said, my firstborn son is Israel. If of them it is written, a stranger that comes nigh shall die, the more so must it be with an insignificant stranger, who is come merely with his staff and his bag. He went before Shammai and said, am I qualified to become a high priest? Is it not written, a stranger that comes nigh shall die? He then appeared before P. 51. Hillel and said, for thy equanimity of temper, O Hillel. May blessings be upon thy head, for thou hast gathered me in under the wings of the Shekinah. The three converts met some time later, and said, the impulsiveness of Shammai came near sending us adrift in the world, Hillel's equanimity of temper gathered us in under the wings of the Shekinah. Resh Lakish said, what does the verse, the trust of thy times shall be the strength of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge, etc. What does this mean? The trust comes within the section of Zeraim, thy times in Mod, strength in Nashim, salvation in Nezikin, wisdom in Kodashim, and knowledge in section Taharath. And yet the fear of the Lord is his treasure. 2. Rabha said, when a man comes before the judgment, he is asked, hast thou traded in good faith? Mist thou apportioned regular times for study? Hast thou produced children? Didst thou hope for salvation? Hast thou discussed subjects of wisdom? Hast thou formed conclusions from the things thou hast learned? After all this, if he possessed the fear of the Lord, it was well, if not, it was not so. This is like a man who ordered his agent to store a measure of wheat in the attic. The agent did so. Then the man asked him whether he had mixed some dry dust with the wheat, and he answered nay. It were better, said the merchant, if thou hadst not stored it. Rabbi Arhuna said, a man who possesses learning. P. 52. But has no fear of heaven, is like the manager who has the keys to the inside apartments, but lacks the one which opens the outside gate. How can he enter? R. Jana proclaimed, alas for him who has no dwelling, yet strives to make the door of a dwelling. R. Jehuda said, the Holy One, blessed be he, created the world only for the purpose that man should fear him, for it is written, God hath so made it, that should fear him. R. Simon and R. Eleazar were sitting together as R. Jacob b. Aha came passing by. Said one of them, come, let us arise before him, for he is a man that fears sins. Said the other, I, let us arise before him, for he is a son of enlightenment. Said the former, I tell thee that he is a man that is afraid of sins, and thou sayest he is a scholar. Thou shouldst be mindful of what R. Eleazar said, the Holy One, blessed be he, has nothing better in the world than the fear of heaven, for thus it is written, and now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God? R. Ulla lectured, what does the passage mean, be not wicked overmuch? Is it allowed to be wicked at all? Nay, but the passage means this, if one has eaten garlic and has acquired a bad odor, he must not eat more garlic because the bad odor is already. Rabbi Ulla lectured, it is written, for there are no fetters in them, but their strength is firm. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, it is not enough that the wicked do not trouble for nor fear the day of their death, but that their heart within them is as strong as a strong fortress. Which is similar to Rabbi's explanation of the passage, this is their way, their folly. The wicked know that their manner leads them to death, and still their kidneys wax fat. Perhaps thou wilt attribute this to their forgetfulness. Therefore it is written, what will happen after their lives is the subject of their sayings, whence we conclude that while they do not repent, they continually speak of their death. To spare the lamp, etc. With whom does our Jose agree? If he agrees with our Jehuda, he should declare culpable even these, and if he agrees with our Simeon, he should declare free even for the purpose of saving the wick. Said Ulla, by all means our Jose agrees with. P. 53. R. Jehuda, but he holds that if one destroys in order to rebuild in the same place, he is guilty of breaking, but if one destroys, not intending to rebuild in the same place, he is not breaking. R. Yohanan, however, maintains that he holds as R. Simeon, but in the case of this wick it is different, as R. Hamnuna or R. Ada b. Ahaba interpreted our Mishnah that it reads from a wick which needs singeing, and it is such a case. R. Simeon also agrees that it is prohibited because it is considered that he repairs a vessel. Said Rab Ha, it seems that this explanation is right, as the Mishnah states to be formed, and not a cinder is formed. Mishnah 7, for 3 sins women die of childbirth, for negligence during their menstruation, neglect of separating the first dough, and for neglecting to light the lamp. Gemara, why so? Thus a Galilean master lectured before Arhisda, the Holy One, blessed be he, says, I have created you with power of blood, I have warned you concerning blood, I have called you the first produce, and charged you to sacrifice the first of your dough, the soul that I gave you is called a light, and I have charged you concerning the light. If you observe these things, it is well, if not, I shall take your souls. But why should this happen at the time of childbirth? Said Rab Ha, when the ox falls or is felled, it is time to sharpen the knife. 1. And when are the sins of men passed upon? Said Resh Lakish, when they pass a dangerous place that is like a bridge. Rabite would not embark on a ship that carried an idolater. Said he, his time to be punished may come, and I may have to suffer with him. Samuel, however, would go to sea only on a vessel which carried idolaters, saying, Satan hardly ever metes out punishment to two people. Arjuna always examined a vessel before he embarked. This he did in conformity with his own theory elsewhere, for thus he taught, a man should never place himself in danger, expecting that a miracle will be wrought for him, for it may be that no such miracle will be wrought, and if a miracle is wrought for him, it will be deducted from the reward due his merits in the p. 54. World to come. And Arhanin said, where is this to be found in the scripture? From the verse, I am not worthy of all thy kindness and of all thy truth. Arzero would never walk under date trees in stormy weather. Itzhak Br Jehuda said, a man must always pray that he should not become sick, for if sickness befall him, he must be possessed of special virtues in order to get well again. And to the question of Mar Ukba, is this to be found in the scripture? He was told that the school of R. Ishmael maintains the passage in question is to be taken from Deuteronomy XXII. 8 viz, peradventure one may fall down from there. The word Hanophel, which is in the past tense and implies that he has fallen down, although such a case had not happened as yet, is simply a matter of conjecture on the part of this school, which considered a predestined thing as a matter that had already occurred, because the fall was already predestined for the guilty person. As it is said, the reward of virtue is, however, brought about by a meritorious person, while the chastisement for sin is dealt out through a sinner. The rabbis taught, he who becomes sick, death approaching should be told to confess his sins, for all those who are to suffer the death penalty must make a confession. When a man goes out to a market, he should consider himself like one arrested by a sergeant. When his head aches, he should consider himself as one put in prison. If he cannot rise from his bed, he should consider himself as one indicted before Gardam. If he has good advocates to defend him, he may go free, if not, he cannot be saved. The defending attorneys of a man are penitence and good deeds. If there should be 999 accusers against him and only one to plead in his favor, he is saved, as it is written, if there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000 to show unto man his uprightness, then he is gracious unto him, etc. R. Eliezer Br. Jose the Galilean said, even if only 1,000th part of one advocate out of 1,000 plead in the man's favor, although the rest speak against him, he is saved, because it is said one defender out of 1,000 suffices. There is a Boraitha, R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, the laws of holy offerings, heave offerings, and tithes are integral. p. 55. Parts of the Torah, and yet their observance was intrusted to the common people. There is another Boraitha, R. Nathan says, for the sin of thous one's wife dies, as it is written. Why should he take away thy bed from under thee? 1. Another Boraitha states, R. Nehemiah said, the penalty for the sin of hating without cause is strife at home, the wife gives birth before her time, his sons and daughters die young. R. Eliezer B. Jehuda says, the penalty for the sin of neglecting the first dough is, no blessing in the harvest, high prices, the consumption of the seed by strangers, but if this portion is given, blessings will surely follow, as it is written, the first of your dough shall you give to the priest, to cause a blessing to rest on thy house. The penalty for the sin of neglecting heave offerings and tithes is, the sky withholds rain and dew, dearth comes on, there are no prophets, and men run about to earn a livelihood, but they do not succeed. But if these offerings are given, blessings will come, as it is written, bring yet all the tithes into the storehouse, etc., and prove me but herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven, and pour out for you a blessing until there be more than enough. The penalty for the sin of robbery is, locust pestilence, famine comes, and the people feed on the flesh of their children, as it is written for the sins of curbing, perverting, and polluting justice, and of neglecting the law, the sword comes on, much spoil, the people eat and are never satisfied, and they must weigh the bread they eat, as it is written, avenging the quarrel of my covenant, and covenant is synonymous with the law, as it is written, thus hath said the Lord, etc. For the sins of unnecessary and false swearing, perjury, blasphemy, and desecration of the Sabbath, many wild beasts come and domestic cattle are destroyed, the population decreases, and the roads are bare, as it is written. P. 56. For the sin of bloodshed the sanctuary is laid waste and Shekinah departs from Israel, as it is written, and ye shall not render unclean the land which ye inhabit, in the midst of which I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, which signifies that if ye render it unclean, the Shekinah will depart from the land. For the sins of adultery, idolatry, and disregard of the Sabbatic and Jubilee years exile comes, and take up the place, as it is written. For the sin of defiling the mouth, great oppressions and evil decrees are renewed, young men die, orphans and widows cry, but are not answered, as it is written, for all this his anger is not turned away and his hand still remaineth stretched out, which is explained by Arhanan b. Abba as follows. All know for what purpose a bride marries, still, he who defiles his mouth, even if a happy life of 70 years is decreed for him, the decree is turned aside. Rabbi b. Sheila in the name of Arhisda says, Gehenna is made deep for him who defiles his mouth, as it is written. Rna Haman b. Isaac says, it is made deep even for the one who listens to and does not protest against it. Roshia says, he who abuses himself becomes afflicted with wounds and boils, not only this, but he is punished with dropsy. 1 Rna Haman b. Itzhak says dropsy is an evidence of sin. Samuel the little took sick with it, and he said, Lord of the universe, who will prove? Hereupon he got well again. Abai took sick with it? Said Rabha, I know that the Naamanite starves himself. The rabbis taught, there are 4 evidences, an evidence of sin is dropsy, an evidence of hate without cause is jaundice, an evidence of pride is poverty, an evidence of calumny is croup. The sickness of croup becomes epidemic for tithes, but R. Elazar b. Jose said, only for the sin of calumny. R. Jehuda, R. Jose, and R. Simeon were sitting and Jehuda, the son of proselytes, sat before them. R. Jehuda opened the conversation, saying, how beautiful are the P. 57 works of this nation. They have established markets, they have built bridges, they have opened bathing houses. R. Jose said nothing, but R. Simeon b. Yohei said, all these things they have instituted for their own sake. Their markets are gathering places for harlots, they have built baths for the purpose of indulging themselves in their comforts, they have built bridges to collect tolls from those who cross them. Jehuda, the son of proselytes, went and reported this conversation, and it came to the ears of the government. Said Jehuda, who has praised, shall be promoted, Jose, who said nothing, shall be exiled to Sepphoris, Simeon, who spoke disparagingly, shall be put to death. R. Simeon and his son then went and hid themselves in the college, and their wives brought them every day some bread and a pitcher of water, and they ate. When the decree became imperative, he said to his son, women are of a pliant disposition. They will perhaps trouble them, and they will reveal our whereabouts. They then went and hid themselves in a cave. A miracle occurred, that a date tree and a spring of water came out for them. They stripped themselves naked and sat down covered with sand up to their necks. Thus they sat all day studying, only at the time of prayer they put on their garments, and after performing their devotion they took them off again for fear they might wear them out. In this wise they spent 12 years in their cave. Elijah then came to the opening of the cave and said, who will inform the son of Yohei that the Caesar is dead and his decree is annulled? Hereupon they left the cave. They then went forth and saw men who were plowing and sowing grain. Said R. Simeon, these people leave the works which lead to everlasting life and occupy themselves with worldly things. After this every place where they chanced to turn their eyes was burned. Suddenly a bat coal was heard, which said unto them, have ye come to destroy my world? Go, return to your cave. They returned and stayed in the cave another 12 months, saying the punishment of the wicked in Gehenna only lasts 12 months. At the end of that time came again the heavenly voice and said, Go out of the cave, and they came out. And our Simeon said to his son, It is enough for this world that I and you are occupied with the study of the Torah and with good deeds. This happened on a Friday near p. 58. Sunset. They saw a man hurrying with 2 bunches of myrtle in his hand. What are they for? They asked him. To honor the Sabbath, was the reply. Would not 1 bunch be enough? Nay, 1 is for the command remember, 1 the other for the command observe, said the man. Said our Simeon to his son, Behold, how Israel loves the commands. This reassured them. Our Simeon's father-in-law, our Pinhas b. Yair, heard and went to meet them. He took them to the bath-house. While our Simeon was cleaning his body, our Pinhas noticed that it was full of blisters. Tears ran from his eyes when he saw this, and caused our Simeon pain. Said our Pinhas, Woe unto me, that I see thee in this state. Our Simeon rejoined, Well unto thee, that thou seest me so, for if thou hadst not seen me in this state thou couldst not find in me that thou canst find in me now. Mishnah 8, 1 must say 3 things in his house on Friday, when it is getting dark viz. Have you set aside the tithes? Have you put up the Arab? And light ye the lamp? When 1 is in doubt whether darkness has set in, he must not separate tithes from certain, and he shall not put vessels under process of lavation. 2 And he shall not light a lamp any more. But he may set aside tithes from not certain, and he may put up the Arab and also put his victuals into the stove for the purpose of keeping them warm. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said our Joshua b. Levi, from thou shalt know that peace is in thy tent, and shalt examine thy dwelling, that thou mayest not sin. Rabbi b. Arhuna said, Although the masters have taught that 1 must say 3 things, etc., yet he ought to say them quietly, in order that should accept them from him. Said our Ashi, I have not heard of this. p. 59. Saying of Rabbi b. Arhuna before, Yet I have always done so as a matter of common sense. Does not the text contradict itself? It states, 1 must say 3 things, etc., when it is getting dark. This implies that if he is in doubt whether it is getting dark or whether darkness has already set in, he cannot say it any longer. In the latter part, however, it says if he is in doubt, etc., he may put up an Arab. Said our Abba in the name of our Hayabi. Ashi, quoting Rabbite, it presents no difficulty. In the first part it speaks of an Arab of Techem. In the latter part it speaks of an Arab by which the neighbors of adjoining courts make common cause. Rabbah said, The rabbis have prohibited putting victuals among things that do not increase the heat after dark, for fear lest 1 find them too cold and be tempted to make them boil. Said Abai to him, If such is the case, why did they not enact the same prohibition for when it is twilight also? Answered Rabbah, At that time the pots are generally boiling hot. Rabbah said again, Why was it said that 1 must not put victuals among things that increase the heat, when it is yet day, for fear lest 1 put them in cinders where there are yet live coals? Said Abai to him, What harm is there? Let him do so. And he answered, It may be feared lest he be tempted to stir the burning coals. The rabbis taught, which is the time of twilight. When the sun sets and the eastern sky is red, when the lower is dark, while the upper part is not yet dark, but when the upper edge is as dark as the lower, night has set in. So says our Jehuda. Our Nehemiah says, is the time 1 takes to walk half a mile from the moment the sun sets. Our Jose says, twilight is like the twinkling of an eye, the one goes out, the other comes in, and it is impossible to determine it. And each of them is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, as it was taught, what is the duration of twilight? Rabbah in the name of our Jehuda, quoting Samuel, said, 3/4 of a mile, and R. Joseph said in the name of the same authority, 2/3 of a mile. The difference between them is half a donka. Rabha saw that Abai was looking toward the east. Said he to him, Dost thou think the masters spoke of the sky in the east? They spoke of an object in the east that reflects the red sky, like a window. It takes one to walk half a mile. Said R. Hanana, if one wishes to know the time according to R. Nehemiah's calculation, he should leave the sun on the top of Carmel, go down, dive into the sea, and go up again. This will give him the exact time. R. Jehudah, however, in the name of Samuel said, if only one star, it is yet day, if 2 stars, it is twilight, 3 stars, it is night. And so also we have learned plainly in a Boraitha with the addition, said R. Jose, the stars mentioned do not mean the big stars, that can be seen in daytime, and not the small stars, which cannot easily be seen at night, but stars of medium size. R. Jose B. R. Zebhida said, if one performs work on both times of twilight, he must certainly bring a sin offering. Rabbah said to his servant, you, who are not an expert in the scholarly calculation of time, must light the Sabbath lamp when you see the sun on top of the trees. In cloudy weather how shall it be? In the city when the hens go to roost, in the field, when the ravens fly to roost or when the mallow shrub too. The rabbis taught, 6 times was the signal blown on Friday, the first time to stop work in the field, the second to p. 61. Stop it in the city and in the stores, the third time to light the lamps. So said R. Nathan. R. Jehudah the prince says that the third time is sounded to take off the phylacteries. Then waits about as long as is required to bake a small fish, or for bread to cleave to the oven, and he sounds again the 3 tones one of the signal in succession for the Sabbath. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, what shall we do with the Babylonians? They sound the signal first, and then blow the trumpet. From the moment the trumpet is sounded they cease work. They do so because it is with them a matter of inherited custom. R. Jehudah taught his son, R. Itzhak, the third to light the lamp. This agrees with the ruling of R. Nathan. At the school of R. Ishmael it was taught, 6 times the signal is sounded on Friday. When the first sounding begins, those who are in the field stop plowing and harrowing and all field work. At the entrance to the city those who are near must wait until the distant come, so that they enter the city all together. The stores are yet open, and the stalls are as yet in their places. As soon as the second sounding begins, the stalls are cleared and the stores closed. The warm victuals and the pots are as yet upon the hearth. As soon as the third sounding begins the pots are taken off the hearth, the warm victuals are put in the stove, and the lamps are lighted. Then waits about as long as it is required to bake a small fish or for bread to cleave to the oven, and he sounds trumpets and sounds the signal again and rests. Said R. Jose B. R. Hananah, I have heard that if one wants to light up after the 6 signals he may do so, for the rabbis have allowed some time to the beadle to take his shofar to the house. Said the schoolman to him, if such were the case, the subject would depend on various measurements of time. Nay, but the beadle has a concealed place upon the roof and puts away his instrument, because neither a shofar nor a fife may be handled. But have we not learned that a shofar may be handled? p. 62. But a fife may not. Says R. Joseph, this is not contradictory. Our case is that of a shofar belonging to the community, the case adus treated of one that belongs to a private party. Said Abai, why may a shofar that is private property be handled? Because it is sometimes used for taking up water, to give a child drink, let one that is public property also be allowed to handle, because it may be used in the same manner. Furthermore, was it not taught, as a shofar may be handled, so also may the fife be handled? According to whose ruling is this? There is no contradiction in all this. The one is according to the ruling of R. Jehudah. The other is according to the ruling of R. Simeon. The third is according to the ruling of R. Nehemiah. And what is a shofar? The same as a fife, as R. Hisdah says, Since the sanctuary was destroyed, the names have become changed. A shofar is called a fife, and a fife is called a shofar. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning stoves, hearths, and ovens. Mishnah I. Cooked victuals may be put on a stove that was heated with straw or stubble. If the stove was heated with the pulp of poppy seed or with wood, may not be put upon it, unless the coals were taken out or covered with ashes. Beth Shammai says, is permissible only in the case of victuals that are to be kept warm, but not of such as are improved by continued cooking. Beth Hillel says, both alike are permitted. Beth Shammai says, may be taken off the stove, but not put back upon it. Beth Hillel permits it. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question, as for the expression shall not be put, does it mean one shall not put it back, but if it has not been taken off, it may be left there, even if the live coals were not cleared away or covered with ashes? Or does it mean that the pot should not be left there unless the live coals have been cleared out or damped, so much the more should it not be put there if it was once taken off? Come and hear. There being two parts in our Mishnah, if the point of controversy is the leaving, the Mishnah is to be explained thus: on the stove that was heated with straw or with stubble the victuals may be left, on a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood, the victuals may be left only if the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. What kind of victuals may be left there? According to Beth Shammai, such as are to be kept warm, but not such as improve by cooking. And according to Beth Hillel, both. Thus the point of controversy is the leaving of the victuals. And as they differ in this matter, so do they also differ in their opinions concerning putting them back upon the stove if they were once taken off. But if you interpret the Mishnah to make the p64 returning of the victuals to the stove the point of their differing, viz., what kind of victuals should be returned, according to the former such as are to be kept warm, but not such as improve by cooking, and according to the latter, both. To what purpose is it repeated? Beth Shammai says, etc. It may be said even that they differ concerning putting back, and nevertheless there is no difficulty, as the Mishnah is not complete, and should read thus: if the stove was heated. But if they stood there before, they may be left there, even if the live coals are not taken out or covered with ashes. And what may be left? Beth Shammai says only such as are to be kept warm, and Beth Hillel says even victuals requiring cooking, but even in the case of returning there is still a difference of opinion between the two schools, for according to the former they may be only taken off, and according to the latter they may be returned also. Come one and hear. Our Helbo in the name of our Hamabi Gorian, quoting Rabbite, said, the Mishnah speaks only about putting the victuals upon the stove, but as to putting them into the stove it is surely prohibited. Now, if thou sayest the dispute is about returning, this remark is correct, for there is a difference to what place it is returned, whether into the stove or upon it. But if the question were about keeping it on the stove while it is there, what difference would it make? Do you think our Helbo's report refers to the first part of the Mishnah? It refers to the second part, in which Beth Hillel allows it to be returned, and to this he says, even in this case, upon the stove it is permissible, but not into the stove. The schoolman propounded a question: may be placed so as to touch the side of the stove? Does the prohibition which holds good for putting it into or upon the stove apply also here, or is touching its side a different case? Come and hear. A stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or wood made to put a pot alongside of, but not on, unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. If the coals get dim or fine hoods were put upon them, they are considered as if their fire was damped with ashes. R. Itzhak. p65. B. Nahmani in the name of our Oshia says, if the fire was damped and still it got a glowing, victuals that are sufficiently warm, and cooked meats that require no more cooking, may be left standing upon it. Is it to be inferred from this that, if victuals are improved by shriveling, they may be left there? This is a different case, for the fire was damped. If such is the case, what came our Itzhak to teach? Lest one say that if the fire got to glowing again, it is to be considered as a fire originally started. Our Itzhak lets us know that, when once a fire has been damped, we need have no further scruples about letting the victuals remain on it. R. She's hate said in the name of R. Yohanan, victuals that require additional warming or additional cooking may be left upon a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood, but if they were once removed, they shall not be replaced unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. He was of the opinion that our Mishnah of replacing, but allows to be left on the stove, even if the live coals are not taken out or covered with ashes. Said Rab Ha, were not both expounded in the Boraidoth? But our She's hate merely, wishes to exhibit his construction of the text of the Mishnah. R. Samuel b. Jehuda in the name of R. Yohanan said, upon a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or wood, victuals may be left standing, if they are sufficiently warmed and sufficiently cooked, even if shriveling improves them. Said one of the schoolmen to him, did not Rabbi and Samuel both say that if shriveling improves them, it is not allowed? And he answered, I said this in the name of R. Yohanan and not in the name of the above mentioned, as I am aware of it. R. Ukba of Mission said to R. Ashi, you, who cherish the teachings of Rabbi and Samuel, may follow their regulation, but we will follow the regulation of R. Yohanan. Abai questioned R. Joseph, may victuals be left? And he answered, did not R. Jehuda leave, and eat them afterward? Rejoined Abai, the case of R. Jehuda cannot be taken into consideration. He was stricken with a dangerous disease, and for him even on the Sabbath was permitted, but I ask about you and me. R. Joseph answered, in p. 66. Surah they do leave. As R. Nahman b. Itzhak, who was exemplary in following religious ordinances, was wont to leave and to eat. R. Ashi said, I was standing before R. Huna and observed that fried fish was kept for him and he ate it, but I know not whether because he thought that victuals which improve by shriveling are allowed, or whether he thought that, because there was flour on his fish, continuous warming did not improve it. R. Nahman said, that improve by shriveling must not, such as deteriorate may. The rule is that all victuals which contain flour deteriorate by continuous warming. R. Hayabi. Abba was questioned, if one forgot his pot and left it upon the stove, and the victuals were thus cooked on the Sabbath, may he eat them or not? The master gave no answer. The next time he lectured, victuals cooked on the Sabbath unintentionally may be eaten, intentionally not, but it makes no difference. What does it makes no difference mean? Rabbah and R. Joseph both say that the phrase implies that it may be eaten, for one who cooks acts intentionally, but when forgotten there was no act, and therefore he may eat it. But R. Nahman b. Isaac says the above phrase of it makes no difference implies a prohibition. In the case of cooking there is no fear of craft, therefore if he has done it unintentionally, he is not fined, but in the case of forgetting craft may be feared, and therefore even if he actually forgets he is not allowed to eat the victuals. The schoolman propounded a question, what about one who had intentionally left? Do the rabbis fine him or not? Come and hear. Samuel b. Nathan in the name of R. Hananiah said, when R. Jose went to Zipporah's, he found warm meats that had been left upon the stove, and he did not prohibit their use, but shriveled eggs that had been left upon the stove he prohibited. Shall we not assume that he forbade their use even on that Sabbath as a fine? Nay, he forbade their use for the following Sabbath. From this is to be inferred that shriveled eggs improve by continuous heating. As R. Hamabi Hananiah said, Rabbi and p. 67. I were once stopping at a certain place. We were treated with eggs shriveled like wild pears, and we ate many of them. It may also be put back. R. Shishate said, the Tana who holds that the pot may also be put back allows this even on the Sabbath. R. Oshia is also of the same opinion, for thus he said, we were once standing before our Hiya the Great, we served him with a bowl of warm, which was brought from the lower floor, and we mixed a cup of wine for him, and we returned it to its place, and he said nothing. And Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan said, even if was put upon the ground, it may. Said Hiskiah in the name of Abai, according to them who hold that if he puts it on the floor it may not be returned, it is said only when it was not his intention to return it. But if it was, he may. And from this it is to be inferred that if it was still in his hand, although his intention was not to place it again, he may do so on reconsideration. Mishnah 2, shall not be put either inside or on top of an oven that was heated with straw or with stubble. A firing pot that was heated with straw or with stubble is as a stone, but if it was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood it is considered as an oven. Gemara, a Boraitha teaches, if an oven was heated with straw or with stubble, shall not be put close to it, the less so upon it, and still less so into it, so much the less shall be put that was heated with poppy seed pulp or with wood. If a firing pot was heated with straw or with stubble, may be put close to it, but not upon it, with poppy seed pulp or with wood it must not be put close to it. Said Ar Ahabi. Rabha to Ar Ashi, how shall the firing pot be considered? If it is like a stove, even if heated with poppy seed pulp or with wood, and if it is like an oven it should not, even if it is heated with stubble or straw. Answered he, it contains more heat than a stove and less heat than an oven. What is a firing pot and what is a stove? Said Ar Hosebi. Hanana, a firing pot has an opening on the top upon which only one pot can be set, a stove has openings upon which 2 pots can be set at a time. Mishnah 3, an egg shall not be put close to a boiler to. P68. Get it settled, nor must it be wrapped in a hot cloth. Ar Jose permits it, also it must not be put into hot sand or in the dust of the road that it be roasted. It once happened that the inhabitants of Tiberias had laid a pipe of cold water through the arm of their hot springs. But the sages explained to them that on the Sabbath this water is considered like any other warmed on the Sabbath, and must not be used either for washing or drinking, and should this be done on a feast day, it is like water heated by fire, which may be used for drinking only, but not for washing. Gemara, the schoolman questioned, how is it if one has done so with an egg? Said Ar Joseph, he is liable for a sin offering. Said Marbi. Rabbina, this is to be understood also from the following Boraitha, everything that was in hot water before the Sabbath may be soaked in hot water on the Sabbath, things that were not in hot water before the Sabbath may only be rinsed in it, excepting old herrings and Spanish fish, because with these, rinsing completes their preparation. Nor shall it be wrapped, etc. Now, the Mishnah which states, cooked victuals may be put into a pit for preservation, drinking water into cold bad water to cool, cold victuals in the sun to warm. Shall we assume that it is in accordance with Ar Jose and not with the sages? Said Ar Nahman, as to the heat of the sun, all agree that it is allowed, the outcome of heating by fire, all agree that it is prohibited. The point of their differing is the outcome of sun heating. The one master holds that the use of such heat is prohibited for fear lest one use also the heat that is generated by fire, the other master does not impose such a precautionary measure. It happened that the inhabitants of Tiberias, etc. Arhisda said, with the prohibition by the rabbis of the act of the Tiberians they have also abolished the permission to heat on Friday, even when it is yet day, in such places as increase heat. Said Ula, the halakha prevails according to the Tiberians. Rejoined Ar Nahman, the Tiberians themselves have already destroyed their pipes. Washing with warm water, how is this to be understood? The whole body? Is this prohibited only with water that was warmed on Sabbath? Is it not the same even when it was warmed on the eve of Sabbath? As the following Boraitha states, with water which was warmed on the P69 eve of Sabbath, on the morrow one may wash his face, hands, and feet, but not the whole body. And if it means the face, etc., how is the latter part to be understood? If it was warmed on a feast day, etc. Shall we then assume that our Mishnah states in accordance with Beth Shammai, as they so state plainly elsewhere, to which the Beth Hillel opposed and permitted? Said Ar Ikabi. Hanana, our Mishnah treats of washing the entire body, and it is in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha: one shall not rinse his entire body either with warm or with cold water. So is the decree of our Mayor, but our Simeon permits this. Our Histah says their dispute concerns only in the ground, but water contained in a vessel is strictly prohibited. Rabbi B.B. Hannah in the name of our Yohanan said, the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda. Said our Joseph to him, didst thou hear this explicitly, or dost thou derive it by inference? I have heard it explicitly, he answered. It was taught, if water was warmed on Friday, Rabbi said one may wash his entire body in it on the next day, every member separately. Samuel, however, said, it was not allowed but of the face, hands, and feet. And the following Boraitha supports Samuel. If water was warmed on Friday, one may wash his face, hands, and feet with it on the following day, but not his entire body, even member by member, and so much less with water warmed on a feast day. Said our Joseph to Abai, did Rabbi not act according to the decisions of Rabbi? I know not, he answered. The rabbis taught, a bathhouse, the openings of which were stopped up on Friday, may be used for bathing immediately after the Sabbath is over. If its openings were stopped up on the eve of a feast day, one may, on the next day, enter it to have a sweat, but he must leave it and rinse his hands in an adjoining room. Our Jehuda said, it happened in a bathhouse of the city of Bnei Barak, that its openings were stopped up on the eve of a feast day. The next day our Eliezer b. Azariah and our Akiba entered it and took a sweat, then they left it and rinsed their bodies in the adjoining room, but the warm water in it had been covered with boards. When the report of this reached the masters, they p. 70 said, even if the warm water had not been covered with boards, they were also allowed. However, since transgressing began to increase, they began to prohibit. In bathhouses of large cities one may walk about without fear of people saying that he went to take a sweat. What does the expression transgressing mean? As our Simeon b. Pazi in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, quoting Bar Kapara, said, in former times the people were accustomed to bathe in water that was warmed on Friday. The bathkeepers then began to warm the water on the Sabbath, and to tell the people that it had been warmed on Friday. Hereupon they prohibited bathing in warm water, but still they placed no restriction upon taking a sweating. The people then would come and bathe, but pretend to merely take a sweating. Then sweating was also prohibited, but washing in the hot spring water of Tiberias was still allowed. The people, however, would come and wash themselves in water that was warmed by the fire and say that they washed in the hot spring water. Subsequently warm water was prohibited for bathing altogether, but bathing in cold water was allowed. Seeing that people could not stand the last prohibition, it was therefore revoked, and bathing in the hot spring water of Tiberias was allowed. The prohibition of the sweating bath, however, remained. The rabbis taught, one may warm himself by a hearth fire and afterwards rinse himself with cold water, but not bathe first in cold water and then warm himself by a hearth fire, because he warms the water that is on him. The rabbis taught, one may warm a sponging cloth and put it upon his bowels, but he must not do so with a boiling hot vessel, for this is dangerous even on weekdays. The rabbis taught, one may put a pitcher of water before a blazing fire, not to warm it, but to temper the coldness of the water. Our Judah said, a woman may put an oil flask before a blazing fire, not to boil it, but merely to temper it. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel says, a woman may unhesitatingly put oil on her hand, warm it before the fire, and anoint her little son with it without any fear. Said our Judah in the name of Samuel, whether it be oil or water, if the hand is spontaneously withdrawn from it, it is prohibited, but not otherwise. And what extent of heat is meant by it? Said Rabbah, if the belly of a child is scalded by it. p. 71. R. Itzhak b. Abit Dimi said, I once followed Rabbi into the bathhouse. I wanted to put a bottle of oil for him into the tank. Said he unto me, Take out some warm water from the tank and put it into another vessel. From this we have inferred three things, viz. First, that oil improves by warming, and it is a prohibited act. Second, that if anything is put into a second vessel it is not considered cooking. Third, that the mere tempering of oil is analogous to cooking it. Said Rabbina, from this story it may be inferred that if one cooks in the hot spring water of Tiberias on the Sabbath he is culpable, for the case happened after the rabbis had imposed the precautionary measure, and yet Rabbi would not allow him to put the oil directly into the tank. Is that so? Did not our Histah say that he who has cooked in the hot spring water of Tiberias is not culpable? The culpability to be inferred extends only as far as blows of correction one are concerned. R. Zerah said, I have seen Arabohu swimming in a tank, and I know not whether he raised or not. Is it not self-evident that he did not raise them, as there is a Boraitha, one shall not swim about in a pond, even if is stationed in a yard? This presents no difficulty. In a pond it is prohibited, because it is similar to a river, while in a tank it is allowed, because it is similar to a vessel. 2. R. Zerah once found R. Jehuda in the bath. He ordered his servant, Bring me the comb, hand me the soap, open your mouths, and exhale the warm air from within you, drink of the water of the bath. Said R. Zerah, If I had not come but to hear this, it were enough for me. It is correct that he ordered things in the Hebrew language, as private affairs may be said in the same language. The same is with the second order, for Samuel said that heat drives out heat. But what good is in the order, drink of the water of the bath? It is also correct, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, if one washed p. 72 himself with warm water and did not drink of it, he is like an oven that was heated from without but not from within. Mishnah 4, the hot water contained in a mulier, the live coals of which have been cleared away before the Sabbath set in, may be used on the Sabbath, but the hot water contained in an antiki, even if cleared of live coals, is not to be used on the Sabbath. Gemara, what is a mulier? A Boraitha states, it is a vessel provided with an attachment for live coals, used for keeping water. As for an antiki, Rabbah says it is a bikiri. Rn Ahman b. Itzhak says, it is a bidud. There is a Boraitha in support of the opinion of Rn Ahman, the hot water in an antiki, even if the coals thereof are cleared away or damped, is not permitted to be used, for the heavy bottom keeps the heat. Mishnah v, into a kettle, the hot water of which has been spilt out and which has been removed from the fire, cold water is not permitted to be poured, for the purpose of heating, but it is permitted to pour water into the kettle, or into a cup, for the purpose of making such water lukewarm. Gemara, how is this to be understood? Said Abai, it means thus, into a kettle, the fire of which has been removed, which still contains hot water, a small quantity of cold water may not be poured, for the purpose of warming, but a large quantity, to make the hot water lukewarm is, however, permitted. Into a kettle, the hot water of which has been entirely removed, no cold water at all may be poured, because it tempers the vessel. And it is in accordance with R. Jehuda, who holds that an act which pleases one, if done even unintentionally, is prohibited. Said Rabbi, even the above-mentioned large quantity is allowed only to make the water lukewarm, but not such a quantity as will entirely neutralize the hot water and tend to temper the vessel. Samuel, however, permits any quantity. Shall we assume that Samuel is in accordance with R. Simeon, but did he not say that it is permitted to extinguish live dross on public ground, but not charcoal? And if he agrees with R. Simeon, this also should be permitted? As regards labor tending to the accomplishment of a work, he holds with R. Simeon, but as to the performance of labor, not for its own sake, he sides with R. Jehuda. Said Rabbina, since it is permitted to perform labor, in order to prevent injury, it is also permitted to remove thorns from public ground, little by little, in distances of less than 4 ells at a time, but upon unclaimed ground it may be done in greater distances. But it is permitted, etc. The rabbis taught, one may pour hot water upon cold, but not cold upon hot water, so is the decree of Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, allows both ways, provided a cup is used, but in a bathing tub hot water upon cold is permitted, but cold water upon warm is not. But R. Simeon b. Menasiah forbids it. And N. Ahman said that so the halakha prevails. R. Joseph was about to say that a bucket is under the same ruling as a bathing tub. Said Abai to him, so taught R. Haya, that a bucket is not in this category. Said R. Huna b. R. Joshua, I observed that Rabha was not scrupulous with regard to the use of vessels, because R. Haya taught, one may put a pitcher of water into a bucket of water, it makes no difference whether it be hot water into cold or vice versa. Said R. Huna to R. Ashi. Perhaps this was a different case altogether, it being that there was a vessel within a vessel. But the latter retorted, it says, to empty, as it was taught, it is permitted to empty out a pitcher of water into a bucket of water, be it either warm water into cold or vice versa. Mishnah 6, in a saucepan or a pot that was removed from the fire, no spices shall be put after dusk, but spices may be put into a plate or a bowl. R. Jehuda is of the opinion that spices may be put in all vessels or cooking utensils except in such as contain vinegar or fish brine. Gemara, the schoolman propounded the following question, does R. Jehuda refer to the first part of the Mishnah, which is lenient, or does he refer to the latter part, which is rigorous? Come and hear. We have learned in a Boraitha that R. Jehuda says, one may put into all saucepans and cooking pots, except such as contain vinegar and fish brine. R. Joseph was about to say that salt comes under the same ruling as spices, because in his opinion salt becomes cooked in a p74 first vessel, but not in a second vessel. Said Abai to him, Haya distinctly taught that salt does not come under the ruling applicable to spices, because it does not become cooked, even in a first vessel. This is corroborated by R. N. Ahman, who said, there is a saying that the dissolving of salt requires thorough boiling, the same as beef. Mishnah 7, it is not permitted to place a vessel under a lamp so that the oil of the lamp drip into it. If a vessel was placed under a lamp before the Sabbath set in, it may remain there, but the use of such oil on the same Sabbath is not permitted, as it was not previously prepared. Gemara, said R. Hisda, although it was said that the placing of a vessel under a hen to receive the egg is forbidden, yet to cover the egg so as to prevent it from being crushed is permitted. Said Rabbah, the reason of R. Hisda is because he holds that hens being in the habit of laying eggs on level ground, in order to prevent the egg from being stepped upon, it is permitted to cover it with a vessel, but as leans are not in the habit of laying eggs on sloping ground, the placing of a vessel under the hen to receive the egg was not allowed. Abai objected to this, stating, were we not taught in the Mishnah that it is permitted to place a vessel under a lamp in order to take up the sparks? He was told that the dropping of sparks by a lamp is also of frequent occurrence. R. Joseph, commenting on the statement of R. Hisda, gave another reason, viz., that the vessel is made useless for that same Sabbath. Abai raised the same objection, proved by it that the vessel placed under a lamp is also made useless on that same Sabbath, and R. Huna b. R. Joshua answered, sparks have nothing substantial about them. R. Itzhak said, in the same manner as it is not permitted to place a vessel under a laying hen, so is it also not permitted to cover the egg laid, for the reason that a vessel must not be handled on the Sabbath except for the use of such things as are themselves permitted to be handled on the Sabbath. All the objections of Abai being raised against R. Itzhak's statements, he answered, in that case there was a lack of space. Come and hear. An egg laid on the Sabbath or a festival, to prevent it from being cracked, may be covered with a vessel. Here the case is, also, when the space where the vessel is placed is needed. Said R. Shizhate, go ye and tell R. Itzhak that the above doctrine has already been interpreted by R. Huna in Babylon as follows, it is permitted to make a partition on the Sabbath, to a corpse for the sake of the living, but it is not permitted to make a partition for the sake of the corpse. How is the latter clause to be understood? R. Samuel B. Jehuda and also Sheila Mari taught, in the case of a corpse lying in the sun, two persons are brought to sit on the floor, each on one side. When the ground underneath them becomes hot, each of them is to bring a cot bed to sit upon, and when the heat above them becomes excessive, they are to bring a sheet and spread it over their heads. Both now raise their cots and move to their former positions, thus a screen is formed of itself. It was taught, a corpse lying in the sun. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel says, the same must be turned over from one bed into another, until it arrives at a shady place. R. Hinabi Shalmi in the name of Rabbi said, a loaf of bread or an infant should be put on the corpse and then the corpse may be moved. There is no difference of opinion as to the removal of a corpse, which is permitted when a loaf or an infant is put upon it, they differ only where there is none. One holds that indirect transportation must be considered transportation, and the other opines that indirect transportation is not transportation. Shall we assume that on this point the following Tannim differ? It is not permitted to save a corpse from a fire. R. Jehuda B. Lakish, however, says, I have heard that it may be done. How is the case if there was a loaf of bread or an infant? Why should the first Tana prohibit it? And if there was none, what is the reason of Lakish's decision? Do they not differ in the point of transportation stated above? Nay, all agree that such a transportation is considered, the p. 76. Reason, however, of Ben Lakish is that usually one is concerned about his dead, and if it would not be permitted to remove it, he will extinguish the fire. Said R. Jehuda B. Sheila in the name of R. Ashi, quoting R. Yohanan, the halakha prevails according to Ben Lakish concerning a corpse. Mishnah 8, a new lamp may be handled on the Sabbath, but not an old one. R. Simeon, however, says all lamps are permitted to be handled except such as are still burning. Gemara, the rabbis taught, a new lamp may be handled, but not an old one, such is the decree of R. Jehuda. R. Meir, however, says that all lamps may be moved, except a lamp which was lit for the Sabbath, but R. Simeon says, except a lamp which is still burning. If extinguished, it may be moved, but a goblet, bowl, or lantern. R. Eliezer B. R. Simeon, says, it is permitted to make use of an extinguished lamp and of the oil dripping from it, even while the lamp is burning. Said Abai, R. Eliezer B. Simeon holds in one case to the opinion of his father, but differs with him in the other. He holds with his father in disregarding Mutzah, one and differs with him in the other case, for his father is of the opinion that when a lamp is extinguished it may be moved, but not while it is burning, but he is of the opinion that even a burning lamp may be moved. But a goblet, bowl, or lantern must not. Wherein do these things differ from the others? Said Mar Zutra, R. Simeon allows a small lamp, because one will wait until it is extinguished, but these are large, and not apt to become extinguished for some time. R. Zerah said, all the schoolmen agree on prohibiting the handling of a candelabrum which had been lit up on Sabbath, but the handling of the candelabrum which was not lit up on the Sabbath is unanimously permitted. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, it is not permitted to handle a bed that has been designated as a place to put money in, if the money had already previously been placed upon it. If the money, however, had not previously been deposited on the bed, the handling is permitted. If a bed was not designated for the keeping of money, but contained money, it must not be handled. If it contained no money, it may. And Rabbi says this because he holds with R. Jehuda concerning Mutzah. And it seems that so is the case, as Rabbi said one may place a lamp upon a palm tree at any time while it is yet day on Friday, in order that it may burn on the Sabbath, but one may not put a lamp upon the same on a biblical feast day. And this is correct only in accordance with the theory of R. Jehuda, but should Rabbi hold with R. Simeon, why does he make a distinction between the Sabbath and a biblical feast day? The law of Mutzah does not exist at all according to R. Simeon. Is that so? Did not Rabbi decide, when he was questioned whether one may remove an extinguished Hanukkah light on the Sabbath for fear of the Magi, that it may be done? The time of danger is different. One Archahana and Arasi then questioned him, does the halakha so prevail? And he answered, R. Simeon is worthy to be relied upon in times of danger. Resh Lakish questioned R. Yohanan, may wheat that has been sown but that has not yet sprouted, or eggs that are still under the hen, be eaten on the Sabbath? Does he disregard the law of Mutzah only in such cases where the objects were put aside with no intention of ever being used again, or does he disregard Mutzah under all circumstances? He replied, there is no Mutzah in his theory but the oil in a burning lamp, because if poured in a lamp for the purpose of keeping the Sabbath light commandment it is designated for that express function, and as it is not permitted to extinguish that light, the intention not to use the oil for any other purpose is self-evident. But does not our Simeon hold that the p78 same is the case with other things which were designated for their religious purposes? Is it not a fact that the ornaments of the tabernacle on that festival must not be used, even in accordance with our Simeon's theory? As our Br Joseph taught in the presence of our Yohanan, one must not remove wood from a booth on any biblical feast day, but he may remove it from any place nearby. Our Simeon, however, permits this to be done. Still, they all agree that wood must not be removed from a booth built expressly for that feast, on all the 7 feast days. However, if there was a stipulation it may be done accordingly. Hence even according to him the designation for ritual purposes must not be used. Why, then, is this different from the oil in question? The Boraitha is to be understood thus, all the ornaments of the booth in question are prohibited so far as all things bearing similitude to the oil in the burning lamp are concerned. And so also it was taught by our Abba in the name of our Yohanan, that there is no Mutzah in the theory of our Simeon, but in cases which are similar to the oil of the lamp while burning, being designated for the ritual purpose, they are also designated not to be used. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, in the opinion of our Simeon no law of Mutzah exists except in the case of raisins and dates which were placed on the roof to be dried. Said Rabbi Bb. Hannah in the name of our Yohanan, it was said the law remains in accordance with our Simeon. When our Itzhak Br Joseph, however, came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Yohanan that the law according to our Jehuda prevails, and our Jehoshua b. Levi said the law prevails with our Simeon. Said our Joseph, now is understood what Rabbi Bb. Hannah said in name of our Yohanan, it was said that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, which means that our Yohanan himself did not agree with their decision. Said Abai to our Joseph, didst thou not know before this that our Yohanan holds with the opinion of our Jehuda? Is it not a fact that when our Abba and Arasi met in the house of our Abba of the city of Haifa, and a candelabrum fell upon the coat of Arasi, he did not remove it? Was it not because he was a disciple of our Yohanan and acted according to the opinion of his master? Answered our Joseph, thou art speaking of a candelabrum? A candelabrum is a p79. Different matter altogether, for our Ahabi. Hananiah in the name of Arasi said, Resh Lakish has decided in Zidon, a candelabrum which can be removed with one hand may be handled, but if it has to be removed with both hands it may not, and our Yohanan said, we only hold with our Simeon in the matter of a lamp, but as for a candelabrum, whether it can be removed with one or both hands, it is prohibited. And why so? Both Rabbah and our Joseph said, because a separate place must be designated for it. Said Abai to our Joseph, have we not observed the case of a baldachin prepared for a bride and groom, for which a place must be designated? And yet Samuel said in the name of Arhiah that such may be put up and taken apart on the Sabbath. Said Abai, the prohibition to handle the candelabrum holds good only in a case where the same is made of several parts. If this be the case, what reason has our Simeon b. Lakish for allowing this? Say, not a candelabrum made of various parts, but if it looks like a candelabrum of various parts. Therefore a candelabrum made of several parts, be it large or small, must not be handled. The handling of a large candelabrum, even if not made of several parts, is also prohibited on account of its marked lines, for fear one may handle such as are made of several parts. And the point of their differing is, with a small candelabrum which looks as if made of several parts, one takes the precautionary measure lest one handle that which is really made of several parts, while the other does not care for such a precaution. R. Makia chanced to be in the house of Arsimle and handled a candlestick, the light in which had been extinguished, and Arsimle became angry on that account. Arhose the Galilean happened to be in the town of Arhose b. Hananiah and did the same, whereupon Arhose b. Hananiah became angry. Arabohu, however, when he happened to be in the place of Jehoshua b. Levi, handled, but when he came to the place of Yohanan he did not handle a candlestick in question out of respect to Yohanan. Jehudah said, a lamp which has been filled with oil may be handled after the light has been extinguished, but one which contained naphtha may not be handled. Both Rabbah and Joseph also permit this. Avia once came to the house of Rabha with muddy shoes and sat on the bed in the presence of the latter. This made p. Rabha angry, and he tried to disconcert Avia with questions. Said he, can you tell me why Rabbah and Joseph both said that a lamp filled with naphtha may be handled? Answered Avia, the reason of their decision is because the lamp is fit to cover a vessel with after being extinguished. And he rejoined, if this is so, one may also handle shavings scattered in the yard, because they also can be used to cover a vessel with. Answered Avia, a lamp, being a vessel itself, can be used to cover other things with, but shavings are not vessels in themselves and therefore cannot be used singly as covers. Said Rnahaman b. Itzhak, praised be the Lord that Rabha did not put Avia to shame. Abai pointed out to Joseph the following contradiction, did Simeon say that a light may be handled only when extinguished, but if burning it must not be handled? For what reason? Because there is a chance of extinguishing it while it is being handled. Have we not learned that Simeon said, an act which is committed unintentionally is permissible? Such is the decision of Simeon. One must not take chances with an act which, if done intentionally, would cause a violation of a biblical ordinance, but if the violation would be only that of a rabbinical ordinance, chances may be taken. Objected Rabha, we have learned, dealers in clothing may sell clothes made of wool and cotton mixed. They are permitted to try on such clothes or to carry them on their shoulders, provided the intention to use them as a protection against the sun and rain does not exist. Now, the wearing of a mixture of wool and cotton is biblically prohibited, still Simeon permits it to be done temporarily. Therefore said Rabha, discard the case of the lamp, oil, and wick, there is another reason entirely, viz., because one becomes a basis of a thing the handling of which is in itself prohibited. Said Zerah in the name of Arasi, quoting Yohanan, who said in the name of Hananiah that he was told by Ramnas, Rabbi permitted me to handle a pen containing glowing ashes. P. 81. And Zerah himself was deliberating, did indeed Yohanan say so? Have we not heard that Rabbi B.B. Hannah said in his name, referring to our Mishnah, which states that a man may handle a box containing a stone, he may do so providing the box also contains fruit. How, then, could Yohanan permit a pen with glowing ashes to be handled? Arasi was astounded for some time, but finally answered, the pen referred to still contains some grains of incense. But Rabha said, while we were in Nahaman's house we handled a fire pot on account of its ashes, although there were some broken sticks of wood upon it. The schoolmen raised the following objection, Simeon and Jehudah agree that if there are broken pieces of wick in a lamp, it is prohibited to handle the lamp. Said Abai, this was taught in Galilee. Levi, the son of Samuel, met Abba and Arhunah the son of Hiah standing at the entrance of Arhunah's house, and Levi questioned, is it allowed to fold the beds of traveling coppersmiths on a Sabbath? They answered, yeah. In allowing this, the two rabbis held with following Boraitha: it is not permitted to put together a bed which has been taken apart, but if one did so, he is not culpable. One must not fasten the bed with pegs, but if he did so, he only lays himself liable to bring a sin offering. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, said, if the bed was loose it may be fastened. R. Hama had a folding bed in his house. He put it together on a biblical feast day, and one of the young rabbis questioned Rab Ha, what reason is to be found for this act? Is it because of indirect building? Granted that there is no biblical prohibition to this effect, there surely is a rabbinical. Answered Rab Ha, I think that the reason is the decision of R. Simeon b. Gamaliel that it is permissible to put a bed together if the bed is loose. Mishnah 9, one may put a vessel underneath a lamp for the purpose of receiving the sparks falling from the lamp, but he shall not put water into the vessel, because thereby the sparks would become extinguished. P. 82. Gemara, would this act not render the vessel useless? Said Arhuna the son of Ar-Jehoshua. The vessel is not made useless, because sparks do not amount to anything. He shall not put any water into it, etc. Shall we assume that this anonymous Mishnah is in accordance with Ar-Hosea, who said that it is prohibited even to cause light to be extinguished? How can you explain this in this way? Ar-Hosea spoke of the Sabbath itself. Have you heard him saying so about the eve of Sabbath? And should you say that here is also meant on Sabbath itself? There is a Boraitha which states plainly, a vessel may be put under the lamp to receive sparks on Sabbath, and so much the more on the eve of Sabbath, but water must not be put in, even on the eve of Sabbath, and much less on the Sabbath itself. Therefore said Ar-Ashi, it may be said that it is in accordance even with the rabbis, who do not mind the causing of light to be extinguished through indirect means on the Sabbath. In this case, however, the sparks are extinguished by placing water underneath the lamp. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning victuals, where they may or may not be deposited to retain their heat for the Sabbath. Mishnah I, wherein may hot vessels be deposited and wherein may they not? Depositing in Japhet, dung, salt, lime, and sand, either wet or dry, is not allowed. In straw, grape skins, wool flocks, or grass it is permitted, provided they are dry, but not when they are still wet. Gemara, a question was propounded, is the use of olive waste only prohibited, but the use of the oil cakes allowed, or does the Mishnah allude to oil cakes and still more so to olive waste? For the purpose of depositing in, both kinds are not allowed. Oil cake does not produce heat, olive waste produces heat. Rabbah and Arzera once met at the exilarch's house. They saw there a servant putting a can on top of a kettle, and Rabbah rebuked him. Said Arzera to him, in what particular does this case differ from that of putting one pan on top of another? Answered Rabbah, here heat is produced, but there it is only preserved. Another time they saw spreading a turban over a pitcher and putting a cup on top of it. Again Rabbah rebuked him. Arzera asked for the reason, and Rabbah answered, you will soon see him wringing one the turban, which he did. Arzera again asked, in what particular does this case differ from that of a spread cloth? Answered Rabbah, here he is particular, while there he is not. In straw. Ar-Adabi. Masna questioned Abai, may wool flocks, in which were deposited, be handled on Sabbath? Abai answered, because of a lack of straw. P. 84. Would a man sacrifice a valuable lot of wool flock? R. Histah permitted the replacing of waste of a pillow on Sabbath. R. Hanan b. Histah objected to him from the following: untying the opening of a shirt is permitted on Sabbath, but cutting it is prohibited, and waste must not be placed into a pillow or bolster on a biblical feast day, much less on a Sabbath. This presents no difficulty. Placing new waste in a pillowcase is not allowed, but replacing old waste is allowed. And so also we have learned plainly in a Boraitha, that when they fall out they may be replaced even on Sabbath, and much the more on a feast day. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite said, whosoever makes an opening on Sabbath is liable to a sin offering. R. Kahana opposed, saying, what is the difference between an opening for the neck and a bunghead? Rabha answered, a bunghead is not attached to the barrel, but an opening for the neck is made by an incision in the shirt, and hence is part and parcel of same. In Surah the following doctrine was taught in the name of our Hisda, and in Pumaditha the same was taught in the name of our Kahana or Rabha, who was the Tana in whose name the sages taught that the part and parcel of a thing is on a par with the thing itself. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, it is our Meir who holds that the attachment built on a hearth is on a par with the hearth itself and becomes unclean when touched by an unclean thing. When wet. A question was propounded, naturally or artificially wet. Come and hear. The Mishnah says, not with straw, nor with grape skins, nor with wool flocks, nor with grass when wet. It is right only if we accept the theory that they became wet, but should we venture to think them naturally wet, how is this to be imagined? Can wool flocks be naturally wet? The sweaty wool under the hips may be meant. Did not our Oshia teach we may deposit in dry cloth and dry fruit, but not in wet cloth or wet fruit? How is naturally wet? P85. Cloth to be imagined? This may also mean cloth made from the sweaty wool under the hips of the sheep. Mishnah 2, it may be deposited in cloth, fruit, pigeon feathers, shavings, and fine flaxen tow. Our Jehuda forbids the use of fine, but permits the use of coarse flaxen tow. Gemara, shavings. A question was propounded, does our Jehuda forbid the use of fine shavings or fine flaxen tow? Come and hear. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehuda says, fine flaxen tow is the same as dung, which increases heat, therefore the conclusion is that he means flaxen tow. Mishnah 3, it may be deposited in skins, and they may be handled, in shorn wool, and must not be handled. How can this be done? The lid is raised and it falls down. R. Elazar b. Azariah says, the vessel is bent sideways lest it be taken out and cannot be replaced, but the sages say it may be taken out and replaced. Gemara, a question was propounded by R. Jonathan b. Achinayi, R. Jonathan b. Elazar, and R. Hanana b. Hama, does the Mishnah allude to skins belonging to private men only, hence skins belonging to an artisan, who is particular with them, may not be handled under any circumstances, or perhaps the Mishnah allows even an artisan's skins? Answered R. Jonathan b. Elazar to them, it is reasonable to accept that it applies only to those belonging to private men, but not to artisans, because they are particular. Said R. Hanana b. Hama to them, thus said R. Ishmael b. Jossi, my father was a tanner, and he said, bring some skins here to sit on. An objection was raised, boards of private men may be handled, but not those of artisans. With boards it is different. Even private men are particular with boards. On this point the following Tannim differ, skins belonging to private men may be handled, but not those of artisans. R. Jossi says both kinds may be handled. While they were sitting together another question was propounded by them, the 40 less 1 principal acts of labor on Sabbath, where are they taken from? Said R. Hanana b. Hama, from the acts of labor performed at the tabernacle. R. Jonathan b. Elazar, however, said, thus said R. Simeon b. Jossi b. Lacunia, from the 39 times the words work, his work, and work of are to be found in the Pentateuch. P. 86. R. Joseph questioned Rabbah, is the term his work which is found in the passage and Joseph came into the house to do his work also of the number or not? Abai answered him, let us bring the book and count, and he rejoined, I am in doubt whether the verse and the work was enough is of the number, and the former verse is to be explained he came in to do his business, or whether the former is of the number and the latter is to be explained the task was completed. This question remains unanswered. It is proven by a Boraitha that the adduction of the 39 acts is made from the acts performed at the tabernacle, for we were taught, one is culpable only for the performance of such work as was done at the building of the tabernacle. They have sown, but ye must not sow, they have harvested, but ye must not, they have loaded the boards from the ground upon wagons, but ye must remove nothing from public into private ground, they have unloaded from the wagons to the ground, but ye must not remove from private into public ground, they have transferred from one wagon into another, but ye must transfer nothing from private into private ground. From private into private ground. What wrong is committed by that? Both Abai and Rabha, and according to others are Adabi. Ahabha, said, from private into private ground by way of public ground. In shorn wool and may not be handled. Rabha and Rabban in the name of Rabbi said, it is only taught, when not designated for the purpose of depositing in them, but if designated for that purpose they may be handled. Rabbana says that the teaching of the Mishnah is applicable to shorn wool taken from stock. The following Boraitha is in support of this: shorn wool taken from stock is not to be handled, but if prepared by a private man for a purpose it may be handled. Rabbi B. Hannah taught before Rabbite, palm branches, if cut off for use as fuel and finally intended for sitting purposes, must be tied together. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said it needs not tying. He who taught this has himself declared that the halakha prevails in accordance with R. Simeon b. Gamaliel. It was taught, Rabbi said tied. Samuel said, the intention on the eve of Sabbath suffices, and R.C. said, sitting, even if not tied nor previously intended for sitting purposes on the Sabbath, is sufficient. It is clear that Rabbi holds with the first teacher and Samuel holds with R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, but whom does R.C.'s opinion agree with? He is in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha: it is permitted to go out with a flax or wool plaster when dipped in oil and tied with a string, but it is not permitted when the plaster is not dipped in oil or tied with a string, but if one went out with it only a little before the Sabbath, even if not dipped in oil and tied, it is permissible. Said R. Ashi, we were also taught in a Mishnah in support of this, but who is the teacher that does not agree with R. Simeon b. Gamaliel? It is R. Hanana b. Akaba, for when R. Dimi came from Palestine he said in the name of Zerah, quoting R. Hanana b. Akaba once went with his disciples to a place and found some palm branches tied together to be used as fuel. He said to his disciples, make up your minds to sit on them tomorrow. I do not know whether there was to be a wedding or a funeral that following day, but the inference from this narration is, only in the case of a wedding or funeral, when people are busy, the intention is sufficient, but otherwise tying together is necessary. R. Jehuda said, one is permitted to carry in a box of sand on the Sabbath for the purpose and use the remainder for any purpose whatever. Marzutra, in the name of Marzutra the Great, interpreted this providing he singled out a corner for it. Said the rabbis before our Papa, is this teaching in accord only with the opinion of R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, but not with that of the rabbis who require action rather than intention? Our Papa answered, it may even be in accord with the rabbis, who require action only where it is possible, and this action is impossible. R. Jehuda permits the use of the dust of incense on the Sabbath. R. Joseph permits poppy seed waste. Rabha permits pepper dust and R. Shees hate barda, to wash the face with. What is barda? Said R. Joseph, a powder of 1/3 p88 aloe, 1/3 myrrh, and 1/3 violet. R. Nehemiah b. Joseph also permits barda, provided it does not contain more than a third part of aloe. R. Shees hate was asked if it was permitted to crush olives on Sabbath. He answered, is it permitted on weekdays? He is of the opinion that the spoiling of food is not allowed. Barda was brought to Amamar, Marzutra, and R. Ashi. Amamar and R. Ashi washed themselves with it, but Marzutra did not. They asked him, do you, Master, not hold with R. Shees hate, who permits the use of it? Said R. Mordecai to them, leave out the Master in this question, for he does not even use barda on weekdays. He holds with the following Boraida. One is permitted to scratch off crust of excrement and of wounds only for the purpose of relieving pain, but not for the purpose of beautifying the person. And the above-mentioned rabbis agree with the teaching of the following: one should wash his face, hands, and feet daily out of respect for his Creator, as it is written, everything hath the Lord wrought for its destined end. 1. The vessel is bent sideways, etc. Said our Abba in the name of our Hayabi. Ashi, quoting Rabbite, if the cavity formed by the vessel got out of shape it is not permitted to replace. There is an objection from our Mishnah, and the sages say it may be taken out and replaced. How shall this be understood? If the cavity remained intact, the rabbis did well by telling us that the replacing of the vessel was allowed, but if the cavity got out of shape, is it not self-evident that replacing is not permitted? Nay, they still maintain that the cavity did not get out of shape, and the controversy is as regards precaution. One maintains that this precaution is to be taken, while the others contend this is not necessary. R. Huna said, a fragrant plant used after meals in place of burnt spices, if it was taken out of and replaced in the flower pot before Sabbath, it may be taken out, used, and replaced on Sabbath, but not otherwise. Samuel said that the same is the case with a knife that was preserved between the bricks. Marzutra, according to others Ashi, said that a knife may be preserved between the branches of the root. And p89. R. Mordecai said to Rabha that Katana has objected to the above rabbis, who said that if it were not replaced before Sabbath it must not be used, from a Mishnah, which states plainly that it may be taken out on Sabbath. This question remains. Mishnah 4, not covered during daylight must not be covered after dark. If, after having been covered, it became uncovered, it is permitted to cover it again. A pitcher may be filled with cold victuals and put under a pillow. Gemara, R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, it is permitted to store cold victuals. Said R. Joseph, what news came he to teach? Have we not learned this in the above Mishnah? Abai answered, a great deal. From the Mishnah I would infer that only such things as are not usually stored are permissible. He informs us, however, that even such things as are usually stored are permissible also. Arhuna in the name of Rabbi, however, says, it is prohibited. Were we not taught that Rabbi has permitted this? This presents no difficulty. In the former instance he did so when he was not as yet aware of the following decision of R. Ishmael b. Jossi. Rabbi at one time decided that it is forbidden to store cold victuals. Said R. Ishmael b. Jossi to him, my father permitted it, whereupon Rabbi said, if this sage has once permitted it, so shall it be done. Said R. Papa, come ye and note the mutual respect. Had R. Jossi been alive, he would have had to show respect to Rabbi, as R. Ishmael, who succeeded his father in every respect, also has acknowledged Rabbi's superiority. Still Rabbi accepted his decision. R. Naaman said to his slave Daru, store some cold victuals for me and bring me warm water from a Gentile cook shop. R. Ami heard this and was angry. Said R. Joseph, what was the reason of his anger? Did not R. Naaman act in accordance with the teachings of the great masters, Rabbi, and Samuel? R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, it is permitted to store cold victuals, and R. Samuel br Itzhak said in the name of Rabbi, anything that may be consumed raw is not included in the prohibition relating to cooking by a Gentile. He, however, was of the opinion that, although it is p90 allowed, a man of note should not practice it. The rabbis taught, although the sages said it is not allowed to deposit after dark, even in such receptacles as do not increase the heat, still, if already deposited, it is permitted to add more cover. How can this be done? R. Simeon b. Gamaliel says, in cold weather the covering sheet may be taken off and a blanket substituted, in warm weather the blanket may be taken off and a sheet substituted. Furthermore said the same, the sages prohibited only in the same pan in which they were cooked, but if emptied into another pan it is permitted, and there is no fear of one coming to cook, for emptying from the cooking pan proves. If one deposited a pot in material that may be handled on the Sabbath, and covered it with the same, or even deposited it in non-permissible material, but covered it with permissible, he may take out the pot and replace it, but if he deposited it in non-permissible material and covered it with the same, or even deposited it in permissible, but covered it with non-permissible material, he may take out the pot, but can replace it only if the pot was but partly covered. Otherwise, he must not replace it at all. It is permitted to put one cooking pan upon another, and also one earthen pot upon another, but not an earthen pot upon a cooking pan, or a cooking pan upon an earthen pot. The cover of a pot may be fastened down with dough. In the case of putting one pan or pot upon another, this may be done only to preserve the heat, but not for the purpose of heating the upper pot by means of the lower one. The same as it is forbidden to store warm, so it is also forbidden to store cold on the Sabbath, but Rabbi permitted the latter to be done. Even so is it prohibited to chop ice on Sabbath in order to obtain cold water, but ice may be put into a vessel or a pitcher without fear of the consequences. Footnotes 83:1 Ringing is prohibited on the Sabbath. 88:1 The expression in Hebrew is lima'anihu, literally, for his own purpose. Lezer translates for the purpose of the things created. The Talmud, however, takes it literally. Next, Chapter V, Regulations concerning what may and may not be worn by animals on the Sabbath. Index previous next. p. 91. Chapter V. Regulations concerning what may and may not be worn by animals on the Sabbath. Mishnah I, what gear may we let animals go about in and what not? 1. The male camel in a bridle, the female camel with a nose ring, Libyan asses in a halter, and a horse in a collar. All that are used to collars may go out in and may be led by the collar. Such gear can be sprinkled and submerged without being removed from its place. Gemara, R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, Rabbi was asked, how is it when the reverse is the case? I.e., when the female camel is bridled and the male camel is invested with a nose ring. May they be allowed to go about? There is no question as to a bridle on a female camel, for it is considered a burden. As to a nose ring on a male camel, shall we assume that it is merely an additional safeguard, and thus becomes permissible, or is it an unnecessary safeguard and hence not allowed? R. Ishmael B. Jossi answered, thus my father said, 4 animals may go about with a bridle on the horse, the mule, the camel, and the ass. Aboritha states, Lida asses and camels may go about with a bridle on. The following Tannim, however, differ as to this point. One maintains that no animal may go about burdened with a chain, but Hananiah says a chain or anything else that is intended as a safeguard is permitted. Said Arhunabi. Haya in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to Hananiah. Levi b. Arhunabi. Haya and Rabba b. Arhuna once traveled together, arriving at an entrance, the former's ass ran ahead of the latter's. Rabba b. Arhuna became dejected. Thought Levi to himself, I will pacify him. p. 92. With the following question, is it permitted to put a halter on an unmanageable ass like mine on the Sabbath? Rejoined Rabba, so said your father in the name of Samuel, the decision of Hananiah prevails. At the school of Menashiah it was taught, a goat with a bridle fastened to his horns is permitted to go about on Sabbath. An objection was raised, were we not taught in a Mishnah that it is not allowed to let a cow go about with a strap tied between her horns? Said R. Irmiah b. Abba, on this point Rabbi and Samuel differ. According to one it is prohibited at any rate, and according to the other, if for an ornament it is prohibited, but as a safeguard it is permitted. Said R. Joseph, it seems that Samuel was the one who permitted it as a safeguard, as Arhuna said in his name the halakha prevails according to Hananiah. Said Abai to R. Joseph. On the contrary, it may be that Samuel is the one who forbids it at any rate, as R. Jehuda said above in his name. Rabbi was asked, how is it when the reverse is the case, etc. Does this not mean to exclude a nose ring from a camel? But why should you prefer this latter saying to the former one? Because it was taught, R. Hayabi. Ashi said in the name of Rabbi that it is forbidden at any rate, and R. Hayabi. Abin in the name of Samuel said, it is permitted as a safeguard. An objection was raised from the following: if the owner tied the heifer with a halter, she may nevertheless be used. Should you assume that this is a burden? The scriptures say, upon which there was no yoke? Answered Abai, when the owner leads her from one town to another. Rabbi said, there is quite a difference in the case of the red heifer, as she is very valuable. Rabbina said, she must have a halter on account of her stubbornness. The horse with a collar. What is meant by go about or led? Arhuna said, it makes no difference whether the strap hangs loose on the animal's neck or is used as a rein, but Samuel said they may go about if led but not hanging loose. P93. A Boraitha teaches, they may go about with the halter tied round their necks in order that they may be led whenever necessary. Said R. Joseph, I have seen the calves of Arhuna going out on a Sabbath with their halters round their necks. R. Samuel B. Jehuda, when coming from Palestine, said in the name of R. Hananiah that rabbis' mules also went out on a Sabbath with their halters tied around their necks, and are sprinkled, etc. Is this to say that they are subject to defilement? Does not a Mishnah state that only rings worn by human beings are subject to defilement, but harness and all other rings are not? Said R. Itzhak of Nafha 1, the collar ring having at one time been used by men for personal purposes and become defiled, still retains its defiled character. R. Joseph, however, maintains it is not necessary to claim this. The fact that the collar ring is used by man for the purpose of guiding the animal lays it open to becoming defiled, as we have learned in the Boraitha which taught us, a metal whip is subject to defilement, for the reason that man uses it to manage the animal with, and submerged without removing it from its place. Would this not constitute a case of chatsitsa? 2 said Arami, is avoided by loosening the bridle. A Boraitha teaches, intervention is avoided by the size of the bridle. Mishnah 2, the ass may go out with a rug fastened around him, rams may go out with leather bandages tied around their privates, sheep may go out with their tails tied up or down and wrapped, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up. R. Jossi forbids all this except sheep wrapped up. R. Jehuda says, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up to stop the lactation, but not to save the milk. Gemara, said Samuel, the Mishnah means, only when the is fastened on Sabbath eve. Said R. N. Ahman, it seems to be so from the following Mishnah, an ass may not. P94. Go out with the rug unless fastened. How should this be understood? Shall we say that is not fastened at all? Then it would be self-evident, lest it fall off and will have to be carried by a man. We must, therefore, assume that the Mishnah's meaning of not fastened signifies not fastened before the Sabbath. Hence Samuel's opinion has a good reason. And it is also supported in the following Boraitha, the ass may go out with a rug fastened before the Sabbath, but not with a saddle, even though fastened before. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, even with a saddle, if fastened before the Sabbath, provided, however, no stirrups are attached to the saddle and a crupper under the tail. R. Asibi. Nathan questioned R. Hayabi R. Ashi, is it permitted to put a rug on all ass on the Sabbath? It is, was the answer. And to the question, what is the difference between these two? He was silent. R. Asi objected, a Boraitha teaches, it is not allowed to remove the saddle from the ass directly, but one may move it to and fro until it falls off. If you say it is forbidden to handle the saddle, is there any question as to putting it oil? Said R. Zerah to him, leave him alone. He is of the opinion of his teacher, in whose name R. Hayabi R. Ashi related that he permitted putting a feed bag on all animal on Sabbath. A feed bag, which is nothing but an accommodation, is permitted, so much the more a rug, which is a relief. Samuel, however, permitted a rug, but prohibited a feed bag. R. Joseph reported the opinion of Rabbi to Samuel, whereupon the latter said, "If so," said Abba, "he knows nothing of the laws of Sabbath." When Zerah came, he heard Benjamin b. Japheth stating in the name of Yohanan that it is permitted to put on a rug. He thanked him for it and, continuing, remarked, "Thus has the Ariach in Babylon decided." Who is meant by the title? Samuel. From the foregoing it is evident that all agree that it is permitted to cover an ass with a rug on Sabbath. But what is the point in which a saddle differs from the rug? It differs therein that a saddle may drop off. Our Papa gave another reason: to cover an ass with a rug is an act of relief, for it is said that an ass feels cold even in summer, but to remove a saddle from an ass's back in order to cool off the ass is not necessarily an act of relief. p. 95. An objection was raised. We have learned, the horse shall not go out with a foxtail and calves with the feed bags on public ground. Shall we not assume that they may not go out on public ground, but they may on private ground, and it refers even to large calves, thus feed bags are merely an accommodation? Nay, the permission to carry feed bags applies only to small calves and must be considered as a necessary relief. The Master said, "She-goats must not go out with a bag attached to their udders." Is there not a Boraitha which teaches that they may? Said Jehudah, "This presents no difficulty. In the former case the bag is not tied fast, in the latter it is." Said Joseph, "Why, you have entirely done away with the teachers of our Mishnah. There is a difference of opinion between the teachers in this very Mishnah: she-goats may go out with a bag tied to their udders. Jassi forbids all except sheep with covers on to protect the wool. Jehudah says, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up for the purpose of preventing lactation, but not for the purpose of saving the milk. We have learned in a Boraitha, Jehudah related the case of she-goats which he saw in Antioch. Their udders were so large that bags had to be made for them in order to prevent their dragging on the ground and becoming mutilated. The rabbis taught, it happened with one man whose wife died and left him a nursing child. He was so poor that he could not pay a wet nurse. A miracle happened to him, his breasts opened and he nursed his child. Said Joseph, "Come and see how great the man must have been that such a miracle was wrought for him." Said Abai to him, "On the contrary, behold how bad the man must have been that the nature of mankind changed in him and nothing occurred to enable him to earn enough money to pay a nurse." Says Jehudah, "Come and see how hard it is for heaven to change the fate of a man concerning his livelihood, that the nature of the world was changed, but not his fate." Said Nahman, "It is proven by this fact that." p. 96. A miracle occurred, but he was not provided with means for paying a wet nurse. The rabbis taught it happened once that a man wedded a woman with a mutilated hand, and did not discover it until she died. Said Rabbi, "Behold how chaste this woman must have been, for even her husband did not discover it." Arhi retorted, "This is nothing. It is natural with women to hide their defects, but note the modesty of the man, who did not discover it in his wife. Rams may go out with bands around their privates." "What kind of bands?" Said Arhunah, "Hobbles." Ullah said they were leather bands tied around their breasts to prevent them from the attack of wolves. Do wolves attack only the males and never the females? It is because the males always go ahead of the flocks. Do wolves attack only the advance of a flock and never the rear? It is because the males are usually fat. Are there no fat sheep among the females? Moreover, how can the wolves know which is which? It is because the males generally lift their heads and look around cautiously. Nahman b. Itzhak said they wore leather bands tied around their privates to prevent them from having coition with the females. Whence this inference? From the last clause of the Mishnah, the sheep may go out with their tails tied up, in order that the males may have coition with them, hence we infer that the first clause is for the purpose of preventing them. She-goats may go out with a bag tied around their udders. It was taught, Rabbi said that the halakha prevails in accordance with Yehuda, and Samuel held it to be in accordance with Jassi. Others taught, Rabbi and Samuel did not directly cite the opinions of the Tannim just mentioned, but they themselves decreed as follows. Rabbi held that she-goats may go out with their udders tied up for the purpose of preventing lactation, but not to save the milk. Samuel, however, prohibited this in both cases. Others again say, Yehuda b. Bethera long ago decided the same as Rabbi, but added that on account of the impossibility of determining what purpose the tying up of the udders would serve, it is entirely prohibited. Thereupon Samuel decided that the halakha prevails with him. Rabban upon his arrival in Babylon said that Yohanan said that the halakha prevails in accordance with the first Tana. p. 97. Mishnah 3, and what must not go about in the camel with a crupper, nor with hobbles on both legs, nor with the front leg hobbled with the hind. This law is applied to all other animals. It is not allowed to tie camels together with a rope and then lead them, but one is permitted to hold in his hand the several ropes on the camels and lead them, provided the ropes are not twisted into one. Gemara, a Boraitha in addition to this Mishnah states, if the crupper is fastened to the hump as well as to the tail of the camel, it may go about. Rabbi Br Huna says, a camel may go about with a pad under its tail. One is not to tie camels. What is the reason? Said Ashi, because it looks like leading them to market. But one is permitted to hold in his hand, etc. Said Ashi, this law was stated only concerning, and hence the teacher means to say, provided he does not tie or twist them. Samuel said, and provided the cords do not protrude from his hand as much as the length of a span. Was it not taught at the school of Samuel, 2 spans? Said Abai, from the difference between Samuel himself and his school we infer that Samuel came to teach us how to practice. But did not a Boraitha state, provided he lifts from the ground 1 span? The non-restriction of the quantity of cord applies only to the amount of cord used for the distance between the animal and the man's hand. Mishnah 4, the ass is not to go out with a rug, unless fastened, neither with a bell that has been muffled, nor with a collar on his neck, nor with ankle boots. The hens are not to go out with cords tied to them, nor with straps on their feet. Rams are not to go out with carts tied to their tails, nor sheep with sneezing wood, the calf with the reed yoke, nor the cow with the skin of a hedgehog, nor with a strap. The cow of Elazar b. Azariah went out with a strap between the horns against the approval of the rabbis. Gemara, neither with a bell that has been muffed. For it looks like bringing it to market. p. 98. Nor with a collar on his neck. Said Arhuna, with a collar underneath his jowls. What was the collar intended for? To prevent irritation of any wounds that may have been on the neck. Nor with ankle boots. To prevent injury from kicking one foot against the other. The hens with cords. As a distinguishing mark. Nor with straps on their feet. To prevent damage arising from jumping. The rams with carts. To prevent the ends of their tails from damage through trailing on the ground. Nor sheep with sneezing wood. Said Arhuna, in seaports there is to be found a kind of tree called Hanun, which produces sneezing wood, which when held under a sheep's nose produces sneezing, and while sneezing such vermin as may have lodged in the sheep's head are expelled. If such be the case, may rams not go out with it either? For ram sneezing wood is not used at all. They butt with their heads, therefore vermin drops out of its own accord. Nor the cow with the skin of the hedgehog, etc. To prevent leeches from sticking to the udder. Nor with the strap between the horns. Why not? Either in accordance with Rabbi, who forbids it at any rate, or in accordance with Samuel, who forbids it as an ornament. The cow of Elazar b. Azariah, etc. Had he only one cow? Did not Rabbi, or Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, say that Elazar b. Azariah gave yearly as tithes from his herds as many as 12,000 calves? We have learned, the cow in question was not his, but a neighboring woman's. It is only ascribed to him because he did not protest against it. Rabbi, our Hananiah, our Jonathan, and our Hababah all said, he who has the power to protest against wrong in his house and does not do so, is responsible for every one in his house. In the city, he is responsible for the transgressions of every one of the inhabitants of the city, and if he is such a great man that his word would be respected in the whole world, he is punished for mankind. Said our Papa, and the exilarchs are punished for the sins of all Israel. As our Hananiah. P. 99. Said, it is written, the Eternal will enter into judgment with the elders of his people and with the princes thereof. If the princes sinned, what have the elders to do with it? The intent is to say, because the elders did not protest against the princes. R. Jehudah sat before Samuel, when a woman came in complaining, and Samuel paid no attention to her. Said R. Jehudah to him, is master unaware of the passage, whosoever stops his ears at cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself and not be heard. Samuel retorted, ingenious scholar. Your headmaster is on safe ground, but our chief is responsible, Mar Ukbah, being at that time chief of the judges, for it is written, O house of David. Thus hath said the Lord, exercise justice on mourning, and deliver him that is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my fury go forth like fire, and burn so that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. Said our Zerah to our Simon, let master reprove the exilarch's retainers. He answered, they care not for me. Rejoined our Zerah, even if they do not care, reprove them anyhow, for our Ahabi. Hananiah said, the Holy One, blessed be he, never issued a benevolent decree, which he subsequently reversed into malevolence, except in this sole instance, which is written, and the Lord said unto him, pass through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and inscribe a mark upon the foreheads, etc. Thus said the Holy One, blessed be he, to Gabriel, go and set the mark in ink upon the foreheads of the righteous, that the angels of destruction have no power over them, and the same mark in blood upon the foreheads of the wicked, that the angels of destruction may have power over them. The party of prosecution pleaded before him in these terms, Lord of the universe, what is the difference between the two? He answered, those are perfectly righteous and these completely wicked. Again the party of prosecution pleaded, Lord of the universe. It was in their power to protest, and they did not. And the Lord answered, it is known to me that, had they protested, their protest would have been of no avail. But they pleaded once more. Lord of the universe. It is known to thee, but was it known to them? And thus it is written. Slay utterly. P. 100. Old and young, both maids, little children, and women, and at my sanctuary shall ye begin. Then they began with the old men who were before the house. And our Joseph taught, do not read my sanctuary, but my sanctified, which means the men who have performed all the laws prescribed in the Torah, which begins with all the letters of the alphabet. And it is also written, and behold, 6 men came from the direction of the upper gate. Beside the copper altar. Was, then, the copper altar at that time? Was it not hidden already in the time of Solomon? It means that the Holy One, blessed be he, told them they shall begin from that place where they used to sing hymns before him. And who are the 6 men? Said Arhisdah, anger, wrath, rage, destruction, devastation, and ruin. Why just the letter Tabite? Said our Simeon B. Lachish, the Tabite is the last letter on the seal of the Holy One, blessed be he, for our Hananiah said the seal of the Holy One, blessed be he, is Emeth. It being evident from the verse that Zechutha both one no longer existed, at what time shall we assume that it ceased? Said Rabbite. From the time of the prophet Hosea b. Biri, as it is written, and no man will deliver her out of my hand, meaning that even the righteousness of the ancestors will be of no avail. Samuel said, from the time of the king Chazael of Syria, as it is written. And the Lord became gracious unto them, and had mercy on them, and turned his regard unto them, because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and would not destroy them, and he cast them not off from his presence until now. Thus, he will remember his covenant only until now, but not after that. R. Jehoshua b. Levi said, from the time of Elijah the prophet, as it is written. Elijah the prophet came near and said, O Lord, God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel, this day let it be known that thou art God in Israel. P. 101. Etc., and means to infer that only this day the Lord will remember Zechuthaboth, and not after this day. R. Yohanan says, from the time of Hezekiah the king, as it is written, to establish it and to support it through justice and righteousness, from henceforth and unto eternity, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this, implying that after that the favors of the Lord will not be bestowed by virtue of Zechuthaboth, but through his zeal. R. Ami said, death is the result of sin, and affliction the result of transgression, death the result of sin, for it is written, the soul that sins, it shall die, etc., affliction the result of transgression, for it is written, and I will visit their transgressions with a lash and their iniquity with stripes. An objection was raised. One of the teachers said, the angel said to the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe. Why didst thou punish Adam with death? The Lord answered, because I gave him a light commandment, and he failed to observe it. The angels again said unto him, why did Moses and Aaron die? Did they not observe all the laws of the Torah? And he answered, the same fate befalls the righteous as the wicked. Hence death is not the result of sin. He is in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha, R. Simeon b. Eleazar said, even the death of Moses and Aaron was the result of their sins, for it is written, because you had no faith in me, if they had had faith, they would not have died. Another objection was raised, only 4 men died in consequence of original sin. They are Benjamin ben Jacob, Amram, the father of Moses, Jesse, the father of David, and Kilab ben David. Whose opinion does this Boraitha agree with? The Tana who related the legend of the angels holds that Moses and Aaron also died in consequence of original sin. So must be then in accordance with R. Simeon b. Eleazar, as said above. Thus we see that although Moses and Aaron died on account of their own sins, still death without sin and affliction without transgression are possible, hence R. Ami's theory is objected to. R. Samuel b. Namini in the name of R. Jonathan said, whoever says that Reuben sinned with his father's wife is in error, because it is written. P. 102. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. This proves to us that they were all equal, but what does the verse which states that he did lie with Bilhah, etc., signify? That Reuben deranged his father's bed, and the scripture considers this equal to his having sinned with her. There is another Boraitha, Simeon b. Eleazar said, that righteous man is innocent of the crime. The act with his father's wife was never consummated, as, is it possible that a man whose descendants will stand on the Mount Ebal and proclaim, cursed be he who lies with his father's wife, would commit such a crime? But what does the above-cited verse mean? He resented the injustice done his mother and said, when my mother's sister lived and proved a vexation to my mother, it was bearable, but to have my mother's servant prove a vexation to her, this is unbearable. Therefore he removed the bed of Bilhah from his father's bedroom. R. Samuel b. Namini in the name of R. Jonathan said, he who maintains that the sons of Eli have sinned is nothing but in error, as it is written. 2 sons. Priests of the Lord. Rabbi said. Pinhas did not sin, as it is written, and Ahiah, the son of Ahitub, Ichabod's brother, the son of Pinhas, son of Eli, was priest of the Lord at Shiloh. Is it possible that the scriptures would describe minutely the pedigree of a sinner? Is it not written, the Lord will cut off, unto the man that doth this, son and grandson, etc.? That was explained to mean, if he be simply an Israelite he shall have here no master among the teachers and no scholar among disciples, and if he is a descendant of priests, he shall have no son who may bring the offering. From this we must conclude that Pinhas is innocent of guilt. Is it not written, however, sons of Belial? It was because he should have protested against it, and did not, the scripture considers it as if he had also sinned. The same said again, he who thinks the sons of Samuel sinned, is also in error. It is written, and they did not walk in his ways. True, they did not walk in his p. 103 ways, but they sinned not. How, then, is the passage to be upheld, and they but turned aside after lucre and took bribes? They did not act as their father, for Samuel the righteous traveled through all Israel and dispensed justice in every city, as it is written, and he went from year to year in circuit to Bethel and Gilgal and Mizpah, and judged Israel, but they did not act in this way. They dwelt in their respective places in order to increase the fees of their messengers and scribes. On this point the following Tannim differ. R. Meir says, they claimed their priestly allowance personally. R. Jehuda says, they had commercial relations with private people. R. Akiba says, they took tithes by force. R. Jossi says, they took by force the portions. He said again, the same error is made concerning David. Said Rabbi, who is a descendant of the house of David, endeavored to interpret favorably the passage, wherefore hast thou despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his eyes? He said, this evil deed is different. In all other instances it says, and he has done, but here it says, to do. This implies that he wanted to do. Uriah the Hittite thou hast slain with the sword. He should have had him tried by the Sanhedrin, which he did not. And his wife thou hast taken to thee for a wife. He had a right to her, for our Samuel b. Namini in the name of our Jonathan said, whoever went to war with David divorced his wife previously. Him thou hast slain with the sword for the children of Ammon. As he will not be punished on account of the children of Ammon, so will he also not be punished for the death of Uriah. What is the reason? He was a rebel. Said Rabbi, note well the life of David, and you find nothing blamable save the affair of Uriah, as it is written, save only in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. Abai the elder has contradicted the above statement of p. 104. Rabbi from his own statement elsewhere that David accepted slander? This difficulty remains. What was it? That which is written, and the king said unto him, where is he? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he is in the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, in Lodebar. Farther on it is written, and David the king sent, and had him taken out of the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, from Lodebar. 1. Thus, when David found him doing something, whereas Ziba informed the king that he was doing nothing, hence David was convinced that Ziba was a liar, why, then, did David give heed to his slander afterwards, for it is written, and the king said, and where is thy master's son? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he remaineth at Jerusalem, for he said, today will the house of Israel restore unto me the kingdom of my father. But whence the adduction that David accepted slander? From what is written further, then said the king to Ziba, behold, thine shall be all that pertaineth to Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, etc. Samuel said, David did not accept slander. He saw in Mephibosheth's conduct that which corroborated Ziba's calumny, as it is written, and Mephibosheth the son of Saul came down to meet the king, and he had not dressed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his clothes. Further, it is written, and he slandered thy servant unto my lord the king, etc. And further, and Mephibosheth said unto the king, yea, let him take the whole, since that my lord the king is come in peace unto his own house. Now, this last verse really means, I have anticipated your safe arrival home with anxiety, and since you act toward me in such a manner, I have nothing to complain of to you but to him who brought you safely back. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite said, had David not given heed to slander, the kingdom of the house of David would never have been divided, neither would Israel have worshipped idols, nor would we have been exiled from our land. The same rabbi said, he who believes Solomon guilty of p. 105. Idolatry is in error. This theory agrees with R. Nathan, who points to a contradiction between the two following passages in the very same verse, and it came to pass, at the time when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart, etc., and farther on it says, like the heart of David his father. While his heart was not as perfect as that of his father David, still he did not sin. Therefore it must be said that it means, his wives turned away his heart toward idolatry, but still he did not practice it. This is supported by the following Boraitha. Ar-Jassi said, it is written, and the high places that were before Jerusalem, which were to the right of the mount of destruction, which Solomon the king of Israel had built for Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Zidonians, etc. Is it possible that neither Asa nor Jehoshaphat had cleared them out before Josiah? Did not Asa and Jehoshaphat abolish idolatry in Judea? It follows, then, that as Josiah is given credit by the verse in the scripture for having abolished the worship of Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Zidonians, although at his time it had been out of existence for a long time, this was done merely because he had abolished other later forms of idolatry. The same rule is followed in the case of Solomon. While he himself did not build the Ashtoreth of the Zidonians, the fact that he did not prevent his wives from doing so makes him responsible, in the same measure as if he had committed the deed himself. But is it not written, and Solomon did what is evil in the eyes of the Lord? This is also written merely because it was in his power to prevent the actions of his wives, and he did not do so, hence the scripture ascribes the deed to him, as if he himself had committed it. Said Ar-Jehuda in the name of Samuel, it would have been better for him to have been an actual hireling to idolatry than to be accused of doing what is evil in the eyes of the Lord. Again Ar-Jehuda said in Samuel's name, at the time Solomon took in wedlock the daughter of Pharaoh, she brought to him about 1,000 different musical instruments. Each of these was used for separate idols, which she named to him, and still he did not protest against it. The same said again in the name of the same authority, at the time Solomon took in wedlock Pharaoh's daughter Gabriel came down and planted a cane in the sea, on the p. 106. Sand that accumulated around the cane. A great city was afterward built, but in a Boraitha we were taught that the miracle occurred on the day that Jeroboam introduced the 2 golden calves, one each in Bethel and Dan, and that great city was Italia of Greece. 1. R. Samuel said, whoever says Josiah sinned is also in error. It is written, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and walked in the ways of David his father and turned not aside to the right or to the left. Is this not contradictory to the verse, that returned to the Lord with all his heart? How is the return to be understood? He must have sinned in order to return? Nay, from this it must be inferred that after Josiah attained the age of 18, he refunded from his private purse all amounts paid by such as he had declared guilty from the time B was 8 years old. This is the interpretation of return to the Lord. However, this differs from Rabbi's following statement, none is greater among penitents than Josiah in his time and one in our own time. And who is he? Abba, the father of Jeremiah b. Abba. Others say Aha, the brother of Abba, father of Jeremiah b. Abba, for the aforesaid teacher said Abba and Aha were brothers. Said R. Joseph, there is yet another in our own time, and he is Ukban b. Nehemiah, the exilarch. 2. Once while studying, said R. Joseph, I dozed off and saw in a dream an angel stretching out his hands and accepting his repentance. p. 107. Chapter 6. Regulations concerning what garments women may go out with on the Sabbath. Mishnah I, in what apparel may a woman go out, and in what may she not go out? A woman is not allowed to go out either with woolen or linen bands or with straps on her head to keep her hair in tresses. Nor is she to bathe herself with the bands on unless loosened. Nor is she to go out with either todafoth or sarbiton on, unless they are fastened, one nor with a hood in public ground, nor with gold ornaments, nor with nose rings, nor with finger rings that have no seal, nor with pins. But if she did go out with these things, she is not bound to bring a sin offering. Gemara, bathing. Where is bathing referred to? Said Rna Haman b. It's hak in the name of Rabbi Abohu. The Mishnah means to say, what is the reason that a woman is not allowed to go out with either woolen or linen bands? Because the sages have decided that she is not to bathe herself with them on, even on weekdays, unless loosened, therefore she shall not on the Sabbath at all, lest it happen that she become in duty bound to bathe herself, 2 and, while untying her hair, be forced to carry the bands in public ground for a distance of 4 ells or more. P. 108. R. Kahana questioned Rabbi, what about a hairnet? Answered Rabbi, you mean to say a woven one? Everything woven has not been restricted. This was also taught in the name of Arhuna br Joshua. According to others the same said, I have seen that my sisters were not particular to take it off while bathing. And the difference between the two versions is when it was dirty. According to the first version, it does not matter, as everything woven was not restricted, and the second version, where particularity is the case, if they were dirty, they would certainly be particular to take them off. An objection was raised from Mishnah, when a person bathes, the following objects cause intervention, woolen and linen bands and head straps. R. Jehuda says woolen and hair bands do not cause intervention, because water soaks through them. Said Arhuna, all this concerns only maidens. R. Joseph in the name of R. Jehuda said that Samuel said that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda in the case of hair bands only. Said Abai, from the expression the halakha prevails we must infer that there is a controversy between R. Jehuda and the Tana of the above Boraitha. Shall we assume that because R. Jehuda declares hair bands not to be objects of intervention, he must have heard the previous Tana mention them? Even if such be the case, it is not probable that R. Jehuda heard that the Tana agrees with him on that point, and hence he says, if he agrees with me on this point, why not in the other instances also? Said Rna Haman in the name of Samuel, read, the sages agree with R. Jehuda with respect to hair bands. This is supported by a Boraitha. Woolen bands cause intervention, but hair bands do not. R. Jehuda, however, said, neither of them causes intervention. Said Rna Haman b. It's hak, it seems to be so from the expression of our Mishnah, a woman may go out with hair bands, be they her own or her friends. Whose opinion does this Mishnah represent? Can we say R. Jehuda's? He permits even woolen bands. We must say it is in accordance with the above rabbis, hence they do not differ as regards hair bands. P. 109. Nor with todafoth. What are todafoth? Said R. Joseph, a bomb bandage for sanitary use. 1. Said Abai to him, then let it be permitted as an amulet made by a reliable expert. R. Jehuda, however, in the name of Abai said, 2. It is an epsaim. This is supported in the following Boraitha, a woman may go out with a gilded hair net, and todafoth or sarbiton when fastened to the hair net. What are todafoth and what sarbiton? Said Arabohu, the former are bands that reach from ear to ear, and the latter bands that reach from temple to temple. Arhuna said, the poor make them of all kinds of colored material, and the rich make them of gold or silver. Nor with a hood. Said Aryanai, I cannot understand what kind of a hood the Mishnah means. Is it a slave's hood that it prohibits and permits a woolen hood, or does it prohibit woolen hoods and so much more slaves' hoods? Said Arabohu, it seems that a woolen hood is meant. And so we have learned plainly in the following Boraitha, a woman may go out with a hood and head ornament in her yard. R. Simeon b. Eleazar says, with a hood even in a public ground. It is a rule, said he, that anything below the shebhaha is permitted to be worn, but anything above it is not. Samuel, however, Said the Mishnah alludes to the slave's hood. Did, indeed, Samuel say so? Did he not say the slave may go out with the mark around his neck, but not with the mark on his clothes? This presents no difficulty. The former applies to the mark made for him by his master, while the latter applies to the mark made by himself. What meaning do you attach to Samuel's statement? If he permits the wearing of the mark on the slave's neck because the master made it and the slave will fear to remove it, could not the master also make the mark on the slave's clothes? Yeah, but the slave might lose the mark, and for fear of his master he will fold up his coat and carry it on his shoulders. And according to our Itzhak b. Joseph it is prohibited. This is also p. 110. Supported by a Boraitha, which teaches us distinctly that the slave may go out with the mark on his neck, but not on his clothes. In like manner Samuel once said to our Hananiah b. Sheila, none of the rabbis that call on the exilarch should go out with their insignia on their clothes save you. He would not be angry with you were you to go to him without them. The master said, not with a bell, etc. Why not? Lest it break off and one may carry it. Then why should the same not be feared in regard to a bell attached to his clothes? Here a bell is treated of that was made by an expert and was woven right in with the cloth. This is also in accord with what our Hunabi our Joshua said, everything that is woven they did not restrict. Nor with a golden ornament. What was this golden ornament? Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Yohanan, a golden Jerusalem on it, such as our Akiba made for his wife. The rabbis taught, a woman shall not go out wearing a golden ornament, but if she did so, she becomes liable to bring a sin offering. So is the decree of our Meir, but the sages say, she must not go out wearing it. If she did, however, she is not culpable. But our Eliezer said, a woman may go out wearing a golden ornament to commence with. Wherein do they differ? Our Meir holds it to be a burden, and the rabbis hold it to be an ornament. Then why should she not wear it to commence with? Lest she take it off to show it to her friends and thus happen to carry it, but our Eliezer reasons differently. Who generally go out with such valuable golden ornaments? Prominent women, and prominent women will not remove them for the purpose of exhibiting them to friends. Rabbi prohibits the wearing of a crown-shaped ornament, and Samuel permits it. Both agree that the wearing of a crown-shaped ornament is permissible, as there is no fear that the woman will remove it. Where they do differ, however, is as to a golden and jeweled ornament. The former holds that there is fear of her removing it in order to exhibit it, and thus probably happen to carry it, while the latter contends that as only prominent women wear such costly ornaments no fear need be entertained on that score. Said our Samuel B.B. Hannah to our Joseph, you distinctly. p. 111. Told us in the name of Rabbi that an ornament in the shape of a crown may be worn. 1. Levi too lectured in Near Day that a crown-shaped ornament may be worn, whereupon 24 women in Near Day went out with crown-shaped ornaments on. Rabbi B. Abohu lectured the same in Mehutza, and 18 women went out of one alley wearing those ornaments. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, a belt may be worn. Someone said a leather belt. Said our Safra, why? Even a golden belt jeweled, for is it not equal to a golden garment? Said Rabbina to our Ashi, how is it with a belt worn over a sash? Answered our Ashi, by this you mean 2 belts. Our Ashi, however, said, a sash may be worn only when it is securely fastened, but not otherwise. Nor with a nose ring. What is a nose ring? It is a noseband. Nor with finger rings, etc., but if the ring have a seal it is prohibited, as it is not an ornament. Is this not contradicted from Kelim, 11. 8. The following ornaments of women are subject to defilement: chains, nose rings, finger rings either with or without a seal, and nosebands. Said R.N.A. Haman B. Itzhak, you quote a contradiction in the laws of defilement as against the laws of Sabbath. As for defilement, the Torah requires an utensil, and such it is, but as for Sabbath, it refers to a burden, hence a ring without a seal is an ornament, with a seal it is a burden. Nor with a pin. For what purpose can a pin be used? R. Ada from Narsha explained it before R. Joseph, women part their hair with it. Of what use is it on Sabbath? Said Rab Ha, on weekdays they wear a golden plate on their heads, the pin is used for parting the hair and holding down the plate, but on Sabbath the pin is put against the forehead. Mishnah 2, one is not to go out with iron-riveted sandals, nor with one unless he has a sore on his foot, nor with phylacteries, nor yet with an amulet unless made by a reliable expert, nor with a shield, helmet, or armor for the p. 112 legs, but if he has gone out he is not liable for a sin offering. Gemara, iron-riveted sandal. What is the reason of its being prohibited? Said Samuel, it happened toward the close of the persecutions that a party of men hid themselves in a cave with the understanding that after once entering no one was to go out. Suddenly they heard a voice on the outside of the cave, and thinking the enemies were upon them, they began crowding each other into the farthest recesses of the cave. During the panic that ensued more men were trampled to death by the iron-riveted sandals worn by the party than the enemies would have killed. At that time it was enacted that a man must not go out with iron-riveted sandals. If this be the reason, let it also be prohibited on weekdays. Because it occurred on a Sabbath. Then let it be allowed on a festival, why then is it stated that on a festival it must not be sent? And furthermore, why is it forbidden on Sabbath? Because the people usually assemble on that day, and the same is the case with a festival. But do they not assemble on a congregational fast? Why then should it not be prohibited also then? When the above mentioned happened it was a prohibited assembly, but all these assemblies are permitted. And even according to our Hanana b. Akaba, who said concerning defilement that this prohibition is only in the Jordan in a boat, as the case happened, it is because the Jordan is different in width and depth from other rivers, but Sabbath and a festival are alike as regards labor. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, this is only with regard to such as are riveted for the sake of durability, but not with regard to such as are riveted for the sake of decoration. How many? R. Yohanan said 5 in each. R. Hanana said 7 in each. Said R. Yohanan to R. Saman b. Abba. I will explain to you the difference between my opinion and that of R. Hanana. I mean 2 rivets on each side of the sandal and 1 in the center, while he means 3 on each side and 1 in the center. The Gemara declared that R. Hanana is in accordance with R. Nathan, who permits 7, and R. Yohanan is in accordance with R. Nohare, who permits only 5. And Apha said to Rabbi B. Hannah, yet who are the disciples of R. Yohanan may act according to him, we, however, are acting in accordance with R. p. 113. Hanana. Arhuna questioned R. Ashi, how is the law if there were 5? And he said, even 7 is permitted. And how is it if there were 9? And he rejoined, even 8 is prohibited. A certain shoemaker asked of R. Ami, how is it if the sandal is sewed from the inside? He answered, I have heard that it is permitted, but I can give you no reason. Said R. Ashi, does master not know the reason? Being sewed from the inside, it is no longer a sandal but a shoe, and the rabbi's precaution was against the riveted sandal, but not in regard to shoes. There is a boraitha, one must not go out with an iron-riveted sandal and shall not walk in them from one room to another, not even from one bed to another, but it may be handled to cover vessels with or to support one of the bedstands with. R. Elazar b. Simeon prohibits even this, unless the majority of rivets fell out and but 4 or 5 remain. Rabbi limits the permission to 7. If the soles are made of leather and the uppers are riveted, it is permitted. If the rivets are made like hooks, or are flat-headed, or pointed, or pierce through the sandal to protect the sole, it is permitted. R. Masna, others say R. Ahad Boy b. Masna in the name of R. Masna, said, the halakha does not prevail in accordance with Elazar b. Simeon. Is this not self-evident? When one individual opinion conflicts with a majority, the opinion of the majority prevails. Lest one suppose that, because our Elazar b. Simeon gave a reason for his statement, should it be accepted, he comes to teach us that it is not so. Said Arhaya, were I not called a Babylonian, who permits what is prohibited, I would permit considerably more. How many? In Pumaditha they say 24, and in Surah they say 22. Said Rna Haman b. Itzhak, it seems by your remark that on the road from Pumaditha to Surah you lost 2. Nor with 1, etc. But if his foot is sore he may go out. On which foot may he wear the shoe? On the foot that is sore. The rabbis taught, when one puts on his shoes he should commence with the right shoe, when he takes them off he should commence with the left. When one bathes he should wash the right side first, when he anoints himself he should anoint the right side first, and whoever anoints the whole body. P 114. Should commence with the head, for the head is the king of all the members. Nor with phylacteries, but if he went out with them on, he is not liable for a sin offering. Said Safra, this is not only in accordance with him who holds Sabbath is a day for phylacteries, but it is even in accordance with him who holds that it is not. What is the reason? Because phylacteries are put on in the same manner as a garment, and not with an amulet, etc. Said our Papa, do not presume that both the maker and the amulet must be reliable, it is sufficient if the maker only is reliable. So it seems to be from the statement in the Mishnah, and not with an amulet that was not made by a reliable expert. It does not say with a reliable amulet. The rabbis taught, which are to be considered such. If they have cured 3 times, no matter whether they contained inscriptions or medicaments. If the amulet is for a sickness, be it serious or not, or if it is for one afflicted with epilepsy, or only serves as a preventive, one may fasten or unfasten it even in public ground, provided he does not fasten the amulet to a bracelet or a finger ring, to go out with it in public ground, lest those who see it think that it is being worn as an ornament. Did not a Boraitha state that only such amulets as cured 3 different parties are reliable? This presents no difficulty. Here we are taught as to the reliability of the expert who made the amulet, while in the latter Boraitha we are taught as to the reliability of the amulet itself. Said our Papa, it is certain to me that where 3 different amulets were given to 3 different sufferers at 3 different times, both the amulets and the expert who made them are reliable. Where 3 different amulets were given to 3 different sufferers only once, the expert is reliable, but not the amulets. Where one and the same amulet was given to 3 different sufferers, the amulet is reliable, but not the expert. But how is it with 3 different amulets given to one man for 3 different diseases? Certainly, the amulets are not reliable, but how is it with the expert? Should he be considered reliable or not? If we say that the expert cured him, perhaps it was only the fate of the sufferer that he should be cured by a script? This question remains. The schoolman propounded a question, is there any sanctity? P 115. In an amulet or not? For what purpose are we to know this? In order to enter a privy, if there is any sanctity in the amulet this would not be allowed, otherwise it would. Come and hear. We have learned in a Mishnah, not with an amulet unless made by a reliable expert. From this we see that if made by a reliable expert one may go out with it. Now, if we say that there is sanctity in the amulet, how can we say that one may go out with it? Perhaps he shall be compelled to enter a privy, he will have to take it off, and thus be forced to carry it 4 ells or more in public ground. Mishnah 3, a woman shall not go out with an ornamental needle, nor with a ring that has a seal, nor with a collier, nor with a cableth, nor with a perfume bottle. And if she does, she is liable for a sin offering. Such is the opinion of our Meir. The sages, however, freed her in the case of the 2 latter. Gemara, said Ula, with men it is just the reverse. That is to say, Ullah is of the opinion that what is right for women is not right for men, and what is right for men is not right for women. Said R. Joseph, Ullah is of the opinion that women form a class of their own. Rab Ha, however, says it often happens that a man gives his wife a ring with a seal on, to put away in a box, and she puts it on her finger until she comes to the box. Again, it happens that a wife gives her husband a ring without a seal for the purpose of having him give it to a jeweler to repair, and until he comes to the jeweler he puts it on his finger. Thus it happens that a woman may wear a man's ring and a man a woman's. What is Kableth? Cashews. The rabbis taught, a woman must not go out with Kableth, and if she did so she is liable for a sin offering. This is the opinion of our Meir, but the sages say she should not go out with it, yet if she does she is not liable. Our Eliezer, however, says she may go out with it to commence with. Wherein do they differ? Our Meir holds that it is a burden, the sages that it is an ornament, and the reason that she should not go out with it is lest she take it off to show to her friends, and thus perchance carry it in her hand. Our Eliezer, however, permits it to be carried to commence with, because, said he, who generally carry such women whose breath emits a bad odor, and surely they will not take them off to show them, hence there is no apprehension that they will carry them 4 ells or more on public ground. P. 116. There is a Boraitha, a woman must not go out with a key in her hand, nor with a box of cashews, nor with a perfume bottle, and if she goes out with them, she is liable for a sign offering. So is the decree of our Meir, but our Eliezer freed her, provided the box contains cashews, and the bottle perfume, but if they are empty, she is liable. Said our Ada B. Ahaba, from this we may infer that one carrying less than the prescribed quantity of food in a vessel on public ground is culpable, as it states if there was no kashu or perfume, which is equal to a vessel containing less than the prescribed amount of food, she is liable. Hence it makes her liable even if less than the prescribed quantity. Said R. Ashi, generally one may be freed, but here it is different, the box and the bottle themselves are considered a burden. We read in the scripture, and anoint themselves with the costliest of ointments. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, this signifies perfumery. R. Joseph objected, R. Jehuda b. Baba said that after the destruction of the temple at Jerusalem the sages prohibited even the use of perfumes, but the rabbis did not concur in the decree. If we say perfume used only for pleasure, why did not the rabbis concur? Abai answered, according to your mode of reasoning, even drinking wine from bowls is prohibited, for it is written further, those that drink wine from bowls. Our Ami said, that certainly means buckles, but Rasi claimed that it means they clinked glasses one with another. Still Rabbi B. Arhuna once happened to be at the house of the exilarch and drank wine out of a buckle, but was not rebuked. It is, therefore, thus to be understood, the rabbis restricted only such pleasures as were combined with rejoicing, but not pleasures unaccompanied with rejoicing. Said Arabohu, others say we were taught in a Boraitha, 3 things bring man to poverty: urinating in front of one's bed when naked, carelessness in washing one's hands, and permitting one's wife to curse him in his presence. Said Rabha, urinating in front of one's bed should be understood to signify turning around so as to face the bed and then urinating, but not turning in the opposite direction, and even when facing the bed it signifies only urinating on the floor in front of the bed and not in a urinal. Carelessness in washing one's hands signifies not washing one's hands at all, but not insufficient washing, for Arhisda said, I washed my hands well. P. 117. And plentifully and am plentifully rewarded. Permitting one's wife to curse him in his presence implies for not bringing her jewelry, and then only when one is able to do so but does not. Rahava said in the name of Jehuda, the trees of Jerusalem were cinnamon trees, and when used for fuel the odor extended over all the land of Israel. Ever since the destruction of the second temple the cinnamon trees disappeared, but a morsel as big as a barley corn is still to be found in the treasury of the kingdom of Zimzimai. Mishnah 4, one must not go out with a sword, nor with a bow, nor with a triangular shield, nor with a round one, nor with a spear. If he does so he is liable for a sin offering. Our Eliezer says they are ornaments to him, but the sages say they are nothing but a stigma, for it is written, they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning knives. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. Knee buckles are clean and one may go out with them on the Sabbath. Stride chains are subject to defilement, and one must not go out with them on the Sabbath. Gemara, R. Eliezer says they are ornaments. There is a Boraitha, the sages said unto our Eliezer, if the weapons are ornaments to man, why will they cease to exist in the post-Messianic period? He answered, they will exist then also. This is in accordance with the opinion of Samuel, who said there will be no difference between the present time and the post-Messianic period save the obedience to temporal potentates, for it is written, for the needy will not cease out of the land. Said Abai, according to others are Joseph, to Ardemi or to Arivia, and according to still others, Abai said directly to our Joseph, what is the reason of our Eliezer's theory regarding weapons? It is written, gird thy sword upon thy thighs, O most mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty. Said our Kahana to Mar, the son of Arhuna, is not this passage applied to the study of the law? And he answered, anything may be inferred from a passage, at the same time, the passage must not be deprived of its common sense. Said our Kahana, I am 80 years old and have studied the 6 sections of the Mishnah with their explanations through, and did not know until now that a scriptural passage, p. 118, has first to be interpreted in its plainest form. What information does he mean to convey to us by this assertion? That man has to study the law through first, and then reason upon it. R. Jeremiah in the name of our Eliezer said, 2 scholars who debate in the law, the Holy One, blessed be he, causes them to prosper, moreover, they become exalted, for it is written, be prosperous. But lest one say that this would be the case even if they, not for the purpose, therefore it says further, because of truth. Again, one might say that the same would be the case even if one became arrogant and conceited. Therefore it says further, and meekness and righteousness. And if they act humbly they will be rewarded with the law, which was given with the right hand, as it is further written, and thy right hand shall teach thee fearful things. R. Nahman b. Itzhak says they will be rewarded with the knowledge of what is said of the right hand of the law, for Rabha b. Arshila, according to others are Joseph b. Hama in the name of Arshi's hate, said, how is to be explained the passage, length of days is in her right hand, and in her left riches and honor? Shall one say that in the right hand is only length of days, but not riches and honor? Common sense does not dictate so, therefore it must be interpreted thus, for those who study the Torah in the right way there is long life, and so much the more riches and honor, but for those who study it not in the right way, riches and honor there may be, but not long life. Said our Jeremiah in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, 2 scholars who quietly discourse on the Torah among themselves, the Holy One, blessed be he, hearkens unto them and listens to their desires, for it is written, then converse they that fear the Lord one with the other, etc. Conversed means conversed quietly, as it is written, he will subdue people under us. What is meant by the words that thought upon his name? Said our Ami, even when p. 119. One intended to observe a commandment, but was accidentally prevented and could not accomplish it, it is credited to him as if he had actually observed it. Thus the passage thought upon his name is interpreted. Said our Hanana b. Ide, whosoever observes a commandment as prescribed, will not be the recipient of bad tidings, for it is written, whoso keepeth the commandment will experience no evil thing. Rasi, others say our Hanana, said, even if the Holy One, blessed be he, has so decreed it the decree is annulled through the prayers of this man, as it is written, because the word of a king is powerful, and who may say unto him, What doest thou? And this immediately followed by the passage, whoso keepeth the commandment will experience no evil thing. R. Abba in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish said, two scholars who mutually instruct themselves in the law, the Holy One, blessed be he, hearkens to their voices, for it is written, Thou that dwellest in the gardens, the companions listen for thy voice, oh, let me hear it, but if they do not do so, they cause the Shekinah to move away from Israel, for further it is written, Flee away, my beloved, etc. The same in the name of the same authority said, the Holy One, blessed be he, loves two scholars who combine to study the law, for it is written, and his banner over me was love. Said Rabha, provided they know something of law, but have no instructor to teach them at the place where they reside. The same said again, the man who lends his money is more deserving than the charitable man, and the most deserving of all is he who gives charity surreptitiously or invests money in partnership. Furthermore he said, if thy teacher is jealous and as spiteful as a serpent, carry him on thy shoulders, and if an ignoramus plays the pious, do not live in his neighborhood. R. Kahana, according to others are a C, and according to still others are Abba in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, said, whoso raises a vicious dog in his house prevents charity to proceed therefrom. Said R. N. Ahman, he even forsaked the fear of the Lord, for it is written at the end of the verse, and forsake the fear of the Lord. Once a woman went into a certain house to bake, and a dog, through barking at her, caused her to have a miscarriage. Said the landlord of the house, fear him not, I have deprived him of his teeth and claws, but the woman answered, throw thy favors to the dogs, the child is already gone. Said Arhuna, it is written, rejoice, O young man, in thy childhood, and let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youthful vigor, and walk firmly in the ways of thy heart and in the direction in which thy eyes see, but know thou that concerning all these things God will bring thee into judgment. Up to the words and know are words of the misleader, and from there on are words of the good leader. Resh Lakish said up to know the theoretical part of the law is meant, and from there on it speaks of good acts. Knee buckles are clean, etc. Said R. Jehuda, this means arm bandages. To this R. Joseph objected, we have learned that a berith is clean, and one may go out with it on the Sabbath. If it is an armband, how can that be? The latter is subject to defilement. It means that the berith is worn on the same part of the leg as the arm bandage on the arm. Rabban and Arhuna sat before R. Jeremiah, who slumbered, and Rabban said, a berith is worn on one of the thighs and kabalim on both shins. But Arhuna said both are worn on both shins, but the chain attached to the berith on both shins is called kabalim, and the chain makes them a perfect vessel. At this point of the argument R. Jeremiah awoke and said, I thank you. Even so I heard R. Yohanan say. When R. Dimi came to near day, he sent to tell the sages, my former information in the name of R. Yohanan that the tzitz was a woven thing was an error, as so was said in his name. Whence the adduction that any ornament is subject to becoming defiled. From the tzitz, the golden plate on the p. 121. Forehead of the high priest. And whence the adduction that textile fabrics are also subject to becoming defiled. From the passage, or raiment, which includes any textile fabrics whatsoever. The rabbis taught, any piece of textile fabric or any trifle of an ornament is subject to defilement. But how is it with an article which is half texture and half ornament? It is also subject to defilement. As for an ornament which is carried in a bag, the bag being of woven material becomes defiled and with it the ornament, but if the ornament was carried in a piece of cloth, the cloth remains undefiled. Is a piece of cloth not a textile fabric? Yeah, but by that is meant that the bag, even if not made of textile fabric, becomes defiled, because it is attached to the garment. What is a bag used for? Said R. Yohanan, poor people use them for the purpose of putting some trifles in them and then hang them on the necks of their daughters. It is written, and Moses was wroth with the officers of the host. Said R. N. Ahman in the name of Rabbi B. Abohu, thus said Moses unto Israel, have ye then returned to your first sin? They answered him, Thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war who have been under our command, and there lacketh not one man of us. Said Moses again, If such be the case, why need ye atonement? They answered, Though we have strengthened ourselves to keep aloof from sin, we could not put it out of our minds. We have therefore brought an oblation unto the Lord. On this the school of our Ishmael taught, Why did the Israelites of that generation require forgiveness? Because they had feasted their eyes on strange women. Mishnah V, a woman may go out with plaits of hair, be they made of her own hair or of another woman or of an animal, with totafoth or sarbiton if fastened. One with a hood or with a wig in her yard, with cotton wadding in her ear or in her shoe, or with cotton wadding prepared for her menstruation, with a grain of pepper or of salt, or with whatever else she may be accustomed to keep in her mouth, provided she does not put it in her mouth on the Sabbath too. P 122. Commence with, if it fell out of her mouth she must not replace it. As for a metal or golden tooth, Rabbi permits a woman to go out with it, but the sages prohibit it. Gemara, it has been taught, provided a young woman does not go out with an old woman, nor an old woman with plaits of hair belonging to a young woman. So far as an old woman is concerned, it would be nothing but right, for the plaits of a young woman would be a source of pride to her, but why should a young woman be prohibited to go out with plaits belonging to an old woman? They are a disgrace to her. The teacher, while treating on plaits with respect to an old woman, also makes mention of the case of a young woman with a hood or a wig in her yard. Said Rabbi, everything prohibited by the sages to be worn on public ground must not be worn in the yard, save a hood and a wig. R. Anani B. Sasson in the name of our Ishmael said, everything may be worn in the yard like a hood. But why does Rabbi discriminate in favor of these objects? Said Ula, in order that she may not become repulsive to her husband. And with cotton in her ears or in her shoes. Romi B. Ezekiel taught only when tied to her ears or her shoes. And cotton wadding prepared for her menstruation. In this case, said Rab Ha, even if it is not tied it may be worn, because, being disgusting, it will not be handled. R. Jeremiah B. R. Abba questioned Rab Ha, how is it if the same was prepared with a handle? And he answered, then it is also allowed. And so also it was taught by R. N. Haman B. Oshia in the name of R. Yohanan. R. Yohanan went to the college with cotton wadding in his ears on Sabbath, and his colleagues objected to it. R. Joni went into unclaimed ground with it against the opinion of all his contemporaries. With a grain of pepper or a grain of salt. The former to take away any bad odor of the breath, and the latter as a remedy for toothache. Or with whatever else she is accustomed to keep in her mouth, meaning ginger or cinnamon. A metal or a gilt tooth, etc. Said R. Zera, they differ concerning a gold tooth only, for a silver tooth is unanimously. P 123. Permitted. And so we have learned plainly in a Boraitha. Said Abai, Rabbi, R. Eliezer, and R. Simeon B. Eliezer, all three agree to the opinion that anything provoking disgust a woman will not wear for show. Rabbi, as just cited, R. Eliezer, as he freed a woman bearing a box of cashews or a perfume bottle. R. Simeon B. Eliezer, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, anything below the hairnet is permitted to be worn outside. Mishnah 6, women may go out with a coin fastened to a swelling on their feet, little girls may go out with laces on and even with screws in their ears. Arabians may go out in their long veils and Medians in their mantillas, so may even all women go out, but the sages spoke of existing customs. She may fold her mantilla around a stone, nut, or a coin, provided she does it not especially on the Sabbath. Gemara, little girls may go out with laces. The father of Samuel did not permit his daughters to go out with laces nor to sleep together, he made bathing places for them during the month of Nisan, and curtains during the month of Tishri. He did not permit them to go out with laces. Were we not taught that girls may go out with laces? The daughters of Samuel's father wore colored laces and he did not permit them to go out with them. Fold her mantilla around a stone, etc. But did not the first part say that she may fold it, etc.? Said Abai, the last part of the Mishnah has reference to a coin. Abai questioned, may a woman fold her mantilla on Sabbath shrewdly around a nut for the purpose of bringing it to her little son? And this question is according to both, to him who permits subtlety in case of fire, and also according to him who forbids it. According to him who permits it, it may be that only in case of fire he permits, as if it were not allowed, he would extinguish it, but this is not the case here. And according to him who prohibits it, it may be that he does so because the clothing seller usually so bears the clothes, but here, as it is not the custom to bear it so, it may be that it is permitted. The question remains. Mishnah 7, the cripple may go out with his wooden leg, such is the decree of our Meir, but our Jasi prohibits it. If the wooden leg has a receptacle for pads, it is subject to p. 124. Defilement. Crutches are subject to defilement by being sat or trodden upon, but one may go out with them on Sabbath and enter the outer court. The chair and crutches of a paralytic are subject to defilement, and one must not go out with them on the Sabbath nor enter the outer court. Stilts are not subject to defilement, but nevertheless one must not go out with them on Sabbath. Gemara, Rabha said to Ar-Nahman, how are we to accept the teaching of the Mishnah? Did our Meir permit the cripple to go out with a wooden leg on the Sabbath and our Jasi prohibit his doing so, or vice versa? Answered Ar-Nahman, I know not. And how shall the halakha prevail? Answered Ar-Nahman again, I know not. It was taught, Samuel and also Arhuna begin the Mishnah, a cripple shall not, etc. And Ar-Joseph said, as both sages read the Mishnah so, we shall do the same. Rabhabi Shira, however, opposed, was he not aware that when Arhanan b. Rabha taught so to Hiah, the son of Rabbite, the father showed him with the movement of his hands to change the names. In reality Samuel himself has also receded from the former teaching, and has corrected, a cripple may go out, so is the decree of our Meir. And must not enter the outer court, etc. Atana taught before Ar Yohanan that one may go in with them in the outer court. Said Ar Yohanan to him, I teach that a woman may perform the chalat satu with them, and you say he may go in with them to the outer court. Go and teach the contrary. Mishnah 8, boys may go out with bands and princes with golden belts, so may everyone else, but the sages adduce their instances from existing customs. Gemara, what kinds of bands? Said Adamari in the name of Ar-Nahman b. Barak, who said in the name of Ar-Ashi b. Abin, quoting Ar-Jehuda, wreaths of puah roots. Said Abai, my mother told me that 3 of such wreaths give relief, 5 of them produce a complete cure, and 7 of them are even proof against witchcraft. Said Ar-Ahabi Jacob, and this only if they p. 125. Have never seen sun, moon, or rain, never heard a hammer fall or a cock crow or the fall of footsteps. Said Ar-Nahman b. Itzhak, thy bread is cast upon the deep. 1. The rabbis taught, may go out with a kutna stone on the Sabbath. It was said in the name of our Meir that they may even go out with the counterpoise of a kutna stone, and not only such as have already once miscarried, but even as a preventive to miscarriage, and not only when a woman is pregnant, but lest she become pregnant and miscarry. Said Ar-Gemar b. Shalmiah in the name of Abai, but the counterpoise must be an exact one and made in one piece. Mishnah 9, it is permitted to go out with eggs of grasshoppers or with the tooth of a fox or a nail from the gallows where a man was hanged, as medical remedies. Such is the decision of our Meir, but the sages prohibit the using of these things even on weekdays, for fear of imitating the Amorites. 2. Gemara, the eggs of grasshoppers as a remedy for toothache, the tooth of a fox as a remedy for sleep, viz., the tooth of a live fox to prevent sleep and of a dead one to cause sleep, the nail from the gallows where a man was hanged as a remedy for swelling. As medical remedies, such is the decision of our Meir. Abai and Rabha both said, anything for a medical remedy, there is no apprehension of imitating the Amorites, hence, if not intended as a remedy there is apprehension of imitating the Amorites. But were we not taught that a tree which throws off its fruit, it is permitted to paint it and lay stones around it? It is right only to lay stones around it in order to weaken its strength, but what remedy is painting it? Is it not imitating the Amorites? It is only that people may see it and pray for mercy. We have learned in a Boraitha, it is written, unclean, unclean, shall he call out. That one must make his troubles known to his fellow men, that they may pray for his relief. Rabbina said, the hanging up of a cluster of dates on a date. P 126. Tree is in accordance with the above-mentioned teacher. If one says, kill this cock, for he crowed at night, or kill this hen, for she crowed like a cock, or I will drink and leave a little over, because of superstition, there is apprehension that he imitate the Amorites, but one may put a splinter of tuth-one or a piece of glass in a pot, that it may boil the quicker. The sages, however, prohibited pieces of glass as being dangerous. The rabbis taught, one may throw a handful of salt in a lamp that it may burn the brighter, or loam and fragments of earthenware that it may burn more slowly. The saying to your health at wine drinking is no imitation of the customs of the Amorites. It happened that our Akiba gave a banquet in honor of his son, and at every cup that he drank he said, to the wine in the mouth, and to the health of the sages and their disciples. Chapter 7. The general rule concerning the principal acts of labor on Sabbath. Mishnah I, a general rule was laid down respecting the Sabbath. One who has entirely forgotten the principle of the Sabbath and performed many kinds of work on many Sabbath days, is liable to bring but one sin offering. He, however, who was aware of the principle of Sabbath, but committed many acts of labor on Sabbath days, is liable to bring a separate sin offering for each and every Sabbath day. One who knew that it was Sabbath and performed many kinds of work on different Sabbath days, is liable to bring a separate sin offering for every principal act of labor committed. One who committed many acts all emanating from one principal act is liable for but one sin offering. Gemara, what is the reason that the Mishnah uses the expression a general rule? Shall we assume that it means to teach us a subordinate rule in the succeeding Mishnah, and the same is the case with the Mishnah concerning the sabbatical year, where at first a general rule is taught and the subsequent Mishnahs teach a subordinate rule? Why does the Mishnah relating to tithes teach one rule and the succeeding Mishnah another, but does not call the first rule a general rule? Said R. Jose B. Abin, Sabbath and the sabbatical years, in both of which there are principles and derivatives, he expresses a general rule. Tithes, however, in which there are no principles and derivatives, no general rule was laid down. But did not Bar Kaparid teach us a general rule also in tithes? It must be therefore explained thus, the subject of Sabbath is greater than sabbatical, as the first applies to attached and detached things, while the sabbatical applies only to attached ones. The subject of the latter, however, is greater than tithes, as it applies to human and cattle food, while tithes applies only to human food. And Bar Kaparid teaches a general rule in tithes also. P 128. Because it is greater than P, as the former applies also to figs and herbs, which is not the case with P. It was taught concerning the statement of the Mishnah, he who forgot, etc., that Rabbi and Samuel both said, even a child that was captured by idolaters or a proselyte who remained among idolaters is regarded as one who was aware of the principle, but forgot it and is liable, and both R. Yohanan and Resh Lakish said that the liability falls only upon him who was aware, but subsequently forgot. The child and the proselyte in question are considered as if they were never aware, and are free. An objection was raised from the following: a general rule was laid down concerning the observation of the Sabbath. One who had entirely forgotten the principle of Sabbath, and had performed many kinds of work on many Sabbath days, is liable for but one sin offering. How so? A child which was captured by idolaters and a proselyte remaining with idolaters, who had performed many acts of labor on different Sabbaths, are liable for but one sin offering, and also for the blood or fats which he has consumed during the whole time, and even for worshipping idols during the whole time, he is liable for only one sin offering. Munbaz, however, frees them entirely. And thus did he discuss before our Aqaba, since the intentional transgressor and the unintentional are both called sinners, I may say, as an intentional one cannot be called so unless he was aware that it is a sin, the same is the case with an unintentional, who cannot be called sinner unless he was at some time aware that this is a sin. Said our Aqaba to him, I will make an amendment to your decree, as the intentional transgressor cannot be considered as such unless he is cognizant of his guilt at the time of action, so also should not the unintentional transgressor be considered as such unless he is cognizant at the time of action. Answered Munbaz, so it is, and the more so after your amendment. Thereupon our Aqaba replied, according to your reasoning, one could not be called an unintentional transgressor, but an intentional. Hence it is plainly stated, how so? A child, etc. This is only in accordance with Rabbite and Samuel, and it contradicts our Yohanan and our Simeon b. Lachish. They may say, is there not a Tana Munbaz, who freed them? We hold with him and with his reason, namely, it is written, a law shall be for you, for him that acteth through ignorance. P 129. And the next verse says, but the person that doth aught with a high hand. The verse compares then the ignorant to him who has acted intentionally, and as the latter cannot be guilty unless he was aware of his sin, the same is the case with the ignorant, who cannot be considered guilty unless he was at some time aware of the sin. Another objection was raised from a Mishnah farther on, 40-1 are the principal acts of labor. And deliberating for what purpose the number is taught, said our Yohanan, for that, if one performed them all through forgetfulness, he is liable for each of them. How is such a thing to be imagined? We must assume that although cognizant of the Sabbath, one forgot which acts of labor. And this is correct only in accordance with our Yohanan, who holds, if one is ignorant of what acts of labor constitute Karath, and commits one of those acts even intentionally, he is bound to bring a sin offering only. And such an instance can be found in case one knows that those acts of labor were prohibited, at the same time being ignorant of that punishment which is Karath. But according to our Simeon b. Lachish, who holds that one must be totally ignorant of both the punishment of Karath and what acts are prohibited on Sabbath, how can the above case be found? He was aware that Sabbath must be kept. But what was he aware of in the observance of Sabbath? He only knew of the law governing the going outside of the boundaries of the city. But who is the Tana of the following Boraitha? The scriptural passage, him that acteth through ignorance, refers to one who was ignorant both of the Sabbath and the prohibition of the acts of labor. One who was cognizant of both is referred to by the scriptures as the person that doth aught with a high hand. If one, however, was cognizant of the Sabbath, but not of the prohibition of the acts of labor, or vice versa, or even if he knew that the acts of labor were prohibited, but did not know that they involved culpability requiring a sign offering, still he is culpable of a transgression requiring a sin offering? It is Munbaz mentioned above. R. Huna said, one who has been traveling in a desert and does not know what day is Sabbath, must count 6 days from the day that he has missed the Sabbath. P 130. And observe the seventh. Hyabi. Rabbite said, he must observe that very day and then continue his counting from that day. And what is the point of their differing? The former holds that one must act in accordance with the creation, while the latter holds that one must be guided by Adam's creation. An objection was made, if a man while traveling in a desert forgot when the Sabbath arrives, he must count 1 day to 6 and then observe the seventh. Does this not mean he must count 6 days and then observe the seventh? Nay, it may be said that it means that very day, and continue his counting from that day. If this be the case, why are we taught he must count 1 to 6? It should be taught he must observe a day and continue counting from that day. Moreover, we were taught in a Boraitha, if one while traveling in the desert forgot when the Sabbath arrives, he must count 6 days and observe the 7th. The objection to our Hayabi Rabbite is sustained. Rabha said, on every day, except the one on which he realizes that he has missed the Sabbath, he may perform enough labor to sustain himself. But one that should do nothing and die? Nay, only in case he provided himself with his necessaries on the preceding day. Perhaps the preceding day was Sabbath. Therefore read, he may labor even on that day to sustain himself. In what respects is that day, then, to be distinguished from other days? By means of Kiddush and Habit Dala. 1. Said Rabha again, if he only recollects the number of days he has been traveling, he may labor all day on the 8th day of his journey, in any event. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that one would not only not start out on the Sabbath, but also not on the day before Sabbath, hence, if he went out on the 5th day of the week, he is permitted to work on both the 8th and 9th days of his journey. Therefore he comes to teach us that only on the 8th day of his journey would he be permitted to work, for frequently one comes upon a caravan on Friday and starts out even on that day. P. 131. One who has entirely forgotten, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said R.N. Ahaman in the name of Rabbi Abahu, there are 2 verses in the scripture, viz., and the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, and my Sabbaths shall ye keep. How is this to be explained? The first means the observance of the commandment of Sabbath generally, and the second means one observance of the commandment for each Sabbath. One who knew Sabbath. What is the reason of a difference between the former and the latter part of the Mishnah? Said R.N. Ahaman, for what transgression does the scripture make one liable for a sin offering? For what is done through ignorance? In the former part of the Mishnah the case of one who was not aware that it was Sabbath is dealt with, and hence only one sin offering is imposed, while in the latter the case dealt with is of one who was aware that it was Sabbath, but ignorant as to the acts of labor, hence a sin offering for each act is prescribed. Liable for a sin offering, etc. Whence do we deduce the distinction between acts of labor? Said Samuel, it is written, every one that defileth it shall be surely put to death. We see, then, that the scripture has provided many deaths, one for defiling the Sabbath. But does not the verse refer to one who violates the Sabbath wantonly? As it cannot be applied to an intentional violator, for it is already written, whosoever doth work thereon shall be put to death, therefore apply it to an unintentional sinner. How, then, will you explain the words put to death? That is only the pecuniary equivalent. Why not advance the distinction between the acts of labor, as R. Nathan? Samuel is not of the opinion of R. Nathan, but of R. Jossi, who says that the additional commandment not to kindle a fire on the Sabbath was taught additionally for the special purpose of conveying to us that one who does kindle a fire is not to be punished either with kareth or stoning, for we have learned in a Boraitha, the additional commandment not to kindle a fire on the Sabbath was taught additionally for the special purpose of conveying to us that one who kindles a fire on the Sabbath is not to be punished either with kareth. P. 132. Or stoning. Such is the opinion of R. Jossi. R. Nathan says it is written for the sake of separation. Let then the separation of acts of labor be adduced whence R. Jossi adduces them in the following Boraitha, it is written, and do any of them, as follows, sometimes one is only bound to bring one sin offering for all transgressions, and sometimes one is bound to bring a sin offering for each and every transgression separately. Said R. Jossi b. Hanana, why does R. Jossi explain that passage thus? The verse should read one of them, but in reality it reads of one of them, or it should read of one them, but it reads of one of them. Therefore he explains that sometimes one is equal to many and sometimes many equal one. 1. Rabha questioned R. N. Ahaman, how is it if one is ignorant of both? Answered Rnahman, take one instance at a time. You say he was ignorant of the day being Sabbath, then he is bound to bring a sign offering. How would it be if, on the contrary, I had said that he was ignorant of the prohibition of the acts of labor first? Would you say that he becomes liable to a sin offering for each and every act performed? Said Rashi, let us see from the man's actions. How would it be if one came to him and reminded him of its being Sabbath? If the man immediately stopped his work, it is clear that he had actually forgotten that it was Sabbath. If, however, the man was reminded by a third party that he was working, and he immediately quit his work, it is evident that he was not cognizant of the prohibition of the acts of labor, hence he would become liable to bring a sin offering for each and every act performed. Said Rabbana to Rashi, what difference does it make? If one is reminded that it is Sabbath and he quits work, he becomes aware that it is Sabbath, and if he is reminded of his working he also becomes aware that the day is Sabbath, hence it makes no difference. Rabha said of a fig on a Sabbath. P 133. Without knowing that it was Sabbath, and on another Sabbath did the same thing, knowing it was Sabbath, but not knowing that such acts of labor were prohibited, then remembered that he had committed a transgression on the Sabbath through ignorance of the day being Sabbath, and took a sheep and set it aside for a sin offering. Suddenly he recollected that he had also committed a transgression on the other Sabbath, through his ignorance of the prohibition of the acts of labor. What would the law be in such a case? I can say that the sheep set aside for a sign offering for the first transgression suffices also for the second, although in reality 2 sign offerings were required to atone for the second transgression. The one sin offering would suffice, because it is in truth not brought for forgetting the Sabbath, but for reaping and grinding. The reaping in the first instance carries with it the reaping in the second, as also the grinding in the first instance carries with it the grinding in the second, and one sin offering atones for all. Assuming, however, that in the second instance he recollected only having reaped, and having set aside the sin offering he became liable for on account of his transgression in the first instance, he atones for the reaping and grinding on the first Sabbath and for the reaping on the second Sabbath, but not for the grinding on the second Sabbath, hence he must bring an additional sign offering. Abai, however, says, the one sin offering atones for all, because the grinding, which he atones for in the first instance, also carries with it the grinding in the second instance. Why so? For the reason that in both instances the acts atoned for are analogous. It was taught, if one has eaten tallow on 2 different occasions, and at both times the tallow was the equivalent of an olive, and afterward he was reminded of the first occasion, and later on of the second occasion also, what is the law in his case? R. Yohanan says, he must bring 2 sin offerings. Why so? Because he recollected the transgressions at different times. Resh Lakish. P 134. However, says, he need bring only one sin offering. What is R. Yohanan's reason? Because it is written, for his sin, which he hath committed, and he adduces therefrom that for every sin committed one must bring a separate sin offering, and Resh Lakish holds according to the passage, concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him, and claims that it being one and the same sin, only one sin offering is sufficient. But what will Resh Lakish do with the verse, for his sin which he hath committed? That refers to the sin offering which had already been brought, and therefore could not apply to a later sin. And what about R. Yohanan and the passage, concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven? R. Yohanan explains this as follows, if a man ate tallow equivalent to an olive and a half, and later ate another piece the size of half an olive. Afterward he recollected having eaten tallow, but thought that it was the size of one olive, might some not say that the remaining piece eaten in the first instance should be added to the piece eaten in the second instance, and thus constitute another piece the equivalent to an olive, and make him liable for another sin offering? Therefore the passage which means, after once having obtained forgiveness for the transgression on the first occasion the second cannot be counted in with the first. It was taught, if one intended to pick up a thing detached, and while doing so cut off one of the growing vegetables, he is free. 1. If, however, he intended to cut something lying on the ground, and instead cut off something growing out of the ground, Rabha. P. 135. Declares him free, because no intention to cut off the growing object existed in the mind of the man, but Abai declares him culpable for the reason that, while the man did not intend to cut off what he really did, still the intention to cut was prevalent in the man's mind, and he really did cut, hence he is that the scriptures refer to as one who acteth unintentionally. It was also taught, one who intended to throw only for a distance of 2 ells, but threw 4, is freed by Rabha, for the reason that the original intention was to throw within a permissible distance, but Abai held him culpable, for the reason that the act originally intended was accomplished. If one threw in public ground mistaking it for private, Rabbi holds him free, and Abai holds him culpable. Both instances, though analogous, are necessary. In the first instance, where Rabbi holds the offender not culpable, the intention to cut off what was prohibited did not exist, but in the second instance, it could not be accomplished without throwing for 2 ells, and passing the 2 ells. Now, lest one might say that Rabha coincides with the opinion of Abai, and from the latter instance it might be assumed that the offender intended to throw 2, but threw 4 ells, hence Rabha holds him not culpable, for the intention to throw 4 ells did not exist, but if one threw 4 ells in what he thought was private ground, and which turned out to be public ground, the intention was carried out, for the object thrown reached its desired destination, and therefore lest one say that in this case Rabha coincides with Abai, the 2 instances are illustrated, and we are informed that not even in this case does Rabha agree with Abai. Mishnah 2, the principal acts of labor are 40-1 viz., sowing, plowing, reaping, binding into sheaves, threshing, winnowing, fruit cleaning, grinding, sifting, kneading, baking, wool shearing, bleaching, combing, dyeing, spinning, warping, making 2 spindle trees, weaving 2 threads, separating 2 threads, tying a knot, untying a knot, sewing on with 2 stitches, tearing in order to sew together with 2 stitches, hunting deer, slaughtering the same, skinning them, salting them. Preparing the P. 136. Hide, scraping the hair off, cutting it, writing 2 letters, erasing in order to write 2 letters, building, demolishing, kindling, extinguishing, hammering, transferring from one place into another. These are the principal acts of labor 40-1. Gemara, for what purpose is the number given? Said Ar Yohanan, if one labored through total ignorance of the Sabbath, he must bring a sin offering for every act of labor performed. Sowing, plowing. Let us see, plowing being always done before sowing, let it be taught first. The Tana is a Palestinian, and in his country they sow first and then plow. Someone taught that sowing, pruning, planting, transplanting, and grafting are all one and the same kind of labor. What would he inform us thereby? That if one performs many acts of labor, all of the same class, he is liable for but one sin offering. Said Ar-Aha in the name of Ar-Hayabi. Ashi, quoting Ar-Ami, one who prunes is guilty of planting, and one who plants, transplants, or grafts is guilty of sowing. Of sowing and not of planting? I mean to say of sowing also. Said Ar-Kahana, one who prunes and uses the branches for fuel is liable for 2 sin offerings, one for reaping and one for planting. Said Ar-Joseph, one who mows alfalfa is guilty of mowing and planting both. Said Abai, one who mows clover hay is liable for mowing and sowing. Plowing. There is a boraida, plowing, digging, furrowing, are one and the same kind of labor. Ar-Shizhate said, one who removes a knoll of earth in a house becomes liable for building, and if in a field he is liable for plowing. Rabha said, filling up a hole in the house makes one liable for building, and in the field for plowing. Ar-Abba said, digging on Sabbath for the purpose of making use of the earth alone is free even according to Ar-Jehuda, who said that the performance of an unnecessary act of labor makes one culpable. he refers to labor that improves an object and not to that which spoils it. Mowing. There is a boraitha, reaping, vintaging, selecting dates, olives, and figs are all one and the same kind of labor. P 137. Binding into sheaves? Rabha said, one who gathers salt from salt works is guilty of the act of binding into sheaves. Abai, however, said that binding into sheaves applies only to produce of the soil. Threshing. There is a boraitha, threshing, carding, and hackling belong to one and the same class of labor. Threshing, winnowing, fruit cleaning, etc. Is not winnowing, fruit cleaning, and sifting one and the same class of labor? Abai and Rabha both said, acts of labor executed during the construction of the tabernacle are enumerated separately, though they are of an analogous nature. Let pounding then also be enumerated. Said Abai, but as the poor people do not pound their grain, generally using it in its natural state, it is not included in the principal acts of labor. Rabha, however, said, the Mishnah should be understood in the sense Rabbi expounded it, the principal acts of labor are 40 less 1. Should pounding be included, there would be 40 even. Let then one of the principal acts be stricken out and substituted by pounding. Hence it is best to accept Abai's reason. The rabbis taught, if there are several kinds of food before a man on the Sabbath, he may select such as he desires and even set it aside, but he must not separate the good from the spoiled. If he does this, he is liable for a sin offering. How is this to be understood? Our Hamnana explained it thus, one may select the good from the spoiled for immediate or later consumption, but he must not pick out the spoiled, leaving the good for later consumption. If he does this, he is liable. Abai opposed, is there anything mentioned about separating the good from the spoiled? He therefore explained the boraitha as follows, food may be selected for immediate consumption and setting aside, but not for later consumption. If this is done, it is considered the same as storing it, and involves the liability. This was reported to Rabha by the rabbis, and he said, Nahmini has explained it correctly. When two kinds of food were before a man and he selected part of one kind and ate it, then selected part of the other kind and set it aside, our Ashi learned in the boraitha that the man is free, but our Jeremiah of Difti learned that he is culpable. P 138. Is there not a boraitha which teaches that he is? This presents no difficulty. Our Ashi refers to food served in a basket or a bowl, but our Jeremiah learned that the man sifted the food in a sieve. When our Dimi came to Babylon he related, it happened on a Sabbath, when our Bibhai's turn came to entertain the disciples, that our Ami and our Asi arrived. Our Bibhai placed before them a basket filled with fruit, and I am not aware what his reason was. Was he of the opinion that it is forbidden to separate food from trash, or was it his liberality? Hizkiah said, one who shells pressed lupins is culpable. Does this mean to say that it is forbidden to separate food from trash? Nay, there is quite a difference where pressed lupins are concerned, they must be scalded just 7 times and immediately shelled, for if they are not immediately shelled they become putrid, therefore to shell them is equal to separating trash from good food. Grinding. Said our Papa, to chop beets is the same as to grind. Splitting wood for kindling is the same as grinding. Said our Ashi, splitting leather is the same class of work as cutting by measure. Kneading, baking. Our Papa said, the Tana of the Mishnah omitted the cooking of spices that took place in the tabernacle and instead of that taught about baking. It is because the Tana follows the order of baking. Wool shearing, bleaching. Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Yohanan said, spinning wool from a live animal on the Sabbath makes one liable for 3 sin offerings, one for shearing, one for carding, and one for spinning. Our Kahana, however, said, this is not the way shearing, carding, and spinning are done. If one plucked quills, cut off their tops, and cinched them on both sides, the rabbis taught that he is liable for 3 sin offerings. Tying, untying. What kind of tying and untying was done at the construction of the tabernacle? Rabha, others say Arilai, said, this is the way of the fishers, to untie their nets from one load and tie them on another. Sewing on with 2 stitches. But 2 stitches do not hold? Said Rabbi B. Hannah. p. 139. In the name of our Yohanan, provided 2 knots are made, one at each end. Tearing in order to sew together with 2 stitches. Was there any tearing done at the tabernacle? Both Rabbah and Arzera said, when a curtain became moth-eaten, they tore out the moth-eaten part and sewed it together. R. Zutra B. Tobiah in the name of Rabbi said, to rip a seam on the Sabbath makes one liable, to learn from a magician is a sin involving capital punishment, one who knows the science of astronomy and does not make use of it, is not worth being spoken of. What is a magician? Rabbi says a wizard. Samuel says a blasphemer. R. Simeon B. Pazi in the name of R. Joshua B. Levi said, whoever knows the science of astronomy, and does not occupy himself with it is the party alluded to, but the deeds of the Lord they regard not and the works of his hands they behold not. Said Samuel b. Anahimini in the name of our Jonathan, whence the adduction that we are bound to learn astronomy. From the passage, keep, therefore, and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding before the eyes of the nations. And what kind of wisdom is before the eyes of the nations? You must say that it is astronomy. Hunting deer. The rabbis taught, to catch a slug and squeeze it so that it bleed is a transgression involving only a sin offering. R. Jehuda says, involving 2 sin offerings, for R. Jehuda holds that squeezing comes in the class of threshing, but the rabbis told him that squeezing is not threshing. What reason do the rabbis give for their opinion? Said Rabha, their reason is that threshing can only be applied to produce of the soil. Slaughtering. Under which category? Rabbi said dying, and Samuel said taking life. Said Rabbi, I said something which may seem absurd, and so as to prevent future generations from deriding me I will give a reason for what I said. Butchers are in the habit of coloring the throat of the carcasses with blood, in order that people may see and be induced to buy. Salting the hide, etc. Is not salting a hide preparing it? Both are Yohanan and Resh Lakish said. Strike out one of them in the Mishnah and substitute it with marking. Scraping the hair off, etc. R. Ahabi. Hananiah said, to polish a floor on the Sabbath is a transgression of the same. p. 140. Order as scraping off the hair of the hide. Said R. Hiabi. Abba, R. Ashi told me 3 things in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, sawing rafters on the Sabbath makes one liable the same as cutting. Daubing a plaster on a piece of cloth makes one liable the same as scraping hair off. Smoothing a stone makes one culpable of hammering. R. Simeon b. Kisma in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, said, painting pictures on vessels or blowing out glassware makes one culpable the same as hammering. R. Jehuda said, removing a border from cloth also makes one as culpable as hammering, but only in case one is particular about having the border remain on his cloth. Writing 2 letters. The rabbis taught, if one wrote 1 large letter instead of 2 small ones, he is not guilty of any transgression, but to erase a large letter, in the place of which 2 small letters can be written, makes one liable for a sin offering. Said Arminahem b. Jossi, this is the only case where the law is more rigorous with erasing than with writing. Building, demolishing, etc. Both Rabbah and Arzera said, all work which is done in the last stages is considered the same as hammering. These are the principal acts of labor. These, to exclude a derivation of the same kind as the principle when it is done with the principle together, and as to which our Eliezer makes one liable for the derivation also. Less 1, to exclude the extension of the warp or the woof, which R. Jehuda added to the principal acts, but the rabbis said, extending the warp is included in warping and extending the woof is included in weaving. Mishnah 3, And there is also another rule which was laid down: whosoever carries out on the Sabbath such things as are fit and proper to be stored and in such a quantity as is usually stored, is liable, but whatever is not fit and proper to be stored, nor in such a quantity as is generally stored, only he who would store this is liable. Gemara, whatever is not fit and proper. Said R. Elazar, the latter part of the Mishnah is not in accordance with R. Simeon b. Elazar, who said in the following Boraitha, there is a rule that all which is not fit and proper to be stored nor in p. 141. Such a quantity as is generally stored, if held by one man fit and another man has carried it out, the latter becomes liable for the intention of the owner. Mishnah 4, it is forbidden to carry about chopped straw in quantities of a cow's mouthful, stalks in quantities of a camel's mouthful, stubble in quantities of a lamb's mouthful, herbs in quantities of a kid's mouthful, leek and onion leaves, if fresh, equal in size to a dried fig, and if dry in quantities of a kid's mouthful. The different kinds of fodder are, however, not to be counted together, as the prescribed quantities are not equal for all. Gemara, chopped straw. What kind? Said R. Jehuda, pea stalks. When Rabban came to Babylon he said thus, there is no diversity of opinion concerning the carrying out of straw in quantities of a cow's mouthful for a camel, as all agree that in such a case one is liable. The point of their differing is concerning the carrying out of stalks in quantities of a cow's mouthful for a cow. R. Yohanan frees him, as he holds that unfit food cannot be regarded as nutrition, and Resh Lakish makes him liable, as he holds that even such is considered nutrition. Stubble in quantities of a lamb's mouthful. But does not a Boraitha state the size of a dried fig? Both quantities are equal. Leek and onion leaves, if fresh, etc. Said R. Jossi b. Hanana, inferior food is not to be counted in with superior. Superior food, however, may be counted with the inferior. Mishnah v. The carrying out of an article of food the size of a dried fig makes one liable. And the different kinds of them are to be counted together, for the prescribed quantity is the same for all kinds, with the exception of husks, kernels, and stalks, likewise bran, both coarse and fine. R. Jehuda says that the husks of lentils are not accepted, because they are boiled with the lentils and are counted in the same. Gemara, except bran, etc. Is not fine as well as coarse bran to be counted in? Is there not a Mishnah concerning the separation of the first dough, that one is bound to separate the first dough made of flour mixed with its fine or coarse bran? Answered Abai. This is no contradiction. Poor people only generally use such mixed flour. P. 142. The husks of lentils are not accepted, etc. Husks of lentils only, and not of beans. Did not a Boraitha state that R. Jehuda said, husks of beans and lentils? This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to husks of new lentils and the Boraitha refers to old lentils and beans. And why not old ones? Said R. Abohu, because they are black and when dished up look like flies in a bowl. Footnotes 131 Kiddush and Habit Dala are the benedictions recited at the commencement and termination of the Sabbath, the former over wine or bread and the latter only over some beverage. 131:1 The literal translation of the passage Exodus XXXI. 14 is every one that defileth it, death shall he die. 132:1 In that passage there is a superfluous mem. Hence its literal translation is of one of them. 134:1 In the tract Kriroth the reason of the man's non-culpability is explained as follows, it is written, if now his sin wherein he has sinned come to his knowledge, and this should be supplemented with but not the sin which he had not in mind to commit at all. Whence we see plainly that the scriptures designate as an unintentional sinner only one who knows wherein he has sinned, for instance, if he became aware that it was Sabbath, or that the acts performed by him were prohibited. In our case, however, where a man intended to pick up a thing but accidentally cut a thing, it is evident that no intention to cut existed in the man's mind, and the intent of the wherein he has sinned in the scriptures does not apply to him. Rabha goes further and says that even if one actually accomplished an act he had in mind and which was permissible on the Sabbath, but at the same time accidentally committed a prohibited act, even in such a case the scriptural wherein he has sinned cannot apply, nor can he be accounted the scriptural unintentional sinner who is liable for a sin offering. Abai, however, differs with him, as will be seen farther on. Next, Chapter 8, Regulations concerning the prescribed quantities of victuals and beverages which must not be carried about on the Sabbath. Index previous next. p. 143. Chapter 8. Regulations concerning the prescribed quantities of victuals and beverages which must not be carried about on the Sabbath. Mishnah I. The prescribed quantities prohibited to be carried about on the Sabbath: sufficient wine in a goblet, which with the addition of a certain quantity of water would make a full goblet of wine, 1 milk to the quantity of a mouthful, honey sufficient to cover a wound with, oil sufficient to anoint a small limb with, and water in quantities sufficient for a medical bath for the eyes. For all other liquids and also of whatever can be poured out, the prescribed quantity is 1/4 of a lug. R. Simeon says, the prescribed quantities for the liquids enumerated in this Mishnah are also 1/4 of a lug, and the various prescribed quantities specified apply only to those who store such liquids. Gemara, a Boraitha, in addition to this Mishnah, states, the quantity which suffices for a good goblet of wine. What is to be understood by a good goblet? The goblet used in benediction to after meals. R. N. Ahman in the name of R. Abohu said, a goblet used at benediction after meals must contain no less than 1/4 of a 1/4 lug, so that when mixed with water the prescribed quantity will be made. Said Rabha, we have learned this in our Mishnah, sufficient wine in a goblet, which with addition of water would make a full goblet. Commented on by the Boraitha to mean which would make a good goblet. From the close of the Mishnah we learn, for all other liquids the prescribed quantity is 1/4 of a lug. He is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that wine which is not strong enough to be mixed with 3 parts of water is not p. 144 considered wine at all. Said Abai, there are 2 objections to this. Firstly, there is a Mishnah that wine fit to drink is such as has been mixed with 2/3 water, like the wine of Sharon. Secondly, do you think that the water in the pitcher is counted in? Rejoined Rabha, the first objection does not hold good, as Sharon wine is an exception, which although weak is nevertheless good, or it may be that there the particularity is the color, which is not changed by an addition of 2/3, but concerning taste, I say that only one which can bear 3/4 of water is considered. As to the second objection, concerning water in the pitcher, it is also nothing as concerning Sabbath. The quality and not the quantity is considered, and the wine in question is of that quality. There is a Boraitha that the prescribed quantity for the extract of wine is the size of an olive. So said R. Nathan. And R. Joseph said that R. Jehuda agrees with him in a Mishnah, Tract Nida. The rabbis taught, the prescribed quantity for animal milk is the equivalent of a mouthful, for human milk and the white of an egg, as much as is used for the preparation of a salve for a sore eye. When mixed with water, the prescribed quantity is as much as is used to bathe both eyes with. Honey sufficient to cover a wound with. A Boraitha states, sufficient to cover the mouth of a wound with. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, the Holy One, blessed be he, has created nothing useless in the world. He created the snail as a remedy for a sore, the fly for the sting of a wasp, the mosquito for the bite of a serpent, the serpent for the mange, and the lizard for the bite of a scorpion. The rabbis taught, there are 5 terrors through which the strong succumb to the weak. The mafkia terrorizes the lion, 1 the mosquito the elephant, the lizard the scorpion, the swallow the eagle, and the kilbit the whale. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, is any similarity to be found in the scripture? That causeth wasting to prevail against the strong. R. Zerah once met R. Jehuda standing at the door of his father-in-law in a very cheerful mood, and disposed to answer a whole world full of questions. He asked. p. 145. Him, What is the reason that the she-goats generally go ahead of the sheep? And he answered, in accordance with the creation, at first darkness, then light. Why are she-goats not covered with a tail? Asked the former again. And he answered, those who cover us are covered, and those that do not cover us are not covered. Why has a camel a short tail? Because it feeds on thorns. And why has an ox a long tail? Because he grazes in plains and must protect himself from the gnats. Why are the feelers of a locust soft? Because the locusts swarm in fields. Were their feelers hard, the locusts would be blinded by losing them in knocking against trees, for Samuel said, all that is necessary to blind a locust is to tear off his feelers. What is the reason that the lower eyelids of a hen are turned up? Because a hen soars to her roost and she might be blinded by the smoke from below. The rabbis taught the following: 3 creatures grow stronger as they grow older, viz., fishes, serpents, and swine. Oil sufficient to anoint a small limb with, i.e., a little finger. At the school of Arjana it was thus explained, it means the smallest limb of a one-day-old infant. And the same was said by R. Simeon B. Eleazar. Water sufficient for a medical bath for the eyes. Said Abai, let us see. Of an article which is very often used for one purpose and seldom for another, the rabbis always leniently permitted the maximum quantity to be used, as the prescribed quantity, of the article much in use. Again, when an article is used alike for several purposes, the rabbis restrict the prescribed quantity to its minimum. Wine is frequently used as a beverage and only at times as a medicament, hence the rabbis regard it solely as a beverage. The same is the case with milk. Honey, however, which is used to a greater extent as a medicine than for nutritive purposes, is regarded as a medicine and therefore restricted to the prescribed quantity for medicines. What is the reason, then, that the rabbis restrict water, which is certainly more of a beverage than a medicament, to the minimum quantity? Rabha answered, they p. 146. Hold with the opinion of Samuel, who declared that all liquids used as medicine for the eyes inflame and blind, except water, which soothes and does not blind. For all other liquids, the prescribed quantity is 1/4 of a lug. The rabbis taught, for blood and all other liquids the prescribed quantity is 1/4 of a lug. R. Simeon B. Eleazar said the prescribed quantity for blood is as much as is used to apply to one eye, because that quantity is used when the eye is afflicted with a cataract. All these prescribed quantities apply only to those who carry about. To those, however, who store them the carrying of even the least imaginable quantity is prohibited, but R. Simeon says all these prescribed quantities apply to such as stored, but as for persons who only carried them out, for all beverages if carried out in any quantities less than 1/4 of a lug there is no culpability. The former teacher said that those prescribed quantities only refer to those who carry out, but to those who store them the carrying of even the least imaginable quantity is prohibited. Is the one who stores not also a carrier? Answered Abai, the Boraitha treats of a case where a master ordered his retainer to clear off the table. If the retainer removed something of value to everybody from the table, it constituted a quantity which must not be carried about on the Sabbath. If the thing was of value only to the master and the retainer carried it out, he is culpable, in spite of the fact that the thing was of value to his master alone. For it signifies that the thing is worth storing. Again, the former teacher said, and the sages agree with R. Simeon that the prescribed quantity of slops is 1/4 of a lug. Of what use are slops? Said R. Jehuda, to prepare mortar with. But were we not taught that the prescribed quantity for mortar is only as much as suffices to make the mouth of a bellows pipe with? Aye, but for the purpose of preparing mortar, a man would not trouble himself to carry out so small. P. 147. A quantity as is sufficient to make a mouth of a bellows pipe, hence 1/4 of a lug would be the least that would be carried out to make mortar with. Mishnah 2, the prescribed quantity for rope is as much as suffices to make a handle for a basket, for reeds, as much as suffices to hang a fine or coarse sieve thereon. R. Jehuda says, as much as is sufficient to take the measure of a child's shoe. For paper, as much as suffices to write a toll bill on. A toll bill itself must not be carried out. The prescribed quantity for paper that has been erased is as much as will wrap the top of a perfume bottle. The prescribed quantity for vellum is as much as suffices for the covering of an amulet. For parchment, as much as suffices for the writing of the smallest portion of the phylacteries, which is here, O Israel. For ink, as much as is necessary for the writing of 2 letters. For paint, as much as will paint 1 eye. The prescribed quantity for lime is as much as will suffice to put on a lime twig. For pitch or sulfur, as much as will cover a hole. For as much as will fill up a small leakage. For loam, as much as suffices to make all orifice for a pair of bellows used by goldsmiths. R. Jehuda says the prescribed quantity for loam is as much as will make a stand for a goldsmith's crucible. For clay, as much as will cover the mouth of a goldsmith's crucible. For lime, as much as will cover the little finger of a maiden. R. Jehuda says for lime the prescribed quantity is as much as will cover the temple of a maiden. R. Nehemiah says as much as will cover the back part of a maiden's temple. Gemara, for paper, as much as suffices to write a toll bill on. There is a boraitha. The legal size of a toll bill is a piece of paper large enough to contain 2 letters. Is this not contradictory to the boraitha which says that the carrying out of a piece of blank paper large enough for 2 letters of ordinary size to be written on makes one liable? Answered R. Shishait, the 2 letters referred to by the Mishnah are the letters used by the toll master. Rab Ha, however, said that the piece of paper referred to is large enough for 2 letters and has a margin by which it can be held. The rabbis taught, if one carry out on the Sabbath an unpaid promissory note he is liable, but not so for a paid one. But R. Jehuda said, the same is the case with a paid-up note, for its value lies therein, that the owner may show it to a prospective creditor in order to prove promptness of former payments. What? P. 148. Is the point of their differing? Said R. Joseph, they differ if it is allowed to preserve a paid note. According to the rabbis it is prohibited, and according to R. Jehuda it may be done. 1. For vellum is as much as suffices to make a cover for an amulet. Rab Ha questioned R. Nahman, of what size? And the latter answered, as we were taught in the Mishnah, as much as will suffice to make a cover for an amulet. And what is the size in regard to tanning? The same quantity. And where do you take this from? From the Mishnah farther on, that gives the same quantity for wool preparing to be woven and for already woven. The same is here as it is for tanning, the quantity is the same as if already tanned. Parchment as much as suffices to write thereon the smallest portion, etc. Is this not a contradiction to the boraitha which teaches that the prescribed quantity for parchment and double parchment is as much as suffices to write a mezuzah on? The mezuzah mentioned in the boraitha refers to the mezuzah contained in the phylacteries. Does the boraitha call phylacteries mezuzah? Yeah, it does elsewhere. But since the latter part of the boraitha teaches explicitly that the prescribed quantity for parchment is as much as is required for writing the smallest portion of the phylacteries, which is here, O Israel, is it not to be assumed that in the former part of the boraitha a mezuzah proper is meant? Read. What is the prescribed quantity for parchment and double parchment? For the latter as much as is required for the writing of a mezuzah, and the former, for the writing of the smallest portion of the phylacteries, which is here, O Israel. Rabbi said, double parchment is the same as parchment. The same as we may write the portions of the phylacteries on parchment, so may we also write them on double parchment. Were we not taught parchment sufficient, etc., which certainly does not mean double parchment. Nay, it is only a better observance to write on parchment than on double parchment. For ink, etc. A boraitha adds, the prescribed quantity for dry ink is as much as will suffice for the writing of 2 letters, for prepared ink as much as a quill or stub will require to write the 2 letters with. Said Rab Ha, for carrying out sufficient. P. 149. Ink for 2 letters and writing the 2 letters while carrying the ink, one is culpable, for the writing is equivalent to depositing a thing in a place. But for carrying out sufficient ink for one letter only, and writing that letter while carrying the ink, afterward carrying out another quantity of ink sufficient for one letter and writing the other letter while carrying the ink, one is not culpable, for by the time the second letter was written the prescribed quantity of ink was not visible. Again Rabha said, for carrying out food to the size of 1/2 of a dried fig, laying it down, and then carrying out another quantity of like size, for it is considered as if the first quantity had been consumed by fire. But why should it be thus considered? Is it not lying there yet? He means to say, if one picked up the first before he laid down the second, the first is to be considered as if consumed by fire, and hence one is not culpable. For paint, etc. Is it not a fact that people never dye one eye only? Said Arjuna. Modest women veil one eye and only paint the other. To this explanation someone objected, viz., for paint as a remedy the prescribed quantity is as much as will dye one eye, said R. Simeon B. Eleazar, but as a means for beautifying the prescribed quantity is as much as will dye 2 eyes. Hillel, the son of R. Samuel B. Namini, explained it by saying that R. Simeon B. Eleazar referred to country damsels who dye both eyes. For bird lime as much as is sufficient to put on a lime twig. There is a boritha, as much as is sufficient to put on a twig for the purpose of catching birds. For pitch and sulfur, etc. A boritha states, sufficient to fill up a hole in a quicksilver tube. For loam, etc. A boritha states, sufficient to fill up the cracks in a small stove. For clay, etc. The rabbis taught, it is prohibited to carry out hair for the purpose of mixing it with clay used to cover a goldsmith's bellows pipe with. For lime, etc. A boritha states, to cover the smallest finger of a damsel. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, daughters of Israel, when they become of age, and they have not yet developed the signs of puberty, the poor smear their bodies with lime, the rich ones with fine meal, and princesses with myrrh oil. What is myrrh oil? Stacked. And R. Jeremiah B. Abba said, olive oil from olives which were only 1. P. 150. Third ripe. There is a boritha, R. Jehuda said, it is called anfiknon, and why do they anoint with this? Because it removes the hair and makes the complexion clear. RBB had such a daughter and he anointed her with the same, each member of her body separately, and finally one of the prominent men paid him 400 zuz and married her. He had a Gentile neighbor who also had such a daughter, and he anointed her whole body at one time, and she died. Said he, R. Bibi has murdered my daughter. Said R. Nahman, R. Bibi, who used to drink beer, his daughter needed the anointing, but our daughters do not need it, for we do not drink beer. As much as is sufficient to cover, etc. What is meant by kakub and andafi? Said Rabbite, the temple, and the hair between it and the ear. Are we to understand from the Mishnah that the prescribed quantity permitted by R. Jehuda is larger than that of the rabbis? Is it not a fact that the rabbis allow the larger prescribed quantity? R. Jehuda allows a larger quantity than R. Nehemiah, but still a smaller quantity than the rabbis. Or it is possible that an andafi means a forid. From the following narration, it happened that a Galilean once came to Babylon and was requested to lecture on metaphysics. The Galilean consented and began, I will interpret to you something in the style of R. Nehemiah. Meanwhile a wasp flew out of the wall, stung him on the andafi and the Galilean died on the spot. It was said that he died a merited death. 1. Mishnah 3, for sealing wax the prescribed quantity is as much as is required for the sealing of a bale of goods, so is the decree of our Akaba, the sages, however, say for the sealing of a letter. For dung or fine sand as much as is required to fertilize a cabbage stalk, according to our Akaba, and to the sages as much as is required to fertilize a leek stalk. For coarse sand as much as is required to fill a trowel, for reed as much as is required to make a writing pen from, or should it be thick or split, as much as is required to fry the softest beaten egg mixed with oil, in a hot shell. Gemara, sufficient to fill a trowel. Aboraytha states, as much as is required. P 151. To fill the trowel of a plasterer. Who is the Tana that holds that sand is an improvement on plaster? Said Arhisda, Jehuda of Aboraytha. Rabha, however, said it may be also in accordance with the rabbis, as they hold that the spoiling of the plaster is an improvement of its durability. For read as much as is required to make a writing pen. Aboraytha teaches, a pen that reaches the joints of the fingers. Or should it be thick? Aboraytha teaches, to fry a beaten egg mixed with oil. Said Marbi Rabbana to his son, didst thou ever hear what is understood by the softest egg? He answered that Arshi's hate said it was a hen's egg. Why does the Mishnah call it a light egg? Because the sages found that no eggs are cooked as quickly as pullet's eggs. Why is it that all other prescribed quantities prohibited to be carried out on the Sabbath are of the size of a dried fig, and here the quantity is of the size of an egg? Answered Rn-Ahman, even here is meant the quantity of a dried fig from an egg. Mishnah 4, the quantity of a bone is that large enough to be made into a spoon. Jehuda says large enough to be made into a key, glass of sufficient size to be used for scraping off the points of a weaver's spindles, a splinter or a stone large enough to throw at a bird. Elazar b. Jacob says to throw at an animal. Gemara, is it to be understood from the Mishnah that the prescribed quantity allowed by Jehuda is larger than that allowed by the rabbis? Is it not a fact that the rabbis allow the larger? Sedula, the tooth of a key. Glass of sufficient size, etc. Aboraytha states, sufficient glass to cut 2 threads at once. A splinter, etc. Said in the name of Yohanan, provided it is large enough to hurt. But how large should it be? Elazar b. Jacob teaches in Aboraytha, the weight of 10 zuz. Zunan once entered the college and questioned the teachers. What is the prescribed quantity for gravel used in privy for toilet purposes? He was answered, the equivalent in quantity to the size of an olive, a nut, or an egg. Said he, it would then be necessary to carry along a scale. So they deliberated, and decided that the quantity should be a handful. Rabbi B. Arshila asked of Arhisda, is it permitted to carry up gravel to the roof? He answered, precious is the honor of man. For honor's sake, even a direct scriptural commandment may be circumvented. Said Yohanan, it is forbidden to use fragments of earthenware for toilet purposes on the Sabbath. What is the reason? Is it to say because it is dangerous, then it should be forbidden also on weekdays, or is it to say because of witchcraft, it would also be prohibited on weekdays? What then is the reason? Is it because it may remove the hair? Would this not be an act performed without intention? Nathan b. Ashia answered, a great man made the assertion, we have to find, therefore, a reason for it. There is no doubt whatever that fragments of earthenware are prohibited to be used on weekdays, when some other things can easily be obtained, but on Sabbath, if nothing else happens to be on hand, nor may be bought, the fragments might be considered as utensils, and, lest one might be inclined to think that for this reason they would be permitted to be used, he informs us that they are not. Can witchcraft be exercised through the agency of fragments? For the following proves it. Hisda and Rabbi B. Hannah once traveled in a ship, and a matron who wanted to go on the same ship asked their permission to sit down near them, which they refused. She pronounced a certain word and the ship stood still, but they in turn pronounced a certain word and the ship moved on. She then said, it grieves me sorely that I cannot inflict some punishment on you, seeing that you use no fragments for toilet purposes, nor do you kill the vermin in garments, nor do you pull out vegetables from a bundle. Huna said to his son Rabbah, why do you not go more frequently to Hisda, who expounds the law so pointedly? Answered the son, of what use would it be? He never taught me but mere worldly knowledge, such as, for instance, not to sit down to excrementize with a jerk nor to force myself too much, lest the intestines come out and endanger life. Arjuna then rejoined, "Thou sayest mere worldly knowledge. He is interested in the life of the people, and you call it mere worldly knowledge. So much the more should you go to him." P 153. R. Hista and Rabbana differ as to the consequences of one withholding to perform his necessities. One is of the opinion that foul breath is the result, while the other holds that the entire body assumes a bad odor. The opinion of the latter is supported by the following Boraitha. He who takes nourishment while in need of performing his necessities is compared to a stove in which a fire was built without previously removing the ashes, which is invariably the cause of a bad smell. One who feels like performing his necessities, but cannot do so, Arhista advises that he keep on sitting down and getting up until able. Arhanan from Nirday advises him to look for another place, but the rabbis say the sole remedy is to think of nothing else. The rabbis taught, one who is about to eat a hearty meal should walk 10 times 4 ells or 4 times 10 ells, then perform a necessity, and after that go in and sit down to the meal. Mishnah V, the prescribed quantity of fragments is the size of such as are placed between 2 boards, is the decree of Arjehuda. Meir says, of a size sufficient to stir a fire with. Arjasi, of a size to receive a quarter of a lug. Said Meir, although no positive proof for my assertion can be found in the scripture, still a vague reference can be deduced from the passage, so that there cannot be found among their fragments assured to rake fire from a hearth. Said Arjasi, therefrom you would adduce your proof? It says immediately after that, and to draw water from a pit. Gemara, we must assume that the prescribed quantity allowed by Arjasi is larger than that allowed by Meir, but the scriptural text shows that Meir allows the larger, because, is it possible that the prophet will curse them with a larger object after having cursed them with a smaller? Said Abai, Meir also means a fragment used to stir a big fire with, hence his fragment is larger than Arjasi's. Said Arjasi, etc. Is not Arjasi's answer correct? What could Meir rejoin? Meir might say that the prophet intends to convey that not only shall they not have anything of the least value left, but they shall not even have anything that is as valueless as a piece of fragment big enough to contain a drop of water. Footnotes 143:1 The wines used in Palestine were so strong that they had to be mixed with water in order to make them fit to drink. 143:2 At the benediction after meals a goblet possessing certain qualities and which is called a goblet of benediction must be used, as ordained in the tract benedictions. 144:1 Mafgia is a species of insect, unknown to us at the present day, of which Rashi said that it was a small animal whose voice was so strong that when a lion hears it, he is afraid of it, taking it for a very great animal. 148:1 Abai and Rabbah also discuss the same note, but this is repeated in the third gate, in whose translation we are now engaged, and is, therefore, omitted here. 150:1 A Mishnah teaches elsewhere that it is a sin to lecture on metaphysics, outside of the university. Next, Chapter 9, Rabbi Akiba's regulations on different subjects. Index previous next. P 154. Chapter 9. Rabbi Akiba's regulations on different subjects. Mishnah I, Akiba said, whence do we deduce that one who carries an idol is as unclean as a woman suffering from menstruation? From the passage, thou wilt cast them away as a filthy thing. 1 Get thee hence, wilt thou say unto them. Thus, in the same manner as a woman suffering from menstruation causes uncleanness, so does also an idol. Gemara, Rabbah said, the passage mentioned in the Mishnah should be interpreted thus. Estrange to them from thyself as a stranger, get thee hence, say unto him, but tell him not to come in. Further Rabbah said, it is unanimously conceded that the carrying of idols causes uncleanness and hence it is compared to menstruation, but there is a dissenting opinion among the rabbis concerning a stone beneath which there were utensils. Our Akiba holds that idols are regarded the same as menstruating women and the vessels beneath the stone become defiled, but the rabbis regard an idol as a reptile, i.e., as a reptile lying upon a large stone. This decree is unanimously conceded. R. Ahad Babi. Ami asked, what about an idol smaller in size than an olive? R. Joseph objected to this question. What is the purpose of the query? Does it refer to the prohibition of idolatry? Even an idol the size of a fly, like the idol of the p. 155. Ekronites, which was called Zebub 1, is also prohibited, for we are taught it is written in the passage, and they made themselves Baal-berith for a god. By Baal-berith is meant the Zebub idol of Ekron, and every idolater made an image of his idol in miniature in order to keep it constantly at hand and to be able at any time to take it out, embrace, and kiss it, hence there is no question as to size. Nay, the query of our Ahadbu is in regard to causing defilement. Either it is regarded as a reptile and defile, even if only of the size of a lentil, or it is considered as a corpse and causes defilement if it is the size of an olive. Answered Arivia, and according to others Rabbi Ullah, come and hear the following Boraitha, no defilement is caused by idols smaller than olives, for it is written, and cast its powder upon the graves of the children of the people. That as a corpse cannot cause defilement by a part less than the size of an olive, the same is the case with idols, which are regarded as corpses. Mishnah 2, whence the adduction that a ship, though a wooden vessel, is not subject to defilement? From the passage, the way of a ship is in the heart of the sea. Gemara, it is certain too that our Akiba intends to convey to us that the reason the passage cited in the above Mishnah informs us of a fact known to all is because the sense is to be construed thus, in the same manner as the sea is not subject to defilement, so also a ship can never become defiled. There is a Boraitha, Hananiah said, we make the adduction from a sack that everything which can be carried after the manner of a sack, sometimes full and at other times empty, is subject to defilement, except a ship, which cannot be carried at all, full or empty. What are the points of difference in the two adductions? They are concerning a small boat. One holds that all boats must be regarded as the sea itself, while the other is of the opinion that a small boat must be regarded as a sack because it is p. 156. Carried to the place whence it is launched and hence is subject to defilement, as our Hananabi. Akabia said, why did the rabbis say that a small boat is subject to defilement? Because it is usually loaded in the dry dock and then carried into the river. Rabbi Yohanan in the name of Rabbi said, one should not absent himself from the college even for 1 hour. Behold, this teaching has been taught in the schools for many years and no one knew the reason for it until our Hananabi. Akabia came and explained it. R. Jonathan said, one should never absent himself from the house of learning or abstain from learning the law, even when at the point of death, for it is written, this is the law, when a man dieth in his tent, even at the point of death man must occupy himself with the study of the law. Resh Lakish, however, adduces from the same verse that one does not retain the law, unless he is ready to die for it. Mishnah 3, whence do we adduce that in a patch of ground 6 spans long by 6 spans wide 5 different kinds of seed may be planted, one kind each in each of the 4 corners and one in the center of the patch? From the passage, for as the earth bringeth forth her growth, and as a garden causeth what is sown therein to spring forth. It is not written as a garden causeth its seed to spring forth, but what is sown therein. Gemara, how is this to be understood from that passage? Said Arjehuda, the passage cited in the above Mishnah is to be thus explained, the earth bringeth forth her growth. Bringeth forth can be counted for 1. Her growth can also be counted for 1. What is grown therein can be counted for 2 more, and to spring forth can be counted as 1, making 5 in all, and the rabbis are quite certain that 5 different kinds of seed in a patch 6 spans square do not interfere with one another. But whence do we know that the assurance of the rabbis can be depended upon? Answered Ar Hayabi. Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan, from the passage, Thou shalt not remove the landmark of thy neighbor, which they of old time have set, which is to be explained, thou shalt not go beyond what is limited by those. P 157. Of old. But what have those of old limited? Answered our Samuel bar Nahmini, in the name of our Jonathan, it is written, these are the sons of Seir the Korite, who inhabited the land. Only they inhabited the land? Did the rest of mankind inhabit heaven? It simply means to state that they made the earth inhabitable by their knowledge of agriculture and their experience as to what ground is adapted for the planting of olive trees, vines, date trees, etc. R. Asi said, the teaching of our Akaba in the Mishnah refers to a patch of ground 6 spans square, excluding the corners. Rabbite said, the above Mishnah has reference only to an isolated patch of ground, but in a furrow surrounded by others one can not sow 5 kinds of grain. Are there not corners, however? The school of Rabbite explained, in the name of Rabbite, that reference is made to furrows into the corners of which grain had been sown. Samuel, however, said, even in a furrow surrounded by other furrows. But will not the seeds interfere one with another? Samuel refers to furrows which are planted alternately from north to east and from south to west. 1. Mishnah 4: whence the adduction that a woman, from whom seed of copulation 2 escapes only on the 3rd day, is unclean? From the passage, and he said unto the people, be ready against the 3rd day. Approach not unto a woman. Whence the adduction that a child may be bathed on the 3rd day of its circumcision, even if that day fall on a Sabbath. From the passage, and it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore. Whence the adduction that a string of crimson wool must be tied on the head of the goat that was to be sent away. 3. From the passage, though they should be red like crimson, they shall become like wool. Whence do we adduce that anointing oneself on the Day of Atonement is equal to drinking? Although no positive proof is apparent, still a reference. P 158. Can be adduced from the passage, and it cometh like water on his body and oil into his bones. Gemara, the first part of the Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of our Elazar b. Azariah, who declares her clean in that case. The second part of the Mishnah, however, is in direct accord with his own words. Therefore some rabbis claim that the first part of the Mishnah reads clean instead of unclean, i.e., that the whole Mishnah is according to the opinion of our Elazar b. Azariah, but other rabbis claim that the first part of the Mishnah is according to the opinion of other Tannim, who differ with Elazar b. Azariah. And they shall be ready against the 3rd day. R. b. Abba said, Moses went up at daybreak, and descended the following break of day. He went up at break of day, as it is written, and Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai. He descended on the following daybreak, as it is written, Go, get thee down, and then shalt thou come up, thou, and Aaron with thee. We see that the scripture compares the descending to the ascending, and as the ascending was early in the morning, so was also the descending early in the morning. The rabbis taught, the Decalogue was given to Israel on the 6th day of the month, but Arjasi said on the 7th day. Said Rabbah, all agree that on the 1st day of the month the Israelites arrived at the wilderness of Sinai. It is adduced from the analogy of the word this, on this day they arrived at the wilderness of Sinai, and this month to be to you the first of months. As in the latter instance this referred to the first, so does it also in the former. Furthermore, all agree that the law was given to Israel on a Sabbath. This is to be adduced from the analogy of the word remember, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and, remember this day on which ye came out from Egypt. As in the latter instance the very day of their coming out of Egypt is referred to, so is it also in the former instance. Where the rabbis do differ is what day was the first of the month. Arjasi holds. P 159. That the first of the month was set on the first of the week, and on that day no commandments were given, because the children of Israel were tired from their long journey. On the 2nd day the Lord said to them, Ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests. On the third of the week he commanded them to keep away from the mountain. On the fourth to separate themselves from their wives. The rabbis, however, hold that the first of the month was set on the second of the week, that on that day nothing was commanded the Israelites, they being tired. On the third the cited passage was said, on the fourth day they were to keep away from the mountain, and on the fifth to separate themselves from their wives. An objection was raised, it is written, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow. Is this not contradictory to the statement of Arjasi? Arjasi may explain this thus: Moses added one day upon his own authority, as we have learned in a Boraitha, 3 things were done by Moses upon his own authority, and the Holy One, blessed be he, agreed thereto. They are, he added one day, he separated himself from a woman, and he broke the tablets into pieces. He added one day upon his own authority. What was his object? The Lord said unto him, Today and tomorrow, and he construed the words as follows: Today must be equal to tomorrow, as tomorrow includes the might, so must today, the night. However, having already passed, another day must be added in order to make up for the lost night. Whence do we know that the Lord agreed to this? Because the Shekinah did not appear on Mount Sinai until the Sabbath morn. What was the object of Moses in separating himself from a woman? He applied the order given the Israelites to himself in a so much larger degree. And whence do we know that the Lord agreed to this also? It is written, Go, say to them, return you unto your tents. But as for thee, remain thou here by me. And what was his object in breaking the tablets? He thought, as concerning the p. 160. Passover sacrifice, which is only one of the 613 commandments, it is written, No stranger shall eat thereof. How can I give the tablets, which contain all the commandments, to the children of Israel, who are now all renegades? And whence do we know that the Holy One, blessed be he, agreed even to this? It is written, And the Lord said unto Moses, Hew thyself 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words which were on the first tables which thou didst break. Said Resh Lakish, which thou didst break really means, which thou didst break rightfully. Another objection was raised, it is written, And they shall be ready against the 3rd day. According to Arjasi it should be the 4th day. This is no objection. As it is said above that Moses added another day upon his own authority. Come and hear another objection. The 6th means the 6th of the week and of the month. Is this not contradictory to the statement of the rabbis, who say, the 1st of the month was the 2nd day of the week? Yeah, this Boraitha holds to the opinion of Arjasi. Come and hear, on the 14th day of the month of Nisan, during which the Israelites went out of Egypt, they killed the Passover sacrifice, and on the 15th day they went out. On the night before that the firstborn of the Egyptians were beaten. That day was the 5th of the week. Now, if the 15th of Nisan was the 5th of the week, we must certainly say that the 1st of the next month was Sabbath, and the 1st day of the following month was the 1st day of the week. Is this not contradictory to the statement of the rabbis, that the 1st day of the month was the 2nd day of the week? The rabbis might have assumed that the month of Ur was an intercalary month. Said Ar-Habibi of Huzunah to Ar-Ashi, Come and hear, it is written, And it came to pass in the 1st month in the 2nd year, on the 1st of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up, and a Boraitha teaches that this day was crowned tenfold, viz., that day was the 1st of the 6 days of the creation, the 1st of the days on which the first prince presented his offering before the altar, the 1st of the days on which the priests did their work in the sanctuary, the 1st day on which the children of Israel brought their sacrifices into the tabernacle, the 1st of the days. p. 161. On which the heavenly fire descended upon the altar, the 1st of the days on which the priests were permitted to eat the sacrifices in the tabernacle, the 1st of the days on which the Shekinah appeared in the tabernacle, the 1st day on which Aaron the high priest blessed the Israelites in the tabernacle. The 1st of the days on which sacrifices were no more permitted to be brought on the high places outside of the tabernacle, and the first day of the first of the months. Now, if the first day of this year was the first day of the week, we must say the first of Nisan of the preceding year fell on the fourth day of the week, because we have learned in another Boraitha. Anonymous teachers say that there can be not more than 4 days difference between one New Year's Day and another. If a leap year intervened, then there may be a difference of 5 days. Is this not contradictory to the opinion of both the rabbis and Arjasi? According to Arjasi there were 7 short months in that year, but according to the rabbis there were 8 such months, as this year was an extraordinary one. Another objection was raised. We have learned in the tract Seder Olim that on the 14th day of the month of Nisan, during which the Israelites went out of Egypt, they killed the Passover sacrifice. On the 15th they went out, and that day was Friday. Now, if the first of the month of Nisan of that year was Friday, we must say that the first day of the following month was on the first day of the week and the first of the succeeding month was on Monday. Is this not contradictory with Arjasi? Arjasi will then say that this Boraitha is in accordance with the opinion of the rabbis. Come and hear another objection. Arjasi says, on the second day Moses went up on the Mount Sinai and came back. The same he did on the third day, but on the fourth day, when he came back, he remained. Came back and remained? Whence did he come back? It does not say that he went up at all. Say, then, on the fourth day he went up, came back, and remained. On the fifth he built an altar and offered a sacrifice. On the sixth he had no time. Shall we assume that he had no time because on that day the Israelites received the Torah? Nay, he had no time because the Sabbath was at hand. A Galilean lectured in the presence of Arhista, praised be the merciful God, who gave a triple law to a triple people through a man who was the third child of his parents, on the third day of sanctification and in the third month. We see from this that the Galilean held in accordance with the teachings of the rabbis. It is written, and they placed themselves at the foot of the mount. Said Arabai Dimibi. Hamabi. Hassa, it appears from this passage that the Holy One, blessed be He, inclined the mountain toward the children of Israel and gave them the choice of either accepting the Torah or being buried right under the mountain. Said Ar-Ahabi. Jacob, this would accord us the right to protest against any punishment inflicted upon us for violating the law. Said Rabha, although, at the time of Ahasuerus they accepted it voluntarily. For it is written, the Jews confirmed it as a duty, and took upon themselves and upon their seed. And it is to be explained, they took upon themselves voluntarily what at one time they were compelled to accept. Ar-Simai lectured, at that time, when Israel answered to the information of Moses, we will do and we will obey, 600,000 angels had furnished to every one of Israel 2 crowns, one for the answer we will do, and one for the answer we will obey. Thereafter when Israel sinned 1,200,000 destroying angels descended and took them away, as it is written, the children of Israel then stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb. Said Arhami B. Arhanana, for in the same passage it may be deduced that in the same place where they were furnished they were taken away from them. Said Ar-Yohanan, all of them were given as a reward to Moses, as immediately after the verse cited it is written, and Moses took the tent, etc. Said Resh Lakish, we hope, however, that the Holy One, blessed be He, will return them to us, as it is written, and the ransomed of the Lord shall return, and come to Zion with song, with everlasting joy upon their p. 163. Head. The expression everlasting means that it was already upon their heads at the time of reception of the Torah. R. Elazar said, at the time the Israelites said we will do and afterward we will obey, a heavenly voice was heard, which said unto them, who unfolded unto my children this mystery known only to the angels. For it is written, bless the Lord, ye his angels, mighty in strength, that execute his word, hearkening unto the voice of his word, and from this we see that only angels can execute first and then obey. A Sadducee once noticed Rabha studying and observed that he in his absent-mindedness held his finger underneath his knee and pressed it so hard that blood spurted from the finger. Said the Sadducee one to him, Impetuous people, whose mouths precede your ears. Ye are still of the same vehemence. Ye must first hear the Torah before you accept it, and not accept without knowing its prescriptions. Answered Rabha, we who are upright men trusted him, as it is said of us, the integrity of the upright guideth them, but to those men who are continually fault-finding the latter part of the same verse can be applied, viz. But the cunning of the treacherous destroyeth them. R. Samuel b. Nahmini in the name of our Jonathan said, It is written, Thou hast ravished my heart, O my sister, bride. Thou hast ravished my heart with one of thy eyes. This means, when thou didst but receive the Torah, it was with one of thy eyes. When thou wilt obey it, it will be with both of thy eyes. R. Yohanan said, It is written, The Lord gave tidings, they are published by female messengers, a numerous host. This implies that every word emanating from the mighty God was heralded in 70 languages. The school of our Ishmael, however, it is written, Is not thus my word like the fire? Saith the Lord, and like a hammer that shivereth the rock. As the hammer that strikes emits a multitude of sparks, so is every word emanating from the Holy One, blessed be he, heralded in 70 different languages. P. 164. R. Hananel b. Papa said, It is written. Hear. For of noble things will I speak. Why are the words of the Torah compared to a noble? To inform us that inasmuch as a noble has in his power the disposal over life and death, so have also the words of the Torah. This is similar to what Rabha said, to those who walk in the right ways of the law, it is an elixir of life, but to those who pursue not the right way, it is the poison of death. R. Jehoshua b. Levi said, It is written, A bundle of myrrh is my friend unto me, that resteth on my bosom. Said the congregation of Israel, Lord of the universe. Although my friend chastiseth one me, still he resteth on my bosom. The same rabbi said, It is written, His cheeks are as a bed of spices, as turrets of sweet perfumes. Every word emanating from the Holy One, blessed be he, fills the whole world with the aroma of spices. If the world was filled with the aroma arising from the first word, where could the second word go? The Holy One, blessed be he, sent forth a wind from his store, which cleared off the aroma of each word, as it is written, His lips like lilies, dropping with fluid myrrh. Do not read Shoshanim but Shoshonim. The same said again that from each word which came from the Holy One, blessed be he, the soul of Israel was going out, as it is written, My soul had failed me while he was speaking. But the Holy One, blessed be he, has let down the dew with which he will in the future make the resurrection and bring them to life, as it is written, Rain of beneficence didst thou pour down, O God. He also said, when Moses ascended into heaven, said the angels before the Holy One, Blessed be he, Lord of the universe. What has one born of a woman to do among us? The Lord answered, He came to receive the Torah. Said the angels again, Wouldst thou give a precious thing that thou hast preserved since 974 generations before the creation of the world to a being of flesh and blood, what is the mortal, that thou rememberest him? And the Son of Man, that thou thinkest of him? Said the Holy One, Blessed be he, unto P. 165. Moses, give thou them an answer. Answered Moses before the Lord, Lord of the universe. What is written in the law, which thou gavest unto me? I am the Lord, thy God, who have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Moses then said to the angels, Were ye in Egypt? Have ye served Pharaoh? Of what use can the Torah be unto you? Further, what is written in the Torah, Thou shalt have no other gods before me? Are ye among the nations that worship idols? And furthermore, what is written in the Torah? Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Do ye any labor on the weekdays? Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Are ye merchants, that ye must swear, Honor thy father and thy mother? Have ye fathers and mothers to honor, thou shalt not kill, etc. Is there any jealousy among you? Have ye any evil intent? Then the angels confessed and praised the Holy One, blessed be he, as it is written, O Eternal One, our Lord, how excellent is thy name on all the earth. But the ending of the verse, thou who hast set thy majesty above the heavens, is not cited in this verse. Then every one of the angels befriended Moses, and each of them disclosed some mystery to him, as it is written, Thou didst ascend on high, lead away captives, receive gifts among men, which means that because at first the angels called Moses one born of a woman, they at the close gave him gifts, and even the angel of death disclosed a mystery to him, as it is written, And he put on the incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living. Now if the angel of death had not disclosed unto Moses this mystery, how could he have imparted it to Aaron? Said R. Jehoshua b. Levi again, when Moses descended from heaven, Satan came before the Holy One, blessed be he, and said, Lord of the universe, where is the Torah? And the Lord answered, I have given it to the earth. Satan descended to earth and said to it, Where is the Torah? And the earth answered, God understandeth her way, and he knoweth her place. Satan then went to the sea, and the sea said, She is not with me. He then went to the deep, and the deep answered, Not in me is she, as it is written, The deep saith, Not in me is she. P 166. And the sea saith, She is not with me. Perdition and death say, With our ears have we heard a report of her. Satan then ascended before the Holy One, blessed be he, and said, Lord of the universe, I have looked for the Torah on the whole earth and could not find it. Then said the Lord unto him, Go unto the son of Amram. And Satan went to Moses and said to him, Where is the Torah which the Holy One, blessed be he, gave unto thee? And Moses answered, Who am I, that the Holy One, blessed be he, should give me the Torah? Said the Lord unto Moses, Moses, art thou a liar? Said Moses before the Lord, Lord of the universe, shall I claim that thou hast given unto me a precious thing which thou didst fondle every day? Said the Holy One, blessed be he, unto Moses, because thou hast humbled thyself, the Torah shall bear thy name, as it is written, Remember ye the law of Moses my servant. The same Rabbi said again, when Moses ascended unto heaven, the Lord said unto him, Moses, is there no peace in thy city? And Moses answered, Is it then proper that a slave should salute his master? Said the Lord, Still thou shouldst have wished me well. Then said Moses before the Lord, And now, I beseech thee, let the greatness of the power of the Lord be made manifest as thou hast spoken. A string of crimson wool, etc. Did not the passage say one like ears and not like crimson, for were it like crimson it would read Kashani? Said R. Itzhak, the passage is thus to be explained, the Lord said unto Israel, If your sins all lie before me as the years that have passed since the creation, they shall nevertheless become white as snow. Rabha lectured, It is written, Go now, to and let us reason together, said the Lord. It should not read Go now but Come now, and not saith the Lord but said the Lord. The passage should be explained, In the future the Lord will say unto Israel, Go to your ancestors and they shall rebuke you, and Israel will say before the Lord, Lord of the P 167. Universe, to whom shall we go? Shall we go to Abraham, to whom thou hast said, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land which is not theirs, and they will make them serve, and he did not pray for us? Shall we go to Isaac, who, when blessing Esau, said, And it shall come to pass that when thou shalt have the dominion thou canst break his yoke from off thy neck, and he also did not pray for us? Shall we go to Jacob, to whom thou didst say, I will go down with thee into Egypt, and not even he prayed for us? To whom shall we go now? Then the Lord will say unto Israel, Inasmuch as ye have attached yourselves to me, though your sins should be as scarlet, they shall become white as snow. Said R. Samuel b. Anahimini in the name of our Jonathan, it is written, For thou art our father, for Abraham knoweth nothing of us, and Israel recognizeth us not, thou, O Lord, art our father, our Redeemer from everlasting is thy name. In the future the Holy One, blessed be he, will say to Abraham, Thy children have sinned before me, and Abraham will answer, Let them be wiped off for the sake of the holiness of thy name. The Holy One, blessed be he, will then say, I shall tell this to Jacob, who had trouble in rearing his own children, perhaps he will pay for the present generation. The Lord said to Jacob, Thy children have sinned before me, and Jacob gave the same reply as Abraham. Then said the Lord, Not with the aged can feeling be found, nor with the young wise counsel. The Lord then said to Isaac, Thy children have sinned before me. Then said Isaac before the Lord, Creator of the universe, Thou sayest my children, are they not thine? When they answered before thee, We will do, and obey, thou calledst them my son, my firstborn, and now they are my children and not thine. And furthermore, how long a time have they sinned before thee? Let us see, what is the duration of a man's life? Only 70 years. Take off the 20 years that thou dost not punish for sin and only 50 remain. Take off the nights and only 25 full years remain. Deduct again 12 years and 6 months spent in praying, eating, and in the performance of other necessities, only 12½ years remain. If thou wilt bear the whole it is well, but if not let me bear half and thou the other half. If thou wilt say that I must bear the whole, did I not sacrifice myself for thee? P 168. Then Israel said, For thou art our father. Said Isaac unto them, Instead of praising me, praise ye the Holy One, blessed be he, and he pointed them on high with his finger. There is the Lord. Then they lifted up their eyes unto heaven and said, Thou, O Lord, art our Father, our Redeemer from everlasting is thy name. R. Hyabi. Abba said in the name of our Yohanan, Jacob deserved to go down into Egypt in iron shackles, but his merits precluded such a thing, as it is written, With human cords I ever drew them forward, with leading strings of love, and I was to them as those that lift off the yoke from their jaws, and I held out unto them food. Mishnah V, the prescribed quantity for wood is as much as suffices. To cook an egg, 4 spices as much as would suffice to spice such an egg, and the different spices are counted together, nutshells, pomegranate peel, izates, and cochineal, as much as suffices to dye the edge of a small piece of cloth, alum, native carbonate of soda, similia chalk, vegetable soap, as much as suffices to wash the edge of a small piece of cloth. R. Jehuda says as much as will suffice to remove a blood stain. Gemara, have we not learned this already? Reads, split, as much as will suffice to cook an egg? In that case we must assume that the reeds could not be used for any other purpose, but wood which can be put to a multitude of uses, as, for instance, to make the handle for a key. He comes to teach us that the same quantity also applies in this case. Nutshells, etc. Is this not a contradiction to what we have learned elsewhere, that dyes may not be carried in quantities sufficient to exhibit a sample of the color in the market? Said R.N. Ahman in the name of Rabbi Abohu, because one will not take the trouble to make dye sufficient only for a sample. Native carbonate, etc. Aboritha in addition to this states, that coming from Alexandria but not from Anphantrin. Vegetable soap. Said Samuel, I have inquired of a number of seafaring men and they have told me that the name for it is a shalgo, it is found in the shells of a pearl oyster and it is extracted with iron needles. Mishnah 6, the prescribed quantity for pepper. P 169. Is the least possible amount, for tar it is the same, for different kinds of spices and metals it is also the same, for the stone and the earth of the altar, torn pieces of the scroll of laws or its cover, it is also the same, because such things are generally preserved by men. R. Jehuda said, the same quantity applies to everything pertaining to the worship of idols, because it is written, and there shall not cleave to thy hand aught of the devoted things. Gemara, to what use can such a small quantity of pepper be put? It may be used by one whose breath is foul. For tar. For what purpose can tar in so small a quantity be used? It may be used by one who has the sickness silcheda. For different kinds of spices. The rabbis taught, the prescribed quantity both for aromatic spices as well as for ill-smelling oils is the same, for purple dye also the same, and for roses only one rosebud. And metals. Of what use are they? We have learned, our Simon B. Eleazar said, they can be used to make a goad. The torn pieces of the scroll of laws. Said R. Jehuda, bookworms, silkworms, vineworms, dateworms, and pomegranate worms are all dangerous to human life. There was a disciple sitting before R. Yohanan eating dates, and the disciple said to him, Rabbi, there are thorns in the dates. Said the rabbi, the date worm has killed this man. Mishnah 7, one who carries the chest of a spice dealer is liable for one sin offering only, although there may be many spices in the chest. The prescribed quantity for garden seeds is the equivalent in size to a dried figure. R. Jehuda B. Bathura said. 5 different seeds. The prescribed quantity for cucumber seeds are 2, for pumpkin seeds the same, for Egyptian beans the same. A living locust, be it ever so small, must not be carried, but dead locusts may be carried in quantities less than a dried fig. The prescribed quantity for vineyard birds 1. Living or dead is the smallest possible quantity, because they were preserved for medicinal purposes. R. Jehuda said, one must not carry out a living locust, be it ever so small, because such locusts were kept as playthings for small children. Gemara, cucumber seeds. The rabbis taught, the p. 170. Prescribed quantity for seeds used for planting is 2, but for seeds used for food it is the equivalent of a pig's mouthful. How much is a pig's mouthful? The seeds of 1 cucumber. For cucumber seeds used as fuel the prescribed quantity is as much as will suffice to cook an egg, for cucumber seeds used as counters only 2. Anonymous teachers say 5. The rabbis taught, one who carries 2 hairs from the tail of a horse or a cow is culpable, because the hairs are always preserved for making nets. The prescribed quantity for hog bristles is only 1, for willows 2, for tree bark 1 strip. R. Jehuda says, a locust, etc. Why did not the first Tana of the Mishnah mention this? Because in his opinion it is forbidden to carry it even on weekdays, lest one eat it. If such is the case, why should an eatable locust be allowed to be carried? Did not our Kahana stand before Rabbite and a small locust lighted on his lips? Rabbite said to him, take it away, lest people say that thou hast eaten it and thou hast violated the commandment, ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creepeth? Nay, there was no fear that the locust would be eaten alive, but they apprehended lest it die and then be eaten. If that is the case, why does R. Jehuda permit this? R. Jehuda holds that there is no fear of the locust being eaten when dead, as the child will mourn its death. Chapter X. Further regulations concerning the prescribed quantity of things to be stored. Mishnah I, one who had stored anything for planting, sampling, or medicinal purposes and carried some of it out on the Sabbath, be it ever so small a quantity, is liable for a sin offering. Anyone else, however, is culpable only then if the prescribed quantity. Even the one who had stored is culpable only for the prescribed quantity, if he brought the thing carried out by him back. Gemara, for what purpose is it said in the Mishnah, one who stored anything? Would it not be sufficient to say, one who carried out things intended for planting, sampling, or medicinal purposes, be the quantity ever so small, is culpable? Said Abai, the Mishnah treats of the case of a man who, after storing the thing, forgot for what purpose he had stored it, and then carried it out into the street for any purpose whatever. Lest one say that the original intention is abolished, and now the thing carried out has for him only the same value as for others, and he would be culpable only for carrying out the regularly prescribed quantity. It comes to teach us that one who commits a deed executes his original intention. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, our Meir declares one who carried out only a single wheat grain, intended for sowing, culpable. Is this not self-evident? The Mishnah taught, be it ever so small. One might presume that the term be it ever so small denotes something smaller than a dried fig but not smaller than an olive. Our Meir therefore informs us. R. Itzhak, the son of R. Jehudah, opposed this. The Mishnah declares one culpable for an act originally intended to be performed, but now, supposing a man intended to carry out his entire household at once, is he then not culpable until he had accomplished the entire task, even if he had carried out part of it? The answer, p. 172, was, if a man has an absurd intention it is abolished by the law, and he is culpable for carrying out the prescribed quantity. Anyone else, however, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with that of our Simeon b. Elazar. Rabha in the name of R. Nahman said, if one carried out a thing the size of a dried fig with the intention of eating it, but changed his mind in the meantime and then intended to sow it, or, on the contrary, first intended to sow it and then to eat it, he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? The prescribed quantity for both eating and sowing was carried. Lest one say that the removing and the depositing of a thing must be done with the very same intention in order to make one culpable, which is not so in this case, he comes to teach us that he is culpable. If he brought the thing, etc. Is this not self-evident? Said Abai, the Mishnah speaks of a case where the man took the thing brought from his house, and threw it into the place where his full supply was kept, and the place where he threw it remained conspicuous. Lest one say, if the place is conspicuous, his original intention is not yet abolished, because he took the same thing again, it comes to teach us that the throwing of the thing among his other supplies annulled his original intention. Mishnah 2, if one intended to carry out victuals and deposited them on the doorstep, whether he afterward carried them out himself, or this was done by someone else, he is not culpable, because he did not accomplish the deed at one time. If one deposited a basket of fruit on the outside doorstep, even if the bulk of the fruit was on the outside, he is not culpable, unless he carried out the entire basket. Gemara, what kind of a doorstep does the Mishnah have reference to? Should we assume that the doorstep was public ground, how can the man be not culpable? He carried out from private into public ground. Should we assume that the doorstep was private ground, why does the Mishnah teach that if he carried it out, or anyone else, he is not culpable? It is again a case of carrying out from private into public ground. We must therefore assume that the doorstep was unclaimed ground, and it comes to teach us that only when the victuals were deposited on the unclaimed ground the man is not culpable, but if they had been carried out from private. p. 173. Into public ground, even by way of unclaimed ground, he is culpable. And the Mishnah does not agree with the opinion of Ben Azai, of the following Boraitha, one who carries out from his store into the market by way of the alley is culpable, but Ben Azai says he is not. If one deposited a basket of fruit, etc. Said Hizkiah, the case in question treats only of a basket filled with cucumbers and beets, but if full of mustard seeds he is culpable. From this we see that Hizkiah considers a vessel no support one, but the mustard seeds, which are heaped up, are outside of the basket proper and not supported by it. Therefore, when the basket with mustard seeds is carried outside, part of the mustard seeds are already on the outside and the carrier is culpable. R. Yohanan, however, says, even if the basket contained mustard seeds, he is also not culpable. Thence we see that R. Yohanan does consider a vessel a support. Said R. Zera, how is it with the Mishnah? It is neither of the opinion of Hizkiah nor of R. Yohanan. Hizkiah may explain it in accordance with his theory and R. Yohanan with his own. Hizkiah explains the Mishnah, which said unless he carries out the entire basket. This is the case if the basket is filled with cucumbers and beets, but if filled with mustard seeds it is equal to putting out the entire basket into the street, and he is culpable. But Ar Yohanan explained the Mishnah thus: although the bulk of the fruit is on the outside, or even if all the fruit were on the outside, the man would not be culpable unless the entire basket was put on the outside. So also said Rab Ha, the Mishnah treats only of a basket filled with cucumbers and beets, but if filled with mustard seeds the man is culpable. Whence we see that he does not consider a vessel a support. Abai, however, said, even if the basket contained mustard seeds, the man is also not culpable. Whence we see that he does consider a vessel a support. Shall we say that Abai adopted the system of Rabha and Rabha of Abai, or Abai contradicts himself and Rabha does the same? As it was taught, one who carried out fruit into public ground, Abai said, is culpable only if he carried it out with his hand, but if in a vessel he is not culpable. And Rabha says, on the contrary, if he carried the fruit out in his hand he is not culpable, but if he carried it out in a vessel he is culpable. The answer is, reverse the case. Mishnah 3, one who carries out anything in the right or in the left hand or in his bosom or on his shoulder is culpable, as so was the manner in which the sons of Kahat carried. But one who carries out a thing on the back of his hand or with his foot, with his mouth, with his elbow, with his ear, with his hair, with his waist bag, the opening of which is at the bottom, or between his belt and his shirt, with the edge of his shirt, with his shoe or sandal, is not culpable, because he carries it in an unusual manner. Gemara, Ar Elazar said, one who carries out a burden 10 spans above the ground is culpable, because in this manner the sons of Kahat carried their burdens. Whence do we know that the sons of Kahat carried their burdens in this way? It is written, which is by the tabernacle and by the altar round about. Hence he compares the tabernacle to the altar. As the tabernacle was 10 ells, so was also the altar 10 ells, and whence do we know that the tabernacle itself was 10 ells? Because it is written, 10 ells shall be the length of the boards. Or we may say that we know that the sons of Kahat carried their burdens in this manner from the ark, as the master said, the ark was 9 spans high, and with the cover, which was 1 span higher, it was 10. Experience is to the effect that when a burden was carried on the shoulders by means of poles, 1/3 of the burden was above the poles and 2/3 below, then as the ark was 10 spans high and onet herd of it was carried above the shoulders, it was certainly more than 10 spans above the ground. But let it be inferred from Moses himself, of whom it is said elsewhere that he was very tall. With Moses the case is different. P 175. As the master said elsewhere that the Shekinah does not rest upon a man unless he is a scholar, a strong, rich, or tall man. It was taught, one who carries a burden on his head is not culpable. And if one will say that the inhabitants of the city of Hutzal do so, we may assume that their deed is abolished by the rest of mankind, who do not carry burdens on their heads. Mishnah 4, one who intends to carry something in front, but the thing moved to his back, is not culpable, but if he intends to carry it on his back and it moves to the front he is. Of a truth it was said, a woman who wears a girdle, whether she carries something in the front or in the back of it, is culpable, because the girdle invariably turns around. Ar Jehuda says the same rule applies to letter carriers. Gemara, where is the difference? The main object. And in either case his intention was not carried out, why is he not culpable if the thing moved from the front to the back and culpable if it moved from the back to the front? Said Ar Elazar, divide the Mishnah into 2 parts. The second part was not taught by the same Tana as the first. Said Ar Ashi, this is no question at all. Perhaps the Mishnah may be explained thus, not only did the man intend to carry it on his back and did so, which would make him culpable, because his intention was carried out, but even if he intended to carry it on his back and it moved to the front, in which case his intention was not carried out, lest one say that then he is not culpable, it comes to teach us that when one intends to preserve the thing with little safety, and it occurs that he has done so with a proper safety, he is benefited by it, hence he is culpable. Of a truth it was said. There is a Boraitha, wherever it is said of a truth it was said, it is to be considered that so the halakha prevails. R. Jehuda says the same rule applies to letter carriers. A Boraitha in addition to it states that so it is because the carriers of the government usually do so. Mishnah v. One who carries out a large loaf of bread into public ground is culpable. If two persons do this together they are both innocent, provided it could be done by one of them. If, however, they did so because it could not be done by one, both are culpable. R. Simeon, however, declares them not culpable. Gemara, said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, according to others Abai said, and still others say that it was learned in a Boraitha, if of both men who carried the loaf, either was able. P. 176. To carry it himself, R. Meir makes them both culpable, but R. Jehuda and R. Simeon declare them both innocent. If, of the two, neither was able, R. Jehuda and R. Meir declare them culpable and R. Simeon declares them free. If one of the two, however, was able, and the other unable, all agree that the able man is culpable. Whence is all this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, it is written, if any person sin, etc., i.e., if he committed the whole deed but not a part of it. How so? If two persons held one pitchfork and threw grain with it, or a weaver's spindle and wove with it, or a quill and wrote with it, or a reed and carried it into public ground, one might say that they are culpable. It is written, if any person sin, etc. But if two persons held a date press, or a log, and carried them out into public ground, R. Jehuda says, if one of the two was not able to carry it himself and they both carried it, they are both culpable, but if either of them was able, both are not culpable. R. Simeon says, even if one alone is not able to carry it and they carried it out together, they are also free. For only referring to such an instance the scriptures say, if any person, etc., and it is plain that one is culpable if he performs work alone, but if two persons did one thing they are both free. The Master said, if one of the two was able to perform the work alone and the other unable, all agree that he is culpable. Which of them was culpable? R. Hisda said, the one who was able. As to the one who was unable, why should he be so? What did he? Said R. Hamnuna to R. Hisda. Why not? Did he not assist the one who was able? Answered R. Hisda, assisting is not of consequence. Said R. Zebid in the name of Rabha, we have also learned in a Boraitha in support of this argument, if one suffering from a venereal disease rides an animal, the feet of which are encased in 4 pieces of cloth, the pieces of cloth are not subject to defilement, for the reason that the animal is able to stand on 3 feet. Why are they not subject to defilement? Was not one foot a help to the other 3? Hence we must assume that one of the feet must be regarded as a help to the other 3, a mere help, however, not having any legal consequence cannot become defiled, and as it is impossible to determine which one of the 3 feet is to be regarded as a help, all 4 pieces of cloth encasing them are not subject to defilement. Again the Master said, if either of the 2 were able, R. P. 177. Meir holds them both to be culpable. The schoolman propounded a question. Must the object carried out by them be of double the prescribed size, i.e., a prescribed size for each of them, in order to make them culpable, or does the prescribed size for one man suffice to make them both culpable? R. Hisda and R. Hamnuna, one of them held that one prescribed size suffices, and the other that it must be double in order to make them culpable. Said R. Ashi. We have also learned in a Boraitha, 2 men who carried out a reed used by a weaver are both culpable. Why so? Was not double the prescribed quantity necessary in order to make both culpable? Hence we must assume that the Boraitha holds one prescribed quantity to be sufficient. Said R. Aha, the son of Rabba, to R. Ashi, what proof do you derive from this Boraitha? Perhaps it refers to a reed that was of sufficient size to cook an egg for one and another for the other. R. Ashi answered, if such were the case, the Boraitha would say merely a reed and not a reed used by a weaver. Said Aha again, perhaps the Boraitha refers to a reed of sufficient size to weave a napkin each for both of them. Therefore it were better to say that from this Boraitha we can derive no support either for one opinion or the other. A certain scholar taught in the presence of R.N. Ahman, 2 men who carried out a reed used by a weaver are both not culpable. R. Simeon, however, declares them culpable. How can this be? Read then, the scholars said they are culpable and R. Simeon said they are not. Mishnah 6, if one carry victuals of less than the prescribed quantity in a vessel he is not culpable even of the vessel, for the vessel is of no consequence to the victuals. If he carried a person on a litter he is not culpable even of the litter, because the litter is of no consequence to the person. If he carried a corpse on a cot he is culpable. The same is the case if a part of the corpse of the size of an olive or of a carcass the size of an olive and of a reptile the size of a lentil. R. Simeon declares all of them free. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if a man carry out victuals of the prescribed quantity in a vessel, he is culpable of carrying the victuals, but not of the vessel, because the vessel is of no consequence to the victuals, but if the victuals are such that p. 178. They cannot be carried otherwise than in a vessel, he is culpable of the vessel also. Shall we assume from this teaching that if one ate 2 pieces of tallow each the size of an olive at different times through forgetfulness, he is bound to bring 2 sin offerings? Said R. Ashi, in the case of the man who is culpable of both the victuals and the vessel, it must be assumed that he carried them through forgetfulness and was subsequently reminded of having carried only one of them. Later he was reminded of having carried the other also, and according to the opinion of the teacher of this Boraitha, he is culpable and bound to bring 2 sin offerings, one for each time he was reminded. The same difference of opinion exists here as we have seen existed between R. Yohanan and R. Simeon b. Lakish. If he carried a person in a litter, etc. Shall we assume that the Mishnah is in accordance with R. Nathan and not with the rabbis of the following Boraitha? If one carried out an animal or a bird, whether alive or slaughtered, he is liable. R. Nathan, however, says, for a slaughtered he is culpable, but not for one that is alive, because a live creature carries itself. Said Rab Ha, it may be said the Mishnah is in accordance with the rabbis of the Boraitha cited, as they differ with R. Nathan only concerning animals or birds, which usually struggle to get loose and thus become a burden, but concerning a person, who is carried and agrees to being carried, and virtually carries himself, the rabbis yield to R. Nathan. Said R. Ada b. Abba to Rab Ha, how will, in your opinion, the statement in our Mishnah be made plain? Ben Bathira permits the selling of a horse to a Gentile, and a Boraitha, in addition to this, states that the reason that Ben Bathira permits this is because the Gentile will not perform any work with the horse on a Sabbath that would involve the liability of a sin offering, and R. Yohanan says that Ben Bathira and R. Nathan said the same thing. Now, if in your opinion the rabbis differ with R. Nathan only in the matter of animals and birds, because when carried they struggle for freedom, but agree with him in the matter of a person, why does R. Yohanan say that only Ben Bathira and R. Nathan say the same thing? Did not the p. 179 rabbis also admit this? R. Yohanan said that Ben Bathira in permitting a horse to be sold to a Gentile referred to one which was used only for carrying falcons. Are there then such horses? Yeah, they are to be found at the Zadans. 1. R. Yohanan said, even R. Nathan holds a man culpable if he carries a person, animal, or bird that is bound. If he carried a corpse, etc. Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of R. Yohanan, and the same was said by R. Joseph in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, R. Simeon frees one, even if he carries out a corpse for burial. Said Rab Ha, even R. Simeon concedes that if one carry out a spade to dig a grave with, or a scroll to read from, he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? Should we then assume that according to R. Simeon's opinion even this kind of labor is not labor for its own sake? How can we find any labor for its own sake which in the opinion of R. Simeon would involve the liability of a sin offering? Lest one say that our Simeon does not hold a man culpable for carrying a thing unless the work done with the thing is both for the man's sake and also for the sake of the thing itself. For instance, if the spade was needed for digging and also had to be sharpened, or the scroll had to be examined and used for reading, hence he informs us that such is not the case. There was a corpse in Drakra 2 and Rna b. Its hack permitted it to be carried out into unclaimed ground. Said R. Yohanan, the brother of Mar, son of Rabbina, to Rna b. Its hack, according to which Tana's opinion do you act? According to our Simeon? Did our Simeon allow this? He only stated that the act does not involve the liability of a sin offering, but he did not permit it to start with. Rna answered, by the Lord. You yourself, and even R. Jehuda, would allow this to be done the same as I did I say that it was to be carried into public ground? I said unclaimed ground. Do not forget that this was also for the sake of the honor due a human being, of which it is said, precious is the honor of man, and for its sake even a direct commandment of the scripture may be circumvented. Mishnah 7, one who pares his fingernails, either by p. 180 means of his nails or by means of his teeth, also one who plucks hair from his head, beard, or lip, also a woman who braids her hair, or paints her eyebrows, or parts her hair, is, according to our Eliezer, culpable. The sages, however, declare this to be as a precautionary measure. Gemara, said our Eliezer, the difference of opinion exists only in the case of paring the fingernails by means of the nails, but if taken off with an instrument that he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? Is it not plainly written in the Mishnah, if he pares his fingernails, one by means of the others? One might think that the difference of opinion is also concerning an instrument, and the reason the Mishnah does not mention an instrument is only to show the firmness of our Eliezer in prohibiting the paring of fingernails even with one's own nails. He informs us that the difference of opinion is concerning the nails only. Our Eliezer said furthermore, the difference of opinion is only concerning a man's paring his own fingernails, but if he pared another's all agree that he is not culpable. Is this not self-evident? Did not the Mishnah say plainly, his own fingernails? Nay. One might think that according to the opinion of our Eliezer the trimming of another's fingernails also makes one culpable, but the Mishnah, stating plainly his own fingernails, intends only to show the firmness of the rabbis in making not culpable even those who pare their own nails, therefore he informs that such is not the case. Also one who plucks hair from his head, etc. There is a Boraitha, one who cuts off a scissorsful of hair from his beard on the Sabbath is culpable. How much is a scissorsful supposed to be? 2 hairs. Our Eliezer says, 1. The rabbis agree with our Eliezer that in case one gray hair is plucked from a number of black hairs a man is culpable even for one, and not only on Sabbath but even on weekdays it is also prohibited, as it is written, and a man shall not put on a woman's garment. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon b. Eliezer said, if a fingernail becomes separated from the finger of its own accord, a man may remove the adhering part, providing the greater part of the nail was separated. He may do this with his fingers, but not with an instrument. If he did it, however, with an instrument, p. 181, he is not liable for a sin offering. If the smaller part only was separated, he may not remove it. If he did so, however, with his fingers, he is not culpable, but with an instrument he is. Said R. Jehuda, the halakha prevails in accordance with our Simeon b. Eliezer. Said Rabbi b. Hannah in the name of our Yohanan provided the nail was bent upward and was troublesome. Also a woman who braids her hair, etc. In what category can her work be counted? Said R. Abohu, it was explained to me by R. Jossi b. Hanana, painting the eyebrows comes in the class of work enumerated as dyeing, braiding, and parting the hair in the class of building. Is this the manner of building? Yeah, as our Simeon b. Manasseh taught, it is written and the Lord God formed one the rib which he had taken from the man. From this may be adduced that the Holy One, blessed be He, braided the hair of Eve and brought her to Adam. For in the seaports hair braiding and dressing is called building. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, braiding the hair, painting the eyebrows, and parting the hair, if done for herself, does not make her culpable, but if done for another it does make her culpable. Furthermore, our Simeon b. Eleazar said in the name of our Eleazar, a woman shall not put red dye on her face, because that constitutes painting. The rabbis taught, if one milked a cow and then made cheese of the milk to the size of a dried fig, if he swept a floor or dampened a floor, or if he removed honeycombs from a beehive, his case is as follows: if he performed these acts unintentionally on Sabbath, he is bound to bring a sin offering, and if he did all this intentionally on a biblical feast day, he shall receive 40 stripes. Such is the opinion of our Eleazar, but the sages said, all this is only prohibited by rabbinical law as a precautionary measure. Now the ordinance having prevailed according to the opinion of our Simeon, all these acts are not prohibited at all. Mishnah 8, one who plucks something from a perforated flower pot is culpable, from a flower pot that is not perforated he is not culpable. Our Simeon held him not culpable in both cases. Abai put a contradictory question to Rabbi, according to others are Hayabi. Rabbi to his father Rabbi, the Mishnah states. P 182. That our Simeon holds one not culpable in either case. From this we see well that to our Simeon a perforated or a solid flower pot is one and the same thing. We have learned in another Boraitha. R. Simeon said that there is no difference between a perforated and a solid flower pot except to make the seeds grown in the flower pot subject to defilement. Hence there is a difference between the pots in the opinion of our Simeon. The answer was, in all cases except defilement our Simeon regards seeds in either a perforated or a solid flower pot as loose. In the case of defilement, however, it is different, because the scriptures themselves added a special provision regarding defilement of seeds, as it is written, and if any part of their carcass fall upon any sowing seed which hath been sown, it shall be clean. End of volume I. New edition. Of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text edited, corrected, formulated, and translated into English. By Michael L. Rodkinson. First edition revised and corrected. By the Rev. Dr. Isaac M. Wise. President Hebrew Union College, Cincinnati, O. Volume 2. Track Sabbath. Second edition, re-edited, revised and enlarged. Boston New Talmud Publishing Company. 100 Boylston Street. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, January-February 2003. J.B. Hare Redactor. This text is in the public domain. This file may be used for any non-commercial purpose, provided this attribution is left intact. Next, explanatory remarks. Index previous next. PXXVIII. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boraitha, Itmarit was taught. Two questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lisna Akrina, or Webeathema or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Copyright, 1896, by Michael L. Rodkinson. Next, contents. Index previous next. P. 36. Contents. Page Synopsis of subjects of Volume 2-Track Sabbath, SLE. Chapter 11. Regulations concerning throwing from one ground into another, 189. Chapter 12. Regulations concerning building, plowing, etc., on the Sabbath, 204. Chapter 13. Regulations concerning weaving, tearing, hunting, etc., on the Sabbath, 213. Chapter 14. Regulations concerning the catching of reptiles, animals, and birds, 219. Chapter 15. Regulations concerning the tying and untying of knots on the Sabbath, 230. Chapter 16. Regulations concerning articles which may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath, 239. Chapter 17. Regulations concerning the handling of utensils and furniture on the Sabbath, 266. PXL. Page. Chapter 18. Regulations regarding the clearing off of required space, the assistance to be given cattle when giving birth to their young and to women about to be confined, 276. Chapter 19. Regulations ordained by R. Eliezer concerning circumcision on the Sabbath, 288. Chapter XX. Regulations concerning certain acts of labor which must be performed differently on a Sabbath and on a festival, 309. Chapter XXI. Regulations concerning the pouring out of wine from vessels covered with a stone, and the clearing off of crumbs, etc., from the table, 322. Chapter XXII. Regulations concerning preparation of food and beverages, 328. Chapter XXIII. Regulations concerning borrowing, casting lots, waiting for the close of the Sabbath, and attending to a corpse, 342. Chapter XXIV. Regulations concerning a man who is overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath while traveling, and concerning feeding of cattle, 363. The prayer at the conclusion of a tract, 379. Appendix 381. Next, synopsis of subjects of Volume 2-Track Sabbath. Index previous next. SLE. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 2-Track Sabbath. Chapter 11. Mishnahs I, 2, 3, 4, and V. Throwing from private into private by way of public ground. What constituted the sin of the wood-gatherer? The mysterious scrolls found by Rabbite in the house of his uncle Arhiah concerning the principal acts of labor. What was the name of the wood-gatherer? Arraignment of Ar-Akabah by Jehudah ben Bethura for slandering Zelophehad, by naming him as the wood-gatherer, and for slandering Aaron, by stating that he had been punished by leprosy. Reward for merit comes more quickly than retribution for wickedness. Regulations concerning pits in public ground for the Sabbath. Throwing from a distance of 4 ells against a wall. Throwing within 4 ells, when the object thrown rolled to a greater distance. Throwing at sea for a distance of 4 ells, and throwing from the sea to land, or from one ship to another. Throwing a thing on Sabbath and recollecting that it was Sabbath immediately afterwards. If the thing thrown was caught by another. The rule concerning what constitutes committing an act through error, involving the liability for a sin offering, 189-203. Chapter 12. Mishnahs I, 2, 3, and 4. Concerning building. The amount of building involving liability for a sin offering, the amount of plowing. The writing of how many letters make one liable for a sin offering, with which hand that is to be done. The wonderful statement of some young men at the schoolhouse, which was not heard of even in the time of Joshua the son of Nun. Why the letters of the word sheker are so close together and the letters of emeth so far apart? Because lies are very frequent and truth very scarce. Tattooing. Ben Satada, being a fool, cannot be cited as an instance, 204-212. Chapter 13. Mishnahs I, 2, 3, and 4. Concerning weaving. How many threads one must weave to become culpable? One who tears an article or breaks a piece lying vessel on the Sabbath in a moment of fury is regarded as one who practices idolatry. Concerning one who rends his garments upon being advised of the death of a relative on Sabbath. Reward. For shedding tears over the death of a righteous man. Fate of those who fail to mourn the death of a scholar. If one member of the community die, let the entire community beware. Rules pertaining to hunting and trapping. May the door be closed on a stag who seeks refuge in a dwelling. 213 to 218. Chapter 14. Mishnah I concerning the 8 kinds of vermin mentioned in the Torah. On what material the phylacteries may be written. Samuel's and Karna's experience with Rabbite upon the arrival of the latter in Babylon from Palestine. Questions put to Rabbite by Karna. Samuel's remedies given Rabbite during the latter's illness. Questions put to Ar-Joshua of Gartha by Abathuzi, and Ar-Joshua's replies, 219 to 222. Mishnah 2. Concerning the preparation of salt water on Sabbath. A drop of water the best remedy for sore eyes. Which parts of the body must not be touched by the hand immediately after arising and before performing the morning ablutions. The comparison of the eye to a princess, who should not be touched by a hand that had not been washed 3 times. Is it permitted to bathe a sore hand in wine or vinegar on Sabbath? 222 to 225. Mishnahs 3 and 4. Concerning foods and beverages which may be partaken of on Sabbath for medicinal purposes. Definition of the tree water mentioned in the Mishnah. The aptitude of Babylonian beer as a remedy. The use of Ikarim, 225 to 229. Chapter 15. Mishnahs I, 2, and 3. Concerning the tying and untying of knots on Sabbath. The poverty of Ar-Jehuda, the brother of Salah the pious, and the manner he and his shared the use of 1 pair of sandals, 230 to 233. Mishnah 4. Concerning the folding of clothes and the making of beds on the Sabbath. Laws concerning a Sabbath that is concurrent with the Day of Atonement. Distinction of attire on Sabbath from that on weekdays. Ar Yohanan's statement in reference to clothes. Rules for walking on the Sabbath. Inferences drawn from the biblical passage, give unto the wise, and he will become wiser. Boaz's object in marrying Ruth. The mention made in the Torah concerning change of attire. The necessity for a scholar of keeping his attire immaculate. The degree of trustworthiness required of a scholar in order that he may recover a lost article without identification. The degree of worth required of a scholar to allow of his eligibility to the presidency of a congregation. Rules concerning the cleansing of food on the afternoon of the Day of Atonement, 233 to 238. Chapter 16. Mishnahs I and 2. Concerning the saving of sacred scrolls from a conflagration on Sabbath. What is the law concerning such scrolls if written in Peace-Layin, Aramaic, Coptic, Median, Old Hebrew, Elamite, and Greek? What happened to Abba Halafta on his visit to Gamaliel the Great in Tiberias, while sitting at the table of Yohanan the Nizub? Abba Halafta's reminiscence of Gamaliel's grandfather, in reference to the book of Job, written in Aramaic. The law concerning the saving of written benedictions and amulets from a conflagration. One who writes benedictions is regarded as one who burns the law. What happened to men of Sidon, who wrote benedictions, which fact became known to our Ishmael? Why are the 2 verses marked by signs? What is the law concerning the saving of the Gilyonim and the books of the Sadducees from a conflagration? Our Tarfon's dictum in this matter. Emishalom, our Elizer's wife's, and her brother Gamaliel's experience with a philosopher, who was also a judge. The law concerning covers of books, and to which place they may be taken in case of fire, 239 to 257. Mishnah 3. How much food may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath? How should bread be cut on the Sabbath? The number of meals to be eaten on Sabbath. The amount of property a poor man may own and still not be debarred from accepting charitable gifts. What should be given to an itinerant beggar, the reward of those who observe the eating of 3 meals on the Sabbath. The reward of one who maketh the Sabbath a delight. By what means we may make the Sabbath a delight. The good deeds related by several Tannim and Amoraim, to have been especially taken care of by them. The different kinds of work performed by each one of the Amoraim personally in honor of the Sabbath. Anecdote told of Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, and his rich Gentile neighbor. The eventual impoverishment of the Gentile through the purchase of a pearl which was swallowed by a fish, and the sudden wealth of Joseph, who bought the fish and found the pearl. Experience of Arhiah bar Abba while the guest of a rich man in the city of Ludkai. How must the Day of Atonement be honored? What the 2 angels who accompany man at the close of Sabbath say to one who had honored the Sabbath and to one who had not. The story of Araboah and his calf. Different opinions concerning the cause of the destruction of Jerusalem, 257, 258. Mishnahs 4, v. 6, and 7. How many loaves of bread may be saved in a basket from a conflagration? It is allowed to cover a chest with a goat skin to keep it from burning. Partitions to be made with vessels filled with water. Concerning a candle that had fallen on the table. Concerning Gentiles and minors at the extinguishing of a fire on Sabbath. The miracle occurring for Joseph ben Simei. What dangerous animals may be killed on Sabbath? The dissatisfaction of the pious with those who kill on the Sabbath, and the dissatisfaction of the sages with the pious. Abba bar Minyumi at the house of the exilarch. The story of Gamaliel on board of a ship, and of Samuel, in whose presence a Gentile lit a candle for his own use, 258 to 265. Chapter 17. Mishnahs I to 6. Concerning vessels which may be handled on the Sabbath. Vessels which may be removed for lack of space, also from sunshine into the shade, whether fragments of the vessels may be moved with them. Peace live. And other such matters. The questions put to Rabbi by Mari bar Rachel, and Rabbi's replies. Concerning window blinds and covers of vessels, 266 to 275. Chapter 18. Mishnah I. How much straw may be removed for the accommodation of guests on Sabbath? The reward for hospitality. Different opinions concerning the merits of hospitality. The 6 things of which the interest is paid to man on earth and the principal in the world to come. The 4 additional things which include the previous 6. Concerning one who judges his neighbor charitably, and his reward above. The story of the man who was hired by the father of Hyrcanus for 3 years, and who was not paid at the end of the term. The story of the pious man who ransomed a maiden from captivity. The story of Jehoshua and the Roman matron, and his disciples. Whether salt meat and salt fish may be handled, 276 to 281. Mishnah 2. Concerning a basket set down for chickens to climb. Concerning a woman carrying her child. What may be done in the event of an animal falling into the water on Sabbath, 281. 282. Mishnah 3. Concerning animals about to calve on a festival. What assistance may be given a woman about to give birth to child on a Sabbath? For how long a period may the Sabbath be violated on account of a woman lying in? From what time is she considered to be lying in? Where life is at stake, the ordinances may be put to the most lenient construction. Everything necessary for a sick person, where the illness is not dangerous, should be performed by a Gentile. Concerning bleeding. Meals after being bled. The duty of drinking wine after being bled, and advice to one who has no wine, on what days one should be bled and on what days one should not. Everything mentioned in Ezekiel 16. May 4th be done for a woman lying in on Sabbath, 282 to 287. Chapter 19. Mishnahs I, 2, and 3. Concerning the bringing of the knife for circumcision on Sabbath. When it should be brought publicly and when it should be concealed before witnesses. Public carrying of the knife as a proof of the love of the commandment. Commandments accepted by Israelites with joy are even now carried out joyfully, those received with protest are now reluctantly carried out. Story of Elisha, the man of wings. The Sabbath may be violated on account of preparations for circumcision. Concerning the sucking out of the blood, and bandages necessary for circumcision. What Abai's mother told him. Rabbi's experience with the physicians of Mihazah. Children who have imperfect circulation should not be circumcised until in perfect health. What happened to Nathan of Babylon? How a child should be bathed on Sabbath. The law concerning hermaphrodites. Concerning a child born at twilight and a child born without a foreskin. The story of the child of Arada bar Ahab who was carried to 13 circumcisers. Whether the Sabbath may be violated on account of a child that had been delivered from the side of the mother. When a child is called a miscarriage. If a child was to a pxlv certainty regularly born, it must in the event of its death be mourned in the regular manner. 288. 305. Mishnahs 4, v. and 6. Concerning one who had 2 children to be circumcised. Under what circumstances a child may be circumcised after the 8th day and until the 12th. The benedictions pronounced by the circumcisor, the father of the child, and the assembled guests after the circumcision, 305 to 308. Chapter XX. Mishnahs I to V concerning wine filters. Laws concerning folding beds, folding chairs, etc. Question put by our Kahana to Rabbi. Rabbi's reply and the explanation of same by the Gemara. The assertion that the law will be forgotten by Israel, and our Simeon's ben Jacques explanation of same. The advisability of investigating amongst the judges in Israel in times of trouble. Corrupt judges the hindrance to the resting of the Lord's Shekinah among the children of Israel. Zion's redemption must come through justice. The story of the young scholar who was accused before our Ashi. The story told by our Joseph concerning the goblet of wine served him by Mar Ukba. Concerning the soaking of laser pishium on Sabbath, indisposition of our Bar Joseph, who was cured by laser pishium. Several sayings of our Hisda, giving advice. How animals must be fed. Concerning straw on a bed. Concerning customary and unusual handling of things. Small men should not wear large shoes nor women torn shoes, 309 to 321. Chapter XXI. Mishnahs I to 3. Concerning the lifting of a child in connection with things held by the child, and the lifting of a corpse in connection with other things. Concerning a base to a prohibited thing. Concerning a stone at the opening of a barrel or on a cushion. Concerning the removal of husks and bones from the table. The decision of Abai that the school of Hillel is always in conformity with our Simeon's opinion, that the law of Mutzah has no foundation, 322 to 327. Chapter XXII. Mishnah I. How much may be saved from a broken cask? Concerning fruit which is pressed in order to extract the juice. Bunches of grapes may be pressed into the cooking pot direct, but not into a bowl. According to biblical law, one is not culpable for pressing any fruit, with the exception of grapes and olives. Witnesses testifying from hearsay are not accredited, 328 to 331. Mishnah 2. Concerning eatables that are dressed with hot water. The 3 questions propounded by Arhaya bar Abba: why are the fowls of Babylon so fat? Why are the Babylonians so merry during the festivals? Why are the scholars of Babylon so well dressed? The answers of our Yohanan: if a thing is as certain to thee as the fact that thou canst not marry thy own sister, then say it. Otherwise, say it not. 331, 332. Mishnahs 3 and 4. Concerning the breaking open of a cask and eating its contents. Rabbi shows his respect for his pupils R. Kahana and R. P. Sylvie. Ashi by refusing to sit on a bolster when they sat on the ground. Concerning the depositing of victuals in a cave. Concerning the dusting of clothes on Sabbath. R. Sheshes, the son of Edi, tasteful arrangement of his cloak. The narrative of R. Dimi in the name of N regarding Rabbi, 332-338. Mishnah V concerning bathing in a cavern or in the hot springs of Tiberias. How the wine of Pergitha and the water of Daamseth robbed the Israelites of 10 tribes. How R. Jehudah had a pledge taken from Rabbi Bar Hannah to ensure the latter's appearance at his college, and the advantage gained by R. Jehudah in learning a new halakha, 338-341. Chapter XXIII. Mishnahs I and II. Concerning borrowing and lending. Such acts as must be performed on festivals should be performed in as different a manner to what they are performed on weekdays as possible. Concerning the counting of guests and dishes. Casting lots at meals. A man on whose account another is punished is not admitted into the abode of the Lord, 342-346. Mishnahs 3, 4, and V concerning the hiring of laborers on Sabbath. The rule laid down by Abba Saul. Concerning the transaction of the affairs of a community on Sabbath. The betrothal of children on the Sabbath. The miracle which occurred to a man who would not mend a fence of his field on Sabbath. Concerning waiting at the tchum on account of a bride or a corpse. Concerning the performance of all necessities for a corpse on Sabbath, 346-353. Mishnah 6. Closing the eyes of a corpse on Sabbath. Concerning the closing of the eyes of a dying person on a weekday. On account of a living child, only 1 day old, the Sabbath may be violated, but not even for David, king of Israel, if he be dead, may this be done. A living child 1 day old need not be guarded from the attacks of rats, but even the dead body of Og, king of Bashan, must be guarded from such attacks. Practice charity when the opportunity presents itself and when it is within thy reach. Poverty is compared to a wheel constantly turning. He who pities living creatures is pitied also in heaven. The explanation of many verses in Ecclesiastes regarding the human body. Why R. Hananiah did not weep over the death of his daughter. There are 6 kinds of tears which are shed, 3 good and 3 bad. The dispute of Joshua ben Karha with the eunuch. Why Barzillai was a liar. Worms are as annoying to a corpse as a needle is to excrescences on the flesh. The soul of a man mourns for the body 7 days. The narrative relating to R. Jehudah and his actions towards a stranger who died in his vicinity. Return thy soul as clean as it was given thee, and the parable connected with the statement. The conversation between R. Naaman and the dead body of R. Aha ben Yassi. The bones of a man who had no jealousy in his heart will not rot. The souls of the righteous are ensconced underneath the throne of honor a 12-month after leaving the body. Make my funeral sermon impressive, for I shall be present. To repent 1 day before death means to repent every day, lest the morrow bring death. At all times let thy garments be white, and the parable connected with it, 353-362. P. Slayai. Chapter XXIV. Mishnah I concerning one who was overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath while on the road. The Sabbath rest must be kept inviolate as far as one's animal is concerned, but one is not responsible for the Sabbath rest of a Gentile. An additional statement concerning the Sabbath rest, which the sages would not reveal. On the day the 18 precautionary ordinances were instituted, according to the opinion of some, the measure of laws was made heaping full, while, according to others, it was not filled enough. The examples connected with this statement. Why Gamaliel allowed his ass to drop dead under a load, 363-367. Mishnahs 2, 3, and 4. Concerning the untying of straw for cattle. Concerning the cramming of camels, calves, poultry, and doves. Kneading on Sabbath. The fate of those born on the different days of the week, according to the diary of R. Jehoshua ben Levi. The 7 planets guiding the destiny of man. Designation on account of filth and on account of expensive articles. Concerning the cutting up of pumpkins and carrion, 367 to 376. Mishnah V. What vows may be annulled on Sabbath? Whether a vow may be annulled before the expiration of 24 hours after one hears it pronounced, or only during the same day. How consultation concerning vows must be had. Should a chacham only be consulted, or will 3 ordinary men suffice for that purpose? How vows are to be annulled on Sabbath. By thought or by word of mouth, may one say merely, go, eat, and drink. The sages comply with the request of Mar Zutra and annul his vow on a Sabbath. How water for ritual purposes may be measured on Sabbath. What happened to Ulla at the house of the exilarch regarding the measuring of water in a hath, 376 to 378. Customary concluding prayer. Epigraph. Translator's remarks, 379, 380. Appendix. 1. Concerning the 18 regulations enacted in the Attic of Hananiah ben Hizkiah ben Gerin. Their importance and influence on the government of the Jews. The degeneracy of priestdom, 381 to 390. Footnotes. Slady I1. We would call the attention of the reader to the appendix of this volume, which will prove interesting to the general reader and present something heretofore unpublished to the student of the Talmud. Next, Chapter 11. Regulations concerning throwing from one ground into another. Index previous next. P 189. Track Sabbath. Chapter 11. Regulations concerning throwing from one ground into another. Mishnah, one who throws a thing from private into public or from public into private ground is culpable. From private into private ground, by way of public ground, our Akaba holds him to be culpable, but the sages declare him free. How so? If 2 balconies face each other across a street, one who transfers or throws something from one into the other is free. If the 2 balconies, however, are in the same building, he who transfers a thing from one into the other is culpable, but he who throws is free, because the work of the Levites was as follows: from 2 wagons facing each other in public ground boards were transferred, but not thrown from one into the other. Gemara, let us see. Throwing is but the offspring of transferring. Where is transfer itself mentioned in the scriptures? Said R. Yohanan, it is written, and Moses gave the command and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, etc. Where was Moses sitting? In the quarters of the Levites. The quarters of the Levites was public ground. And Moses said unto Israel, Ye shall not transfer anything from your quarters into these quarters. We have found, then, transfer from within, but where do we find transfer from without? It is a logical conclusion, that transfer from within is the same as transfer from without. Still he calls transfer from within the principal act and transfer from without but the offspring. Now, if transferring from within and transferring from without involve the same degree of culpability, why does he call the one P 190 a principal and the other all offspring? For the following reason: if one commit 2 principal acts of labor, or 2 offsprings of 2 different acts of labor, he becomes bound to bring 2 sign offerings, but if he commits 1 principal act and 1 offspring of the same act of labor, he becomes bound to bring only 1 sin offering. Whence do we know that if one throw a thing 4 ells in public ground he is culpable? All that is said about 4 ells in public ground is traditional. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the wood-gatherer's sin consisted in carrying 4 ells in public ground. We learned in a Boraitha, however, that he pulled out sticks growing in the ground. R. Ahabi R. Jacob said, he gathered the sticks and bound them into bundles. What difference is there in the acts? The difference is, as we were taught in the name of Rabbi, who says, I found a mysterious paper in the possession of my uncle, Arhiah, upon which was written, Isi ben Jehudah said, the principal acts of labor are 40 less 1. One of them does not involve culpability. R. Jehuda holds that carrying in public ground is not this one act, and the Boraitha holds that pulling out of the ground is not that one, and R. Ahabi R. Jacob holds that binding into bundles is not the act which involves culpability. Each one of these three was certain that if a man committed any of the acts mentioned by each, he was undoubtedly culpable. The rabbis taught, the name of the wood-gatherer was Zelophehad, and so it is written, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness they found a man, etc., and further on, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, etc. From this we learn that Aaron also became p. 191 leprous. So said R. Akiba. Said to him R. Jehuda b. Bathira, Akiba, whether your statement be true or false, you will have to answer for it at the divine judgment, for if it be true, you disclosed a thing the scriptures desired to conceal, and thus you brought infamy upon Aaron, and if it be false, you slandered a man who was upright. But the scriptures say, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against them. This signifies only that Aaron was included among those against whom the anger of the Lord was kindled. We have learned in a Boraitha according to the opinion of R. Akiba, Aaron also became leprous, as it is written, and Aaron turned toward Miriam, and behold she was leprous, which implies that at the moment when he turned toward Miriam he was cured of his leprosy and perceived it in Miriam. Said Resh Lakish, he who suspects an innocent man is punished in the flesh, as it is written, but behold, they will not believe me, and it was known to the Holy One, blessed be he, that Israel will believe, and the Lord said unto Moses, they are believers and they are children of believers, but thou, I know, wilt finally not believe. They are believers, as it is written, and the people believed they are children of believers, as it is written. And he believed in the Lord. Thou wilt finally not believe, as it is written. Moses and Aaron, because ye have not confided in me, and whence do we know that he was punished in the flesh, as it is written, and the Lord said furthermore unto him, do put thy hand into thy bosom, and he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, white as snow. Rabha said, according to others, R. Jose b. Hanana, reward for merit, destined for a man, comes to him more quickly and in a greater degree than retribution for wickedness, for in the case of Moses we see it written, and he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, white as snow. But the reward was, as it is written. And when he pulled it out of his bosom, behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. The reason that the verse repeats pulled it out of his bosom, is to show, that the hand had become cured while in the bosom. It is written, Aaron's staff swallowed up their staves. Said R. Eleazar, this was a miracle within a miracle, for Aaron's staff. p. 192. Did not swallow up the staves, which had become serpents, while it was itself a serpent, but after it was become a staff again. From private ground into private ground, etc. Rabha propounded a question, shall we assume that the point of difference is in the opinion relating to whether the surrounding of a thing by the atmosphere of a certain place makes the thing equal to being deposited in that place or not? And if this is the point of difference, it must follow that the Mishnah treats of a case where the object thrown was at no time above 10 spans from the ground. Those who deem it a culpable act, do so, because they hold that the object, being surrounded by the air of the public ground, through which it passed, makes it equal to being deposited therein, while those who do not deem it a culpable act are not of this opinion, but if the object thrown was above 10 spans from the ground, do both sides agree that the thrower is not culpable? Or shall we assume that both sides do not differ as to the object thrown being equal to being deposited in the place, the atmosphere of which surrounded it, agreeing that such is the case, but their point of difference is as to whether throwing is equal to transfer or not? He who holds that the thrower is culpable does so because he considers throwing equal to transfer by hand, and as transfer makes a man culpable, even if it was accomplished above 10 spans from the ground, it also applies to throwing, but he who holds that the thrower is not culpable, does so because he does not consider throwing equal to transfer by hand. And the case treated of by the Mishnah is one where the throwing was done above 10 spans from the ground. Said R. Joseph, this question was also propounded by R. Hisda, and R. Hamnuna decided it from the following Boraitha: from private into private ground, by way of public ground itself, Akaba makes him culpable, but the sages declare him free. Now, if he says, by way of public ground itself, it implies that it was below 10 spans from the ground. Let us then see wherein was the difference of opinion. Shall we say that it was a case of transfer by hand and still the one who holds him culpable does so because it was below 10 spans, but if it was above 10 spans he would concede that he was not culpable? How can this be? Did not our Elazar say, he who transfers a burden above 10 spans from the ground is culpable, because thus were burdens transferred by the sons of p. 193. Kahat. Therefore we must assume that the Boraitha treats of a case of throwing and not of transfer by hand, and hence one holds, that an object surrounded by the atmosphere of a certain place below 10 spans from the ground is equal to an object deposited in that place, while the other holds that such is not the case. Conclude then from this that the Mishnah treats of a case where the throwing was done below 10 spans from the ground. The above teaching, however, is not in accord with the opinion of R. Elazar, for he said, R. Akaba makes the thrower culpable even when the throwing was done above 10 spans from the ground, but for what purpose does the Boraitha state public ground itself? Merely to show the firmness of the rabbis in declaring one free, even when he transferred a thing by hand through public ground. All that was said above is contrary to the opinion of R. Helkiabi. Tubhai, because he said, if the throwing was below 3 spans from the ground, all agree that the thrower is culpable; if above 10 spans, all agree that he is not culpable, but if the throwing was done between 3 and 10 spans above the ground, then the difference of opinion between R. Akaba and the sages arises. We have learned in a Boraitha in support of R. Helkia, below 3 all agree that one is culpable, above 10 all agree as a precautionary measure. 1. If the two premises belong to the thrower, he may throw to start with. From 3 to 10 spans is where the point of difference between R. Akaba and the sages arises. It is certain, that if it is one's intention to throw 8 ells and he throws only 4, one is culpable, because it is equivalent to the case where one intends to write the name Simeon and only writes Sim, but what is not certain is, if one intended to throw only 4 ells and threw 8, what is his case? Shall we assume that he threw the prescribed distance and is thus culpable, or, because the object did not reach the desired destination, he is not culpable? The answer was, that according to this question Rabbina asked R. Ashi, and the latter answered that no culpability can exist unless he intended that the object should remain wherever it happened to alight, i.e., if p. 194. The man intended to throw 8 ells and threw only 4, he is also not culpable, and the assertion that the last named act is equivalent to writing Sim when the intention was to write Simeon, which according to the succeeding Mishnah is an act involving culpability, does not hold good, for he cannot write Simeon without first writing Sim, but surely he can throw 8 ells without previously throwing 4 ells. The rabbis taught, if one threw from public into public ground and private ground was in between, and the 4 ells commenced and ended in the 2 public grounds, including the private ground, he is culpable, but if he threw less than 4 ells he is not culpable. What news does this convey to us? It is to inform us, that the different premises are counted together and that the culpability arises not from the fact that the atmosphere of the private ground, having surrounded the object thrown, makes that object equal to having been deposited in that private ground, because that ordinance does not hold good, and the culpability arises merely from throwing 4 ells in public ground. R. Samuel B. Jehuda, quoting R. Abba, who quoted R. Huna in the name of Rabbite, said, if one transferred an object for 4 ells in a roofed public ground, he is not culpable. Why so? Because this public ground is not equal to the public ground under the standards in the desert traversed by the Israelites. This is not so. We know that the wagons which carried the boards of the tabernacle were roofed, and Rabbi said in the name of Arhiah that the ground beneath the wagons, between them, or alongside of them, was all public. Rabbi means to state that the wagons were not actually covered, but that the boards were placed crossways on them in layers, and between every layer there was uncovered space, and that space was, in the opinion of Rabbi, public ground. The rabbis taught, the boards used at the tabernacle were 1 ell thick and sloped gradually until they attained the thickness of 1 finger at one end, as it is written, and they shall be closely joined together on top by means of 1 ring, and in another passage it is written, failed, were cut off. 1 So said R. Jehuda. Hence it is evident that on top the boards were only 1 finger thick. R. Nehemiah says, they were also 1 ell thick on top, as it is. P. 195. Written, joined together, and the together means that they were to be the same on top and on the bottom. But it says joined. The tamim here signifies that they must be whole, unbroken. The school of R. Ishmael taught, to what can the tabernacle be compared? To a woman going to market, whose dress hangs down and drags on the ground. The rabbis taught, the boards of the tabernacle came to a point and the thresholds contained sockets on which the boards were fitted. The hooks and fillets of the curtains appeared like stars in the sky. The rabbis taught, the lower curtains were of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and of twisted linen thread, and the upper curtains were of goat's hair, and more skill was necessary to make the curtains of goat's hair than of the first named materials, for concerning the lower curtains it is written, and all the women that were wise-hearted spun with their hands, and they brought that which they had spun of the blue, and of the purple, and of the scarlet yarn, and of the linen thread, but concerning the upper curtains it is written, and all the women whose hearts stirred them up in wisdom spun the goat's hair. And we have learned in the name of our Nehemiah, the goat's hair was woven right from the goats' backs without being shorn. If the 2 balconies, etc. Said Rabbi in the name of Arhiah, the space between the wagons, beneath the wagons, and alongside of them is public ground. Said Abai, the space between 2 wagons was the length of another wagon? What is the length of a wagon? 5 ells. Rabha said the sides of the wagon was the width of a wagon. What is that width? 2 1/2 ells. Now, we know that the width of a way in public ground is 16 ells. Whence do we adduce this? If we adduce this from the case of the tabernacle, it should only be 15 ells. The answer is, there was another ell additional between the 2 wagons where the Levite walked in order that he might watch the wagons and adjust anything that might come out of place. Mishnah, one who takes anything from, or places anything upon a sand heap, dug out of a pit or a stone that is 10 spans. P. 196. High and 4 spans wide, is culpable. If the sand heap or the stone is below that height, he is free. Gemara, why does the Mishnah say a sand heap, dug out of a pit, or a stone? Why not the pit or the stone itself? This was said in support of the statement of R. Yohanan, viz., that the sand heap dug out of a pit is counted in with the depth of the pit as to height to complete the 10 spans. We have also learned thus in a Boraitha, one must not draw water from a pit in public ground which is 10 spans deep and 4 spans wide, unless he has made a railing round the pit that is 10 spans high. He must also not drink from the pit unless he put his head and the larger portion of his body into it. The pit and the sand heap dug out of the pit are counted in with it to complete the 10 spans. R. Mordecai asked of Rabha, what is the law regarding one who threw a thing on a post 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, standing in public ground? Shall we assume that he is culpable because he removed the thing unlawfully and also deposited it unlawfully, or that he is not culpable because the object which lighted on the post came from ground which is under no jurisdiction, being above 10 spans from the ground? Rabha answered, this is explained in the Mishnah. R. Mordecai then went to R. Joseph and asked the same question. He received the same answer, it is explained in the Mishnah. Thereupon he came to Abai with the same question, and again received the same answer. Said R. Mordecai to Abai, Do ye all spit with the same spittle? Answered Abai, dost not thou think that the Mishnah explains it? Did not the Mishnah say, one who takes from or places upon? Rejoined R. Mordecai, perhaps the Mishnah treats of a needle which can be placed on a level with the 10 spans height. Said Abai, a needle must also be lifted above the level. Said R. Mordecai again, it can be placed without being lifted above the level, because every stone has some crevices that are lower than the surface of the stone, and the needle can be placed in one of the crevices. P. 197. R. Yohanan propounded a question, what is the law regarding a man who throws a cake of earth into a pit exactly 10 spans deep and 4 spans square? Shall we say, that he is culpable because he threw the cake of earth into the pit, which was still 10 spans deep and therefore private ground, or that he is not culpable because as soon as the cake reached the bottom of the pit it lessened the pit's height to 9 spans, and thus made the pit unclaimed ground? Let R. Yohanan decide this question himself by what he said in the following Mishnah, if one throw a thing from a distance of 4 ells against the wall, and it strikes the wall at a height of over 10 spans from the ground, he is free, but if below 10 spans from the ground he is culpable, because one who throws a thing to the ground at a distance of 4 ells is culpable. We have investigated the case, how can he be culpable if the object thrown did not adhere to the wall? And R. Yohanan answered, the case was one of a soft date, which did adhere to the wall. Now, if the conclusion is that the cake of earth lessened the depth of the pit, the date which adhered to the wall also lessened the distance of 4 ells from where the date was thrown, and he says that the man is culpable? The answer was, in the case of the date the thrower did not intend that the date should adhere to the wall permanently, while in the case of the pit the cake of earth remained in the pit permanently, as intended by the thrower. Abai said, if a man throw a mat into a pit 10 spans deep and 8 spans wide in public ground he is culpable. If he, however, placed the mat into the pit so that the pit was divided into 2 equal parts, he is not culpable. Now, if, according to Abai, it is a certainty that the mat is sufficient to nullify the enclosures necessary for the designation of private ground, so much the more is this the case with the cake of earth previously mentioned, but according to R. Yohanan, to whom it is even questionable whether the cake of earth can produce that effect, surely a mat cannot. Abai said again, if a man throw an object into a pit 10. P. 198. Spans deep and 4 spans wide, filled with water and standing in public ground, he is culpable, but if the pit was filled with fruit, he is not culpable, because water does not annul the enclosures necessary for the designation of private ground, while fruit does. 1. We also learn the same in a Boraitha, in the name of R. Simeon, water does not annul the enclosures necessary for the designation of private ground. Mishnah, if one throw a thing from a distance of 4 ells against the wall, and it strike the wall at a height of over 10 spans from the ground, he is free, but if it strike the wall below 10 spans from the ground, he is culpable, because one who throws a thing to the ground at a distance of 4 ells is culpable. Gemara, said R. Jehuda, quoting Rabbite in the name of R. Haya, if one throw a thing at a distance of 4 ells against a wall, and the thing rested in a hole in the wall above 10 spans from the ground, the law in his case is decided differently by R. Meir and the sages, viz., R. Meir holds, that any object capable of being enlarged, must be looked upon as having been already enlarged, and therefore the man is culpable. The sages, however, hold that such is not the case, everything must be regarded in its actual condition. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, if a man throw a thing upon a sand heap 4 ells wide and sloping up to a height of 10 spans, he is culpable, provided the thing rested on the highest point of the heap, because the heap is regarded as being 10 spans high in its entire length. The same we have learned in a Boraitha in the name of R. Hanana ben Gamaliel. Mishnah, if one threw an object within 4 ells and the object rolled to a greater distance, he is free, if he threw a thing outside of 4 ells and it rolled back within 4 ells, he is culpable. Gemara, why should a man be culpable in the latter clause of the Mishnah? The object thrown did not rest outside of 4 ells if it rolled back within the prescribed limit. Said p. 199. Ar Yohanan, the Mishnah treats of a case where the object thrown came in contact with an obstacle by means of which it rolled back, and therefore it rested for a moment outside of 4Ls. Rab Ha said, in the opinion of the sages, who differ with Ar Akaba concerning his decree, that an object surrounded by the atmosphere of a certain place makes the object equal to having been deposited in that place. A man who threw a thing from private into private ground by way of public ground, even below 3 spans from the ground, is not culpable unless the thing thrown rested for a moment at least on the public ground. Merimer sat and repeated the above decree. Said Rabbina, does not our Mishnah say the same, through the declaration of Ar Yohanan, who decrees that the Mishnah holds a man culpable only if the object thrown by the man rests at its destination for a moment? Answered Merimer, thou speakest of a rolling thing. Such a thing cannot be regarded as resting, although it is below 3 spans from the ground, but in our case it is different. The thing was thrown, so we might assume that when it reached a distance of less than 3 spans from the ground, it must be considered as resting on the ground, he informs us. Mishnah, if one throw a distance of 4Ls on the sea, he is free, if there happen to be shallow water, through which a public thoroughfare leads, where he threw the 4Ls, he is culpable. What must be the maximum depth of such shallow water? Less than 10 spans, for one who throws 4Ls in shallow water, through which only occasionally a public thoroughfare leads, is culpable. Gemara, said one of the schoolmen to Rab Ha, the Mishnah mentioning a public thoroughfare twice is justified in doing so, because we might presume that a thoroughfare used only in cases of necessity cannot be regarded as a public thoroughfare, and hence the Mishnah informs us that while in other cases use from necessity is not to be regarded as customary, in this case it is different. But why is shallow water mentioned twice? Answered Abai, we might presume that the shallow water was not 4Ls wide, in which case it would be used a thoroughfare, but if it was 4Ls, people would circumvennate it, and thus it would not be considered a public thoroughfare. p. 200. Therefore it is repeated to inform us that there is no difference between shallow water less than 4Ls wide or more. Mishnah, one who throws from the sea into land, from land into the sea, from the sea into a ship, from a ship into the sea, or from one ship into another, is free. If ships are bound together, one may transfer an object from one into the other, but if the ships are not bound together, even though they lie alongside of one another, one must not transfer a thing from one into the other. Gemara, we have learned, if one desires to draw water from the sea into the ship, he must make a small attachment to the side of the ship, and then he can draw the water. So said Ar Huna, because he holds that unclaimed ground commences from the bottom of the sea and ends with the surface. The atmosphere above the sea is considered as ground under no jurisdiction, and hence the making of the attachment was really not necessary, but it being Sabbath, this should be done to distinguish the Sabbath from weekdays. Arhista and Rabbabar Arhuna said, the attachment made should be 4Ls wide, because they hold that the unclaimed ground commences from the surface of the water, and the water itself is considered as ground, and if the attachment were not made, it would constitute carrying from unclaimed ground into private ground, and this is not allowed to commence with. Ar Huna said, on the small boats, that are not 4 spans wide down their entire depth, a man must not carry anything only for 4Ls, unless at a distance of 3 spans from the ground the boat is 4 spans wide. If there be sticks or refuse at the bottom of the boat commences from the top of such sticks or refuse, and if the boat be 10 spans high, according to that calculation one may carry in it. Rn Haman opposed this. Why should a man not be permitted to carry in a boat the bottom of which is not strewn with sticks and refuse? Have we not learned in a Boraitha that our Jose B. R. Jehuda said, if one placed in public ground a stick, on top of which was a trough, which was 4 spans wide, a person throwing anything on top of the trough is culpable, because, while the trough was not 10 spans high itself, the height of the stick upon which it rests is considered as included in its own. Why should this not also refer to the case of the boat, and the place where it is 4 spans wide be considered? p. 201. As if it reached down to the bottom. R. Joseph opposed R. Nahman as follows: did not R. Nahman hear that R. Jehuda, in the name of Rabbite, according to others, in the name of Arhiah, said, that the sages did not agree with Jose b. R. Jehuda and exonerated the man. Hence we see that the Boraitha, treating of the boat, holds with the opinion of the rabbis. If ships are bound together, etc. Is this not self-evident? Said Rab Ha, the Mishnah wishes to inform us, that one is permitted to carry from one ship into another, even if a small boat is between them, i.e., one may carry from one ship into the boat and thence into the other ship, even though the small boat is not tied to either ship. Said Ar Safra to him, Moses, 1. How canst thou say such a thing? Does not the Mishnah state explicitly that one may carry from one ship into another? No boat between them. Ar Safra, however, explained the Mishnah thus: the Mishnah, by saying one may carry from one ship into another, means to say that an Arab may be made between the two ships, just as between two houses, and then things may be carried from one into the other, as we have learned in a Boraitha. An Arab may be made between ships that are tied together and things may be carried from one into the other. If the rope by means of which the ships were lashed to each other became torn, carrying to and from one ship to the other is not allowed, but if the ships were lashed together again, either intentionally or unintentionally, through compulsion or through an error, the original permission again holds good. The same is the case with mats of which tents were made, whereby the ground enclosed by the mats becomes private, and if many such tents were made, carrying from one tent into another is permitted, provided an Arab is made. If the mats were rolled up, however, such carrying is not permitted. Were the mats rolled down again, intentionally or unintentionally, through compulsion or through error, the original permission again holds good. It was reported in the name of Samuel, if the ships were tied together with a mere thread, permission to carry from one into the other holds good. Mishnah, if one threw a thing, and after the thing had p. 202 passed out of his hand, he recollected that it was Sabbath, if another person caught the thing thrown, if a dog caught it or if the thing's thrown was consumed by fire, the man is free. If one threw a thing for the purpose of injuring a man or a beast, and before such injury was inflicted recollected, he is free. This is the rule: only such are culpable and bound to bring a sin offering as commit an act through error from beginning to end. If the act, however, was committed through error only at the start, and at the close was committed consciously, or vice versa, the perpetrator is free until the beginning as well as the end of the act is committed through error. Gemara, what would be the case, if the thing, after passing out of the thrower's hand, had rested? Would he be culpable? Why? Did he not recollect before the thing rested? And our Mishnah states that one cannot be culpable unless an act were committed through error from beginning to end. Said Rab Ha, the Mishnah teaches us two facts: firstly, if one threw a thing, and after the thing had passed out of his hand he recollected, or secondly, even if he did not recollect, but another man, or a dog, caught the thing, or it was consumed by fire before it rested, he is not culpable. This is the rule. We have learned, if one threw a distance of 6 ells, 2 ells through error, the next 2 consciously, and the last again through error, Rabbah declares him free. Rab Ha, however, declares him culpable. Rabbah declares him free, even according to the opinion of Ar Gamaliel, who does not consider the consciousness during the time intervening between the perpetration of the 2 acts as being of any consequence. For what reason? Because in the case treated of in the cited Mishnah nothing was done during the period of consciousness intervening between the 2 unfinished acts to neutralize the erroneous character of p. 203. The 2 unfinished acts, and thus they became one finished act and made the perpetrator culpable. In this case, however, Rab Ha assumes that during the time intervening between the passing of the first 2 ells and the last 2 ells, the man carried the thing, and did so fully conscious, and thus neutralized the erroneous character surrounding the throwing for the first 2 and last 2 ells. Rabha, however, declares him culpable, even according to the rabbis, who hold contrary to the opinion of R. Gamaliel and consider the consciousness during the period intervening between the two unfinished acts as a neutralization of the unintentional character of the unfinished acts, thus making the perpetrator not culpable. In this case, however, the man is culpable. Because in the case cited in the same Mishnah the entire act could have been committed, but was not, for after the man became conscious he stopped, hence the unfinished act was not counted. Later he again forgot that it was Sabbath, but again recollected, before the entire act was committed, so the second unfinished act was not counted, and the man is free. In this case, however, the thing having been thrown could not be stopped when the man became conscious of its being Sabbath before it reached its destination. Thus the act was committed, and the fact that the thrower became conscious in the meantime is of no consequence. Rabbah said, if one threw a thing and it rested in the mouth of a dog or in the opening of an oven, he is culpable. Did we not learn in the Mishnah that if a dog caught it, or if it was consumed by fire, he is not culpable? Yeah, but the Mishnah refers to a case where the intention was to throw it elsewhere and accidentally a dog caught it or it was consumed by fire, but Rabbah means to say that a man is culpable if he intentionally throw it into the dog's mouth or into the oven. Said Bibhi Abai, we have also learned elsewhere that the intention to have a thing rest in a place makes that place a fit one for the thing. Chapter 12. Regulations concerning building, plowing, etc., on the Sabbath. Mishnah, what is the least amount of building which will make a man culpable? The least possible amount. The same applies to stone masonry, smoothing with a hammer, as for planing, he who planes the least bit, and for drilling, he who drills ever so little, is culpable. For this is the rule, he who performs any act of labor which is of permanent value is culpable. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, he who during his work strikes the anvil with his sledge is culpable, because he virtually brings about labor. Gemara, of what use is so small an amount of building? Said R. Aha bar Jacob, so small an amount of building is usually done by a householder who discovers a hole in the wall of one of his rooms and fills it up. And the instance of such work having been performed at the tabernacle is, when one of the boards contained a hole produced by worms, a little molten lead was poured into it and it was thus filled. Samuel said, one who places a stone in the street for the purpose of paving the walk is culpable. An objection was made. We have learned elsewhere, if one furnish the stone for paving and another furnish the mortar, the latter is culpable. If you base your objection to Samuel's decree upon this Boraitha, why do you not also cite the latter decree of the Boraitha which reads, R. Jose says, one who picks up a stone and places it upon a row of stones is also culpable? Hence we see that there are three different kinds of building. Building at the base, in the center, and on the top. Building at the base only requires a solid foundation in the earth. Building in the center requires mortar. Building on top needs only proper placing without the use of mortar. Stone masonry. In what category of labor can stone masonry, p. 205, be placed, that its performance should make one culpable? Rabbi said it comes under the category of building, and Samuel said under the category of smoothing with a hammer. The same difference of opinion exists between Rabbi and Samuel in the case of one who bores a hole in a chicken coop that was not previously perforated. The former holds this to be building, while the latter regards it the same as smoothing with a hammer. The same difference of opinion also exists in the case of one who affixed a handle to a pickaxe, Rabbi classing such work as building, and Samuel as smoothing with a hammer. A question was propounded by R. Nathan bar Ashiya to R. Yohanan, under what category of labor is stone masonry to be placed? R. Yohanan answered him by making the sign of hammering with his hand. For this is the rule. What additional significance does the statement "for this is the rule" contain? It applies to the hollowing out of a block of wood capable of holding a cavite, a cavity a good deal smaller. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, etc. What labor is performed by striking an anvil with a sledge? The Tosefta in this chapter explains it as follows, said R. Simeon ben Gamaliel, he who during his work strikes the anvil with the sledge is culpable, because at the construction of the tabernacle those that covered the boards with metal plate would strike the plates with their hammers. Mishnah, one who plows, grubs, weeds, or prunes ever so little is culpable. One who gathers wood for the purpose of using the space occupied by the wood is culpable if he gathers ever so little, but if he gathers it for the purpose of lighting a p. 206 fire with it, he is culpable only if he gathered as much as is required to cook. If one gathered grass for the sake of the space occupied by it, he is culpable for gathering even ever so little. If for the purpose of feeding cattle, he does not become liable unless he gathered as much as a goat's mouthful. Gemara, of what use is a place where a man plowed ever so little? It may be used to plant one seed of a cucumber in. This was also done at the tabernacle, where one root was all that was necessary and was pulled out of the ground, thereby making a hole. One who plows, grubs, weeds, or prunes. The rabbis taught, one who tears out herbs for the purpose of eating them is culpable if the quantity equals or exceeds the size of a dried fig. For cattle the prescribed quantity is that of a goat's mouthful. If for the purpose of using for fuel, the prescribed quantity is as much as is used to cook an easily boiled egg with, if for the purpose of cleaning his place, he is culpable even for ever so little. Is all this kind of work not done for the sake of cleaning the place? One said Rabbah and R. Joseph, the Mishnah treats of a case where even if the man was not standing in a garden belonging to an individual, but even if he did it in a public field. Abai said, even if he did it in a private field and had no intention to clean the place, as it did not belong to him but to someone else. Mishnah, one who writes two letters, with the right or with the left hand, be they of one denomination or of different denominations, or be they written with different inks or be they letters of different languages, is culpable. R. Jose said, the only reason that one is declared culpable for writing two letters, is because they can serve as marks, for thus the boards used at the tabernacle were marked in order to be able to tell which fit together. Rabbi said, we p. 207 also often find a short name which forms part of a long name, as Sam for Simeon and Samuel, Noah for Nahor, Dan for Daniel, Gad for Gadiel. Gemara, it would be right if the Mishnah were to say that if one write with his right hand he is culpable, because writing with the right hand is the general way, but writing with the left is entirely out of the ordinary. Why should he be culpable? Said R. Jeremiah, the Mishnah also refers to a left-handed man. A left-handed man? His left is his right and his right his left hand. Let him then not be culpable if he use his right hand. Said Abai, in the case of the Mishnah a man is referred to who has equal strength in both hands, but R. Jacob, son of the daughter of Jacob, said, the Mishnah stands according to the decree of R. Jose that the reason of a man's culpability is because of the letters standing for marks, and the making of marks with either the right or the left hand is prohibited. How can the first part of the Mishnah be according to the opinion of R. Jose? It teaches further, R. Jose said. If the latter part is explicitly attributed to R. Jose, the first part cannot be in accord with him. Nay, the entire Mishnah is in accord with R. Jose. Rabbi said, we also often find a short name, etc. What does Rabbi mean by this teaching? Shall we assume that one is culpable only if he wrote two letters representing two different names, but if the two were merely an abbreviation of one name he is not culpable? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, it is written, and do any of them? One might assume from this verse that the man is not culpable unless he wrote the entire name, or wove the entire cloth, or he finished the whole length of the seam, therefore it is written of any of them. Now, if we take of any of them literally, the writing of even one letter or the weaving of even one thread should make one culpable. Therefore it is written, of any of them. How should this be understood? One is not culpable until he writes a short name which forms part of a long name, like Sam for Simeon or Samuel, Noah for Nahor, etc., etc. Rabbi said, the two letters need not be part of a long name, but even if the two form a name in themselves like, shish, taith, red, gag, chalk. Said R. Jose, is then the man culpable because of writing? It is only because of making a mark, for thus were. p. 208. The boards of the tabernacle marked in order that one mill tell which fit together. Therefore if one made but one scratch on two boards or two scratches on one board, he is culpable. R. Simeon quotes the same verse, and do any of them. One might assume that the man is not culpable unless he wrote the entire name, etc. How should this be understood? One is not culpable until he has performed labor which is permanently fixed. Now in the Boraitha we see that R. Jehuda said the two letters need not be part of a name, but even if the two form a name, this presents no difficulty. In the above Mishnah he gives his own opinion, while in the Boraitha he cites his master's opinion, because we have learned in another Boraitha, R. Jehuda said in the name of R. Gamaliel, even if the two letters are not part of a long name, but form a name in themselves, he is culpable. For instance, shish, taith, etc. Did not R. Simeon say the very same thing as the first Tana? Perhaps one might say that R. Simeon refers to one who wrote two letters that have no meaning and are part of a long word. For instance, A from Osrico. In such a case R. Simeon would be the stricter and the first Tana the more lenient. Is this not contrary to R. Simeon's want, as we have learned in a Tosefta further on, if one bore a hole with a drill, be the hole ever so small, he is culpable, etc.? R. Simeon however declares him free until the hole made was as large as it was originally intended to be. Answer and interpret R. Simeon's words thus: one might say that one is not culpable until he writes the whole verse, therefore it is written of any one, signifying that one word is sufficient. Rabbi said, we also often find, etc. How can the name of Sam be equal to Simeon? The mem in Sam is an end letter, while the mem in Simeon is an open mem. One said Arhis. From this we may infer that if one write by mistake an open mem instead of a closed mem in the scroll of laws, the scroll may be used. The rabbi said to R. Jehoshua ben Levi, there were some young men at the schoolhouse today, and they related such wonderful things as were never taught before even in the time of Joshua the son of Nun. These are they: Aleph, Beth. p. 209. Means Olaf Bino. Gimel, Daled means Gmal Dalim. Why is the foot of the Gimel pointed toward the Daled? Because so should be the feet of those who are bountiful, ever ready to seek beneficiaries. Why is the foot of the Daled pointed back toward the Gimel? In order that the poor man may know that he must not conceal himself from his benefactor. Why does the Daled turn its face from the Gimel? In order to teach us that the benefactor should give to the poor without ostentation and that the poor man be not abashed. Hey, Vav, Zayin, Chev, Taith, Iod, Kaf, Lamad means, Hey Vav, which is the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, Zon he will feed thee, Chin will be gracious unto thee, Tov will be good to thee, Yerusha he will make thee inherit in the world to come, Keser he will give thee a crown, Liaolim have in the world to come. Mem open and mem closed means Mamar Pathuch, but Mamar Satham. Noon curved and noon straight means Neaman, Cave Pashut. Samach means Smosh. Ayin means Aniim. Pay round and pay straight means Pay Pazuash, and Pay Sasam. Zaidi round and Zaidi straight means Zadik should be modest and fearless. Kuf means Kodash, implying who does all, that has been mentioned, is holy. Resh means Rasha, implying, who does the contrary is wicked. Why does the crown of the Kuf look down upon the Resh? Just as the Kodash looks down upon the Rasha, saying, turn from thy ways and I shall also give thee a crown. Why does the foot of the Kuf hang unsupported? In order to admit of the wicked entering into the Kodashim if he turn from his ways. Shin means Sheker and Thaf means Emoth. Why are the letters of Sheker so near to one another and p. 210. Emoth so far from one another? Because lies are very frequent, while truth is very scarce. Why have the letters in Sheker but 1 foot while those in Emeth have so many? Because lies will finally totter, while truth will stand supreme. Mishnah, one who through forgetfulness at one time wrote 2 letters is culpable. He may have written with ink, paint, dye, gum, or vitriol, or with anything making a permanent mark. Further, one who wrote on 2 walls forming a corner, or on 2 covers of an arithmetical book, so that the 2 letters can be read together, is culpable. One who writes on his own body is culpable. One who tattoos letters in his flesh, our Eliezer holds him culpable for a sin offering, and our Jehoshua holds him to be free. If one write with dark liquids, with fruit juice, or in road dust, in fine sand, or in anything that does not retain the writing, B is free. If one write with the back of his hand, with his feet, with his mouth, with his elbow, or if one write one letter to another letter, or writes over letters that had been written before, or when one's intention was to write a cheth and wrote 2 zayins, or if one write one letter on the ground and another on the wall, or on 2 separate walls, or on 2 separate pages of a book, when the 2 letters cannot be read together, he is free. If one wrote one abbreviated letter, our Jehuda ben Bethera holds him culpable and the sages hold him free. Gemara, or with anything making a permanent mark, etc. What other additional things does the Mishnah mean to express by this? Our Hananiah taught, it means if one wrote with berry juice or with gall nuts, he is also culpable. Our Haya taught, if one wrote with graphite, soot, or black ink, he is culpable. One who tattoos 2 letters on his flesh, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, said our Eliezer to the sages, did not the son of Satada one bring witchcraft out of Egypt, through tattooing on his flesh? Answered the sages, he was a fool, and we do not cite single instances of fools. If one write one letter to another letter, etc. According to which Tana's opinion is this? Said Rabbi Bar Arhuna, this is not according to the opinion of our Eliezer, for our Eliezer said that if one add another thread to one already p. 211 woven, he is culpable. We have learned in a Boraitha, if one wrote one letter at the end of any scriptural book, thereby finishing that particular book, or if one added another thread to one already woven, he is culpable. According to which Tana's opinion is this? Said Rabbi Bar Huna, this is in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer, who said that if one add another thread to one already woven he is culpable. Our Ashi said, we may assume that the opinion of the sages does not conflict with this opinion, because the case of finishing a book differs from that of adding another thread, hence, according to their opinion, one is also culpable. We have learned in a Boraitha, if one corrected one letter in the scroll of laws, he is culpable. How can this be? One is not held culpable for writing one letter, how can the Boraitha hold one culpable for merely correcting one letter? Said Arshi's hate, here a special case is treated of, i.e., if one take off the top bar of the cheth and make 2 zayins out of it. Rabha said, the same is the case if, for instance, one remove the square portion of a daled and form a resh therefrom. If one wrote one abbreviated letter, etc. Our Yohanan said in the name of our Jose ben Zimra. Whence do we know that there are abbreviated letters in the scriptures? As it is written, Kayab Hamon Goyim Ansathicha. In the word of the Aleph is the abbreviation of Ab father, and the Beth stands for Bashur selected, Hamon stands for Haviv lovely, Malek king, Vathig modest, Neaman upright. All this I have made thee among the nations. Our Yohanan declares of his own accord. The 10 commandments commence with Anochi when it could be Ani. The Anochi is an abbreviation for Ano, Napshi, Nithavith, Yehovith. Mishnah, if one, through forgetfulness at 2 different times, write 2 letters, say one in the morning and the other toward evening, our Gamaliel holds him to be culpable and the sages declare him free. Gemara, on what point do our Gamaliel and the sages differ? Our Gamaliel does not consider the consciousness during the time intervening between the perpetration of the 2 acts as being of any consequence. The sages, however, consider the consciousness during the period intervening between the two unfinished acts as a neutralization of the unintentional character of the unfinished acts and thus make the perpetrator not culpable. Chapter 13. Regulations concerning weaving, tearing, hunting, etc., on the Sabbath. Mishnah, our Eliezer said, one who weaves is culpable, as soon as he has woven 3 threads at the beginning of the web, and with the web already begun the addition of 1 thread suffices to make him culpable. The sages said, both at the commencement of a new web, as well as at the continuation of one already begun, the prescribed quantity is 2 threads. One who attaches 2 threads to the web, either to the warp or to the shoot, to the fine or to the coarse sieve, or to the basket, is culpable. Also one who sews 2 stitches, or tears asunder, in order to sew 2 stitches. Gemara, when our Yitzhak came to Babylon, he taught that our Eliezer said 2 threads and not 3, as stated in the Mishnah. But we learned 3. This is no contradiction. Our Yitzhak refers to thick threads and the Mishnah to thin. One who attaches 2 threads, etc. Said Abai, this means, one who attached 2 threads to the web and 1 in the web. One who sews 2 stitches, etc. Was this not taught in the Mishnah treating of the principal acts of labor? Because in the succeeding Mishnah the rule is taught concerning one, who tears while in a rage, or through grief at the death of a near relative, sewing and tearing is repeated in this Mishnah. Or tears asunder in order to sew together with 2 stitches. How is this to be imagined? This can be done in the case of a piece of cloth protruding from a garment, which one would tear off, and then sew up the remaining rent. Mishnah, one who tears a thing while enraged, or through. p. 214. Grief on account of his dead, and, in general, all who spoil a thing are not culpable. If, however, one destroy a thing with the intention to mend it, the prescribed quantity is determined according to the prescribed quantity of the act by which it is mended. The prescribed quantity of wool when being washed, carded, dyed, or spun is a thread the length of a double sit, 1 in the weaving. The prescribed quantity for wool is the breadth of 1 sit. Gemara, there is a contradiction, we have learned in a Boraitha, one who tears a thing while in a rage, or through grief, or through mourning for the dead, is culpable, and although he desecrates the Sabbath, the duty of tearing is fulfilled. This presents no difficulty. The Boraitha treats of the case of a man who tore his garment on account of the death of one on whose account it was his duty to tear his garment, while the Mishnah treats of the case of a man who did not do so for duty's sake, but on account of a death of a stranger, and this not being his duty, he merely spoiled his garment. How can you say, that the Mishnah treats of a man who tore his garment on account of the death of a stranger? It says distinctly his dead. Yeah, it says his dead, but he has such relatives, on whose account he need not tear his garment. Now, there is no contradiction then as far as mourning for the dead is concerned, but there surely is as regards one who is enraged. In the Boraitha he is held culpable and in the Mishnah he is not. Here also there is no difficulty. The Mishnah statement is in accord with our Simeon's decree, who holds, that one is not culpable of performing a deed not for its own sake, while the Boraitha is in accord with the opinion of our Jehuda, who holds one culpable of performing work even not for its own sake. But you have heard that our Jehuda's opinion only applied to an act by which a thing was mended? Did you also hear that he decreed thus in the case of where a thing was destroyed? Said our Abban. This is also a case of mending, because it relieves the man's p. 215 mind, and while he may spoil the garment at the same time he abates his fury. Is such action permitted? Have we not learned that our Simeon ben Eliezer said in the name of Hilfa bar Agra, quoting our Yohanan ben Nuri, he who tears his garments in his fury, or he who breaks his vessels, or he who throws away his money while in a rage, shall be regarded in your eyes as a worshipper of idols, because such is the custom of the misleader. Today he says to one, do so, tomorrow do something else, until he tells one to go and worship idols and the man does so. Our Abban added to this, where can a scriptural passage be found prohibiting this? there shall not be among thee a foreign god, nor shalt thou bow thyself down to any strange god. This means that no foreign god shall be in thy heart, because it says Beko. The latter part of the verse infers, that if he allows the misleader to dwell in his heart it will bring him to bowing down to idols. Such action is permitted only when a man is not in an actual fury, but wishes to appear as if enraged in order to command obedience, as Bar Jacob used to do, viz., when he wanted to show displeasure at the deeds of his family, he would take up a broken vessel and shatter it, making his family believe that he was furious and was breaking whole vessels. Said Simeon ben Pazi in the name of Jehoshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kapara, 1 The tears shed by a man on account of the death of an upright man are counted by the Holy One, blessed be he, and stored in his treasury, as it is written, My wanderings hast thou well numbered, put thou my tears into thy bottle, behold they are numbered by thee. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, One who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar deserves being buried alive, as it is written, and they buried him on the border of his inheritance at Thimnasarach, which is on the mountain of Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Gaash. Gaash signifies storm, and from this it is inferred, that because the people did not mourn the death of Joshua the mount stormed and tried to bury them alive. Said Bar Abba in the name of Yohanan, 1. p. 216. Who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar will not have long life. This is in retaliation, as it is written, in measure, by driving him forth, thou strivest with him. Bar Abba objected and said to Yohanan, How canst thou say, that one who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar will not have long life? Is it not written, And the people served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders, that lived many days after Joshua, who had seen all the great deeds of the Lord, which he had done for Israel? Yohanan answered, Thou Babylonite! Does the verse say, that lived many years? It only says many days. Now, according to Yohanan's argument, does the verse, in order that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, etc., also mean days and not years? In this verse it is different. Where a blessing is conferred, days and years are meant. Bar Abba said again in the name of Yohanan, If one brother die, let the remaining brothers take care that they do not die. Or if a member of a society die, let the other members take care that they die not. This means, if the best one among them die, another says, on the contrary, if the least one among them die. The prescribed quantity of wool, etc. Joseph showed the extent of a double sit as being twice the distance between the fore and the middle finger when spread out, and Bar Ama showed its extent as being the distance between the thumb and the forefinger when spread out. Mishnah, Jehuda said, One who chases a bird into a bird tower or a deer into a house is culpable. The sages said, One who chases a bird into a bird tower, a deer into a house, yard, or into a menagerie, is culpable. Said Simeon ben Gamaliel, Not all menageries are equal. Following is the rule, where another chase would be necessary one is not culpable, where no further chase is necessary, one is culpable. Gemara, the rabbis taught, one who caught a blind or a sleeping deer is culpable, but if the deer is lame, sick, or old he is not culpable. Said Abai to Joseph, What difference is there between the two? Answered Joseph, A blind or a sleeping deer, as soon as touched, would attempt to escape, whereas a lame or a sick animal could not do this. Have we? p. 217. Not learned in a Boraitha, that one who caught a sick deer is culpable? This presents no difficulty. The rabbis refer to a deer sick with fever, while the Boraitha refers to sickness arising from overexertion. Mishnah, if a deer run into a house and one lock behind the deer, he is culpable. If two men lock, both are free. If one of them could not lock himself and both did so, they are both culpable. Simeon declares them free. If one sit down at the entrance of the house without filling it up and another sit down beside him, thus filling up the gap, the latter is guilty. if the former sat down at the entrance and filled it up, and another came up and sat beside him, the former, even if he got up and walked away, is culpable, and the latter free, for this is the same as if one locked his house to preserve its contents and a deer were on the inside. Gemara, R. Jeremiah bar Abba in the name of Samuel said, one who catches a lion on the Sabbath is not culpable until he brings him into his cage. R. Abba said in the name of Arhiabi Ashi, quoting Rabbite, if a bird flew under a man's coat skirt, the man may keep it there until dark. Rna Haman b. Itzhak objected, from the above Mishnah, if a man sat down at the entrance and filled it up, and another came up and sat beside him, the former, even if he got up and walked away, is culpable and the latter is free, would we not assume, that the man is free but he should not have done it in the first place? Nay, it means he is free and may do so to commence with. This seems to be borne out by the latter part of the Mishnah, viz., for this is the same as if one locked his house to preserve its contents and a deer were on the inside. It is certainly allowed to close the house on a Sabbath and hence, being the same as locking the house, it is allowed in the first place. Said Samuel, at all times when it is taught, that one is not culpable of performing work on the Sabbath, it is meant that, while he is not culpable, he must not perform such work to commence with, excepting in the three following instances. One of the three has just been mentioned, the second is, when one lances a wound on the Sabbath, if the intention is to extract the pus contained in the wound, he is not p. 218 culpable, and may do so in the first place, as we have learned in a following Mishnah, that a sewing needle may be used to remove a splinter from the flesh. The third is, when one catches a snake on the Sabbath and he did so in order to escape being bitten, he is not culpable and may do so to commence with, as we have learned in a preceding Mishnah, that one may put a vessel over a serpent, in order to escape being bitten. p. 219. Chapter 14. Regulations concerning the catching of reptiles, animals, and birds. Mishnah, one who catches or wounds any one of the 8 kinds of reptiles enumerated in the scriptures is culpable. One who wounds worms or any other kind of reptiles is free. One who catches them for a purpose is culpable, he who does so without the intention is free. He who catches such animals or birds as are within his domain is free, he who wounds them is culpable. Gemara, from the teaching of the Mishnah that the reptiles must not be wounded, it is evident that such reptiles must be possessed of a skin. According to whose opinion is this? Said Samuel, this is according to the opinion of Ar Yohanan ben Nuri, for he so stated. Rabba bar Arhunat, however, in the name of Rabbite said, it may also be assumed that the Mishnah is in accord with the rabbis, who disagree with Ar Yohanan ben Nuri only where defilement is concerned, but who agree with him as to Sabbath. And as regards the Sabbath they do not disagree with Ar Yohanan. Have we not learned in a Boraitha, that one who caught one of the 8 kinds of reptiles enumerated in the scriptures, or who wounds them, is culpable, and that this applies only to such reptiles as have skins, and only such a wound is called incurable which has been produced by the blood clotting in the skin and remaining there, even when no blood came to the surface. Ar Yohanan ben Nuri, however, states, that all the 8 reptiles enumerated in the scriptures have skins. Said Ar Ashi, the first Tana of the mentioned Boraitha, at variance with Ar Yohanan, is Ar Jehuda, who stated, that there are among the 8 such as have no p. 220 skin, but the other rabbis, who differ with Ar Yohanan, where defilement is concerned, do not disagree with him in regard to Sabbath. Then why is it stated, that Ar Yohanan ben Nuri, however, states, etc., as if he opposed the rabbis? Read, thus states Ar Yohanan ben Nuri and his opponents. Or any other reptiles. How is it, if one kills them? Is he culpable? The Mishnah must be understood that if one only wounds them he is not culpable, but if he kills them he is culpable? According to whose opinion is this? Said Ar Jeremiah, this is according to the opinion of Ar Eliezer, as stated in the first chapter. R. Joseph opposed this. Thou sayest, according to the opinion of R. Eliezer? The rabbis only differ with R. Eliezer when such reptiles as are incapable of breeding are concerned, but as to reptiles that are capable of breeding, they also agree, that one who kills them is culpable. One who catches them for a purpose is culpable, he who does so without any intention is free. According to whose opinion is this teaching? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, it is according to the opinion of R. Simeon, who states, that any work not committed for its own sake does not make one culpable. Samuel said, one who takes a live fish out of the water, is culpable as soon as a part of the fish as large as a sella has become dry. Said R. Jose Bar Aban, Samuel means to say, that he is not culpable unless a place as big as a sella become dry under its fins, and not on its body. Mar Bar Hamjuri in the name of Samuel said, if one thrust his hand into the entrails of an animal and displaced a foetus, that may have been there, he is culpable. Why so? Said Rabha, Mar Bar Hamjuri explained this to me as follows, did not our Shizhate say, that if a man tore out flax from among the thorns surrounding it, he is culpable, because he removed a thing whence it grew? So also in this case he is culpable because he displaced the foetus whence it grew. Said Abai, the same is the case with one who tore out a mushroom which grows near a vessel filled with water, because he removed an object whence it grew. Our Ashia objected, did we not learn that one who tears out a thing from a flower pot, which is p. 221. Not perforated, is not culpable, but from a perforated flower pot he is culpable. Why should he be culpable in this case? Because a thing does not grow in a flower pot which is not perforated, as a rule, but in this case it grows in its usual way. He who catches such animals or birds as are within his domain, etc. Arhuna said, it is allowed to write tefillin on the skin of a bird which is ritually clean. Said R. Joseph, what would be inform us? That a bird has a skin? This is taught in the Mishnah, for it says, he who wounds a bird is culpable. Said Abai to R. Joseph, he informs us of a very important matter. From the Mishnah we would simply know that the bird, having a skin, must not be wounded, but we might think, that such a skin, being porous, must not be used for tefillin. Hence he informs us, that it may also be used for tefillin, as it was said in Palestine that pores which do not permit of ink soaking through cannot be considered as pores. Mar the son of Rabbina asked of R.N. Ahman bar Itzhak, is it allowed to write tefillin on the skin of a fish which is ritually clean? R.N. Ahman answered, this can only be decided by Elijah, when he comes again, he will decide whether it is allowed or not. Samuel and Karna were sitting on the banks of Lake Malka. Samuel noticed that a ship was struggling with the rough waters and a man was suffering in consequence. Said Samuel to Karna, it seems to me, that a great man is coming from Palestine and that he is sick at the stomach. Go and see what ails him. He went and found Rabbite on the ship, and asked him, whence do we know that tefillin may be written only upon the skin of a ritually clean animal? Rabbite answered, it is written, in order that the law of the Lord shall be in thy mouth, which means, that the law shall be written only on such a thing as thou mayest take into thy mouth. Karna asked him again, how do we know that blood is red? Rabbite answered again, because it is written, the Moabites saw the water at a distance as red as blood. He asked him, what is thy name? He answered, Karna. Said Rabbite, a Karna be in thy eyes. Finally Samuel took Rabbite to his own house, gave him barley bread, small fishes, milk and such things as tend to produce looseness of the bowels, but did not show him the place to excrementize in. So. p. 222. Rabbite cursed him and said, may the one who wishes to make me suffer, not be able to rear his children. So it was. The rabbis taught, it is allowed to write tefillin on the skins of clean animals and creatures, also upon the skins of such as died a natural death and were not slaughtered, and it is an ordinance by Moses at Sinai, that the tefillin are wound in the hairy hide of such animals, whence the skin may be taken, and are sewed with the veins of such animals, but it is not allowed to write tefillin on the skins of unclean animals and creatures, whether such animals were slaughtered or naturally expired. This question was asked by a Bethuzi of Ar Joshua of the city of Garsai. Whence do we know that tefillin must not be written on the skin of an unclean animal? From the passage, in order that the law of the Lord shall be in thy mouth, which means, that the law shall be written only on such a thing as a man may put into his mouth. According to thy argument, said the Bethuzi, tefillin should not be written on the skin of a clean animal, that died a natural death. Answered Ar Joshua, I will give thee an instance of 2 men, who incurred the death penalty. One was duly executed, while the other died at the moment that he reached the gallows. Which is preferable? Certainly the natural death. In this case also, why should the skin of the animal that died a natural death not be used for writing the tefillin thereon? According to that, then, said the Bethuzi, why should it not be eaten also? Answered Ar Joshua, it is written, Ye shall not eat anything that dieth of itself, and thou wouldst that it should be eaten. Answered the Bethuzi, Kalos. Mishnah, it is prohibited to prepare brine on Sabbath, but the making of salt water, in order to dip one's bread into it, or to use for seasoning other dishes is permitted. Said Ar Jose, is this not brine? Be it more or less salted. Only the following kind of salt water may be made, if oil is first put into the water or into the salt. Gemara, how should the Mishnah be understood? Said Ar Jehuda. In the name of Samuel, it is not permitted to make a great deal of salt water, but a little may be made. Said Ar Jose, is this not brine? Be it more or less salted. The schoolman asked, does Ar Jose, by making that statement, p. 223, mean to say that both should be prohibited or that both be allowed? Said Ar Rabbah and also Ar Yohanan, Ar Jose meant to say, that both should be prohibited. We have also learned this in a Boraitha, one shall not make a great deal of salt water in order to put it into a jastar filled with things requiring a soaking, but he may make a little salt water to dip his bread into it or use it for seasoning other dishes. Said Ar Jose, because one is more and the other less salted, the former should be prohibited and the latter should be permitted, then one might say that a greater act of labor should be prohibited and a smaller one permitted. Therefore, I say, both are not allowed, but it becomes permissible, if oil is put into the water or into the salt. The main thing is that one should not mix water and salt to commence with. R. Judah bar Haviva taught, one shall not make salt water very strong. What does he mean by very strong? Rabbah and Ar Joseph bar Abba both said, if one put an egg into the water and the egg float, it is strong salt water. How much salt must be used for such water? Said Abai, 2/3 salt and 1/3 water. For what purpose can that be used? For fish brine. The same Judah b. Haviva taught, one must not salt pieces of radishes and eggs on the Sabbath. Ar Hizkiah in the name of Abai said, salting radishes is not allowed, but salting eggs is. The same Judah b. Haviva taught, if citrons, radishes, and eggs are eaten without the peel, they remain in the stomach. Rabban walked behind Ar Jeremiah on the banks of the Sea of Zidon. Rabban asked Ar Jeremiah, is it allowed to wash oneself in this water on Sabbath? Ar Jeremiah said, yes, it is. Asked Rabban again, how is it if a man who is bathing in this water, opens and closes his eyes, so that the water has access to the eyes? Answered Ar Jeremiah, I never heard of just such a case, but of one similar to it. I heard Ar Zerah say at one time in the name of Ar Mathni, another time in the name of Mar Ukbah, both of whom said, that the father of Samuel differed with Levi, and that one of them said, that pouring wine on the eyes as a remedy is allowed but pouring wine into the eyes is not allowed, while the other said that the saliva of a man who had not broken his fast is a remedy for the eyes and must not even be put on the eyes, but Mar Ukbah in the name. p. 224. Of Samuel said, a man may soak a medicament for the eyes on Friday in water and may then use the water on Sabbath with impunity. Bar Levi was standing before Mar Ukba, and saw the latter opening and closing his eyes, so that the medicinal water may have access to them. Said he to Mar Ukba, so much Mar Samuel did certainly not permit. R. Yanai sent to Mar Ukba a request, let master send his the eye salve prescribed by Samuel for sore eyes. Mar Ukba answered, I send it to you, so that you do not think me parsimonious, but Samuel said, that bathing the eye in cold water in the morning and bathing the hands and feet in warm water at night is better than any medicine for the eye in the world. The same we have learned in a Boraitha, by Armuna in the name of Arjihuda. The same Armuna used to say, as soon as a man rises and his hand touches his eye, nose, mouth, ear, or a vein, it had better be chopped off. The same should be done with a hand that touches a pitcher used for beer, before it is washed, because such a hand causes blindness, deafness, and bad odors. We have learned, our Nathan said, the eye is a princess and it hurts her to be touched by a hand that has not been washed 3 times. Our Yohanan says, Puk applied to the eye, stills its wrath, dries its tears and causes its lashes to grow. Mar Ukba said, one who injured his hand or foot so that blood flowed may steep them in wine in order to stop the flow, with impunity. The schoolman asked, may he do this, in vinegar also? Said our Hillel to our Ashi, when I attended the school of our Kahana, it was said, that it is not allowed in vinegar. Said Rabha, and the men of the city of Mehutsa, who are very delicate, are generally cured by wine the same as other people are by vinegar. It happened, that Rabbina came to the house of our Ashi and saw the latter, having had his foot trodden upon by an ass, soaking it in vinegar. Said Rabbina to him, does not the master coincide with our Hillel, who said, that soaking in vinegar is not allowed? Our Ashi answered, with a wound on the instep. P 225. Of the foot and the back of the hand it is different, because Rada B. Mathni said in the name of Rabbite, that a wound on the back of the hand and on the instep of the foot is equal to an internal wound and the Sabbath may be desecrated on its account. The rabbis taught, one may wash his body in the waters of Gur, Shamton, Essia, and Tiberias, but it is not allowed to bathe oneself in the Great Sea and not in water used for soaking flax, also not in the Sea of Sodom. Is this not contradictory to what we have learned in the Boraitha, viz. One may bathe in the Tiberias and in the Great Sea, but not in water used for soaking flax and in the Sea of Sodom? This presents a difficulty, for in the Boraitha bathing in the Great Sea is permitted, while the rabbis prohibit it. Said our Yohanan, there is no difficulty. One Boraitha is in accordance with the opinion of our Meir, while the other is in accord with the opinion of our Jehuda. Our Nahman bar Itzhak opposed this, and said, they differ only as regards defilement, but have ye heard that they also differ concerning the Sabbath? Hence our Nahman bar Itzhak explained this otherwise. He said, that the Boraitha which does not permit bathing in the Great Sea refers to one who stays in the water some length of time. Now, if we say, that the one Boraitha refers to a man who stays in the water for some time, we must assume, that the other Boraitha refers to one who does not stay long, and if this is so, why should not the one be permitted to bathe even in the water used for soaking flax? Have we not learned in another Boraitha, one may bathe in the Tiberias, in flax water or in the Sea of Sodom, even if his head be scrofulous, provided he does not stay long in the water? Therefore we must explain, that the difficulty existing between the two former Boraithas concerning the Great Sea is, that the one prohibiting bathing in the Great Sea refers to bad water which is not usually used for bathing, while the other refers to the good water generally used by bathers and in both the case refers to one who stays in the water for some time. Mishnah, it is not allowed to eat Greek hyssop on the Sabbath, because it is not food for healthy people. It is allowed, however, to eat yoser and to drink shepherd blossom. It is permitted to partake of all usual eatables and beverages on the Sabbath as medicaments with the exception of tree water and root tea, because the two latter serve only as a remedy for jaundice. At the same time it is permitted to drink tree water to quench one's thirst, and one may anoint himself with root oil but not as a remedy. Gemara, it is allowed, however, to eat wild rosemary, etc. For what purpose is it eaten? To drive out worms in one's liver. What is it eaten with? With 7 white dates. What does the illness arise from? From the eating of meat broiled over live coals and the drinking of water immediately after the eating on an empty stomach, or from eating fat meat, beef, nuts, or rapa twigs when eaten on an empty stomach and immediately washed down with water. The mother of R. A. Hadboy B. Ami made a remedy for a man who had imbibed poison of an adder by cooking laurel leaves in a cupful of beer, giving it to the man to drink, then clearing out the coals from a burning hearth, placing a brick on the hearth and making him sit on that brick until the poison left the man in the shape of a green fern. Rivia said, that she did not cook the laurel leaves in beer but in a quarter lug of milk of a white goat. One who swallowed a snake should eat costos in salt and should run 3 miles. R. Simeon B. Ashi once saw a man who had swallowed a snake, so he disguised himself as a Persian horseman, called to the man, compelled him to eat costos with salt, then chased him for 3 miles. In consequence of fright the man then vomited the snake piece by piece. One who was bitten by a snake should get a bearing ass, tear her open, take out the foetus, and apply it to the wound. One who was encircled by a snake should run to the water, take a basket, place it over the snake's head, and as soon as the snake winds itself around the basket, throw it into the water and escape. One who is pursued by a snake should, if he is in company of a friend, jump on the friend's back and have the friend carry him at least 4 ells so as to hide the scent of his footsteps, or, if alone, should jump over a stream or pond of water. At p. 227. Night he should place his bed on 4 empty casks, then tie 4 cats to the casks, and sleep in an unroofed space. He should also place a lot of twigs and dry branches in front of his bed, so that if the snake glide among them they will rustle, in which event the cats will hear the noise and devour the snake. If one is pursued by a snake, he should run to a sandy place, where it is hard for a snake to glide. It is permitted to partake of all usual eatables, etc. What does the Mishnah mean to add by the word all? A milt, which is good for the teeth, or bran, which is good for the stomach. What does the Mishnah mean to add by the word all, referring to beverages? Water of islat boiled with vinegar. With the exception of tree water. We have learned in a Boraitha, with the exception of prickly water. One who teaches prickly water does so because the water pricks the gall, and one who teaches tree water refers to water running out of 2 trees. What does he mean by this? Said Rabbi Barbrona, there are 2 date trees in Palestine that are called Thala, and between them is a spring of water. The first cup of this water produces a weak sensation in the stomach, the second cup purges and the third leaves the stomach as clear as when imbibed. Said Ula, I drank the Babylonian beer with better effects than that tree water, but it is only then effective if drunk for the first time in 40 days. R. Joseph said, the water called prickly water above is Egyptian beer, which is 1/3 barley, 1/3 wild saffron, and 1/3 salt. R. Papa said, it is 1/3 wheat, 1/3 wild saffron, and 1/3 salt, and it should be drunk between Passover and Pentecost, when it will relieve constipation and stop diarrhea. And root tea. What is root tea? Said R. Yohanan, it is made of Alexandrian gum, alum, and garden saffron, each the weight of 1 zuz, and ground together. To one who suffers with too frequent menstruation, 3 cups of this tea should be given in wine, and she will not be barren. For jaundice 2 cups are to be administered, in beer, but the patient will be barren ever after. May this be done? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, whence do we know that castrating a man is prohibited? From the passage, and in your land shall ye not make the like. Which means, ye shall not do this on your own bodies. So said R. Hanana. p. 228. This is said only in reference to one who has the intention of making one a eunuch, but not with reference to one who administers the remedy for jaundice, and incidentally makes one impotent, as our Yohanan said, one who wishes to castrate a cock shall cut his comb, and thus the cock will become impotent. Did not our Ashi say, that a cock whose comb is cut off is not rendered impotent thereby, but, being very proud, will have no more coition with hens on that account? Were he actually rendered impotent, it would not be allowed to remove his comb, for it is written, and in your land shall ye not make the like. It is allowed to give a man 2 cups of root tea for jaundice, providing he was already impotent. But even this is prohibited. Say rather it may be given to a woman who is not subject to the command of bearing children. Mishnah, one who suffers with toothache must not gargle vinegar for it, but he may dip something in vinegar and apply it, and if the pain is relieved hereby, he need have no fear of the consequences. One who has pains in his loins must not rub them with wine or vinegar, but may anoint them with oil, not with rose oil, however. Children of princes may anoint their wounds even with rose oil, because it is their wont even on weekdays to anoint themselves with rose oil. Our Simeon said, all Israelites must be considered as children of princes. Gemara, our Ahabar Papa asked our Aboa concerning the following contradiction. The Mishnah teaches, that one who has a toothache must not gargle with vinegar, implying thereby that vinegar is a remedy for toothache, and still we find in the passage, as vinegar is to the teeth, and as smoke is to the eyes. This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to an injured tooth, whereas the passage refers to sound teeth, which are put on edge by vinegar. Must not gargle vinegar. Have we not learned in a Boraitha, that it is not allowed to gargle vinegar and then spit it out, but if swallowed afterwards gargling is allowed? Said Abai, such is also the intent of the Mishnah, meaning, if he spit out after gargling. One who has pains in his loins, etc. Said our Ababi. Zabaita in the name of Rabbite, the law according to the opinion of our Simeon prevails. Shall we assume that Rabbite holds with our Simeon? Did not our Simi Bar Haya say in the name of Rabbite, that a bung head tied around with a piece of cloth must not be hammered into a barrel on a festival, although the wine runs out of its own accord, and not through the intention of the man, but according to our Simeon this would be permitted? Where an act is concerned which will most certainly be consummated, even without the agency of man, as the head of a creature being removed, death must surely follow. Our Simeon also admits, that it is not allowed. We have learned elsewhere, however, explicitly, that Hayabar Ashi said, that Rabbite holds according to our Jehuda, and Samuel according to our Simeon. Said Rabbah, I and the lion of our society explain this as follows: the ordinance prevails according to our Simeon, that is allowed, but not for the reason advanced by our Simeon. Our Simeon says, that all Israelites are considered as princes, and therefore, even in such places where rose oil is very costly, one may also anoint himself with it, but Rabbite says it is allowed, because, where he resided, rose oil was very cheap. Chapter 15. Regulations concerning the tying and untying of knots on the Sabbath. Mishnah, following are the knots for the tying of which one becomes culpable. The knot of the camel drivers and the knot of the seamen, just as one becomes culpable for tying them, so also one becomes culpable for untying them. Our Meir said, one does not become culpable for any knots that can be untied with one hand. Gemara, what is the meaning of a knot of the camel drivers and a knot of seamen? Shall we assume, that by such a knot is meant the one that is tied in attaching the guiding line suspended from the nose ring of a camel to something else, and also the knot made in attaching the hawser of a ship to a capstan on the dock? Nay, by that knot is meant the one made in attaching the guiding line to the nose ring and the hawser to the ship itself. Mishnah, there are knots on account of which one does not become culpable, as in the case of a camel driver's or seaman's knot. A woman may tie the slit of her chemise, the bands of her hood, the bands of her girdle, the straps of her shoes and sandals, also the bands of leather flasks with wine or oil, and of a pot of meat. Our Eliezer, the son of Jacob, says, one may tie a rope in front of cattle, in order that they may not escape. One may tie a bucket with his girdle, but not with a rope. Our Jehuda permits this to be done with a rope also. For a rule was laid down by our Jehuda, one is not culpable for any knot which is not permanently fastened. Gemara, is there not a difficulty in understanding the Mishnah itself? The first part states, that there are knots on account of which one does not become culpable, etc., implying p. 231. Therefore, that, while one who ties them does not become liable for a sin offering, at the same time he must not do it to commence with. The latter part, however, says, that a woman may tie the slit of her chemise, etc., implying, then, that she may do it in the first place. The Mishnah means, there are some knots for the tying of which one does not become culpable, as in the case of the knots of the camel drivers, etc., and they are, the knots by means of which the guiding line is attached to the nose ring, and the knots by means of which the hawsers are attached to the ship itself. For tying such knots one does not become liable for a sin offering, but he must not make them to commence with, and there are other knots which may be tied in the first place, such as the slit of a woman's chemise, etc. What would he inform us? Is it not self-evident, that a woman must tie the slit in her chemise? The case treated of is where a chemise has two slits, an upper and a lower, and it can be put on even if the lower one is tied. We might assume, then, that only the upper one of the slits would be permitted to be tied. He therefore informs us, that both the upper and the lower may be tied and untied. The bands of her hood. Is this not self-evident? The case is, that the bands of the hood are always tied, and the woman slips on the hood without untying or tying the bands, and we might assume that for this reason the knot is considered permanent. He therefore informs us, that if a hair become entangled in the hood, the woman may tie and untie the bands, the straps of her shoes and sandals, etc. Our Jehuda, the brother of our Salah the Pious, had a pair of sandals, which were sometimes worn by him and sometimes by his child. He came to Abai and asked him whether he might tie and untie them. Said Abai, he who does this unintentionally becomes liable for a sin offering. Said our Jehuda to him, if thou hadst said, that one is not culpable for doing this, but that it must not be done to commence with, it would seem strange to me. Thou sayest now, that one is liable for a sin offering. Asked Abai, why so? Answered our Jehuda, because on weekdays I sometimes also wear the sandals, and I untie them and adjust them to the child's foot. Answered Abai, if such be the case, they may be tied or untied to commence with. p. 232. R. Jeremiah was walking behind Araboah on unclaimed ground, and the band of his sandal having been torn off, he asked Araboah what to do. Araboah told him to take damp seaweeds, which an animal can eat, and tie his sandal. Abai stood before our Joseph in private ground, and the band of one of his sandals becoming torn off, he asked our Joseph what to do. Said our Joseph, leave thy sandal here and walk without it. Asked Abai, wherein does my case differ from that of our Jeremiah? Answered our Joseph, our Jeremiah's sandal was torn off in unclaimed ground, where, had he left it, it would have been lost, but thine is in my yard and will be safe. Said Abai, but the sandal is a perfect vessel, for I can put it on my other foot and then it will not fall off. Why should I not be permitted to handle it? Our Joseph answered, because we learned elsewhere in regard to Shalitza that our Yohanan interpreted a Boraitha in accordance with our Jehuda, who says, that if the band of a sandal was torn off, the sandal cannot be regarded as a vessel. We must assume, therefore, that the ordinance according to our Jehuda prevails. Also the bands of leather flasks filled with oil or wine, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case treated of is where the flasks had two mouths, and lest we assume that only one of them may be tied and untied, he informs us that both may be tied. And of a pot of meat. Is this not self-evident? The Mishnah means to state, that even if the pot have an opening at the bottom, it might be assumed that the knot tied around the mouth of the pot is permanent and should not be untied. We are informed that it may be untied, nevertheless. R. Eliezer, the son of Jacob, said, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case treated of is where there were two ropes, one tied higher up and the other lower. We might assume, that because the lower one is tied permanently one may not untie it, therefore he informs us that both may be tied and untied. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to R. Eliezer ben Jacob. One may tie a bucket with his girdle, but not with a rope, etc. What kind of a rope is not permitted? Is it an ordinary rope? Why does R. Jehuda permit it? It remains permanently tied. Shall we assume that it refers to the rope of a weaver? Why is it not permitted? It will surely be removed, because the weaver will need it? Or is it prohibited simply as a precautionary? p. 233. Measure, lest someone tie the bucket with an ordinary rope, and R. Jehuda does not entertain this apprehension? Then it is contradictory to the following Boraitha: a rope fastened to a bucket which became torn, should not be tied into a firm knot, but simply tied into a loop. R. Jehuda says, it should be joined together with the owner's girdle, but it must not be tied into a loop. This would be a case of where both the rabbis and R. Jehuda contradict themselves. There is no contradiction at all. As for the rabbis, they hold, that an ordinary rope may be mistaken for the rope of a weaver, because both are called ropes, but a loop cannot be mistaken for a knot, because they have different names. As for R. Jehuda, he prohibits a loop to be made, not because he holds that a loop may be mistaken for a knot, but because the loop in this case is equal to a knot. R. Abba in the name of R. Hyabi Ashi, quoting Rabbite, said, one may bring a rope from his house and can tie it to the cow, and then fasten it to the crib. R. Yohanan asked of R. Jehuda bar Levi, may weaving utensils, either upper or lower, be handled on the Sabbath? Answered R. Jehuda, nay, they may not. Why so? Because on weekdays they are also never used for any other purpose, hence they are always used for weaving alone. Mishnah, one may fold his clothes even 4 or 5 times. On the eve of Sabbath one may prepare his beds for use on the Sabbath, but not at the close of Sabbath for use after the Sabbath is gone. R. Ishmael says, one may arrange his clothes and prepare his beds on the Day of Atonement for the Sabbath. Further, the sacrificial tallow left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on the Day of Atonement, but not such as is left over from the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. R. Akiba said, neither that left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on the Day of Atonement, nor that of the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. Gemara, the school of Aryanai said, the Mishnah only permits the folding of clothes by one man, but not by two, and also only in case the clothes are new, but not if they are old. New clothes must only be folded if they are white clothes, but not if p. 234. They are colored. White clothes may be folded only if they constitute all the garments possessed by the man, but if he had others, he must not fold even those, as we have learned in a Tosefta. The family of R. Gamaliel did not even fold white clothes, because they had others for a change. R. Huna said, if one have a change of clothes for the Sabbath, he should change them, if not, he should at least let them down. One R. Safra opposed this, if one let down his garments, he will be considered as a vain man. If he does this only on the Sabbath and not on weekdays, he will not be considered vain but simply as one desirous of keeping the Sabbath with due respect, as it is written, and honor it by not doing thy usual pursuits. Honor it is meant to imply that, by wearing different clothes on the Sabbath should be honored, for R. Yohanan calls clothes signs of honor, and through clothes a man is honored. By not doing thy usual pursuits means that the walk on the Sabbath should not be as on weekdays. By not following thy own business, means to say, that only thy own business is not allowed, but heavenly business is. And speaking words, the mode of speaking on Sabbath should not be like that on weekdays. Speaking is not allowed, but thinking is. But what does a different walk on the Sabbath signify? It signifies that one should not make long strides on the Sabbath, as Rabbi asked of R. Ishmael Br. Jose, may one make long strides on the Sabbath? Answered he, may one do so even on weekdays? For I say, that a long stride deprives a man of a 500th part of the light of his eyes. A remedy for this is, however, the drinking of the wine over which the benediction is made on the eve before the Sabbath. It is written, therefore bathe and anoint thyself, and put thy garments upon thee, by which, said R. Eleazar, is meant the Sabbath garments. It is written, give to the wise, and he will become yet wiser. Said R. Eleazar, by that is meant Ruth the Moabite and the prophet Samuel of p. 235. Rama. Naomi said to Ruth, therefore bathe and anoint thyself, and put thy garments upon thee, and go down to the threshing floor, but Ruth did as it is written further, and she went down unto the threshing floor, and did in accordance with all that her mother-in-law had commanded her, which means, that she first went down to the threshing floor and then dressed herself, in order not to soil her clothes. As for Samuel, when Eli said unto him, go, lie down, and it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth, he did at the time as it is written, and the Lord came, and placed himself, and called as at previous times, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, speak, for thy servant heareth, but did not say, speak, Jehovah, as he was told to do by Eli. It is written, and she went and came and gleaned in the field after the reapers. Said R. Eleazar, she went and came to and fro until she found such men as were fit company for her. Then said Boaz unto his young man that was appointed over the reapers, whose maiden is this? Was it proper for Boaz to inquire whose maiden she was? We have learned in a Boritha, he noticed that she was very modest, for when gleaning from the sheaves, she did so standing if the sheaves were also standing, and if the sheaves were on the ground, she did not stoop, lest she reveal some of her form, but sat down and gleaned in that position. But keep close company with my own maidens. Was it proper for Boaz to say my own maidens? Was it his custom to mingle with the women? Said R. Eleazar, because Boaz saw that Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth cleaved unto her, he thought, that if she were such a woman it would be proper for him to associate with her. And Boaz said unto her, at mealtime come near hither. Said R. Eleazar. By the word Halom Boaz hinted to her that from her would spring the kingdom of David, who used the expression Halom, as it is written in, then went King David in and sat down before the Lord, and he said, who am I, O Lord eternal? And what is my house, that thou hast brought me as far as hitherward? And eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. p. 236. From this it can be inferred, that vinegar is good for heat, said R. Eleazar. But R. Samuel ben Anahmini said, this was also a hint to Ruth, that from her would spring forth a son, whose deeds would be sour as vinegar, and that was King Manasseh. And she seated herself beside the reapers. Said R. Eleazar, beside the reapers and not between them, was also a hint that the kingdom of David would eventually be divided. And he reached her parched corn, and she ate, and was satisfied, and had some left. Said R. Eleazar, ate at the time of David, was satisfied in the time of Solomon, and had some left in the time of King Shizkiah. Others say, ate during the days of David and Solomon, was satisfied during the days of Shizkiah, and had some left in the time of Jehudah Hanasi, whose coachman even, according to the teaching of the master, was said to be richer than the Shahur of Persia. In a Boritha, however, we have learned. It means, Israel ate in this life, will be satisfied in the times of the Messiah, and shall have some left in the world to come. R. Hayabar Abba said in the name of R. Yohanan, whence do we know that a change of clothes is a biblical prescription? Because it is written, and he shall take off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes to without the camp, unto a clean place. This was commented upon by the school of R. Ishmael to mean, that the clothes worn while cooking for one's master should not be worn when serving the master at table. The same teacher said again, a scholar, upon whose clothes a stain can be found, deserves to be put to death, for it is written, all those that hate me love death. Do not read, those that hate me, but those that cause others to hate me. Rabbinah said, in the Boraitha was taught not upon whose clothes a stain can be found, but upon whose clothes grease one is found. They do not differ, however. p. 237. The former refers to an overgarment, while the latter to an undergarment. R. Yohanan said, who can be called a scholar trustworthy enough to be believed when claiming a lost article, without identification, but simply by seeing the article lost and claiming it as his own? A scholar who is so particular that, if he happen to put on his night robe wrong side out, he will take the trouble to take it off again and adjust it properly. R. Yohanan said again, who is the scholar worthy of being made the president of a congregation? The one who, when asked concerning an ordinance bearing on any subject, knows exactly what to answer, even such ordinances as are contained in the tract Kala. He said again, who is the scholar that is deserving of having his work performed by his fellow citizens? The one who neglects his own affairs to attend to religious affairs. This refers, however, only to one who has lost his subsistence on account of his congregational duties. Again, R. Yohanan said, who can be called a scholar? One who can give the interpretation of any ordinance in whichever chapter that may be shown him. What difference does that make? The difference is this: if a man is familiar only with the ordinances of a certain tract, he may only be competent to be the presiding officer of one community, but if he understand them all, he may be made the chief of the house of learning in a whole district. R. Ishmael said, one may arrange his clothes, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, this is the burnt offering of the Sabbath. From this we learn, that we may offer up the tallow left over from the Sabbath on the Day of Atonement, but one might say, that the fat left over on the Day of Atonement may be offered up on the Sabbath also, therefore the passage says, on every Sabbath. So says R. Ishmael, but R. Akiba says, this is the burnt offering of the Sabbath on every Sabbath, implies, that the fat left over from the Sabbath may be sacrificed on a biblical feast day, but one might say, that it may be done also on the Day of Atonement, therefore the passage says on every Sabbath. The point of difference between R. Ishmael and R. Akiba is as follows: R. Ishmael contends that vow offerings and voluntary offerings may be brought on feast days, and therefore the p. 238 term every Sabbath cannot refer to feast days, but does refer to the Day of Atonement, whereas R. Akiba contends that such offerings must not be brought on feast days, and hence every Sabbath implies that the fat left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on a feast day. R. Zerah or R. Abba said in the name of Arhuna, if the Day of Atonement fall on a Sabbath, herbs for cooking must not be selected on that day. Said Armana, this we have learned in a Boraitha as follows: whence do we know that if the Day of Atonement fall on a Sabbath herbs must not be selected? Because it is written, a rest, a holy rest is unto the Lord tomorrow. Why is the word rest repeated? Shall we assume, that no other labor must be performed? This is ordained, thou shalt not do any work. It must therefore refer to such work as is not really labor, as selecting herbs. Bar Abba, however, in the name of R. Yohanan said, selecting herbs on a Sabbath concurrent with the Day of Atonement is permissible, and the repetition of the word rest is on account of the prohibition of actual labor, and as for there being another ordinance to that effect, it is for the purpose of signifying that the transgressor of this commandment will be punished for the violation of both the positive and the negative commandments. We have learned in a Boraitha in support of R. Yohanan, selecting herbs on a Day of Atonement concurrent with the Sabbath is permissible. Nuts may be cracked and pomegranates cleaned after the afternoon prayer, for the purpose of alleviating the suffering of the fasting. In the house of Jehuda, cabbage was prepared, and in Rabbah's house, pumpkins were cleaned. Later on Rabbah noticed that this was being done even before the afternoon prayer, so he told them that a message was received from Yohanan of Palestine that this was prohibited. Chapter 16. Regulations concerning articles which may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath. Mishnah: all sacred scriptures may be saved from a conflagration, be such scriptures allowed or not allowed to be read on Sabbath. The scriptures written in any language whatsoever must be considered sacred, and brought to a safe place, even on a weekday. Why are some not allowed to be read? In order that one might not miss the sermons at the schoolhouse. One may save the case of the book with the book, the case of the tefillin with the tefillin, even if money is contained therein. Where must such things be taken? In a closed space surrounded by walks. Ben Bathura says, even in a space that has one side open. Gemara: it was taught, if the scriptures were written in Aramaic, or in any other language, they need not be saved from a conflagration. So says Arhuna. But Arhisda says, they must be saved. According to the Tana, who holds that all of the scriptures may be read on Sabbath, there is no difference of opinion between Arhuna and Arhisda, for the scriptures must be saved. But, according to the Tana, who holds that some scriptures may and others may not be read on the Sabbath, Arhuna says that the latter need not be saved, while Arhisda says they must, in order not to disgrace the scriptures. An objection was made. Our Mishnah says that all scriptures, whether allowed to be read on the Sabbath or not, or even if written in whatever language, must be saved. We must assume that the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets and the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and if written in other languages, which are naturally non-readable, they must nevertheless be saved. How, then, can Arhuna say that the non-readable need not be saved? Arhuna might say, how can this explanation of the Mishnah correspond with the further ordinance that they should be brought to a safe p. 240 place? If it says that they must be saved from the conflagration, it is self-evident that they must be brought to a safe place. What is the correct interpretation of the Mishnah? Arhuna interprets it according to his understanding thus: the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, providing they are written in the holy language, but if written in other languages they need not be saved. But although they need not be saved on the Sabbath, if they lie in an unfit place even on weekdays, they must be brought into a safe place. Arhisda interprets the Mishnah according to his understanding thus: the readable part is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and although written in other languages they must also be saved, and the term should be brought to a safe place refers even to torn pieces of such scriptures although written in other languages. Another objection was made: we have learned in a Boraitha, if they are written in Aramaic or any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration. Is this not contradictory to Arhuna's opinion? Nay, Arhuna may say that the Tana of the Boraitha holds the scriptures written in other languages to be readable. Come and hear: scriptures written in Coptic, Median, Old Hebrew, Elamite or Greek, although not permitted to be read, must be saved from a conflagration. This is surely a contradiction to Arhuna. Arhuna might say, there is a difference of opinion among the different Tannim, as we have learned in the following Tosefta: if the scriptures are written in Aramaic or in any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration, but Arhose says that they must not. Said Arhose, it happened that Abba Halafta went to Gamaliel the Great in Tiberias, who sat at the table of Yohanan the Nazab, and held in his hand the book of Job in Aramaic, which he was reading. Said Abba Halafta to Gamaliel, I remember having at one time come to thy grandfather Gamaliel, who stood on the steps of the corridor of the temple when a book of Job in Aramaic was brought to him. He told the mason to take the book and immure it underneath the stairway. Whereupon the later Gamaliel also ordered the book he was reading to be immured. The rabbis taught, the benedictions, which are written in Hebrew, or amulets although containing letters of the holy name and many passages of the scriptures, must not be saved. p. 241. From a conflagration, but may be burned up together with such letters and passages. From this it was said, that one who writes benedictions commits an act equal to burning up the scriptures, as it happened in Zidon. One wrote benedictions, and it was told to our Ishmael. Our Ishmael set forth to investigate the matter. As soon as the man saw our Ishmael approach, he threw the writings into a bowl of water. Said our Ishmael to him the following words, "The punishment thou wilt receive for this latter deed will be greater than that for writing the benedictions." The exilarch asked of Rabba bar Arhuna, if the scriptures were written with paint or with dyes and in the holy language, may they be saved from a conflagration or not? I ask thee, taking in consideration the differences of opinion existing between the different Tannim, for those who hold that scriptures written in Aramaic or any other language must not be saved, what is their opinion regarding such as are written in the holy language and not with ink? Whereas those who hold that the scriptures in any language must be saved, do they not refer to such as are written in ink only, but those written with paint or dye, even if written in Hebrew, should also not be saved? Answered Rabba bar Arhuna, no, they must not be saved. Rejoined the exilarch, R. Hamnuna taught, in a Boraitha, that they may, answered Rabba, if such was taught in a Boraitha, it must be so. The rabbis taught, before the passage, and it came to pass when the ark set forward, that Moses said, etc., and at the close of the next verse, the Holy One, blessed be he, made signs in order to signify that this is not the proper place for the two passages, but Rabbi says, that this is out of the question, and that the two verses form a valuable book in themselves. We have heard from our Samuel ben Anahimini in the name of our Jonathan, that we have not a Pentateuch but a Septateuch one. Would this imply that our Samuel holds with Rabbi and declares that there are 7? Who is the Tana, however, that differs with Rabbi? He is our Simeon ben Gamaliel, for we have learned in a Boraitha. p. 242. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel says, that these two passages will in the future be removed and put in their proper place. Why were they put here, then? In order to make a separation between the two scourges that befell the Israelites. Which was the second scourge? The one that follows immediately afterwards, and it came to pass, that, as the people complained in a manner displeasing to the Lord, etc., etc. And which was the first? The first was as it is written, and they set forward from the mount of the Lord, which, according to our Hammabi, Hananiah, means and they departed from the ways of the Lord. Which is the proper place for the two passages? Said our Ashi, in Numbers 2. The schoolman asked, may the blank pieces of the scroll of laws which had become detached from the scroll be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath or not? Come and hear, the Gilionim and the Sadducean books need not be saved from the conflagration. They, together with the holy names contained in them. Does not the word Gilionim have reference to the blank pieces of the scroll? Nay, the blank pages of the Sadducean books. How can it mean the blank pages of the Sadducean books? Why, it is not even allowed to save the Sadducean books themselves. Perhaps the Boraitha means, that the Sadducean books are considered as blank pages, and hence must not be saved. The text of the Boraitha says further, the Gilionim and the Sadducean books must not be saved from a conflagration. Our Jose says, that on weekdays the holy name must be torn out wherever it appears and preserved, and the remainder must be burned, but our Tarfon says, may I bury my children, if I would not burn such books together with the holy name, whenever they reached my hands, for when a man is pursued by murderers or by a snake, it were better for him to seek refuge in the temple of an idol than to enter the houses of such people, for the idolaters serve their idols because they know not God, but the others know God and deny him. They are referred to by the verse, and behind the doors and the doorposts hast thou placed thy remembrance. p. 243. Said our Ishmael, in the scriptures it is even allowed to erase with bitter water the holy name of God, which was written in a holy cause in order to bring about peace between man and wife, a fortiori it should be allowed in the case of those people who cause discord and enmity between Israel and the Heavenly Father. To them David had reference. Behold, those that hate thee, I ever hate, O Lord. And for those that rise up against thee do I feel loathing. With the utmost hatred do I hate them, enemies are they become unto me. So, as they must not be saved from a conflagration, they must also not be saved from the waters, or anything that might destroy them. Joseph Bar Hanin asked of Araboa, May the books of Ebhidon be saved? Answered Araboa, Yeah, nay, I really cannot tell. Rabbi never went to the Ebhidon, and all the more not to the Benitzrav. 1 Samuel, however, never went to the Benitzrav, but did go to the Ebhidon. Mar Bar Joseph said, I am of their society and do not fear them. Still it happened at one time that he was in danger on their account. Emishalom, the wife of Eliezer, who was also a sister of Gamaliel II, encountered a philosopher in her neighborhood who was a judge, and had the reputation of being inaccessible to bribery. Gamaliel and his sister wished to ridicule him and prove that he was accessible to bribery. Emishalom brought him a golden candle. He asked her what she wanted, so she answered, My father is dead, and I wish to inherit some of his possessions. The judge said, Go, I will order that you be given your share. Said she, Thou canst not order it so, because our law decrees, that wherever there is a son a daughter cannot inherit. Answered the judge, Since you Israelites are in exile, your law given you by Moses has been revoked, and a new law was given you by which daughters may inherit equally with sons. On the morrow came Gamaliel and brought him a Libyan ass, and told him that he did not wish to let his sister inherit. Said the judge, After thy sister left I consulted the law again, and found that the new law said, I did not come to abolish the Mosaic law, neither to increase nor p. 244. To diminish it. Hence it must remain as in the old law, that where a son is left a sister must not inherit. Said Emishalom to the judge, May God make thy light as bright as a candle. Said Gamaliel to her, An ass came along and extinguished thy candle. Why are some not allowed to be read? Etc. Said Rabbi, It is not allowed to read such scriptures only during the time of the sermons at the schoolhouse, but at any other they may be read. Samuel, however, said, that even at any other time they must not be read, because he holds with our Nehemiah as we have learned in the following Boritha. Although it was said that the hagiographa should not be read, still they may be discussed and lectured upon, and when a quotation must be made, the book may be referred to and the quotation read. Said our Nehemiah, Why was it prohibited to read the hagiographa on the Sabbath? In order that it might be said, as it is forbidden to read the hagiographa, it is all the more so forbidden to read ordinary papers in a closed space surrounded by walls. What is to be understood by the term closed space? Said Arhisda, this refers to a lane surrounded on 3 sides by walls and having on the 4th side 2 beams. If the lane have 3 walls and 2 beams it is a closed space, if it have only 1 beam on the 4th side it is an open place, and the Tana of the Mishnah as well as Ben Bathira hold in accordance with the opinion of Eliezer, who decided to that effect elsewhere. Said Rabbah to Arhisda, Dost thou call a space surrounded by 3 walls and 1 beam an open place? If this be so, according to the sages, why cannot victuals and beverages also be brought there, not alone scriptures? In my opinion, 2 walls and 2 beams, 1 on each side, form a closed space, and 2 walls with only 1 beam constitute an open space. And the 2 Tannim of the Mishnah are not in accord with Eliezer, but with Jehuda, who opposes him. Said Abai to Rabbah, And why should not, according to thy explanation, victuals and beverages be brought there in conformity with the opinion of the sages? Said Ashi, however, the 2 Tannim of the Mishnah are of the opinion of Eliezer, and a closed place is formed by 3 walls and 1 beam, while an open place is made by 3 walls without any beam at all, and even according to Eliezer, who p. 245. Requires 2 beams, it is only for the bringing thither of victuals, but for the safekeeping of the scriptures, our Eliezer holds even 1 beam to be sufficient. Mishnah, one may save enough victuals to last for 3 meals. Such food as is fit for human beings may be saved for the use of human beings, and such as is fit for cattle may be saved for cattle. How so? If a conflagration happen on the eve of Sabbath, one may save enough victuals for 3 meals. If it occur in the forenoon of Sabbath, one may save enough for 2 meals, and if it occur in the afternoon of Sabbath one may only save enough for 1 meal. Our Jose, however, says, one may at all times save enough for 3 meals. Gemara, let us see. Why should it only be allowed to save 3 meals, or 2, or 1? Said Rabha, because a man is anxious for his possessions, he might, if allowed to save as much as possible, forget about the Sabbath and extinguish the fire altogether. Said Abai to him, we have learned previously, that a man upon whose roof a barrel filled with victuals becomes broken, may bring another vessel and put it underneath the barrel in order that the contents of the barrel fall into the vessel, but may not bring another barrel and transfer the contents of the broken one into the new, nor may he place a new barrel alongside of the other and remove the contents of the broken one into the new one by keeling over the former and letting its contents drop into the latter. Why should he not be allowed to do this? If it is prohibited as a precautionary measure in the manner of the previous case, where does the precaution arise? This latter case is also a precautionary measure, for were he allowed to remove the contents from one barrel into another, there is fear of his carrying it through public ground. The text of the Boraitha, however, teaches further, that if the man had guests in his house, he may remove the contents of the broken barrel into a new one, etc. But he may not first remove the contents and then call guests, but first call guests and then remove the things, nor may he pretend, but must actually desire their. p. 246. Company. In the name of our Jose bar Jehuda it was said, that even calling guests as a pretext is also allowed. The rabbis taught, if one had saved fine bread, he must not return and save coarse bread, but if he first saved the coarse he may return and save the fine. One may also save enough on the Day of Atonement in the event of a fire to last him through the Sabbath also, but on a Sabbath it is not permitted to save enough for the Day of Atonement, and all the more so is it not allowed if the Sabbath precedes a feast day, nor is it allowed to save on one Sabbath for the following Sabbath. The rabbis taught, if one forgets bread in an oven, and in the meantime the Sabbath sets in, it is allowed to save enough bread to last for 3 meals, and one may say to bystanders, come and take out as much as ye need, and when taking out the bread it should not be done with a baker's shovel, but with some other utensil. Arhisda said, a man should see that everything should be prepared on Friday for the Sabbath as early as possible, as it is written, and it shall come to pass, on the 6th day, when they prepare what they shall have brought in, etc., and this means, that as soon as the 6th day sets in, preparations for the Sabbath should be begun. R. Abba said, a man must pronounce the benediction over 2 loaves on the Sabbath, for it is written, double bread. Said Ashi, I noticed the manner in which our Kahana did this, he would hold 2 loaves, but would cut only 1, because it is written, every man according to his eating had he gathered. Zera used to cut off the loaf sufficient to last him for the entire meal. Asked Rabbina of Ashi, does this not seem gluttonous, to hold so large a piece in one's hand? Answered Ashi, because on weekdays such was not his wont, it does not appear gluttonous on Sabbath, and Zera did this only in honor of the day. Ami and Arasi, if happening to have the same bread used in making an Arab, for use on Sabbath, would pronounce the benediction over the bread, for they said that because one religious duty had been fulfilled with that bread, it should be used to fulfill another religious duty. How so, if a conflagration, etc.? The rabbis taught, how many meals should a man eat on the Sabbath? 3. R. Hidka said 4. Said Yohanan, both the rabbis and R. p. 247. Hidka adduced their opinions from the same passage, as follows, and Moses said, Eat it today, for a Sabbath is this day unto the Lord, today ye will not find it in the field. R. Hidka holds that, day being mentioned 3 times, 3 meals should be eaten during the day and 1 at night, and the rabbis hold that the day includes the night and only 3 meals are required. Our Mishnah, however, which decrees that only enough for 3 meals should be saved, does therefore not agree with R. Hidka. According to whose opinion, however, will the following Mishnah be, if a poor man have sufficient for 2 meals, he must not apply for another at the public kitchen, but he may apply to the general charity fund. If he have, however, sufficient for 14 meals, he must not even apply to the general charity fund. If the Mishnah were of the opinion of R. Hidka, he should have had sufficient for 16 meals, so as to afford him 4 meals on the Sabbath, and, according to the rabbis, for 15 meals in order to have 3 meals on the Sabbath. It is therefore neither in accord with R. Hidka nor with the rabbis. Nay, it is in accord with the rabbis, and the poor man should eat his Sabbath night meal on the Sabbath day, so with his Friday night meal it will make 3 meals on the Sabbath. It may also be said that the Mishnah holds with R. Hidka, and that the poor man should leave his Friday meal for the Sabbath. Shall we make the poor man then fast on Friday? It would therefore be better to hold the Mishnah's opinion to be in accord with R. Akiba, who says, that the poor man should make Sabbath equal to a weekday in order not to be forced to rely upon charity. Thus 14 meals are sufficient, and he may eat only 2 on Sabbath. But according to whose opinion is the Mishnah, if a wandering mendicant come to a town, he must be given a loaf which can be bought for a pundian when the price of flour is 1 selah for 4 sahs. If he remain overnight he must be given lodging, and if he remain over Sabbath he must be given 3 meals for Sabbath. Shall we assume, that this Mishnah holds with the rabbis and not with R. Hidka? It might also be in accord with R. Hidka if the mendicant happen to have 1 meal with him, he is told to eat the one he has and is given 3 more. Should the mendicant then depart empty-handed? Nay, he is also given a meal. p. 248. To take along on the way. What must he be given for lodging? Said our Papa, enough to hire a bed and a pillow. The rabbis taught, the dishes used on the eve of Sabbath may be cleansed for the Sabbath morning meal. The dishes used in the morning may be cleansed for the midday meal, and those of the midday meal for the afternoon, but those of the afternoon must not be cleansed until the Sabbath is over. All this is said concerning dishes, but glasses, cups, and all drinking utensils may be cleansed at any time, because there are no fixed times for drinking. R. Simeon ben Pazi in the name of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kappara, said, one who keeps the commandment to eat 3 times on the Sabbath will be rid of 3 punishments, viz. the tribulations of Messiah, the punishment of Gehenna, and the war of Gog and Magog. From the tribulations of Messiah, because the Sabbath is always mentioned as the day, and it is written, Behold, I send unto you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the day of the Lord, the great and the dreadful. From the punishment of Gehenna, because it is written, a day of wrath is that day, etc., meaning the Gehenna. From the war of Gog and Magog, because it is written, on the day of Gog's coming. R. Yohanan said in the name of R. Jose, one who makes the Sabbath pleasant will be rewarded with a boundless inheritance, as it is written, then shalt thou find delight in the Lord, and I will cause thee to tread upon the high places of the earth, and I will cause thee to enjoy the inheritance of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Not the inheritance of Abraham, concerning whom it is written, Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, etc., and not as in the case of Isaac, as it is written, and I will give unto thy seed all these countries, but as it is written of Jacob, and thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east, and to the north and to the south. R. Nahman bar Itzhak said, will also be saved the pain of exile, because it is written, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. Said Jehudah in the p. 249. Name of Rabbi: he who makes the Sabbath pleasant is given everything his heart desires, because it is written, and delight thyself in the Lord, and he will give thee the wishes of thy heart. What is meant by delight? From the passage, if thou call the Sabbath a delight, we can adduce that the delight means Sabbath. Wherewith should the Sabbath be made pleasant? Said Jehudah, the son of Samuel bar Shalath, in the name of Rabbi, with a mess of beets, large fish, and garlic heads. But Arhiah bar Ashi said in the name of Rabbi, even with any dish whatever prepared especially for the Sabbath. What does any dish whatever mean? Said Papa, even small fish fried in oil. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbi, if the Israelites had kept the first Sabbath properly, no nation or race on earth could have harmed them. For it is written, and it came to pass on the seventh day that there went out some of the people to gather, but they found nothing. And not long afterwards Amalek attacked the Israelites. Yohanan said in the name of Simeon ben Jaque, if the Israelites were to keep 2 Sabbaths in succession as they should, they would immediately be released from exile, for it is written, also the sons of the stranger, that join themselves unto the Lord, to serve him, and to love the name of the Lord, to be unto him as servants, every one that keepeth the Sabbath by not violating it, and those who take hold of my covenant, and immediately afterwards it is written, even these will I bring to my holy mountain. Hosea said, may my share in the world to come be with those who eat 3 meals on the Sabbath. Again he said, may my share in the world to come be with those who recite Hallel 1 every day. This is not so. The Master says, that he who recites Hallel every day is a blasphemer. Nay, Hosea does not mean Hallel, but Hallelujah. Hosea said again, may my share in the world to come be with those who perform their morning devotion as soon as the sun begins to rise. Again said he, may my share be with those who die of abdominal disease, for the Master said, that most of the righteous die of bowel troubles. He also said, p. 250. May my share be with those who die when about to fulfill a commandment, also with those who receive the Sabbath in Tiberias and see it out in Zapporias, also with those who remain in the houses of learning, and not with those who attempt to draw scholars away from their studies, also with those who solicit alms but not with those who dispense alms, also with those who are suspected but are not guilty. Said Papa, I have been suspected but was not guilty. Said Hosea, I have gone in unto my wife 5 times and have planted 5 cedars in Israel. Who are they? Ishmael, Eliezer, Halaphta, Aphtals, and Menahem, all sons of Hosea. But he also had a son called Vradamos. Nay, Vradamos is the same as Menahem, and the reason he was called Vradamos was because his face was as beautiful as a rose. Said Hosea again, in all my days the ceiling of my house never saw the seam of my undershirt. Again said B, I never acted contrary to the advice of my colleagues. I know well that I am not a descendant of priests, but when my colleagues asked me to pronounce a benediction usually said by priests, I did so. Again he said, I never said a thing that I afterwards repented having said. Naaman said, may it be accounted to me, that I have observed the 3 meals Sabbath. Jehudah said, may it be accounted to me, that I have given my prayers preliminary consideration. 1 Arhunah, the son of Jehoshua, said, may it be accounted to me, that I have never walked 4 ells with uncovered head. Shishhate said, may it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of Tefillin, and Naaman said again, may it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of Tzitzith. Said Joseph to Joseph the son of Rabha, canst thou tell me which commandment thy father observed most punctually? The answer was, the commandment of Tzitzith. For it happened one day that my father was ascending the stairway, and a thread of his tzitzith becoming torn off, he would not leave his place until a new thread had been brought to him and the tzitzith were mended. Said Abai, may it be accounted to me, that whenever I p. 251 noticed a young scholar had finished a tract of the Talmud, I gave a feast to all the sages of the day. Said Rabha, may it be accounted to me, that whenever a young scholar and another man came before me for judgment, I did not put my head on the pillow until I exhausted every to find the scholar's words prove the justice of his claim. Said Mar, the son of Arashi, I am unfit to judge a young scholar because I love him as well as I do myself, and no man call see himself unjust. R. Hananiah used to wrap himself in a cloak on the eve of Sabbath and say, come with me, and let us go toward Sabbath the queen. Aryanai used to clothe himself in his holiday clothes on the eve of Sabbath and say, come, bride, come, bride. Rabbah, the son of Arhunah, came as a guest to the house of Rabbah the son of Ar-Nahman. At the table 3 cakes steeped in the fat of the ram were placed before him. Said he to his host, didst thou know that I would come to visit thee? Answered the host, art thou then better than the Sabbath? R. Abba used to buy on the eve of every Sabbath 13 istaris worth of meat from 13 different butchers, and would hand them the money immediately upon their entering his door one and delivering the meat, saying to them, make haste, and deliver your orders to others. Araboa used to sit on an ivory stool and make fire in honor of the Sabbath. Aranan used to don a black apron in order to show that this day was a day of preparation, and that work had to be performed for the Sabbath. Safra used to singe a cow's head himself for the Sabbath, and Rabha would salt fish himself. Arhunah would light candles himself. Papa would prepare the wicks for the lamps. Hisda would cut herbs himself. Rabbah and Joseph would chop wood for Sabbath. Zerah would light the kindling wood. Nahman bar Itzhak would shoulder all burdens. p. 252. To be carried in and out of the house himself on the eve of Sabbath, saying, if Arami or Arasi would come to visit me, would I not do the same for them? Others say that Arami and Asi did this on the eve of every Sabbath, saying, if it should happen that our Yohanan were to visit us, would we not do the same for him? Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, had a rich Gentile for a neighbor. The astrologers told the Gentile that all his goods and possessions would eventually be eaten up by Joseph, his neighbor. He went and sold out all his goods, and with the proceeds bought a precious pearl. This pearl he had set in his turban. While crossing a lake one day, the wind blew off his turban and it fell into the water. A fish swallowed it. Subsequently the fish was caught by fishermen late on the eve of Sabbath. Said the fishermen, who will buy this so late in the evening? They were told by some people to go to Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, and that he usually bought such things. They carried it to Joseph, who bought it, and upon opening the fish he found the pearl, which he sold for 13 boxes of golden dinars. A certain old man met this Joseph, and said to him, he who lends to the Sabbath is repaid by the Sabbath itself. Rabbi asked of Ishmael the son of Hosea, by what acts did the rich men of Palestine, so wealthy, merit their wealth? He answered, because they gave tithes, as it is written, thou shalt truly give tithes. 2. By what acts did the rich men of Babylon merit their wealth? Asked Rabbi again. Because they keep the law honorably, was the reply. And what about the rich men of other lands? Because they honor the Sabbath, as Arhiah bar Abba related, it happened that I was a guest in the house of a man in the city of Ludkai, and a golden table was brought for me, which required 16 men to carry, and 16 silver chains were fastened to it, and bowls, pitchers, goblets, and glasses were hung on those chains, and on the table were all kinds of food and p. 253. Beverages and spices, and when the table was set down they said, unto the Lord belongeth the earth, with what filleth it, and when the table was taken away, they said, the heavens are the heavens of the Lord, but the earth hath he given unto the children of men. I said to my host, my son, How didst thou merit all this? Said he, I used to be a butcher, and whenever I came across a good animal, I would keep it for Sabbath. Said I to him, Well is unto thee, that thou hast merited this, and praise be to God, who hath rewarded thee. Said the exilarch to our Hamnunna, It is written, the holy day of the Lord. Honorable. What does this honorable signify? Our Hamnunna answered, It means the day of atonement, on which day there is no eating and no drinking, and hence the Torah says, Thou shalt honor it with clean clothes. Further, it says, Thou shalt honor it, said Rabbi, Thou shalt make the usual time of thy meals earlier, and Samuel said, Thou shalt postpone the ordinary meal hour. The children of our Papa Bar Abba asked our Papa, How shall we, who have meat and wine every day, distinguish the Sabbath day? He answered, If ye usually have your meals at a late hour, have them earlier, and if at an early hour, have them later. R. Sheeshate in the summer used to seat his pupils, who came to hear him lecture on Sabbath, in a place where the sun shone earliest, in order that they might become warm and leave, and in the winter used to seat them where the sun could not reach them, that they might become cold and leave the sooner. R. Zerah, when seeing his pupils standing in pairs and discussing the Torah on the Sabbath, used to say to them, I pray ye, go home, eat, drink, and be merry. Do not violate the Sabbath. Rabha, according to others are Jehoshua ben Levi, said, Even a man who prays singly on the Sabbath eve must recite the prayer commencing with Thus we're finished, etc., for our Hamnunna said, that he who prays on the Sabbath eve and recites that prayer is considered by the verse as being a collaborator in the creation of the world. R. Eliezer said, Whence do we know that speaking is p. 254 equal to acting, as it is written, By the word of the Lord were the heavens made. R. Hisda in the name of Mar Ukba said, He who on the Sabbath recites the prayer commencing with, Thus we're finished, etc., has the hands of the two angels who accompany each man laid on his head, and they say to him, And thy iniquity is departed and thy sin is forgiven. We have learned in a Boritha, our Jose Bar Jehuda said, Two angels accompany a man on the Sabbath eve on his way home from the house of prayer, one is a good angel and the other an evil one, and when the man comes home and finds the candles lit, the table set, and his bed made up, the good angel says, May it be the will of God that the next Sabbath shall be the same, and the evil angel answers Amen involuntarily. If, however, the man does not find everything in order, the evil angel says, Mayst thou find it so on the next Sabbath also, and the good angel answers against his own will, Amen. R. Eliezer said, A man should set his table on the Sabbath eve, although he may not be hungry and can eat not more than the size of an olive. R. Hananiah said, A man should set his table on the eve following the Sabbath, though he may not be hungry and can eat but the size of one olive. Warm water at the close of the Sabbath day is wholesome. Warm bread at that time is also wholesome. R. Aboah used to have a calf which was the third calf of its mother killed for him at the close of the Sabbath day, and he ate only one of the entrails of the calf. When his son Abhimi grew up, he said, Why kill a whole calf for the sake of one of its entrails? Let us leave one of the entrails of the calf killed for the Sabbath for father, that he may eat it at the close of the Sabbath. This was done, but a lion came and killed the calf that was spared. R. Jehoshua ben Levi said, He who answers Amen. The name of the Eternal be blessed, with all his heart, has any ill fate which has been predestined for him nullified in heaven, as it is written, When depravity had broken out in Israel, then did the people offer themselves willingly, praise ye the Lord. Why had depravity broken out in Israel? Because they had not praised the Lord. Ar Bar Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan said, Even if p. 255 that man have amongst his sins aught of idolatry, he is also forgiven. Said Resh Lakish, He who answers Amen, etc., with all his might has the gates of paradise opened for him, as it is written, Open ye the gates, that there may enter in the righteous nation that guardeth the truth. What is Amen? Said Hananiah, Amen is the abbreviation for El, Melech, Neaman. Jehudah, the son of Samuel, in the name of Rabbi said, a fire seldom occurs in a place unless there is a violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, but if ye will not hearken unto me to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, and to enter in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in its gates, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. What does it shall not be quenched signify? Said Nahum bar Itzhak, the fire shall occur at a time when men are not around, as a rule. Abai said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely on account of the violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, and from my Sabbaths do they turn away their eyes, so that I am profaned among them. Araboah said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until they had abolished the reading of the Shema in the morning and in the evening, as it is written, Woe unto those that rise up early in the morning, that they may run after strong drink, that continue until late in the twilight, till wine inflame them. And there are harp and psaltery, tambourine, and flute, and wine, at their drinking feasts, but the deeds of the Lord they regard not, and the works of his hands they behold not. Therefore are my people led into exile, for want of knowledge. Hananiah said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until the children were kept away from school, as it is written, Pour it out over the child in the street, and it may be explained thus, Why must I pour it out? Because the child is in the street and not at school. Ulla said, Jerusalem was destroyed because the people were devoid of shame, as it is written, they should. P. 256. Have been ashamed because they committed an abomination, but they neither felt the least shame, nor did they know how to blush, therefore shall they fall among those that fall. Itzhak said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because no distinction was made between great and small, as it is written, and it shall be the same with the people as with the priest, etc. Emptied out shall be the land. Amram, the son of Simeon bar Abba, in the name of his father, quoting Hananiah, said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because the people did not admonish one another, as it is written, her princes have become like harts that have found no pasture. As the harts in a herd travel head to rump, so would the men of Jerusalem not dare face each other with admonitions, but followed from behind in silence. Jehudah said, Jerusalem was destroyed because they insulted men of learning, as it is written, but they mocked at the messengers of God, and despised his words, and scorned his prophets, until the fury of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy. What does till there was no remedy signify? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbi. He who insults a man of learning, can find no panacea for his affliction. Jehudah in the name of Rabbi said again, it is written, Touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. By touch not my anointed is meant the children of the school, and do my prophets no harm refers to the scholars. 1. Resh Lakish said in the name of Jehudah II, the world is sustained solely through the exhalation of the children. Said Papa to Abai, what about thy and my exhalation? Answered Abai, the difference lies therein, that thou and I might have sinned, but children are incapable of committing sin. Resh Lakish said again in the name of the same authority, the children should not be withheld from attending school, even while the new temple shall be in process of construction. Said Resh Lakish to Jehudah II, I have heard. P. 257. A tradition coming from thy parents which says, that the city which has no school for children shall be destroyed, but Rabbinah says, the tradition is to the effect that the high court shall put the city under a ban. Rabha said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely because there were no more trustworthy men there, as it is written, roam about through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and notice, and search in its broad places, if ye can find one man, if there be one that executeth justice, that searcheth for truth, and I will pardon it. What is meant by trustworthy men? such as can be trusted in business. Mishnah, further, one may save a basket full of loaves, be it even enough for 100 meals, a fig cake, and a cask of wine, and one may also call to others, come ye and save for yourselves. If those who do so understand their advantage, they make a settlement with the owner after the Sabbath is over. Where may such articles be taken to? To a court that is joined to the other by an Arab. Ben Bathira says. Even to one that is not joined by an Arab. There all utensils may be brought, that are used on the same day, one may put on as many clothes as possible, and may wrap himself in whatever is possible. R. Jose says, one may only put on 18 pieces of ordinary apparel, but he can come back as often as he chooses and put on the same quantity and carry them off. One may also call to others, come ye and save with me. Gemara, have we not learned, in the preceding Mishnah, that only 3 meals may be saved? Said Arhuna, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to one who comes to save the food with only one basket. But our Abba Bar Zabda in the name of Rabbite said, both Mishnahs refer to one who comes even with several baskets, but still no difficulty arises. This Mishnah speaks of one who does not carry the food beyond the same court, while the other refers to one who carries it into another court. P. 258. A fig cake, etc. Why does the Mishnah say, that if those who save for themselves know their advantage they will make a settlement with the owner after having saved the things from the conflagration? Are they not entitled to it under any circumstances, by virtue of the owner having made it public property when saying, come ye and save for yourselves? Said Arhista, this refers to pious people who would not take advantage of a man who is compelled to sacrifice his property. Said Rabha, can they be called pious, who accept remuneration for their time on the Sabbath? Nay, the Mishnah does not refer to pious men, but to God-fearing men, who, while they would not take anything not belonging to them, would not care to trouble themselves gratuitously. By stating, therefore, that those who know their advantage will settle accounts with the owner afterwards, the Mishnah means to say that their prudence consists in their knowing that they will not receive any remuneration for their time on Sabbath, but will only receive their own property as their due. Come ye and save with me. Why does the first part of the Mishnah permit the saying of come and save for yourselves, and in the last part the permission is given to say, come and save with me? Because the first part of the Mishnah refers to victuals, and a man cannot save more than sufficient for 3 meals, while the last part of the Mishnah refers to clothing, and as a man can change his clothing as often as he pleases, he may call to others to come and help him save whatever is possible. One may put on as many clothes as possible. The rabbis taught, one may dress himself, go out and undress, come back and dress again, and so on as often as he chooses. So said our Meir. Our Jose, however, said, that one may put on only 18 pieces of ordinary apparel. These were, 1 and 2. Maksharen and unkli, a mantle with a head hold, 3. Funda, pocket for money, 4. Kalbas, a dress without sleeves, 5. Kaluk, a kind of shirt, 6. A piliot, cover or overcoat, 7. Maparath, 8 and 9. Drawers and pantaloons and cap for the head, 10. And 11. Shoes, 12 and 13. Socks, 14 and 15. Pargad, striped suit, 16. Girdle, 17. Hat, 18. Neckties. Mishnah, our Simeon, the son of Nanaz, says, one may spread a goatskin over a chest, a box, or a cupboard, which lips caught fire, so that they only become singed. One may also form a partition with any utensil, be it full of water. P. 259. Or not, in order to keep the fire from spreading. Our Jose forbids the making of such a partition with new earthenware vessels filled with water, because such vessels cannot stand heat, but burst and extinguish the fire. Gemara, our Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, when one side of a garment has caught fire, the other side may be put in water, and if thereby the fire is extinguished it makes no difference. An objection was made, we have learned in a Tosefta, that if a garment has caught fire one may wrap it around him, and it makes no difference if the fire is thereby extinguished. One may also unroll the sacred scrolls, if the covering has caught fire on one side, and it does not matter if thus the fire is quenched. Rabbite holds with R. Simeon, the son of Nanaz, in the above Mishnah. R. Simeon, however, restricts his permission so that, while preventing the fire, it is not extinguished, but simply singes the objects. Yeah, he did, for the last part of the Mishnah relates, that our Jose forbids the making of a partition with new pottery filled with water, because such vessels are liable to burst and extinguish the fire, and if our Jose forbids this, surely our Simeon must have permitted it in the first part of the Mishnah. The rabbis taught, if a candle fall on the table board may be raised and the candle drop to the floor, and if it become extinguished, it matters not. Another Boraitha taught, that if a candle burn behind a door, the door may be opened and closed as usual, regardless of whether the candle is thus extinguished. Rabbite scolded the one that thus decreed. Said Rabbina to R. Aha the son of Rabha, according to others R. Aha the son of Rabha to R. Ashi, why did Rabbite scold the one who made that decree? Shall we say that it was because he holds with R. Jehuda, and the Boraitha holds with R. Simeon, who permits the performance of an indirect act? Is it possible that Rabbite will scold everyone who holds with R. Simeon? He answered, in this matter R. Simeon would also agree that this is prohibited, as it would be like decapitating a man without killing him. p. 260. R. Jehuda said, one may open a door opposite a hearth fire. Abai scolded the one that decreed thus. Of what circumstances do we treat here? If the door is opened when there is an ordinary wind blowing, what reason had the one to prohibit it, and if there be an extraordinary wind blowing, why did the other permit it? The case here treated of is that of an ordinary wind, and the one prohibits the door being opened as a precautionary measure, lest this be done when a high wind is blowing, while the other does not regard a precautionary measure necessary. One may also form a partition, etc. Shall we say that the rabbis hold the indirect bringing about of an extinction to be permissible and our Jose holds to the contrary? Have we not heard the case to be the reverse? We have learned in a Boraitha, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with vessels filled with water that are not liable to burst, and such are iron vessels. Our Jose, however, says, that the vessels made of pottery in the villages of Cheyenne and Hananiah are also proof against bursting. Thus we see that our Jose is even more lenient than the rabbis. This presents no difficulty, for the above Boraitha is altogether in accordance with our Jose, but it is incomplete, and should read thus, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with such as are filled with water but are not liable to burst, and such vessels are iron vessels and vessels made of pottery in the villages of Cheyenne and Hananiah, as our Jose says that the vessels made of pottery in these villages are proof against heat. Mishnah, if a non-Israelite comes near to extinguish, one must neither say to him, extinguish, nor do not extinguish it, and for the reason, that one is not obliged to make him rest. If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, one must not allow him to do so, because one is obliged to see that he rests. Gemara, our Ami said, during a conflagration one may proclaim, whoever will come and extinguish the fire, will lose nothing by it. The rabbis taught, it happened that a fire broke out in the court of Joseph ben Simai in the town of Cheyenne, and the men of the fortress of Sepphoris came to extinguish the fire, because Joseph was an official of the government, but he would not allow them to do so, in honor of the Sabbath. A miracle occurred, and it commenced to rain, and the fire was extinguished. That p. 261. Evening he sent to each man in the fortress 2 selah and to their officer 50 selah. When the sages heard this, they said, it was not at all necessary to do this, because the Mishnah says, that when a Gentile comes to extinguish a fire on Sabbath, one need not tell him to do it, or not to do it? If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, etc. Could we conclude from this, that if a minor is detected eating forbidden food, it is the duty of the court of justice to prevent his doing so? Said R. Yohanan, yeah, if the minor does this with his father's knowledge. We must say, then, that the same case applies to the Gentile, who does the work with the knowledge of the Israelite whose house is burning. Is this permitted? Yeah, it is, for the Gentile does it of his own volition, and it makes no difference whether the Israelite knows it or not. Mishnah dash. One may cover the top of a lamp with a vessel in order that the ceiling may not catch fire, and also cover the orger on account of the children. Over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. R. Jehuda said, a case of this kind happened once in the presence of R. Yohanan ben Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I am not certain whether is not culpable. Gemara, R. Jehuda, R. Jeremiah b. Abba, and R. Hanan b. Ram happened to be the guests of Abin of Nishikiah. The two former were furnished with beds, and the last one was not. At the same time, he noticed him teaching his son that the orger of a child is to be covered, in order that the child should not touch it, and he said, Abin the fool is teaching foolishness to his children. Is not the orger of a child useful for dogs? What can you say? It was not prepared from yesterday. But this makes no difference, for we have learned in a Boraitha, that running rivers and springing wells are to be considered as the feet of every man. And Abin asked, how, then, shall we teach? And Hanan answered, over the orger of poultry, that the child shall not touch it? Over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. R. Jehoshua ben Levi said, all dangerous creatures may be killed on Sabbath. R. Joseph raised an objection, we have p. 262. Learned in a Boraitha, that 5 creatures may be killed on Sabbath, and they are, the fly of Egypt, the wasp of Nineveh, and the serpent of Hadaiv, and the snake of Palestine, and a mad dog from any region. According to whose opinion is this Boraitha? It is not according to the opinion of R. Jehuda, who holds, that the performance of an act not in itself necessary makes one culpable? We must say, then, that the Boraitha agrees with R. Simeon. If this is so, is it allowed to kill only these 5, and not others? Said R. Jeremiah, who can tell us that this Boraitha is a correct one? It may be erroneous. Said R. Joseph, I have studied the Boraitha. The same objection was made before me, and I defended it by stating, that the Boraitha refers to the case where the creatures pursued the man in order to harm him, and under these circumstances even R. Jehuda permits the killing of these creatures. A certain disciple related before Rabha, the son of Arhuna, quoting a Boraitha, one who kills serpents and snakes on the Sabbath does not find favor in the eyes of the pious. Answered Rabha, and these pious men do not find favor in the eyes of our sages. Thus he differs with Arhuna, for it happened that Arhuna, seeing a man killing a snake on Sabbath, said to him, hast thou killed the last of them? The rabbis taught, if a man met snakes on the road and killed them, it was decreed above that he should kill them. If, however, he did not kill them, it was decreed above that he should be killed by them, but through the mercy of the Lord a miracle was performed, and he was saved. Said Ula, according to others Rabba bar Hannah, in the name of R. Yohanan, only in case the snakes prepared to strike at the man, can it be said that it was decreed that the man should be killed. R. Abba bar Kahana said, it happened that a snake was found in the schoolhouse, and a man of the city of Needi killed it. Said Rabbi, he met his equal. The Skoolman asked, did Rabbi mean, that the man was right in his deed, or on the contrary? Come and hear, R. Abba, the son of Hyabi. Abba, and Arzera were sitting in the hut of Arjana, and they resolved to ask Arjana if one might kill snakes and p. 263. Serpents on the Sabbath. And he answered, if a bee should annoy me, I would kill it, a fortiori, snakes and serpents. Abba the son of Marta, who is Abba the son of Minumi, was indebted in a sum of money to the exilarch's house. He was brought there and was worried. While standing in the room, Abba spat on the floor. This happened on the Sabbath, and the exilarch ordered his servants to bring a dish and cover up the spittle. Said Abba to him, "This is not necessary, for our Jehuda says, that one may put his foot on spittle and thus clear it off." Thereupon the exilarch remarked, "This proves to me that the man is a young scholar, let him go in peace." Abba bar Kahana said in the name of Arhanana, "The lamps of the house of Rabbi may be handled on the Sabbath." Arzera asked him, "Which lamps do you refer to, the lamps that can be handled with one hand, or those that require both hands?" And he answered, "The same as can be found in your father's house." The same Abba said in the name of the same authority, that the carriages of the house of Rabbi might also be handled on the Sabbath. Arzera asked him which he referred to, those that one man can pull, or those that require two men, and the answer was, "The same that your father possesses." Abba bar Kahana said again, that the same Arhanana permitted the house of Rabbi to drink wine that was scaled with but one seal, in the markets of the heathens, and he states, that he does not know whether Arhanana holds with Ar Eliezer or whether he permitted this out of respect to the house of the Nasi. Mishnah, if a non-Israelite lit a lamp on the Sabbath, the Israelite might make use of the light. If he did so for the Israelite, the latter must not use it. If the non-Israelite filled up with water, to water his cattle, the Israelite may water his cattle after him. If he did so for the Israelite, the latter must not water his cattle with it. If a non-Israelite made a stairway in order to descend upon it from a ship, the Israelite might descend after him. If he made it for the Israelite, the latter must not descend. Once Gamaliel and several elders arrived on a ship and a non-Israelite made a stairway upon which p. 264 to descend, whereupon Gamaliel and the elders also descended. Gemara, and it is necessary for the Mishnah to mention the above cases separately, because if we were taught only concerning a lamp, we would say, that a lamp only may be used because a lamp will give light for 100 men as well as for one, but as for water, we might say, that the water should not be used, in precaution lest the non-Israelite replenish the trough especially for the Israelite. For what purpose, however, is the stairway mentioned? That was only for the purpose of relating what happened to Gamaliel and the elders. The rabbis taught, with grass which a Gentile mowed for his own cattle, an Israelite may feed his cattle, but if the grass was mowed especially for the Israelite, he may not. The same rule applies to water for watering the cattle. This applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, but if they are, it is not allowed, under any circumstances. This is not so. For Arhuna said in the name of Arhanana, that a man may allow his cattle to graze on the Sabbath, but must not feed them on grass which he designated previously for some other purpose. This presents no difficulty, for the permission to feed one's cattle on the Gentiles' grass only holds good if the cattle feed themselves, and the man may stand by and prevent them from invading another pasture. It is said above, this applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, etc. Is this so? Did not Gamaliel descend on the stairway, although he and the Gentile were acquainted? Said Abai, the Gentile made the stairway when Gamaliel did not see him. But Rabha said, it may be that the stairway was made in the presence of Gamaliel, but this case would be the same as that of a lamp. A lamp for one is a lamp for 100. An objection was made to the teaching of Rabha. We have learned in a Tosefta, Gamaliel said to the elders, as the Gentile made the stairway while we were not looking, we may descend on it. Answered Rabha, read simply, that R. p. 265. Gamaliel said, because the Gentile had already made it, we may use it. Samuel happened to arrive at the house of Abin in Turan on a Sabbath. A Gentile came and lit a candle. Samuel turned his face away from the light, but after seeing that the Gentile brought a paper and commenced to read by the light of that candle, he said, I see now that the Gentile lit the candle for his own use, and he then made use of it himself. p. 266. Chapter 17. Regulations concerning the handling of utensils and furniture on the Sabbath. Mishnah, all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors may be handled with them, even when their lids had been removed, for such lids cannot be considered as house doors, which are not intended to be removed. One may take a hammer on the Sabbath for the purpose of cracking nuts, an axe to chop fig cake, a hand saw to saw cheese, a shovel to gather up dried figs, a fan and a fork to place a thing before a child, a spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, a sewing needle to remove a splinter, and a packing needle to open a door. Gemara, all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors may be handled with them, even when their lids had been removed. Removed when? On Sabbath. And if removed on a weekday they certainly may be handled. Why, on the contrary? On Sabbath the lids being attached to the utensils, they were intended for use with the utensils, but if removed on weekdays, they did not form part of the utensils on the Sabbath, hence not intended for simultaneous use, and should not be handled. Said Abai, the Mishnah means to say, that the lids may be handled with the utensils on the Sabbath even if the lids had been removed on a weekday. The rabbis taught, the doors of a drawer, chest, or cage, may be taken down on the Sabbath, but not replaced. They must not be removed nor replaced on the Sabbath. It may be right to prohibit the removing or replacing of the door of a chicken coop, because removing it would constitute the act of tearing down, and replacing it would constitute building, but as for the doors of a drawer, chest, or cage, what is the opinion of the rabbis? Do they hold that the acts of building and tearing down apply also to utensils? If so, why do they permit the removing of the doors, and if not, why do they? p. 267. Prohibit replacing them. Said Rabha, the act of building does not apply to utensils, but replacing is prohibited more as a precautionary measure, lest one drive the door in with a stick. One may take a hammer, etc. Said Arjehuda, this refers to a hammer intended only for nut cracking, and such a hammer may be used to crack nuts, but a smith's hammer must not be used for that purpose. Rabbah, however, says, that a smith's hammer may be used to crack nuts. It was taught, Arhaya bar Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan said, we have learned, that a hammer which is intended for hammering gold may also be used for cracking nuts. Ar Shaman bar Abba said, we have learned, that the hammer referred to is intended to be used for spices. The one who teaches that a spice hammer may be used certainly permits a gold hammer, but the one permitting a gold hammer to be used, does not allow a spice hammer, because a spice hammer must be kept perfectly clean, and is laid away for non-use during the Sabbath. A spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, etc. The rabbis taught, a date which was not quite ripe, and was put in straw which was intended for use in clay-making, might be taken out. Providing it was, not completely covered by, the straw, but enough to take hold of was left uncovered. The same applies to a cake which was taken out of the oven not quite done, and was put in glowing cinders to be cooked, but our Eliezer ben Tate said, that both the date and the cake might be taken out even when completely covered, providing this is done with a prong, and then the straw or the ashes respectively fall off of themselves. Said R.N. Ahman, the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Tate. From this we see that R.N. Ahman holds, that handling in an unusual manner is not considered handling at all, but did not R.N. Ahman say, that if a radish is deposited in earth with its roots downwards and its head upwards and protruding from the earth, it may be taken out, but if deposited head downwards, it must not be taken out? The answer is, that R.N. Ahman afterward retracted his decision concerning the radish. A sewing needle to remove a splinter. Rabha the son of Rabbah sent a request to R. Joseph. Let the master teach us the law regarding a needle, the eyelet, or the point of which had been broken off. R. Joseph answered, we have learned this in our Mishnah, a sewing needle to remove a splinter. What difference would it make to the splinter whether the needle has an eyelet or not? Rabha objected, "We have learned, that a needle, the eye or the point of which had been broken off, is not subject to defilement." Said Abai, "Thou confusest Sabbath with defilement. As for defilement, a vessel must be complete in order to be subject to defilement, but for Sabbath use, anything which can be used is in itself sufficient, and with this needle I can remove a splinter." R. N. Haman forbids the straightening of the limbs of a child at birth on the Sabbath, and R. Shees Hate permits it. Mishnah, the hollow olive cane is subject to defilement if it has a knot; if not, it is not subject to defilement. In any event, it may be handled on the Sabbath. R. Hosea 1 saith, "Any utensil may be handled on the Sabbath, with the exception of the large wood saw and the plowshare." Gemara, the rabbis taught, previously only 3 utensils were permitted to be handled on the Sabbath, and they were, a knife to chop pressed dates, a skimmer, and a small table knife. Subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, and then more again, until finally any utensil was allowed with the exception of the wood saw and the plowshare. What is meant by subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, etc.? Said Rabha, they allowed a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for another purpose, or whether the room it occupied was needed, then still more was allowed, namely, to shift a thing out of the sunshine to a shady place, then more again was allowed, namely, a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act was permitted to be used for another purpose or when its room was needed, but it was not permitted to be moved from the sunshine into the shade, and all this was p. 269. Allowed to be done by only one person, but not by two, until finally all utensils might be handled even by 2 persons. Abai raised an objection to this. "We have learned, that a mortar which contained garlic may be handled, but if it did not contain garlic it must not be handled." The answer was this: it is meant, to remove from the sunshine to the shade. R. Hananiah said, "This Mishnah was taught in the times of our Nehemiah ben Hahaliah, as it is written, in those days I saw in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves, etc." Said R. Elazar, the Mishnahs relating to the pieces of wood for the showbreads in Tract Menahath, the sticks used by the priests for the Passover sacrifice in the Tract Pesachim, the bolts in the Tract Kelim, and the above Mishnah relating to the mortar were all taught before it was allowed to handle all vessels. Mishnah, the utensils may also be handled with intent to use them or without such intent. R. Nehemiah saith, they may be handled only if intended for use. Gemara, what is meant by with intent to use them, etc.? Said Rabha, with intent to use them means to use a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for its intended use, or whether the room it occupied was needed, and without such intent means even to shift a thing from the sunshine into the shade, and a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act was permitted to be used for its intended use or when its room was needed, but it was not permitted to move it from the sunshine into the shade. Now our Nehemiah comes to say, that even if a thing was intended for a permissible act, it may be used only for its intended use and if the room occupied by it were needed, but it was not permitted to shift it from the sunshine into the shade.